Chapter 1. Lingjiang Manor was a well-known high-end villa complex in S City. The residents of the complex were without exception wealthy, powerful, and influential. Now, the villa area, with its beautiful surroundings regularly cleaned by staff, was deserted, presenting an atmosphere of desolation and bleakness. The withered yellow leaves clung to the branches, ready to fall at the slightest breeze. Aside from the somewhat desolate and empty environment, the only thing that did not fit with the entire upscale luxury villa complex was a patch of lawn originally meant for leisure use. It had now been transformed into a vegetable plot by someone, giving it a distinctively lively feel. A row of lush young cabbages grew in the wind, followed by clusters of thriving lettuce plants. At the center of the 2 rows of vegetables, a man dressed casually squatted in front of a particularly noticeable hole. His normally gentle and refined face creased slightly, and then a rough tone completely at odds with his outward appearance revealed his level of anger. The hell? Who the fuck stole my vegetables? In the middle of the 2 rows of plump vegetable patches, a conspicuously dug-out hole caught the eye, as if silently mocking him. Yijinchu's brows carried a trace of anger. These 2 rows of vegetables were the result of his painstaking effort over half a month. Who the hell dug a hole in the middle without a word? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Shueqiu. Yijinchu called out, and before long, a snow-white, round body came trotting near, making wheezing noises from afar that sounded obsequious. Shueqiu's eyes were pitch black and bright as they stared at Yijinchu and barked obediently. Yijinchu shifted his position to reveal the pit behind him, his tone tinged with slight irritation. Smell it, is there any unfamiliar scent? The pair of moist grape-like eyes displayed an expression of disbelief and anger when they saw the hole behind them. Shueqiu's fluffy body like a cotton candy circled the pit happily and then barked at Yijinchu. Yijinchu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Shueqiu had likely smelled the lingering scent here. He gestured for Shueqiu to lead the way. The man and dog dashed along the road like lightning, heading directly towards an unoccupied villa. Apparently, this supposedly unoccupied villa had an unwelcome guest, with footprints still visible outside the door. Shueqiu's dark, glossy eyes angrily fixed on the entrance, barking twice. Yijinchu twisted his wrist slowly, retreated a few steps, and then with a sudden kick from his long legs, the apparently sturdy gate crashed down, leaving an open path for the intruder. In the next second, Yijinchu tilted his head slightly and reached out to grab the fist aimed at his face, engaging in a fight immediately with the vegetable thief. Shueqiu, being an intelligent dog, had wisely taken cover aside while occasionally barking assertively during their exchange. Accompanied by the loud barks of the dog, Yijinchu grabbed one of the person's hands and twisted it behind their back, pinning them to the floor with one leg. All that could be seen was the furry back of the thief's head and the struggling body. Pretty good skills, veggie thief, said Yijinchu as he applied more pressure. You're the thief, replied the voice muffled by the ground beneath. Oh. Yijinchu's temper was flaring, but considering the lack of human interaction in the villa district for half a month, he felt slightly more lenient. He placed the evidence, a piece of leaf that Snowball had bitten off somewhere, under the person's nose. Look, what's this? Upon seeing the half-eaten leaf, the body beneath stilled, but the response was still defiant. I didn't steal. I swapped with some supplies. This left Yijinchu momentarily puzzled. The person continued loudly, I left some medicine nearby. I was too hungry to ask for permission before swapping. As they finished speaking, it was clear they knew they were in the wrong, so their formerly forceful voice softened a bit. Shueqiu, go see if there's anything around, said Yijinchu. Snowball's cotton candy-like figure excitedly went off and returned moments later with a ragged piece of floral cloth in its mouth. This piece, resembling trash, fell to the ground, catching no attention from Yijinchu until it was opened to reveal 4 pills, seemingly antibiotics. Medicine was valuable goods in this era, and trading 1 plant for 4 pills seemed like he actually benefited. After pondering for a moment, Yijinchu increased the pressure a little. Sorry about that earlier, I missed it. But you took without asking. Let's call it even. I'll let go, but don't turn around and punch me, alright? I'm not that shameless. The person underneath was fuming and, the moment Yijinchu let go, rolled to one side, revealing a somewhat dirty but handsome face. Yijinchu had quite a grip, the other's eyes were wary when looking at him. The clothes on his body were somewhat tattered and stained with blood, as if he were injured. Brother, how did you get here? With the misunderstanding cleared up, Yijinchu still had time to chat idly with the other person. It's hard to reach this place, there are zombies everywhere outside. I got separated from my team, I was looking for a place to recuperate, the other person said cautiously. What about you? S City has long been declared a zombie-infested city. How have you been here? Yijinchu gave a dry laugh, his tongue pressing lightly against the soft flesh of his cheek. I'm an original resident of this area. I've lived here for almost a month or 2. It wasn't easy to grow this little patch of vegetables to improve our meals, but you uprooted 1. A month or 2. That meant this person had been in S City since the beginning of the apocalypse, yet hadn't they confirmed during the rescue operations that there were no survivors left in S City? Being able to survive so leisurely inside a zombie city must mean he was quite skilled. Speaking of the vegetable, the sweet fresh taste of the leaves seemed to linger in his mouth. Duan Xiaocheng hesitated, eventually unable to resist asking, could you trade me a few more vegetables? That's out of the question. Yujinchu casually leaned back onto a nearby sofa. Just as the other person's spirit dimmed, he added, the 2 rows of plants aren't ripe yet, and you already plucked one. You can eat only after it's ripe. So will you trade them after they're ripe? It's not impossible, Yujinchu smiled faintly. We could say we're now acquainted through conflict, so how about exchanging names? Duan Xiaocheng. After some thought, Duan Xiaocheng decided that he would be resting here for a while, waiting for his brother to find him. It was better not to cause any extra trouble. Yujinchu extended his hand. How about shaking hands to show goodwill? Duan Xiaocheng mechanically shook his hand until Yujinchu couldn't help but burst out laughing, making him realize something was off. Why are you so naive, doing everything I say? How do you manage to survive like this? It's none of your business. Duan Xiaocheng snapped harshly, yet was also afraid that offending him might cost him the delicious vegetables. Alright, Yujinchu chuckled. After chatting with you, I feel some warmth of humanity. If you need anything, come see me. Yujinchu glanced at Duan Xiaocheng's wounds and added, when the vegetables are ripe, come over again. Don't let me catch another hole next time. The last sentence was clearly teasing. Duan Xiaocheng's face turned red, thinking of a way to retaliate, but by the time he came up with something, the other person had already walked far away. Shouting after someone for just a word seemed dumb, so all he could do was glare to express his irritation. Having teased someone, Yujinchu was in high spirits. The distance between this villa and the one he lived in wasn't great, it took him 10 minutes to stroll there. Compared with the other villas without life signs, this villa obviously exuded too much living atmosphere. The meticulously designed small garden was transformed into a vegetable patch. Little white cabbages, romaine lettuces, and baby bok choy danced in the wind. On one side stood vines of loofah that climbed up the supports, clusters of green onions, corianders, peppers, etc., crammed together tightly, creating a lively and fruitful picture, a scene completely contradictory to what one would expect of such a luxury villa. Yet, Yujinchu was quite satisfied with his cultivation results. He picked some green onions and baby bok choy and checked on the growth of other vegetables. Xueqiu happily bounded into the house, and Yujinchu stir-fried the chicken feather kai with eggs, adding it to the pot of bone soup that had been simmering beforehand, which bubbled and sizzled, spreading rich aromas. Tasting the flavor, Yujinchu found that his culinary skills hadn't deteriorated. He turned off the heat, preparing to eat. Xueqiu obediently sat, its large, moist grape-like eyes filled with longing for the food. After eating his fill and drinking enough, Yujinchu embarked on some regular exercise, marking the end of another relaxing day. In the silent villa district where not even insect chirps could be heard, only one villa transmitted a loud rumbling sound of stomach hunger. As Duan Xiaocheng nibbled on dried rations, he couldn't help but recall the lettuce he'd eaten in the afternoon. The scent of fresh vegetables lingered in his mouth. When was the last time he ate such delectable vegetables? Duan Xiaocheng lost himself in deep thoughts. Even before the apocalypse, he didn't think he'd ever tasted such delicious lettuce. Yujinchu had no idea that someone kept reminiscing about his vegetables. He simply wiped himself clean with water reserves they had. The neighborhood had unexpectedly maintained water and power for such a long time before recently cutting off supplies, which was quite surprising. Fortunately, there were still 2 gas stoves and gas tanks in the villa, ensuring no issue with meals. The seeds at home were all used up. Tomorrow, he would have to go out and find some supplies, including seedling boxes for certain vegetables. He'd also need to get some fertilizer. Yujinchu slowly calculated what he needed for the next day, and with the rhythmic breathing of Xueqiu nearby, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. At 6 in the morning, Yujinchu promptly opened his eyes. The sky outside was just beginning to brighten. The long-established biological clock made Yujinchu let out an unsatisfied tisk. There was no way to get back to sleep, so he got up decisively. Breakfast was simple, just a few slices of bread, a glass of milk, and a boiled egg. He then leisurely filled Xueqiu's food bowl, equipped himself fully, took his weapon, and stepped out of the door. The residential area had been regularly cleared by Yujinchu, so there weren't many zombies around. On the way out, he only encountered one zombie wandering unsteadily, and with a swift movement, Yujinchu smashed its head with his stick. Chapter 2. Linchang Manor was built at the edge of S-City. Since S-City is near the mountains, so is the villa area. Initially, the estate focused on being a high-end residential community with very complete internal facilities. Unfortunately, it had just been launched when the apocalypse began. Therefore, there weren't many residents in the villa district. Yujinsu owned a residence here, which is why he was temporarily staying here. At the entrance of the community stood an SUV, which was Yujinsu's temporary vehicle. In his haste to return, this city was originally just a transit point. Who would have thought that immediately after getting off the plane, they would encounter the outbreak of the apocalypse, forcing him to stay in the city for a month or 2. After driving for half an hour, the surrounding environment gradually became more prosperous. Streets usually bustling with people were now deserted, not completely though, as there were zombies aimlessly wandering around, neither fully human nor ghostly. A few zombies couldn't keep up with the speed of the SUV. With a determined gaze, Yujinsu drove towards his destination. This time, it was the nearby flower market. The vegetables planted at home were mostly picked up on the last trip. This time, however, he was deliberately aiming for seeds and naturally wouldn't be satisfied with the small amount taken last time. The further inward he drove, the more zombies loitered on the road. He found a spot to park, knowing that continuing by car would only attract zombie attention. Eugene-su squatted by a window, eyes half closed, observing outside. Even without any tools, scenes dozens of meters away were crystal clear to Eugene-su's sight. This wasn't the kind of vision a regular human could possess. Eugene-su understood his body's capabilities perfectly. After a month of adjusting and re-establishing control, he had gained a whole new understanding of his body's stats, not just enhanced vision, but also physical strength, endurance, power, and speed showed significant growths. He pulled back the bowstring, the black arrow piercing through a zombie aimlessly wandering in front of a shop. A slight sound disturbed the air, causing some commotion, but it didn't reveal the exact location of the prey. The zombie just aimlessly circled around. Eugene-su tightened the bowstring again, 1, 2, 3. Zombies, lacking intelligence, clearly didn't panic over their fallen companions, but rather grew agitated because they couldn't find their quarry despite sensing its presence nearby. Once all the zombies around the target shop were cleared out and those left were at a safe distance, it was enough. He tied the compound bow back on his back, gripped the long stick in hand, effortlessly descended from the second floor height like a cat clinging to a wall, making almost no noise that could draw the zombies' attention. Only faint traces of distinctly human scents scattered in the air caused the zombies to wander aimlessly on the spot. The chosen flower shop was wide open. The display plants were either dead or dying, presenting a desolate scene throughout the store. Not a speck of green could be seen, reminiscent of what a flower shop should normally exhibit. Having secured the door once again, he finally began to collect the seeds within the shop. In addition to common vegetable seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and other items related to planting, Eugene-su unhesitatingly stuffed everything into his bag. The real treasure lay in the small temporary warehouse behind the shop. Unlike the outer areas where everything appeared dried out, the warehouse still retained some greenery. Tree saplings standing by the walls looked lush, with labels affixed. Apple. Without hesitation, Eugene-su packed them up and took them along. Fruits were needed too. Since this tree hadn't perished yet, it signified fate. Speaking of fruits, he hadn't eaten them for a long while, might as well take it back first. Like a pirate, Eugene-su took away anything he could from the shop, loading the saplings into the car first. It took him an hour collecting seeds, and the time had come close to 9 or 10 o'clock. Besides seeds, he also needed daily necessities and seasonings. The SUV performed a splendid U-turn, full of goods, heading toward another commercial street. In such densely populated cities like S-City, malls obviously aren't the wise choice. Though there were still some supplies left in the supermarket within the community, one can't depend solely on them, hence needing to stockpile more whenever possible. Eugene-su worked tirelessly, storing away anything potentially useful, like a squirrel bringing things back to base. Along the way back from the flower market to the community, several small supermarkets provided ample opportunities to do just that. The collapse of S-City happened fast, most people turning into zombies the moment the apocalypse hit. Those who didn't turn weren't much better, surrounded by monsters staring at them closely and quickly succumbing themselves. These roadside mini-supermarkets had fewer people, and close-range battles didn't require the use of a compound bow. A long stick was enough to handle the situation. Eugene-su's strength had increased significantly, he could deliver precise strikes by finding the right angle and knock out zombies with one blow, not needing any follow-up attacks. Dark red blood plasma flowed along the ground, but Eugene-su had grown used to such scenes. He quickly gathered supplies, mainly focusing on food and seasoning. Dog food also needed to be taken in several packs. It wasn't ideal to keep giving Snowball extra meals every day. Dogs should eat dog food, after all. Ignoring the fact that Snowball disliked dog food, Eugene-su grabbed several packs and stuffed them back into the car. After going back and forth like this, the space in the car was nearly filled up. Clothes, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other daily necessities were also crammed into the gaps. The harvest was bountiful in the morning, and it was about time to return. The SUV, packed full, wobbled its way homeward bound. Approaching the neighborhood entrance from afar, Eugene-su saw a group of zombies surrounding a small supermarket, growling and pounding without interruption. With excellent vision, Eugene-su caught sight of a familiar face through the crowded heads. Wasn't that yesterday's guy? How had he ended up trapped here? The sound of the engine attracted some zombies loitering nearby but unable to break through the crowd, leaving them hesitating whether to continue hunting here or follow another disturbance. Eugene-su squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. Rarely did others of his kind appear in the neighborhood, so letting him die didn't seem quite like his character. Duan Xiaocheng was blocked at the supermarket entrance, unable to advance or retreat. There were just 2 exits from the supermarket, a main door and a back door connecting to the warehouse. The warehouse was teeming with dozens of zombies. If he hadn't lost contact with Li Lele, these 10-odd zombies might have been escapable. But now, with injuries on his body and his only companion missing somewhere, was this really where his grand path as a world-saving hero would end before taking even a single step? At such a critical moment, Duan Xiaocheng could still think of all sorts of things. Silently mourning for 3 minutes over dreams that couldn't come true, his negative emotions barely lasted a minute. Right before his eyes, the zombies blocking the entrance fell one by one, each with a black arrow piercing their bruised heads. Without exception, they were all killed with one shot to the head. Duan Xiaocheng had once imagined himself appearing before the distressed masses in a multicolored saint's robe and 7-colored auspicious clouds, becoming a great knight. But he never thought there would come a day when he himself would be the distressed masses, and watching a real great knight cloaked in a multicolored saint's robe and riding on 7-colored auspicious clouds descending before him. Of course, the so-called saint's robe and auspicious clouds were merely fantasies in Duan Xiaocheng's mind. The person coming against the light seemed to be draped in golden sunlight, as if wearing a golden cape. There weren't many arrows left in Yu Jinsu's hands, eliminating the few zombies blocking the entrance closest to the front. For the rest, he swept them with the long stick, knocking down half of the zombies who howled and tried to claw at Yu Jinsu with nails glowing ominously black. Zombies have no sense of pain or feeling, persistently attempting to scratch a few holes into him. Yu Jinsu swung his long stick. This thing was just an expendable item, less painful than running out of arrows. If it broke, he could always find another new one. In no time, the little zombie group threatening Duan Xiaocheng was completely dealt with. The scent of fresh human flesh became increasingly appealing to the zombies in the warehouse, making the fragile back door almost unable to hold anymore. Still standing around? Waiting for me to invite you up? The great knight ruined the atmosphere with his opening line. Duan Xiaocheng snapped out of it, watching Yu Jinsu recover the arrows and following him into the car. With a press of the accelerator, the car's rear gradually disappeared from the sight of the finally breaking through zombies. Thank you. The car's atmosphere became awkwardly quiet. Even though the other party had saved him, and despite having beaten each other up the previous day, Duan Xiaocheng awkwardly expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Yu Jinsu stretched out his tone lazily, passing vehicle after vehicle abandoned in the middle of the road. Not long after, the familiar buildings of Linjiang Manor reappeared in view. With injuries still on your body, why didn't you gather supplies inside the neighborhood and had to come out instead? Wanting to shorten your life? Yu Jinsu asked. No. Duan Xiaocheng admitted his mistake. I originally had a companion, we got separated in this area. I wanted to see if I could find them. Injured individuals should be conscious of their limitations, Yu Jinsu glanced at him. After being cleaned up, Duan Xiaocheng revealed a youthful face untouched by society's harsh blows, obviously someone incapable of ensuring even their own safety yet daring to go outside to look for others. The SUV neatly parked in a corner of the neighborhood. Nearby was the villa where Duan Xiaocheng was temporarily staying. From the fully packed trunk, Yu Jinsu picked out some dry rations and stuffed them into a shopping bag. Yesterday, didn't you say that if something happened, you'd come to me? What's the point of acting tough when you're injured and still refusing to ask for help from an adult? Yu Jinsu teased while shoving the dry rations into his hands. Take it, recover properly, and only then can you focus on other things. Although the other party seemed not much younger than himself, he still appeared like a senior figure. Instinctively resisting, Duan Xiaocheng thought for a moment but didn't argue back. After that awkward period passed, Duan Xiaocheng's naturally friendly side emerged. Yu-gu, brother Yu, Duan Xiaocheng, with a touch of youthful naivety, swiftly changed the address, surprising Yu Jinsu enough to glance at him curiously twice. Once the first term of respect was spoken, saying it again became easier. Duan Xiaocheng's eyes brightened as he spoke earnestly, Yu-gu, are you a martial artist? Yu Jinsu had just returned from the military for a short break, calling him a martial artist wasn't far off the mark, what about it? That. The boy's eyes sparkled with fervor as he extended a sincere invitation, with skills like yours, I want to invite you to join my team, to eliminate zombies and save the world. Chapter 3. Save the world. Yu Jinshu almost couldn't help laughing, and she looked at Duan Xiaocheng as if he were a child in need of care. Young man, how could you be so capable? Are you still stuck in your middle school dreams? Do you really think the world can be saved just like that? I'm not joking, said Duan Xiaocheng seriously, the current situation is due to the appearance of zombies. As long as we can eliminate them, we can restore the previous order. Duan Xiaocheng's expression was earnest, he evidently believed it. Before the apocalypse, he had always dreamed of becoming a great hero. In his childhood, he would secretly watch TV dramas, fantasizing about himself becoming the admired world hero. However, reality was peaceful, never giving him a chance to be a hero. Now with the apocalypse looming, the first step to rebuilding the pre-apocalypse order was to eradicate zombies. Of course, he knew saving the world wasn't easy or something solved merely by eradicating zombies. Yet he refused to think too deeply, wanting only to fulfill his own dream by simplifying all the problems, disregarding family opposition and secretly conspiring with his only friend to run out and achieve greatness. Unexpectedly, he stumbled hard at the very first step. Seeing Duan Xiaocheng's earnest expression, although Yu Jinshu was speechless over which wealthy household this young master came from, she firmly rejected the young master's sincere invitation with words, sorry, I'm busy farming. No time for that. Farming? Duan Xiaocheng found it incredulous, how could the goal of saving the world seem less impressive than farming? Following closely behind her, he kept pestering her in an attempt to have her join his team, until one look from Yu Jinshu pinned him there. Young man, you've got delusions, but know your limits. Take what you've got and leave before I get mad, said Eugene Shu while opening the car door. What's wrong with farming? Did the vegetables you ate yesterday magically grow themselves? People rely on food for survival. Don't think your ambition is the most grandiose. Respect others' ideas and they will respect yours. With a slam, the car door closed right before Duan Xiaocheng's eyes, leaving him standing there stunned. Eugene Shu's mood was somewhat affected. She thought helping someone would gain some good karma, yet she ended up nearly angry to death because of this brat from who knows which family. How come these childish dreams hadn't vanished despite looking grown up? Slowly placing supplies into the basement, Eugene Shu no longer had the heart to make lunch. She hastily fed Snowball full of dog food, ignoring its tear-filled eyes and whimpering, eating a bit of dry rations herself while focusing entirely on tending to her crops. This wasn't the first time she had felt aimless. Coming from a military family generation after generation, everyone seemed to believe she should follow her father's footsteps into the military, or given her gentle face, they thought she'd be a promising scholar. But actually, she didn't like reading much. When young, she was incredibly naughty, being the children's leader in tearing off roof tiles. She didn't resist joining the military much either. It was during those few years living with her retired grandparents that she discovered her true interest. She was extremely comfortable with a leisurely life, planting her own vegetables and enjoying herself, transitioning from being indifferent about following the family's path to wanting her own little courtyard to farm and live self-sufficiently. Alas, there are rules within the home. Even the second brother, who liked commerce, had to train in the army for 5 years according to the house regulations before pursuing his passions. After graduating university, she joined the military and spent nearly 5 years there. Her unit didn't want to let her go so soon, but she was sent back this time to recuperate from injuries sustained during a mission. Coincidentally, it coincided with the apocalypse arriving. Taking advantage of the remaining functioning communication lines, she made a phone call home to learn everything was alright. Then, without hesitation, she settled down comfortably in an area officially declared fully fallen to zombie invasion. She enclosed a piece of land, cultivated her vegetables, and prematurely started her ideal lifestyle. For now, her outdoor vegetable patch didn't require much attention, and her yard was well planned. This time around, she used the villa's balcony, originally meant for relaxation, but now arranged meticulously. Fruit trees were planted around the outer perimeter of the villa by Eugene Shu. She only recognized an apple tree among them. As for other saplings, she didn't quite know their varieties, but figured planting them wouldn't harm. On the rooftop, she planned to grow some chili peppers, tomato seeds, and primarily bean sprouts. Although short growth cycle vegetables existed, she hadn't previously considered growing bean sprouts. Bean sprouts grew faster, allowing for fresh tender ones within a shorter span. Eugene Shu carefully selected the seeds. He had discovered that with the arrival of the apocalypse, not only were humans affected, but plants and animals were impacted as well. Part of the planted crops would fail to sprout, and those that successfully grew were divided into 2 types of growth directions. The first type was like the outer circle of cabbage he'd planted, which tasted fresh and sweet, so fragrant that even raw bites were a delight. Where could one have eaten such excellent vegetables before the apocalypse? There was another kind he immediately dealt with upon discovery, as these showed signs of developing into poisonous plants. Not only did they absorb nearly all nutrients from surrounding crops, but their appearances also entirely differed from the original seed varieties, seemingly mutating into an entirely different species. Eugene Shu dared not personally experiment with these mutated plants' consequences and handled them as soon as he noticed them. Fortunately, this phenomenon wasn't too common. Aside from bean sprouts and small chili peppers, Eugene Shu added coriander, tomatoes, and green beans on his not-so-big balcony. Moreover, he discovered a small packet of watermelon and cantaloupe seeds, noticing it was exactly the right time for planting. However, without knowing how to grow them, he reluctantly set them aside, planning to search for relevant books on agriculture when he went out another day. After busying himself for an afternoon, the empty balcony was now occupied by neatly arranged flower pots and several PVC pipes. These things, originally gathering dust in the basement, were found and repurposed as containers by Eugene Shu. Some PVC pipes were already covered with soil, while others remained empty, ready for other plantings. Spending an entire afternoon being busy erased the earlier frustration completely. Being almost 30, what's the point of arguing with a little kid? Did he not have enough fields or was he too idle? Stockpiling items at home is the hard truth. He originally thought that a middle school mentality boy would be particularly proud. Having been scolded the previous day, he probably wouldn't have the face to show up again. Apparently, he was wrong. Early the next morning, just as he was about to check the outdoor vegetable garden, a tense handsome face appeared at the door. Wasn't it the middle school mentality kid? You brother. The child outside the door reflexively straightened up upon seeing Eugene Shu, then gave a deep 90-degree bow, catching everyone off guard, suddenly taking a deep breath and shouting loudly, "You brother, I'm sorry. It was my mistake yesterday. I shouldn't have discriminated against farming. Please forgive me." Eugene Shu was startled by this heartfelt apology, unsure whether the young man lacked brain cells or was just straightforward, saying, "Stand up. Eugene Shu had great strength, so even if Duan Xiaocheng tried hard and turned red trying not to straighten up, his body still stood stiffly upright, his eyes nervously glancing at Eugene Shu, clearly reflecting deeply after returning home yesterday. I've accepted your apology. You're no longer a little child, and you should already be an adult based on your age. Don't act recklessly again, or I won't be as tolerant next time. This represented forgiveness. Duan Xiaocheng's previously restless heart calmed down immediately, gazing at him with some anticipation, wanting to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? Eugene Shu raised his eyebrows. If you keep talking nonsense. Before he finished speaking, Duan Xiaocheng hurriedly interrupted. No, brother you, can I learn under you? Do you want to train your skills? Duan Xiaocheng nodded and added, brother you, rest assured, I can endure a lot and I can withstand any hardship. Duan Xiaocheng regarded himself as a product and tried his best to sell himself to his employer, Eugene Shu, deeply fearing that the other might change his mind and he would lose the opportunity. Really? Eugene Shu looked at the young man with a smile, thinking this boy hadn't yet outgrown his midlife crisis but had a good physical foundation and a decent nature. Perhaps training properly could refine his character. Lost in long thoughts, Duan Xiaocheng's expectant look gradually dimmed, increasingly regretting having offended him unknowingly yesterday. All right, stop looking so gloomy, I didn't say I wouldn't agree. Eugene Shu watched amusedly as the young man's eyes brightened immediately, quickly guaranteeing he could bear any suffering and endure anything. Fine, since you've agreed, I will properly train you, said Eugene Shu. First, take care of your body, health is the capital of everything. Okay, these wounds will be fine in a few days, it's just. Duan Xiaocheng's tone was hesitant. I know what you're going to say, I'll keep an eye on your friend's situation. Thank you, brother you, the tall boy grinned sheepishly. Eugene Shu sighed, go back and rest. Brother you, my wound isn't too deep. Is there anything I can help you with? Realizing that if he didn't assign the boy some tasks, he wouldn't have a moment's peace, Eugene Shu made up some trivial chores to send the kid off. Watching the joyful retreating figure, he couldn't help but be reminded of a husky he had once raised. Eugene Shu chuckled at his own association as Snowball, still half asleep, rubbed against his feet with a fluffy and soft body, gazing up at him with puzzled dark eyes like grapes. Eugene Shu absent-mindedly stroked Snowball's head and muttered to himself, Snowball, it seems you'll have a new playmate. Snowball communicated through silent vibes that he was but a small, pitiable, and helpless doggo who had no idea what Eugene Shu was talking about. He also deeply expressed his discontentment over having dry kibble for breakfast yet again. Chapter 4. Duan Xiaocheng happily worked as a laborer for Eugene Shu, and would automatically disappear during meal times. Although he was very envious of the fresh vegetables, they had become better acquainted and dared not shamelessly trade items with others. Looking at the outside world after the apocalypse, people found it difficult just to have some dry rations, let alone fresh vegetables. Even before running away from home, fresh vegetables were rarely seen on the dining table. Such delicious vegetables were unheard of, proving the value of these vegetables. At the very least, everything he had in his hands now was given by the other party, and there was no way to exchange even one small green cabbage. Since Eugene Shu had decided to properly teach Duan Xiaocheng, he wouldn't be stingy with what he had. The child's eyes were clear, revealing everything, so there was no need to explain what the boy was thinking. Besides, these vegetables stored in the basement couldn't be consumed entirely by himself anyway. It would be sufficient to use them to win over the child. The basement was divided into several areas, with supplies piled up in stacks. The backup generator hummed and the refrigerator was barely functioning, with little meat left inside. Picking a big bone, Eugene Shu decided to make a bone soup. Duan Xiaocheng huddled in the villa where he first settled down, eating dry rations while increasingly missing the sweet, juicy cabbage he had eaten 2 days ago. Before he arrived, this villa was already unoccupied, and the furniture was covered with white dust-proof cloths. One piece of the white cloth had already been lifted, and the sofa had been temporarily used as a bed. Duan Xiaocheng didn't know the difference between the 5 grains, let alone housework. He usually never touched such tasks, as there was a maid at home to handle everything. Besides, it wasn't a big problem to sleep like this during the hot summer, but in Eugene Shu's eyes, it was a bit inappropriate. These things were essential skills in the army, yet this guy was truly a pampered young master who knew nothing. How did you come here at mealtime, brother you? The large Samoyed seemed a bit confused about why Eugene Shu came at mealtime. You live like this? Not even clean your place? Not dirty? Eugene Shu subtly despised the Samoyed dog. How could someone live in a dusty living room for 2 days without washing? Duan Xiaocheng wasn't sure if he caught the disdain in Eugene Shu's eyes but answered very cautiously, the place where I sleep is clean. And added another sentence, I also wash myself simply. There's still a bit of water in reserve in the villa. By saying, a bit of water, he really meant only a little, just enough for cleaning and drinking. Duan Xiaocheng had already gathered all the backup water in containers. The lunch box that Eugene Shu carried emitted a tempting aroma, and Duan Xiaocheng had to restrain himself to avoid staring at the box continuously. For more than half a month, all he had eaten were dry rations, and sometimes he didn't even have those when he was in a hurry. Surviving was a struggle, and how could he think about making food for himself? Look at you drooling. Eugene Shu laughed and scolded him. Alright, you look like you haven't eaten for 800 years. Here. Duan Xiaocheng kept his eyes glued to the bento and asked dryly, isn't this inappropriate? Food is so precious right now. Was it really necessary to give such good meals to someone he had known for only 2 days? Would he not end up just eating and not working? You worry too much about yourself, Eugene Shu laughed and scolded again. You naive kid are fussing over useless things. If you roll up your bedding and leave, then it would mean my judgment on people is wrong, and I'll admit it. Just work hard for me and don't fuss unnecessarily. Although Eugene Shu didn't speak kindly to Duan Xiaocheng, for some reason, this made Duan Xiaocheng feel warmer inside, thinking he hadn't chosen the wrong person. The lunchbox shoved into his hand smelled enticing, and Duan Xiaocheng couldn't lift his head after eating, earning a more affectionate gaze from Eugene Shu, as if he were looking at his own puppy wreaking havoc with food. After eating and drinking fully, Eugene Shu changed his tone, now that you're full, let's get to work. Look at your place, it's like a doghouse. How can you even live like that? First thing today is to clean up this mess. Having a short memory and not having done any housework before, Duan Xiaocheng had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and start tidying up his doghouse. All the dust-proof cloths were removed, and the cleaning cloth and water source were provided by Eugene Shu through friendly help. It took Duan Xiaocheng half a day of hard work to barely tidy up the living room. Upstairs, the rooms only had mattresses, but fortunately, there were a few quilts in the wardrobe. After airing them out for 2 hours, once the living room was cleaned, the bed sheets were spread out. Though it didn't meet Eugene Shu's standards, at least it looked livable. Wiping his face, the boy who had never done housework before finally realized how hard the housemaid must work at his home. Simply tidying up one living room and one bedroom took so much time. The maids had to clean many rooms every day, how exhausting that must be. Alright, you've cleaned up enough for now, Eugene Shu was being picky with his words, but he was pleased with Duan Xiaocheng's performance. You can't turn into a fat man overnight, it has to be a gradual process. Duan Xiaocheng had wounds on his thigh and abdomen, not very deep, apparently scratched by a zombie. Initially, the wound had a slightly dark hue, but soon after, it turned back to the fresh red color of flesh, and within 5 days, it had already healed, at an unimaginable speed. However, neither of them found anything unusual about it. After all, the apocalypse had come, zombies had appeared, what could possibly still be normal? Eugene Shu had been holed up in City S for such a long time that he wasn't unaware of everything. After communication devices stopped working, he collected radios, taking some time every day to listen for news from the outside world and gradually piecing together some patterns. Using himself as an example, he returned from the military to recuperate from a leg injury that wasn't trivial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to rest at home for a while. Yet, when he got off the plane and made it to this villa, he was still hobbling around on crutches. Once inside the villa, he fainted for 2 days. When he woke up, the most severe leg injury had healed to leave just a shallow scar. If it weren't for this scar, he would have thought the injury was all in his head. Other small and large scars on his body had vanished completely, even those from missions he'd gone on in the past. His physique was robust, just like when he first joined the army. Not only had his physical condition improved, but his healing speed had also increased, he could cut himself, and there wouldn't be a trace left within half a day. These various phenomena indicated that the body had undergone changes. Eugene Shu suspected that these survivors, had also been infected, just like the people outside who had turned into zombies. The difference was that they had transformed positively, whereas others had degenerated negatively. 5 days passed, and Duan Xiaocheng's companion still hadn't shown any signs of life. As soon as he healed, he couldn't wait to go out and look for his friend. But over these 5 days, he had learned his lesson and humbly asked Eugene Shu if he could accompany him on the search, his pitiful gaze making it seem as though Eugene Shu were a tyrant keeping him from going out. Describing the situation verbally wasn't as effective as actually going out to search. Eugene Shu didn't hesitate too long before agreeing. However, in the fully devastated City S, Duan Xiaocheng's luck in meeting him was rare. It was likely that his companion was in grave danger. The battered SUV drove recklessly through the streets, followed closely by a few reluctant zombies whose cloudy eyes fixated on the car as it gradually disappeared into the distance. From deep in their throats, they emitted guttural growls of frustration. The two wandered around the area for half a day. Aside from the mindlessly howling zombies, not a single person was in sight. At first, Duan Xiaocheng maintained his calm demeanor, but as time went by, he became increasingly anxious, eager to speak. He sat muttering to himself in the passenger seat, everything will be fine. It's just bad luck, that's all. Definitely. Eugene Shu remained silent, knowing Duan Xiaocheng had said they last split up near this location. It had been 6 or 7 days since then, and the food supplies they carried would definitely not last another 2 days. To survive, they had to find provisions. They systematically checked each store and market where food could possibly be found, leaving only one place unsearched, a shopping district far away. Although geographically more suburban, this small area had less foot traffic than the ones in the city center. Halfway along the route, the car couldn't continue driving. This SUV had endured much more pressure than it should have at its age. Throughout the journey, it had been roughly driven, carrying supplies and fertilizer, and arrogantly smashing dozens of zombies aside. Now its originally white exterior was completely obscured by unknown stains, and driving it further would likely render it useless. Eugene Shu believed this vehicle was still useful and didn't want to abandon it yet, so the remaining distance would have to be walked. Hiding behind a building, a few elegantly dressed zombies still lingered at the entrance of the mall. Eugene Shu quietly reminded Duan Xiaocheng, "There's no supermarket in this mall. If your friend is smart enough, he wouldn't enter here. There's a food street behind the mall. Let's circle around." Duan Xiaocheng agreed, nodding and adding, "If he's there, he'll definitely leave a mark. The signal is very recognizable." Eugene Shu twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid was really still in the second phase of adolescence, making a mark that represented his squad as a signal. Instead of keeping it simple, he had to make a wolf as the symbol and asked Eugene Shu if it looked cool. Eugene Shu refused to answer this question. For signals, although there was no explicit requirement, they should be slightly simpler. In the process of running for their lives, who would have the spare time to draw a wolf head? The zombies behind the food street were no fewer than those outside the mall. There were 2 or 3 zombies moving around each shop. The leftover food had already gone bad, mixed with the smell of blood, which was quite irritating. However, such a strong smell could temporarily cover the scent of the 2 people, allowing them to move more quickly. The 2 acted separately, focusing on the shops that had been ransacked. The sound of a small firecracker lured the surrounding zombies away, giving Eugene Shu the chance to enter a cake shop. The cakes in the display cabinet had spoiled. Taking a breath, Eugene Shu discovered some low-gluten flour. After pondering, he took a little bit. However, the ingredients placed outside were not very much, so he planned to take some from the kitchen. Unexpectedly, he found a broken short stick at the door, the crack obviously caused by being smashed, and stained with dark red traces. The kitchen door was left wide open, and the signs of a plundered kitchen were obvious. On the countertop, cake molds were used to create a simple version of a wolf head. Probably due to insufficient materials, this wolf head appeared incomplete, lacking ferocity, and even looked a bit clumsy. Chapter 5. Was it true that similar things attract each other? Eugene Shu thoughtfully, this little friend was evidently a bit naive. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on these thoughts. After discovering the first mark, finding the others became much easier. Various strange objects were arranged into a simplified version of a wolf's head. Eugene Shu met Duan Xiaocheng, who had also discovered the marks, during his tracking journey. The excitement in the other party's eyes was evident, and he cared deeply for his only young companion. However, this companion left too many marks, so many that they disrupted the direction somewhat. Relying on Duan Xiaocheng's intuition, the 2 circled around until they arrived at a snack shop. A glass door was entwined with 2 locks, and there was some murky sound behind the cash register. A quick glance revealed that everything inside the store had been messed up. Duan Xiaocheng was obviously very familiar with his childhood buddy, just based on the dark silhouette, he could identify him as his buddy. His excitement was clear on his face. He estimated that the surrounding environment wasn't entirely safe yet, so he restrained himself from shouting out loud. "Li Laoyuo! Li Laoyuo!" Duan Xiaocheng called out twice but no one heard inside. In urgency, he softly tapped on the glass door, keeping a watchful eye while trying to control the sound within a controllable range. The figure crouched behind the cash register slowly moved after a long pause, turning their head only after quite some time, revealing a dirty face and an unmistakable look of exhaustion, clearly indicating several days without rest. Before fully regaining awareness, the gaze flicked past the 2 people standing at the door. Within a second of looking over them, the figure turned back, their eyes gradually shining brightly, then quickly unlocked the chains wrapped around the handle, letting the 2 in. The 2 buddies successfully reunited. Upon meeting, they hugged tightly, slapping each other's backs hard, behaving like they almost didn't expect to see each other again. Fortunately, I knew you wouldn't die prematurely. Same here, I thought you'd been eaten by zombies. Luckily, nothing happened, otherwise, would have wasted all this time searching for you these last few days, Duan Xiaocheng said. As soon as the 2 opened their mouths, one couldn't tell if it was more like an enemy reunion rather than something else. Eugene Shu leaned against the door, alertly guarding against any potential danger, completely unaware that his appearance had already been secretly appraised. Orange, where were you these past 2 days? How's your wound? Who is that person? Li Laoyuo believed his voice was quiet enough, being naturally slow to warm up to new people, making friends difficult, and tending to be reserved toward strangers. The wound has healed well enough, not a big deal. Duan Xiaocheng acted as if it was no matter. Elder brother you. Elder brother you is. Duan Xiaocheng hadn't thought through how exactly to introduce Eugene Shu's identity. Saying master might not precisely define this relationship, so simply calling him a savior was fine since your brother did indeed save him, no problem there. Duan Xiaocheng hesitated for a second, yet unbeknownst to them, Eugene Shu's 5 senses were now different from before, their whispering voices unable to escape his notice. Hello, I'm Eugene Shu. Eugene Shu only introduced his name without further explanation. Perhaps due to Eugene Shu's deceptive appearance, Li Laoyuo wasn't as nervous meeting strangers as before, and hesitatingly managed to reply with his own introduction. Hello, I'm Li Laoyuo. Eugene Shu nodded slightly, leaving the conversation to allow the two youngsters ample time to exchange information. After the two exchanged basic information, Duan Xiaocheng didn't expect much new information from Li Leoyuo, and predictably, these few days Li Leoyuo's movements had roughly followed the direction of Duan Xiaocheng, although severely lacking in a sense of direction. They zigzagged until they ended up at a place farthest from the incident site. However, S-City's benefit was that because of the rapid transformation into zombies, most supplies remained in the city, which allowed Li Leoyuo to always have food on his way. He even showed Duan Xiaocheng some of the items he had collected, mostly dried rations and a large portion scavenged from this snack shop. At home, they used to forbid Li Leoyuo from eating too much of this kind of thing, but this time accidentally entering this store was like when a hamster enters a granary. He wanted everything he saw. It's getting late, once it gets darker, zombie activity will increase. We must prepare to go back. Eugene Shu interrupted their conversation, narrowing his eyes at the zombies wandering outside. After 5 days of training, Duan Xiaocheng subconsciously followed Eugene Shu's words. Li Leoyuo was quiet and reserved, but his actionability was impeccable. Soon, he packed up the items and followed behind like a small tail. The thick chains clinked crisply during movement, and just as the outside zombies attracted away by firecrackers had returned to loitering nearby. As soon as they noticed the sounds, the zombies rushed forward with claws extended, emitting a pungent stench and ready to tear a large chunk of flesh. The long stick he was wielding wasn't for show. In the confined space, it wasn't easy to swing the long stick around. This strike failed to repel the zombies but managed to block them. Duan Xiaocheng did not just stand idly by, seeing the situation, he hurriedly helped kick the zombie back with great force. Through their cooperation, the three of them quickly subdued one zombie. The black arrow sliced through the air with a faint explosive sound, clearing a path forward. Li Leoyuo ensured that he wasn't holding them back and couldn't help but marvel at their skills while running. He remembered how much effort it took him to deal with the street before, whereas they achieved so much with just a compound bow. Duan Xiaocheng conscientiously retrieved the arrows, wiping off the inevitable tainted blood on the arrowheads and swiftly reattaching them to his waist before collecting more. Seeing this, Li Leoyuo joined in helping. Eugene Shu, catching the movement out of the corner of his eye, gave an approving nod. The new kid appeared to be of good character. They returned without incident to the battered SUV, which swayed and emitted exhaust fumes as it disappeared down the street. It wasn't until late twilight when most of the sky was covered by dusk that they finally reached the entrance to the residential area, managing to return to the villa before it grew completely dark. The three parted ways after a busy day. They hadn't even had the time to check on their crops. In the past, it might have been fine, but now ignoring their plants for even a day could cause half of them to self-destruct. Carrying a small night light, Eugene Shu first went to inspect the small garden. Plump green peppers hung on the branches, looking fresh with the large day-night temperature differences. Although it was still hot during the day, droplets formed on the leaves due to the rapid drop in temperature at night. Touching the water droplets left traces of moisture on his fingertips. Wearing his pajamas, Eugene Shu bent over carefully examining each plump green pepper, the coolness halting him momentarily. This plant felt distinctly different from the others, crouching inconspicuously in the ground. But its disguise didn't hold up under the unusual cold temperature. Decisively, Eugene Shu picked a green pepper. Upon touching it, the sensation became even stronger. This was certainly not the right temperature for a green pepper. Even if the nighttime temperatures dropped, it shouldn't have fallen to this degree. Squeezing slightly, the green skin split open, revealing something resembling frost within what should have been an empty cavity. Eugene Shu was accustomed to this. Besides normal growth and those evolving towards toxins, some mutated into other species, literally wolf in sheep's clothing. His fingertip scraped off a layer of frost, cold yet soft, only a thin layer remained and emitted an irrefutably sweet smell. Without hesitation, Eugene Shu tasted it. Soft, sweet, cool, like natural ice cream, closer to vanilla flavor but distinct from it. Eugene Shu found it hard to describe but concluded it was another mutant plant. Subsequently, he discovered another peculiar plant among the green peppers. The other vegetables were growing normally, though some needed harvesting soon before they aged too much. The two mutants were temporarily placed in pots. Most mutated plants were handled this way. Thankfully, the mutations were few and kept aside for experimentation and observation. As for the hollowed-out green pepper, Eugene Shu cheerfully ate it. The frost inside was like ice cream, but the outer green flesh lacked the spiciness of a pepper and instead tasted sour and sweet with quite a pleasant flavor. A vegetable in the balcony was spotted developing toxins, so he promptly dealt with it, otherwise the entire area would suffer. Tomorrow, clearing out part of the garden would free up a small patch for planting something else. As he planned this, Eugene Shu played a pre-sleep game with Snowball before heading back to rest. Early the next morning, after breakfast came routine training. Snowball woke up groggily. Normally, this wasn't Snowball's wake-up time, but recently Eugene Shu's early mornings and late nights had given Snowball a sense of crisis, eating dog food for several days straight. It must follow its master. What could possibly make the master feed a cute, innocent dog nothing but dog food for so many days? Absolutely unforgivable. The fluffy little body bounced downstairs. Its damp black nose twitched, something was amiss. A strange presence had appeared in the house. Is this pet brother Yu's? Li Leluo looked several times at the snowball by Yu Jinshu's feet. Truly, Snowball's spotless white fur was probably cleaner than his own. Even amidst the apocalypse, someone who could care for a pet so well was indeed extraordinary. Its name is Snowball. Yu Jinshu bent down to pet the dog's head. The furry texture improved one's mood considerably. Since you're here, might as well help Xiaocheng with some housework. Neither of them minded doing chores. Following behind Yu Jinshu towards the small garden, he began assigning tasks. First, pick the bok choy and clear this piece of land. The cabbage outside should be ripe by now. Alright, Xiaocheng stays here while Leluo goes out with me. Both had no objections. Snowball hesitated between staying home to guard the house or following its master who had a history of stealing vegetables. In the end, it decided to stay home and guard the house properly. After all, this was about maintaining its quality of life. Chapter 6. Last night, returning home late, Li Lele didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. Under the blazing sun, she hurriedly glanced around. Although puzzled by the excessive quietness of the villa area, she didn't say much, following her principle of saying less and doing more. However, after Yu Jinsu's faint "we're here," Li Lele raised her eyes and couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, the scene of flourishing before her was shocking. To begin with, the plants in the small garden of the villa were already surprising enough when she had a quick look, but what she saw outside exceeded her expectations, a vast field of vegetables cultivated there. Keep in mind, since the apocalypse arrived, not only did most humans turn into zombies, but animals and plants were also influenced to some extent. The land especially suffered greatly, making it incredibly difficult to grow crops. Vegetables became an exceptionally delicate species overnight, struggling even with careful care, often wilting. Some mutated into forms that were inedible or even toxic, presenting various shapes. There were far fewer that could be eaten now. Yet, the vibrant scenery before her was breathtaking. Apart from a hole somewhat incongruous among all this lush greenery, row after row looked so inviting it made one's mouth water. Yu Jinsu squatted down to inspect the ripeness. It's good. The baby bok choy can be picked, but the lettuce needs more time. Yu Jinsu produced a snakeskin bag from somewhere and said, "Put the harvested vegetables in here." No matter how astonished, the work had to be done. Li Lele, working hard as a little laborer, was puffing while picking vegetables. Meanwhile, Yu Jinsu walked around the small vegetable patch. This plot was originally used because no better suitable land for cultivation had been found at home. After arranging everything back home, once this batch of crops matured, this land would no longer be needed, avoiding the trouble of another clumsy person coming to steal vegetables. With abundant growth came abundant weeds as well. Just within 2 days, they sprouted everywhere again. At this point, Yu Jinsu decided to uproot them. As he used force on one, instead of removing the weed, his hand got cut with a wound. Yu Jinsu furrowed his brows, glaring at the stubborn weeds unkindly. "You don't provide food yet you're still so strong." With that, he quickly pulled out the weeds, extracting a great many roots concealed under the soil. These thin root systems grew surprisingly long, just roughly looking, they stretched at least half a meter long. No wonder they resisted being pulled earlier. Li Lele peeked cautiously while observing these weeds being removed to the point of no grass surviving, exposing the turned-up soil. She quietly lowered her head to continue her work hard, fearing she might catch Yu Jinsu's attention like those unwanted weeds and get rooted out herself. Yu Jinsu didn't mind if Li Lele hid anything. Instead, he contentedly drove the little laborer while he strolled around nearby areas. Naturally, there weren't many zombies around the villa, which wasn't due to any natural rule. Since Yu Jinsu chose this place to settle, ensuring safety in the surrounding areas was necessary first. He wouldn't want his painstakingly cultivated vegetable garden trampled upon when he wakes up. Therefore, he frequently cleared out the surrounding zombies. Zombies may not feel pain, but they perhaps have a sense of danger. They've been cleared several times already, to the point where zombies are reluctant to approach here, making life easier for Yu Jinsu playing solo. After getting rid of a few unknown zombies who had wandered close during some period, he circled a few times leisurely to ensure there were no issues, then returned to the vegetable patch. By then, Li Lele had packed up the items and idly stayed beside waiting, absorbed in her own world, self-entertaining. "Let's go, time to return and eat." Yu Jinsu called out, casually throwing the snakeskin bag over his shoulder, completely disregarding the mud stains on it. As they went back, Duan Xiaocheng was sitting in the living room stroking the dog. The snowball dog, who stared at him with grape-like eyes previously, was thoroughly enjoying Duan Xiaocheng's advanced stroking skills now. When he stopped, the dog let out a discontented whine and noticed its owner's subtle smile, quickly regaining a proper stance to prove its innocence and obedience. It's just that enemies were too cunning, not a lack of self-discipline. "Brother Yu is back." Duan Xiaocheng stood up and said, "The vegetables are ready, right in the small garden." Yu Jinsu nodded. "Is the food sufficient?" "Enough." Duan Xiaocheng answered without hesitation. In this kind of era now, brother Yu giving those dry rations before was already considerate. There's no reason to be shameless enough to say it's insufficient. Want to stay for dinner?" Yu Jinsu didn't care about Duan Xiaocheng's slight persistence and asked straightforwardly. "No need, brother Yu, we too won't starve ourselves." "Really?" Yu Jinsu didn't waste words persuading. "I initially thought considering your hard work these 2 days, I'd take advantage of today's harvest and make a decent meal. But if you insist, that's fine. Eugene weighed the chicken feather vegetable in his hand regretfully, saying, what a pity you don't have the blessing. I plan to make braised pork, chicken feather vegetable egg soup, leek dumplings, and a bit of stir-fried pork. Especially these chicken feather vegetables and leeks, freshly picked, they couldn't be fresher. Just by naming these dishes, the two young men who hadn't had a decent meal for over half a month couldn't help but swallow their saliva. However, the two young men at least knew about their appetites. Their appetites, especially after their physical fitness improved, also increased. Nowadays, food was precious. Even if someone else had a good harvest, it wasn't proper to freeload. Brother you. Duan Xiaocheng found it somewhat difficult to refuse, this isn't appropriate. What a pity, Eugene shook his head and sighed, deftly breaking off a small piece of chicken feather vegetable leaf. In the past, such an amount of vegetable wouldn't even catch their eyes, but this chicken feather vegetable grown by Eugene's hands could be compared with ordinary ones. As soon as he plucked it, the fresh scent of vegetables floated, like a young woman wrapped in thin gauze beckoning to them enticingly. Li Lei couldn't hold back and swallowed audibly, turning bright red, looking somewhat embarrassed. These vegetables should be eaten while they're fresh. After some time, they won't be this fresh anymore, and I can't eat all this by myself. There's bound to be a lot wasted, which was indeed true. No matter how big Eugene's appetite was, he wasn't a bottomless pit. The basement was already piled up with a little pile of vegetables, and if not eaten quickly, they would miss the most delicious period. I thought that since you've just arrived, you might not have much stockpile of food. It seems I worried unnecessarily, then I'll give Snowball extra food instead. Eugene continuously tempted them and invited them again. The two young men looked at each other awkwardly and sat down due to temptation. Eugene found it amusing. In this world, those who could offer a helping hand wouldn't hesitate, and he believed in his own judgment that these two young men weren't the type to turn against him after enjoying a meal. With surplus capacity, he could support the two young men. Besides, he wouldn't let them eat for free. Waiting idly in the living room for the meal wouldn't do, so the two squeezed to the kitchen door and asked if they could lend a hand. Eugene didn't hesitate, directing the two to assist with washing vegetables and cutting ingredients. Working together, a full table of dishes was served. Eugene didn't prepare too many dishes, all the previously announced dishes were on the table. There were only 1 or 2 small plates of meat, but plenty of vegetables without any reservations, given it was the time of harvest, allowing a bit of luxury. Li Lei and Duan Xiaocheng were entirely attracted to the vegetables. Normally, meat should be more filling and appealing, yet they couldn't stop their chopsticks from heading towards the vegetable dishes. After eating their fill and drinking enough, they lay on the sofa, stomachs rounded, resting. They momentarily felt as if everything hadn't happened yet and they were still in a peaceful era. But clearly, this was impossible. Eugene wasn't letting them eat and drink for free either. With 2 more laborers around, there were more tasks that could be done. The meat at home was almost running out. Although they could go out and find some meat, it was sweltering hot, and after a period without electricity, the meat left in the supermarket must have started spoiling. Eugene also wanted to eat something fresh, so he thought about raising some livestock for snacks. To raise livestock, a designated space would be needed. The small vegetable garden had just produced a small batch of chicken feather vegetables, freeing up a small patch of land. Nearby, there was a tiny woodshop where the two young men could fetch some materials. Eating others' food owed others a debt, holding others' things obligated one's actions. Without hesitation, the two went out to work. Eugene then wandered to the balcony. The small garden was temporarily full, but there were still some PVC pipes available on the balcony. He planned to plant okra, a kind of vegetable that people either liked or disliked. Okra boiled with a bit of sauce was a dish and could also be dried into snacks. Moreover, planting just a few plants, once matured, could provide continuously, making it a good option. Speaking of snacks, Eugene suddenly felt like having something to nibble on. There were a few snacks at home, but once eaten, they would decrease, and long-term planning dictated growing something edible. He pondered what snack could be made. After setting up a row of PVC pipes, Eugene caught sight of the mutant green peppers discovered last night and casually picked 2 to enjoy post-meal. He then leisurely waited in the living room for the 2 laborers to return. This was living. As for this pepper-like variant vegetable, it could no longer be called a pepper. It just had the appearance of one. Once cut open, the pepper emitted threads of cool air. After a night of fermentation, the thin layer of white frost under its green skin had accumulated to almost half a small bowl. Scooping it with a spoon and eating it made it seem like an unconventional kind of ice cream. Snowball was whining around Eugene's feet, its eyes shining brightly as if begging, "Can I have a bite, please? Just one bite. Pets have rights to eat too." In theory, pet dogs shouldn't eat many things, but Snowball was different. Eugene had picked up Snowball after returning home. Although they had only been together for a month, Snowball was already extremely attached, often even showing affection. Don't let Snowball's good skills in begging and cuteness fool you. Its round body didn't look very strong. It seemed to be just a simple, weak, pitiful, innocent dog who happened to have a big appetite. But reality often contradicted imagination. When Eugene first met Snowball, not having fully mastered his own abilities yet, he almost got injured by Snowball. And ever since raising it, Snowball had become very fussy, refusing dog food but loving human food. Initially, Eugene refused to feed Snowball human food and instead strictly gave it dog food. However, Snowball, being such a crafty one, would climb into the cabinets to find things to eat on its own. Afterward, it would act as innocent as ever, without any trace of guilt. Later on, Eugene gave in, letting Snowball protect its snow-white fur from getting dirty all by itself. Since Snowball was so vain, hygiene issues were rarely a problem, and all Eugene needed to do when making meals was to casually give Snowball half of it. If not for Eugene-su's generous financial resources, most people really wouldn't be able to afford to keep Snowball. Eugene thought for a moment, fetched Snowball's exclusive food bowl, and placed half of the mutated pepper inside. Instantly, Snowball buried itself in the bowl, eating with great enjoyment. The moist tip of its nose became stained with little dots of white frost, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, licked off by Snowball itself. Chapter 7. After leisurely eating 1.5 mutated green peppers, the two young men also returned around that time, driving a car they had somehow obtained. The trunk was too small, so all the things were tied on the roof with ropes, forming a modest height. "Brother you, we've brought the stuff back. Just leave it outside." Eugene slowly closed the book he was holding, its emerald green cover showing large words, Comprehensive Cultivation Manual. "Here." Eugene tossed a mutated green pepper with one hand to each of them. The young men reacted quickly, catching them securely. "Try them." Duan Xiaochen hesitated, looking at his buddy. He didn't like green peppers and no one in his family forced him to eat things he disliked, but since this green pepper was given by Brother Yu, Duan Xiaochen was torn between eating it or not. Li Lei wasn't as conflicted. Having gone through much trouble to bring these things back, lunch was mostly vegetables which had been digested by now. To him, green peppers were just edible food. He squeezed slightly with his fingers, and with a crackling sound, the green fruit split open, cold air rushing out eagerly from the gap. It lacked the spiciness of a green pepper and instead had a sweet aroma. Fully opened, coolness wafted against his face, a real treat in summer heat, and Li Lei unhesitatingly bit into it. A crisp and juicy shell with an inside akin to soft ice cream, combining unexpectedly delicious flavors. One green pepper, no matter how big, only lasted a few bites before being finished. With a yearning glance at Duan Xiaochen's green pepper, he opened his mouth to say something. Duan Xiaochen cautiously pulled his hand back and promptly broke the green pepper and put it into his mouth. The taste surprised him, making him widen his eyes a little. In just a few bites, it was all gone, marking the first time he thought green pepper could be so delectable. Lei gave Duan Xiaochen a pitying look, having failed to coax him. "Brother Yu, what is this?" Duan Xiaochen asked. "A green pepper," Eugene replied casually while inspecting the stuff they'd brought back, wooden boards, tools, and nets, all pretty much there. Duan Xiaochen knitted his brows. This couldn't be a green pepper. How could it be? What was he eating earlier if this was? Is this a mutated green pepper? Lei added. Yes. Eugene slung a couple of wooden boards over his shoulder with ease. "Do you know about it? They occasionally grow mutated plants in the base, but never a mutated green pepper." Lei obediently supplied the information he knew. Although similar to Duan Xiaochen, although not as favored at home, his ambition didn't reach as far. While Orange practiced daily to become stronger, he merely unconditionally supported his little buddy's goal. The time spent in the base wasn't completely clueless, such matters had been heard in passing. Duan Xiaochen looked at his childhood friend, then again at Brother Yu, feeling subtly excluded. But it was fine, such minor setbacks wouldn't get to him. Thus, he pulled his buddy aside for some lessons. The livestock pen didn't need to be huge, he merely wanted to indulge himself occasionally. His ambition wasn't grand enough to keep countless animals, so slight isolation would suffice. Here the clatter of work began. After their lesson, the duo naturally lent a hand. 3 people worked together to build a small enclosure, completing it within an hour. Wooden poles standing upright, netting encircling the area creating a space, rocks anchoring the bottom of the net, with a gap left as the entrance, it was almost done. They still needed to build a small shelter inside where the livestock could rest during the night, but this place lacked bricks. There would definitely be another trip tomorrow. Alright, Eugene patted his hands. This rudimentary structure didn't entirely satisfy him. In the current conditions, it was as good as it could get, stay for dinner. "It's quite embarrassing," said Duan Xiaochen, yet he honestly walked in. It wasn't lack of integrity, it was because Brother Yu cooked exceptionally well. Li Lei silently followed behind Duan Xiaochen, firmly expressing his intent to freeload. After a meal, without surprise, both were stuffed again. When done, they went back to their own kennel next door, looking at how well Brother Yu had decorated his home, warm and inviting, then at theirs, where only cold air lingered and dry rations awaited. The next day, Eugene didn't just have the 2 young men do farm work, that had to be done, but exercise was also indispensable. After breakfast, they came over after finishing their meal next door so as not to tempt Eugene to eat another breakfast despite himself. Still, looking at Snowball's food, which was much better than their dry rations, a faint sense of bitterness arose. Weeding and fertilizing were essential and ripe crops should be picked quickly. For the rest of the free time, Eugene Shu first tested the physical fitness of the two young men and developed individual plans for them based on their respective conditions. Duan Xiaochen was evidently healthier than the visibly weaker Li Lei, thus their exercise regimens were different. Looking at the densely packed training schedule, Duan Xiaochen had been mentally prepared, yet he was still frightened. Such a tightly packed program seemed intent on draining all their strength. Still, it was for the best. Why had he run out of the base? Wasn't it because there wasn't anyone truly exercising themselves in the base, with their weak punches making him feel like a fragile porcelain doll? To escape such an environment and train himself while beginning his own journey, this hardship was nothing. Eugene Shu brought out several pieces of training equipment from the basement. These things were what he'd collected during his excursions clearing zombies. He needed to exercise too, didn't he? He instructed them to stay at home and keep watch, then packed up and left in the battered SUV along with Snowball to search for bricks and possibly find some livestock to raise. The construction market was a bit far away. Eugene Shu remembered there was one not far from the previous flower market, so he decided to look slowly. After wandering around for an hour and a half, he finally found his destination, took some bricks and made a swift retreat. As for livestock, he'd have to go somewhere else to find them. No city lacks suburbs, those so-called rich neighborhoods for healthy living and greenery, usually established in suburban areas. Jianglin Manor wasn't extremely far out, but following the road a little farther led to quite a few farmlands where farmers surely raised livestock. Eugene Shu planned to look there. However, the time was getting late. Finding the bricks already wasted a lot of time. Going out any later would be dangerous, he'd have to wait until next time. Half a carload of bricks would suffice for building a better animal shelter. It was well into the night before everything was finished, but the house was finally reorganized according to plan. Snowball had been out all day and whined, wanting a bath. Even though Snowball loved cleanliness, being mixed in with the undead, its once pure white fur inevitably got stained by dirt and unknown filth or zombie blood when driving them away. Naturally, Snowball wouldn't stand for these stains and needed to get cleaned. It took half an hour to wash and scrub, but when Snowball emerged again, it was a fresh, fragrant little bundle, couldn't be more satisfied. Eugene Shu went out for several days to find livestock and returned empty-handed. He started to suspect whether nearby rural households even raised these animals anymore, otherwise why had he seen none? Brother you, something's wrong. Duan Xiaochen rushed into the room, most of the lettuce has been destroyed. Eugene Shu immediately flared up. When Duan Xiaochen pulled out a single head of lettuce and got beaten by Brother Yu earlier, he was furious. Now most of the lettuce was destroyed, how could he not be heartbroken? They were all plants he had painstakingly tended, and just as they reached harvest time, something like this happened. In haste, the three reached the scene of the crime. Half of Eugene Shu's heart sank as he saw that most of the lettuce was destroyed, the scene was utterly desolate. One half was intact, but the other half had been unearthed from the mud, bitten into uneven pits. Eugene Shu's hands shook with anger, his face turning blacker by the second, as he asked sternly, what happened? When Eugene Shu got angry, Duan Xiaochen somehow recalled when he first met Brother Yu, how that loud kick of the door scared him awake upstairs. That was when someone intruded. Duan Xiaochen pointed to a zombie lying on the side, already dealt with. I found this zombie chewing on the lettuce when I arrived. By that time, it had eaten most of it. Though furious, Eugene Shu was not without reason. Surprised by the answer, he wondered, zombies only showed interest in people, that much was undeniable. Since when did they start showing interest in vegetables? Before, he never noticed these zombies rushing in to eat the planted crops. Eugene Shu rummaged through the fields full of toppled lettuces which couldn't be eaten now, unable to restrain his short temper. He had exerted so much effort planting these things, and now they were mercilessly destroyed, and he hadn't even had a taste yet. More zombies appeared in the distance, swaying unsteadily. This time, it wasn't just a couple, there was a small group with clear purpose. A rough count showed about 7 or 8 of them. Duan Xiaochen was startled and instinctively reached for his weapon. These past days had been quiet enough that he almost forgot, he hadn't seen any patrols outside to guard against zombie invasions for some time now. With only the 3 of them in this whole neighborhood, wasn't a zombie invasion an inevitable matter? But obviously, Eugene Shu was in dire need of something to vent his anger, and these zombies had arrived at just the right moment. He pulled out the short steel rod from his waist, a constant companion that was roughly the length of his forearm. In Eugene Shu's hands, its destructive power was formidable. Stay back and don't interfere, Eugene Shu left them with those words before rushing forward, giving the 2 young men no time to react as he showcased his ruthlessness. Eugene Shu charged in not for battle but purely for catharsis. Alone among the 7 or 8 zombies, he moved completely at ease, swinging the steel rod with mighty force. Each strike ensured that none of the zombies could come near him, and every blow was delivered with full strength. Even from such a distance, one could see the deep dents left on the zombies' bodies by the stick, their foreheads caved inwards completely. That was the skull, the hardest bone in the human body, yet one single strike from the rod had crushed it so effortlessly. Li Lei swallowed hard, inching behind Eugene Shu and whispering quietly, Brother Yu. Is he really this brutal? He had assumed Brother Yu, with his good looks and normally mild temper, wouldn't be so savage. It seemed he hadn't touched upon what made Brother Yu truly angry yet. How else could we secure a piece of land here without being brutal? Duan Shaoqin countered, his eyes bright as they fixed intently on Eugene Shu, quickly finishing off the zombies, admiration written all over his face. This was what real masculinity looked like, this was beauty. He still had much to learn. Li Lei nodded, agreeing with Duan Shaoqin's point. To have a stable home inside a zombie-infested city, and still be able to leave and return unscathed frequently, it was impossible for someone ordinary to do that. Chapter 8. It didn't take long to clean up a few zombies, and the anger had only subsided by a tiny bit. The ruined lettuce wouldn't grow back because of this. Compared to all these things, Eugene Shu was more curious as to why the zombies that only know to sniff the scent of humans would sneak in and eat his vegetables. And even if they snuck in and ate them, why did they destroy only half of the vegetable patch and leave the other half alone? The boundary line between the two sides was incredibly obvious. On one side were unharmed lettuces, while on the other side were the devastated vegetables. How could such a scene occur? He couldn't possibly believe that the zombies were intelligent enough to know how to destroy half and leave the other half intact. Duan Shaoqin sifted through the vegetables that had been pulled out by the roots, and there were plenty of uneven tooth marks along with some unidentified stains left on them, probably saliva or blood-like substances. After going through the damaged lettuce on this side, he then checked the undamaged crop field on the other side. There was little difference between the two, but if one were forced to say what was different, a small plant similar to mint was discovered beneath the undamaged crops. A small plant with purple flowers bloomed on it, and it emitted a refreshing scent when smelled. Meanwhile, Eugene Shu also found quite a lot of these plants under the lettuce leaves that concealed the vegetables. On the other side, aside from a few young grass sprouts that had grown back during this period, there was nothing else. These grass sprouts clearly showed signs of being trampled on, unlike the lettuce which had only been bitten twice. Apparently, the issue lay solely with the sole variable, a small, mint plant. "Brother Yu, this seems to be catnip," said Duan Shaoqin. Before the apocalypse, his mother had kept a cat, so he was relatively familiar with cat-related items. However, that cat had disappeared after the end of the world. "Catnip," Eugene Shu repeated softly without further expression. "Let's collect all the remaining vegetables first." The two started collecting the vegetables, with Eugene Shu squatting on the side, seemingly deep in thought. Since mutated plants had already appeared, including those that were tastier or not edible at all, could they have mutated into other functions? For instance, today's discovery of the catnip revealed stark differences merely due to a few catnips, yet the contrast between the two sides was striking. Moreover, he worried about the crops in his yard. This incident served as a wake-up call for him. There were no fixed rules stating that zombies would always be interested only in humans. Look now, they're targeting his crops instead. The fences around the garden couldn't withstand a zombie invasion. Clearly, he needed to plan carefully. After tidying up everything, Eugene Shu casually brought back a few clusters of catnip. In order to test his hypothesis, an experiment had to be conducted. Besides lettuce, what else might attract the interest of the zombies? Eugene Shu placed a few other crops near the edge of the neighborhood, isolating various kinds of crops at significant distances from each other to ensure they didn't influence one another. 3 people each guarded one corner. There were still quite a few zombies around the edges of the neighborhood, ensuring the fastest results. Not long after placing these crops, the zombies behind the iron fence seemed to have been attracted, striding stiffly toward where the crops were placed. They couldn't break through the barriers, so they grew restless, roaring violently from outside, showing their attraction visibly. Out of the 3 spots, zombies successfully found loopholes and broke into the neighborhood in 2 places, rushing hungrily toward the bait. Yet as they approached the bait, they seemed wary and slowly moved from the farthest point away from the catnip. These catnips have indeed undergone several changes due to the apocalypse, such as the functionality we've now discovered. It seems catnip has some sort of repelling effect on zombies, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. There wasn't much catnip under that small patch of lettuce, so Eugene Shu planted clusters of it in several directions around the villa, hoping these catnip wouldn't fail his expectations. Clearly, relying solely on catnip to repel zombies wasn't a feasible solution. Eugene Shu suggested, "It seems we still need to build a wall around the villa. You'll have to help me carry materials over the next few days." "No problem," Duan Shaoqin responded quickly, laughing playfully. "At your service, brother Yu." "All right," Eugene Shu smiled slightly and finally voiced his idea that had been brewing for 2 or 3 days. "Building the wall is to prevent zombie invasions. I assume you won't stay here for a long time. Would you consider coming here to live temporarily for the time being?" They had interacted for more than half a month now. Initially, Eugene Shu trusted his own judgment. Later, after personally verifying it, he found that the 2 kids were trustworthy. Thus, living together for convenience made sense. It would save these 2 from running back and forth. "Brother Yu, are you saying we can live here?" Duan Shaoqin apparently found it hard to believe such good fortune had fallen on his head. He was overly excited, and even a little incoherent. We can really move in." Heaven only knows how each time, after finishing a free meal and returning to the freezing doghouse, the disparity made him feel more drawn toward Brother Yu's place with its warm atmosphere. Watching Brother Yu live comfortably and becoming stronger through training made Duan Shaoqin respect and admire Eugene Shu even more. It also made him want to get closer to Brother Yu. Of course, what wasn't mentioned was that Duan Shaoqin hadn't given up on trying to recruit Eugene Shu into his team. Brother Yu's direct rejection before merely caused this stubborn young man to quietly store the idea away in his heart, waiting patiently for the right moment to act again. Think about it, a teammate with superior martial arts skills would absolutely be a strong and reliable partner. Eugene Shu nodded. I'm not some unreasonable person, it's simply out of convenience. Is there any reason you wouldn't want to? Of course we do. Do. Two voices rang out in unison. Li Lele and Duan Xiaoqin stared at each other, wide-eyed. Even Li Lele, who usually kept to himself, showed obvious excitement. This clearly demonstrated the appeal of living with Brother Yu. Alright, Eugene Shu chuckled gently. There's no need to be so thrilled. If so, when will you have time to move your things over here? How about now? Once there was a better option, moving away from the cold villa became an urgent priority. Neither of them talked much about what they needed to bring. When they arrived, their belongings were already sparse. The supplies they'd hoarded were basically collected during these recent expeditions with Brother Yu, miscellaneous things like snacks. Duan Xiaoqin teased, oh really? You've been hiding all this food from me. Li Lele didn't seem remotely guilty, responding assertively, you eat like a horse. These little stashes I keep are just for satisfying cravings, they wouldn't even fill the gaps between your teeth. The hidden snacks Li Lele had weren't much, only 1 or 2 packs here and there, just a few kinds of treats, and Duan Xiaoqin insisted, no way. Brothers should share the good stuff. How can you even try to take my stash? Li Lele shielded his own food reserves. This was the snack he indulged in occasionally when he couldn't resist anymore, definitely something he wouldn't let Duan Xiaoqin destroy. Clearly, could little Lele's body block Duan Xiaoqin's appetite? Most of the goodies ended up getting divided among them, leaving Li Lele sulking as he entered the new temporary residence. What's going on? Eugene Shu asked. Nothing. Duan Xiaoqin wasn't about to reveal his grand feat, nor was Li Lele likely to speak up. But Li Lele's face told a tale of grievance. Duan Xiaoqin took my snacks. Cough, cough. Eugene Shu choked on his water. He normally thought these two boys were still kids, never expecting them to actually pull off such childish antics as fighting over snacks. Slightly speechless, he replied, it's fine, we'll gather some more tomorrow when we go out. And another thing, Eugene Shu turned his gaze to Duan Xiaoqin. The guy was sneakily glancing at Li Lele, never imagining little Lele had picked up the habit of tattling. You guys aren't kids anymore. Why are you still making a fuss? Duan Xiaoqin flashed an ingratiating smile, as if the person who'd just taken someone else's snacks wasn't him. So, Brother Yu, where are we staying tonight? Eugene Shu shook his head, sensing life might become interesting from now on. There are plenty of guest rooms. You can stay upstairs. Duan Xiaoqin nodded and confidently headed upstairs without hesitation. Joke was the last well spent exploring in vain. He already knew every nook and cranny of this place well by now. Lying down on the soft bed, despite the bareness of the room without many decorative items, Duan Xiaoqin felt something was different, more lively. And yet, they had merely moved from next door to here. A peaceful night passed. Clearly, the small construction stores around the neighborhood didn't have enough of what they needed, requiring a trip to a larger building materials market instead. They'd also need to swap SUVs for a vehicle with greater capacity since the current one had served long enough, and it was time for a change. As usual, there were very few people in the construction market, and not many zombies either. Not everyone visits building material markets daily, so finding fewer people and creatures was common. A pleasant surprise awaited them. They encountered a large truck, mostly filled with the necessary construction materials they required. However, upon pulling the zombie driver out, they discovered the keys were not in the car but rather in the zombie's pocket. The three sifted carefully, selecting part of what they believed would be useful materials, including cement, because if they wanted to build walls, they should ensure they built them well. After selecting the materials, Eugene Shu remembered there was a small flower and bird market nearby and decided to check if there were any plants they could grow. Upon arrival, he was somewhat surprised. This place didn't have too many zombies, but it was clearly attacked by something else. The entire flower and bird market was in disarray, the surrounding shops were all dilapidated, with shattered glass doors lying everywhere. Eugene Shu warned, be careful, emphasizing that no zombies did not mean no danger. There might be something more troublesome than zombies present. Duan Xiaoqin nodded seriously, gripping his weapon tightly to show he would proceed cautiously. Besides being broken apart, the few surviving green plants inside the market after the apocalypse were in a sorry state. All their leaves had disappeared, leaving only bare branches behind, accompanied by a faint foul smell. Eugene Shu inspected these plants carefully. These plants were definitely not destroyed by zombies. Even if zombies ate them, it would be impossible for them to consume them so cleanly, leaving intact branches while only losing leaves and petals. But, thinking of another possibility, Eugene Shu's eyes lit up. It truly seemed like effortless good fortune today. Be careful, there might be livestock here, Eugene Shu said. Of course, flower and bird markets don't just sell flowers and birds, some also sell livestock. And they had accidentally stumbled upon one of these. Not long after walking further, obvious traces of livestock droppings and paw prints appeared on the ground, unmistakably pointing to the presence of three-legged chickens. Without a doubt, there were chickens here. Thinking about soon enjoying fragrant chicken soup, Eugeneshu's actions became more cautious. He caught a few faint sounds of airflow and flapping wings, followed by the distinctive clucking of chickens. Eugeneshu couldn't hide his excitement. He had been searching for so long without success, but this day brought unexpected ease. At a corner, the sight ahead thrilled all three of them. In a store around the corner, several plump chickens strutted proudly back and forth inside. Chapter 9. This was literally a feast for the eyes. A rough estimate suggested that these chickens were twice as large as those seen before. Look at those robust wings, just looking at them makes you hungry. Although there was no shortage of meat now, who could resist when there was food right in front of them? However, catching these strong chickens would require some effort. Eugeneshu signaled for the two of them to form a circle. Coincidentally, the shop invaded by the chickens was still relatively intact, providing them with a convenient location to trap them. The three men quietly approached several chickens that were leisurely strutting about. By the time the livestock noticed something was amiss, each man had used their skills, capturing 2 chickens each, a total of 6. The other 2 managed to escape, but it didn't matter, catching 6 was already impressive. These animals were stronger and more agile than imagined, able to fly mid-air using their wings. Their claws were extremely sharp too, and Duan Shaochen ended up somewhat disheveled after being caught off guard. There were 6 plump chickens, 4 hens and 2 roosters. They were just enough to try whether they could hatch chicks. This trip could be considered fruitful. They also stumbled upon a lot of catnip in a corner of the flower and bird market. Perhaps this explained why there were no zombies here, but Eugeneshu did not hesitate to take quite a bit back. The livestock was brought back, but another problem arose. Eugeneshu's veins bulged in anger as his previously tidy little garden was completely disarrayed by the unruly chickens. Duan Shaochen and Li Lele were also covered in dirt, realizing their mistake. These chickens were obviously not like those from before the apocalypse that had little strength. The moment they were put into the animal pen, they flew out again, impossible to catch. Besides building a wall, they now had another task, constructing a taller, stronger chicken coop. Tying the 6 chickens up for an extended period wasn't ideal either. Or perhaps the chickens realized they didn't need to go outside for food since it was readily provided, so they stopped struggling much. When they were put into the coop, they confidently claimed it as their territory, striding around as if settling in. Rather relaxed. If they don't lay eggs or produce chicks, we might as well slaughter and eat them, Eugeneshu glared at the chickens. He had been thoroughly exhausted by these livestock over the past few days. Afraid of killing them accidentally, he couldn't use force, yet without it, he couldn't catch them either. As if sensing someone watching them, the chickens shook their feathers and peacefully rested together. The chicken coop had been built hastily and lacked aesthetic appeal. Moreover, giving up on building it in the small garden, these chickens seemed almost possessed, constantly pecking at the nearby vegetable patch. Eugeneshu dared not risk his crops and thus relocated the chicken coop to another vacant area. There was a perfect spot, a small gap in the middle of the villa complex, which worked perfectly for a chicken coop. It took many days of chaos with the chickens flying all over the place. One crop harvest later, and the walls were finally erected. Recently, Eugeneshu had sent the 2 kids out for rounds multiple times and indeed discovered numerous wandering zombies nearby, adding an eerie scream to the usually quiet villa district. But those catnip plants they planted grew vigorously. They formed a dense ring along the base of the wall, taking up minimal space, thriving with occasional watering. Even more surprisingly, those fruit trees amazed Eugeneshu. Of all the fruit trees, he only recognized one type, a branded pear tree. Originally only about 1 meter tall when they were transplanted, within less than a month, these fruit trees shot up higher than the walls. Brother you, Duan Shaochen smacked his lips, eyeing the fruit tree outside greedily, do you think according to this growth speed, we will soon get to taste its fruits? Sure thing, Eugeneshu ruffled the other's bristly head. What else do you know aside from eating? Our hard work is solely for the hope of better meals and living conditions, Duan Shaochen stated firmly, feeling unfamiliar while touching his hair. The buzz cut was done just these past few days. Originally, his hair had grown too long. With no time for maintenance and no professional to groom him, Duan Shaochen thought Eugeneshu's buzz cut looked quite handsome. After contemplating for 2 days, he decided and got it done. Admittedly, entering July, the weather was getting hotter. A buzz cut turned out to be refreshingly cool. Eugeneshu's buzz cut had already grown out significantly, with fine soft hair drooping over his forehead, giving him an increasingly gentle demeanor. Standing upright, silent and composed, anyone observing him would perceive him as a reasonable intellectual. Only those who have interacted with him know that Eugeneshu is anything but reasonable. Training sessions push everyone to their limits, and extra drills are common occurrences, no particular reason needed, just because he wants to add drills. When will it rain? I can't wait for some rain, Eugeneshu mumbled to himself, staring at the scorching sun outside. It had been clear skies since the apocalypse began. Almost 3 months had passed without a single drop of rain. Eugeneshu, despite his resourcefulness in stockpiling, was running low on water. Even with the purified water from the many supermarkets they looted, it was all but gone now. The recent days were spent drinking beverages instead, and he knew he would have to go out soon to find more water. The reservoir for S City was located outside town. If they were to go there, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. They'd need to prepare carefully for this trip. Besides, after being cooped up in the city for 3 months, Yu Jingshu also wanted to explore the world outside. Duan Xiaochen volunteered to join him, but Li Lei wasn't so keen on going. Someone needed to stay back and watch the house. Thus, Li Lei stayed behind while Yu Jingshu and Duan Xiaochen set out for the water. Yu Jingshu brought along all the empty buckets from home, packing as many as possible. They only prepared food enough for 5 days, accounting for any unexpected delays that might occur. During these good days, Duan Xiaochen constantly hinted around Yu Jingshu to see if they could bring some boxed meals for lunch or dinner. He didn't want to rely on dry rations anymore. Those easy-to-carry tasteless cakes were no match for a good meal, even cold leftovers. While shaking his head, Yu Jingshu still packed a few meals into bento boxes. Aren't you the one who was determined to save the world? How come you're stuck here now and can't leave? It had been over a month already, and Duan Xiaochen showed no signs of wanting to leave. Yu Jingshu wondered if the boy intended to stay. Isn't it because life with brother Yu has been too enjoyable? Duan Xiaochen replied. What about your parents? Aren't you worried about them? Yu Jingshu asked. Duan Xiaochen choked momentarily and fell silent. He had run away from home, and amidst the hectic training schedules, it didn't bother him much. Now Yu Jingshu's reminder made him feel a bit guilty. His parents cherished him deeply, something he fully understood. It was precisely their overprotectiveness that made no one dare use force on him during training, perhaps due to other reasons, but none of that mattered now. It had been a whole month outside. Denying missing home was impossible, but if he went back this time, he was unsure whether he'd ever be able to leave again. Yu Jingshu didn't push further into Duan Xiaochen's little thoughts. Although the latter hadn't mentioned anything, Yu Jingshu had guessed, this young man clearly lived under great protection from his family. Either way, it was typical for spoiled children to act like this, saying random things or running away due to conflicts with their families. Yu Jingshu realized this, and finding Duan Xiaochen likable, allowed him to stay. Originally expecting the youth to leave shortly, but now, they had remained far longer than anticipated. The young man should realize how worried his parents must be. After thoroughly organizing everything, Yu Jingshu briefly advised, if you stay outside for too long, you might as well check in at home. They'll be anxious. Regardless of Duan Xiaochen's struggles late that night, the next morning, both of them set off. This time, they drove a 7-seat car, painstakingly removing some seats in the rear to create more space for water buckets and supplies. Yu Jingshu took a secluded route. It had just been completed not long ago, with fewer vehicles and zombies, making it convenient for them to exit the city. Traveling hastily, they dared not linger too long. Just as evening approached, they finally saw a few houses. The nights weren't safe, so they decided to rest first, taking a full night's break before continuing. Night was more terrifying than day. Yu Jingshu specifically brought some catnip for guarding against dangers. Both men split the night watch, one for the first half and the other for the second. Even so, the continuous growls of zombies left neither of them a peaceful sleep. Life with brother Yu had been too comfortable, nearly forgetting how dangerous the outside world was. The effects of the catnip remained strong, keeping the groaning zombies at bay, preventing them from approaching. Early the next morning, they continued their journey. Within an hour, they spotted the reservoir nearby along with its rushing water sounds. Of course, it also included zombies trapped in the reservoir area. There was no telling how many zombies were trapped in the reservoir. Yu Jingshu lit a small firecracker and threw it inside, and suddenly, tranquility turned into chaos. Let's go inside and check. Duan Xiaochen followed cautiously behind, vigilantly ensuring Yu Jingshu's safety from the back. Roar! A zombie in a work uniform let out a guttural scream, lunging forward. The stick slammed hard into its temple, creating a dent, flinging the zombie away. It twitched for a moment before unsteadily rising again. These zombies. Yu Jingshu furrowed his brow and dealt another fierce blow. It was uncertain whether it was an illusion, but these zombies seemed to be a bit more agile and harder than before. Yu Jingshu casually drew an arrow and shot it out. The black arrow pierced through a zombie lurking in the shadows, causing it to crash to the ground with a thunderous sound. Let's finish this quickly. Duan Xiaochen nodded. He didn't have as good aim as Yu Jingshu, he excelled in close combat. His strength was on par with Yu Jingshu's, nearly taking down one zombie per strike. As they moved forward, dead bodies lay scattered across their path. Wait, catching something out of the corner of his eye, Yu Jingshu stopped, something's not right. Is that a car? Duan Xiaochen muttered. It was normal for there to be a few cars at the reservoir, but the issue was the obvious signs of collision on this particular vehicle. There were fresh stains indicating they had been recently acquired. It seemed that someone had beaten them to this reservoir before they arrived. There appears to be someone inside, Duan Xiaochen said. Should we check it out? Let's assess the situation first. The car was parked in front of the office, evidently using the office as a temporary base. They had no idea whether the other party was friend or foe. Chapter 10. Yu Jingshu and his companions were calm, but the people inside couldn't keep their cool. The situation outside was clear to see. A narrow gap of a door partially obscured by vehicles opened slightly, revealing a slightly dirty face, who asked in a cautious and hushed voice, "Who are you?" Without hesitation, Eugene Shu cleverly played up his harmless appearance and simple attire which bolstered his persuasiveness. Don't be nervous, we're just here to get water. Are you here for the same reason? Help yourselves if you want water, just don't bother us. With that, the person intended to close the gap and retreat back inside. Quickly, Eugene Shu interjected, wait. We'd like to ask you some questions. What do you want to know? We just want to learn about the news of the A city base. A city base? Are you from a city? The voice was filled with suspicion. The A city base was far away, taking at least 6 or 7 days by car. How could they end up near S city? Not exactly, Eugene Shu laughed helplessly. I just have relatives there and wanted to learn about the base. Duan Xiaocheng trailed behind Eugene Shu, remaining silent. When he heard the other party mention the A city base, he instinctively glanced at him, thinking Eugene Shu had discovered he was from the A city base. However, it turned out to be for his family. It made sense. After a month of getting along, they still didn't know much about Eugene Shu's family. Not everyone retains a complete household as fortune might dictate. More often than not families shatter during zombie attacks, or worse, are infected and become zombies themselves. Sorry, we don't know, that was all the man said before firmly closing the door. Clearly, no room for negotiation was left. Big brother you. Duan Xiaocheng called out. No worries, let's go. Let's fetch water. The reservoir was nearby, only 100 or 2 meters away. It was significantly convenient with the vehicles coming after clearing out the zombies. The water from the reservoir connected to the outer river stream and wasn't potable directly, who knows if any zombie fell into the water. Nevertheless, boiling the water would make it drinkable according to the information Eugene Shu picked up on the radio. Previously, they had collected clean bottled water, which had now run out recently. Filling the water buckets brought along took over half an hour. They hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding not to meddle further and drove away from this reservoir. A round trip wasted most of their time. Naturally, this effort should be fully utilized. Not only did they come for water, but there were also several villages nearby. Rural households usually stockpiled something like grains. Since they were already here, they might as well take a look. Rural roads were narrow, yet thankfully there weren't many cars around. Fields stretched endlessly alongside the road. Unfortunately, the crops were dead, and only a few zombies lingered in the fields, refusing to leave. Eugene Shu mainly sought out farmhouses with cellars since things stored in them lasted longer, allowing for better preservation of the grain. Forcefully breaking down the gates, Duan Xiaocheng initiated the attack while Eugene Shu watched from behind, as after all, his trained skills needed some exercise too. Dealing with a single zombie didn't take long. Aside from a well-known wound given by Duan Xiaocheng, there was another rip on the shoulder, black and foul-smelling, presumably bitten by a zombie and then transformed into one. That's not right. Eugene Shu pulled Duan Xiaocheng and shook his head. Let's not go in for now. What's wrong, big brother you? Look at the zombie's wounds. So what about these wounds? This person is clearly a zombie due to being bitten by one, but the house door hasn't been broken into, so there must be another zombie hiding somewhere inside. No sooner had these words been spoken when, as though to affirm Eugene Shu's statement, a sharp sound coupled with the sound of something being torn abruptly became louder. Duan Xiaocheng gave a little jump. He wasn't afraid of zombies per se, but rather those unknown entities such as ghosts. Before seeing the real thing, he indeed felt quite apprehensive. Following the sound upstairs, the thin, sharp screams grew increasingly distinct. On the second floor, there were 2 rooms, and the sounds emanated from one of them. Bloodstains were visible everywhere and had dried up. The door was slightly ajar, opening easily with a gentle push. This room obviously belonged to a young girl. It was pinkish with plenty of dolls scattered around, and the pink curtains blew in soft arcs. Eugene Shu's eyes landed on the wardrobe where that sound came from. The top of the wardrobe was tied with a chain. The door was banged against loudly, seemingly on the verge of breaking. The wooden wardrobe couldn't withstand such fierce impact. Even with iron chains locking it, cracks began appearing on the surfaces. Duan Xiaocheng looked solemn, with no one being able to tell how tense he truly was inside. It would be easy if it were just a zombie, but if it were something else, he couldn't guarantee staying calm. Bang! The wooden planks shattered into pieces, and the iron chains clanged as they fell to the ground. Duan Xiaocheng instinctively blocked with his weapon, producing a crisp sound of metal colliding. Following Duan Xiaocheng's block, Eugene Shu kicked forward, sending the dark figure straight into the wardrobe. The fragile wooden wardrobe couldn't withstand such rough handling. It was immediately ruined. A slightly thin figure wobbled out from the ruins. It was a 13-year-old girl zombie. The corner of her mouth still had dried bloodstains, while her body remained clean, clearly indicating she was the type who directly transformed into a zombie. The truth was evident now. Judging by this scenario upstairs and downstairs, these 2 zombies must have been father and daughter. The daughter became a zombie and bit her father, who then couldn't bring himself to kill the little girl, so he confined her in the wardrobe. But he didn't expect to turn into a zombie after being bitten too. Despite her small size, the zombie's speed wasn't slow at all. Relying on her agility, she skillfully dodged their attacks and occasionally found opportunities to harass them, but she never managed to bite either of them. This stalemate obviously wasn't what she desired. The pungent smell of human flesh continuously stimulated her taste buds. Her rigid brain harbored only one thought, to bite down. The zombie's movements grew increasingly swift, her pitch black and sharp nails cutting through the pant leg, leaving behind a long scratch. Blood dyed the bottom of her pants red. In pain, Duan Xiaocheng struck downward forcefully, swinging the steel rod with all his might. This blow not only broke the rod but also caused severe damage. That hit was pretty deep, comparable to previous injuries. Despite being flung away, the zombie shakily stood up again. Zombies lack any sense of pain, even if several ribs were broken, as long as her brain wasn't damaged, she could keep moving. Are you alright? Yu Jinshu retreated next to Duan Xiaocheng, then suddenly moved forward to engage with the opponent. I'm fine, it was just a minor wound, he intended to accomplish great things in the future. Nauseating saliva dripped down drop by drop, each drop expressing an overwhelming craving for human flesh. The limited space made Yu Jinshu feel constrained, and his face acquired several small cuts. Although his steel rod hadn't broken, it left him feeling frustrated. When had he ever fought so miserably? It was just a girl, yet she had driven him to this extent. Duan Xiaocheng. Go get the machete from the car. Yu Jinshu shouted. Regulated knives are hard to come by, and once used, they cannot be reused. Prior to this, they had always used sticks and rods to eliminate zombies. This time, however, they'd have to resort to using real weapons. Despite his injured leg, Duan Xiaocheng ran surprisingly fast, rushing back within a minute carrying a heavy machete in hand. He wondered how Yu brother had gotten hold of it. This large machete was powerful but weighty. This kind of weight was nothing to Yu Jinshu. Wielding the machete felt more comfortable than the steel rod. He swung the machete fiercely towards the neck, determined to sever the neck with the stick, or else he would see if this thing worked instead. The sharp blade cut deeply every time, drawing blood. The zombie's blood flow had already ceased, and the blood that came out was thick, black, and foul-smelling. After many blows, the frail zombie finally collapsed. Panting heavily, Yu Jinshu was drenched in sticky black blood, and this set of clothes was beyond use. Brother Yu, are you okay? Duan Xiaocheng handed over some tissues, allowing Yu Jinshu to wipe off the blood stains from his face. Even though Brother Yu appeared gentle, standing there covered in blood and full of anger, he resembled a divine killer. I'm fine, how's your leg? Duan Xiaocheng moved his injured leg. It's fine, it has already stopped bleeding. Go back and bandage it properly before coming out. Yu Jinshu sustained only minor wounds which required a few band-aids, whereas Duan Xiaocheng needed proper attention. Even with strong regenerative abilities, a wound this size would take several days to heal. After treating the wounds, they went searching for the entrance to the cellar. Thankfully, this family's cellar held quite a few good things, croquet duck eggs, pickled vegetables, and other assorted preserved foods, along with some rice. These were perfect accompaniments to meals. There were also some corn cobs. After such a great loss, Yu Jinshu generously decided to load everything onto the vehicle. There wasn't much space left in the car, so they couldn't carry much more. Plus, with someone injured, Yu Jinshu chose not to stay longer and returned to City S slowly. 3 days of exhausting travel were evident on their faces. Yu Jinshan looked fine, but Duan Xiaocheng seemed rather disheveled. Orange, are you hurt? Li Lele quickly supported him. It's fine, Duan Xiaocheng grinned despite the pain. As men, we need to go out and explore sometimes, and scars are like a man's achievements. Yu Jinshu found the so-called glorious speech amusing. He didn't like having scars on his body, as it was only out of necessity in the past. Now that there were better conditions, one could be more cautious. I'm going downstairs to grab some medicine. Lele, you move everything from the car inside. Let Orange rest for now. Alright. After a period of replenishment, the basement was once again well stocked with supplies. The harvested vegetables hadn't wilted as fast as imagined and would last even longer when stored in the basement. Yu Jinshu pulled out bandages and medicine. Stretch your leg out. Brother Yu, are you really going to put medicine on my wound? Duan Xiaocheng somewhat shyly thought that Brother Yu shouldn't be treating him, something this trivial could be done by himself. What? Don't I have the right to? Yu Jinshu smirked faintly, carrying an edge of threat. If you want your injury to heal faster, behave yourself. Duan Xiaocheng obediently rolled up his trouser leg, which was placed on Yu Jinshu's knee. They hadn't carried many medical supplies along the road, so all Duan Xiaocheng's leg had received was a hasty wraparound with bandage. Without the assistance of medication, the wound was still raw and bloody, but fortunately, it hadn't turned black or inflamed, which would indicate infection. Only after thoroughly cleaning all blood around the wound did Yu Jinshu sprinkle powder onto Duan Xiaocheng's wound. Although his motions weren't gentle, Duan Xiaocheng seemed unfazed, lost in admiration instead. Brother Yu was truly handsome. From Duan Xiaocheng's perspective, Brother Yu bent over him while treating the wound, losing the usual air of being a senior. Instead, he appeared gentler. Strands of hair fell against his cheeks, and his dark hair highlighted even more radiant white skin. How was it possible for someone to be so good-looking and capable? What's with the days? Yu Jinshu asked. Duan Xiaocheng suddenly came back to reality, realizing the bandage had already been tied. And his leg was still resting on Brother Yu's knees. Chapter 11. Duan Shaochen quickly pulled back his calf and tried to cover up his absent-mindedness with a laugh. "Ah, it's nothing. Keep this wound away from water, it will heal in a few days," Eugene Su said as he tidied up the mess. "Alright," Duan Shaochen nodded hastily, deeply afraid that brother Yu would see through him with his all-seeing eyes. Since his clothes were dirty anyway and hadn't been changed, he and Li Lei slowly carried back the harvest from this trip: pickled vegetables, salted duck eggs, rice, mainly those buckets of water. They still had to boil all of it before use. Fortunately, there were quite a few buckets at home. These used buckets couldn't be used for clean water anymore, they could be reserved for collecting water later. Eugene Shu thought about various things while moving the stuff. However, this method of repeatedly going out to carry water wouldn't work in the long run. He needed to come up with a way to solve the issue once and for all. There was a river around City S. In the past, people relied on the waterworks plant, but now, without any personnel operating it, they couldn't get water. After pondering over and over, the only solution seemed to be digging a well. Although talking about digging a well sounded easy, it was actually very difficult. There was no idea how deep one should dig or even where a suitable place might be. Even having just an idea wouldn't help without tools. Alas, Eugene Shu sighed, there's still a long way to go if we want to live better. The family's supply of gas was almost gone. He'd have to find time to go outside and search for some gas tanks. With these tasks stacking up, they needed to deal with them one by one. After 3 days without checking, the catnip growing at the base of the wall seemed a little more lush than before departure. As it didn't invade the crop space, it was alright for it to grow more vigorously. Ideally, it would grow so dense that no zombies dared to approach. The fruit trees didn't seem taller yet, but the green leaves shielded the sunlight completely, creating a shady area. Brother Yu, dragging his injured leg, didn't stop Duan Shaochen from running up and down, saying it promoted blood circulation. Who believed him? He was simply restless. The tomatoes on the balcony are red. Let's take a look. Tomatoes planted in PVC pipes wound around the prepared trellis, and a few tomatoes were already bright red, appearing large and tempting. Brother Yu, can we eat these tomatoes? Should we pick them soon? If birds peck at them, it won't be good. Pretending to offer a dignified reason when in fact, his hunger was apparent. What bird? For several months, he hadn't seen many birds at all. But Eugene Shu was also a bit tempted. The tomatoes being ripe meant it was the right time to pick them. Among all red ones, there were 6 perfectly round and adorable tomatoes. They were simply cleaned with water since luxury water washing wasn't allowed, just dipping and wiping lightly was sufficient as he knew exactly how clean his own plants were. Li Lei also stared with hopeful eyes sitting nearby. Lacking small snacks, she could only depend on Uncle Yu's crops to satisfy her cravings, but Uncle Yu's plants really tasted great. With a light cut, a tomato was sliced into 2 halves, showing no abnormalities inside but becoming even juicier, looking delicious indeed. Duan Shaochen quietly swallowed saliva, not daring too obviously because it smelled so appetizing. Brother Yu hadn't said anything, so he didn't dare to eat either. Seeming to detect no issues and smelling fairly normal, Eugene Shu was still worried the tomato might have mutated, so he took a small bite. Juicy when bitten, the distinct aroma of the tomato was obvious, leaving a full mouth of sweetness and juice without significant mutation. It had only become tastier. After waiting a moment to ensure the tomato had no issues, Eugene Shu then gave each person 1 tomato. Snowball also received 1, carefully sliced into small pieces convenient for consumption to prevent juice from getting on its fur, otherwise, he'd have to wash Snowball himself. A tomato was merely for tasting. Eugene Shu planned to cook scrambled eggs with tomatoes afterward. The eggs were laid by those hens who, after settling down comfortably, could lay almost 2 eggs per day per hen. If in a good mood, they could produce even more, totaling 8 eggs daily. Over these 3 days, Li Lei had collected over 20 eggs, enough for their meals. A whole bowl of scrambled egg with tomato was eaten completely. Neither sour nor overly sweet, it was the perfect accompaniment to rice, prompting everyone to eat another bowl. At night, Eugene Shu was woken up by the sounds of rain and wind. The much-anticipated heavy rainstorm came unexpectedly. It was still sunny in the afternoon. Furrowing his brows and looking outside at the storm, he grew concerned for the crops in the vegetable garden. Hurriedly, he went downstairs to check. Other crops weren't too much trouble, but the okra was still seedlings and could easily be damaged by the violent rain, which would make him heartbroken. The commotion of the storm woke the other 2 as well. Wearing shorts and short sleeves, they rushed downstairs. Eugene Shu lit a candle and placed it on the table, grabbed a flashlight, put on a raincoat, and ran into the rain. Duan Shaochen and Li Lei followed Eugene Shu's steps into the heavy rain. The vegetables outside were small, pitiful, and helpless under the storm, with their leaves drooping under the weight of the rain. After covering a small patch of okra seedlings, they returned to the villa, drenched. With such heavy rain outside, wearing raincoats was practically useless. All 3 shivered from the cold, so Eugene Shu cooked a bowl of ginger tea for each person. How could there be such a sudden downpour without any warning? Eugene Shu frowned as he muttered to himself. This rain came far too suddenly. Duan Shaochen held his bowl and took small sips slowly. The taste of ginger tea wasn't pleasant. Lei, Brother Yu, are the crops outside all right? Now they're fine, let's see how long this storm will last. A day or two would be okay, but more than that might cause flooding, Eugene Shu estimated aloud. Snowball sat by Eugene Shu's feet, whimpering anxiously. It rubbed against his trouser legs, its wet puppy eyes full of unease. Eugene Shu tried patting its head twice but realized it didn't help much. He had no choice but to hold Snowball on his lap to soothe it, gently stroking its fur again and again under the flickering candlelight. His skin looked like jade under the glow, smooth and slightly rosy. Under the comfort, Snowball gradually calmed down and curled up quietly on his knee. In the quiet living room, only the remaining smell of ginger tea and the subtle sound of the candle burning remained. However, out in the storm that many people didn't notice, most zombies stood in open areas looking up at the pitch-black sky as if enjoying a heavenly blessing sent from above, reveling in what seemed like a divine gift. This rain only lasted one day, turning into drizzle by evening, and gradually stopped altogether. The air after the rain was especially fresh, as though all the accumulated filth of the past 3 months had been washed away, leaving even the blood-stained street somewhat cleaner from this torrential rain. Thankfully, these crops were resilient enough. The PVC pipes on the balcony were also shielded and hadn't retained excessive water. However, inevitably some fallen leaves covered the vegetable plot, especially those 3 fruit trees whose previously lush foliage now shed quite a bit. This added extra work for Eugene Shu. He cleaned the fallen leaves and buried them in the ground as fertilizer. Although the okra seedlings were a bit wilted, they would recover just fine after some sunshine over the next few days. After clearing the vegetable garden, Eugene Shu ordered the 2 men to tear down a small corner of the chicken coop for loosening the soil there. He planned to plant a row of watermelons there. On hot summer days, nothing pairs better with watermelon. When Eugene Shu found watermelon seeds earlier, he'd started growing the seedlings right away. By now, they were ready to transplant. Though it was already late in the season to plant watermelons, ideally done in March or April, this would produce late ripening melons. July planting wouldn't worry him much since it aligned with his cravings. A thin layer of earth was spread, and the pre-grown watermelon sprouts were planted into the ground. He only intended to plant 1 row since anything more would be unmanageable for consumption. It took no time for the 3 men to plant a row of watermelons. Eugene Shu, pleased with his handiwork, admired the newly covered area with plastic film. Watermelons usually take around 3 months to mature, but based on his previous experience, he reckoned it should only take about 2 months before tasting them. That would make September a perfect harvest date. Calculating when he could eat them, Eugene Shu went up to the balcony to check his plants. The chili peppers had begun to grow vines, it was time to put up stakes for support. Coriander had grown sufficiently, so he thought to add some to dinner that night, unaware if they enjoyed coriander or not. Coriander is either loved or detested depending on individual preferences. After several busy days, a few mutated crops were discovered, and without hesitation, they were removed. Eugene Shu picked a couple more fully red tomatoes to serve as a dessert. Just as he began to enjoy this leisurely pace, the food warehouse started running low, not on vegetables, but on meat. The stockpile gathered earlier was being rapidly consumed by 3 adult males. The chickens couldn't be slaughtered yet, but meat was essential. Thus, another trip outside was needed. Eugene Shu decided to investigate the bird and flower market nearby where he'd initially spotted the chickens. Last time, a few got away, so he doubted all were gone now. Besides, Snowball hadn't been out to stretch its legs in a long time. On this outing to hunt, Eugene Shu left Duan Xiaochen, whose leg wound hadn't healed yet, behind to guard the home. Li Lei joined him instead for the hunting expedition. Xiaochen expressed his resentment with a face full of grievances. He was the kind of person who felt uncomfortable once he had nothing to do, preferring to stay active and exercise his body. Especially after undergoing a devilish training regimen recently, Duan Xiaochen had become accustomed to such intensity. Suddenly being asked to sit idle made him feel restless. But protests were futile, as he was pinned to the sofa with just a glance from Eugene Shu, obediently staying home to guard the house. Lei Lei's smaller stature didn't match Duan Xiaochen's strength, but Lei Lei compensated with speed and keen eyesight. Eugene Shu had always been intentional about training Lei Lei's long-range attack capabilities, so this outing provided the perfect opportunity for Lei Lei to practice in real combat scenarios. One handling long-range attacks while the other covering up for finishing blows, they cooperated effectively on the way. Though Lei Lei's aim was commendable, his power left something to be desired, often unable to deliver a single arrow fatal shot, requiring an additional arrow or Eugene Shu's help to finish the job. Still. Am I imagining things, or do these zombies seem to have tougher skin than before? There should be no slack in his training plan, and Lei Lei had already reached the goals set by Eugene Shu. So why now was it mostly impossible to achieve a one-arrow fatal shot? Unless Lei Lei had been slacking off during his training. Eugene Shu cast a suspicious look at Lei Lei working hard behind him, making Lei Lei unconsciously straighten his back, hair standing on end, and reflecting whether there was anything wrong with his actions that caused you brother to look at him with doubts. Thus, Lei Lei worked harder, and later on, the frequency of his one-arrow fatal shots matched the times when finishing blows were needed, half and half. Chapter 12. Along the way, they stopped and went a few times. In order to exercise Lyle's abilities, it was inevitable to waste some time. When they reached the flower and bird market, it was almost noon. The few clusters of nepeta flowers that were only found in the corners before were now blossoming everywhere. From afar, it looked like an ocean of purple flowers, with the fragrance wafting faintly through the air. Once one got close, this aroma became much stronger, strong enough to be uncomfortable. Eugenes, who had no compassion at all, ruthlessly trampling over the catnip growing on the street, cruelly destroying the flowers. When they stopped at the street corner where the livestock had been found earlier, apart from the disorder, the shop once occupied by the livestock now had many more plants. Thick vines entangled around furniture and were also growing thorns. One could easily be pricked and bleed heavily if not careful. Unfortunately, there was no longer any sign of the escaped chickens. But that was okay, sooner or later they would meet up again. For this, Yu Jingshu had an inexplicable premonition. The flower and bird market surrounded by catnip was not very dangerous. After going around a street, Yu Jingshu subconsciously sniffed the air. Apart from a light floral scent, there seemed to be another kind of fragrance. Lyle also smelled it, so fragrant. It smells like roasted chicken, Lyle muttered to himself, roasted chicken, I want to eat some. This low murmur did not escape Yu Jingshu's attention, who looked at Lyle with a slight expression of disbelief. Truly worthy of someone who even snacks while running for their life, right? He merely smelled the fragrance, but this person directly identified what it was. Shall we go take a look? Although the sentence ended in a question mark, Yu Jingshu's feet had already moved toward the source of the smell. The further they went in, the stronger the fragrance became, carrying with it the spicy taste of seasoning, which made Lyle unconsciously sniff again. The street wasn't long, and the source of the fragrance was one of the shops. Two figures could be vaguely seen. Before Yu Jingshu could make any moves, the people inside seemed to have noticed them. A small knife suddenly shot out, heading straight for a fatal spot. Eugene's whose expression became stern. This speed was still far from impressive to him. Slightly turning his head, the small knife directly pierced into the wall behind him. It could be imagined that if he had been hurt, he wouldn't die, but at least he would have received a fatal wound. Eugene's who stopped Lyle, who was about to attack, indicating Lyle to give him the bow and arrow. He personally planned to retaliate with one arrow. The bowstring was pulled to a full moon shape. Eugene's who squinted his eyes slightly and released the arrow when his fingers let go. The person who just walked out of the shop to check the situation only felt a coolness next to his cheek. A strand of hair drifted down gently. A tiny wound started bleeding. Eugene's who controlled the degree of force precisely with this arrow. He didn't intend to kill the other party, it was just a little warning, accurately grazing past the person's cheek. The arrow embedded more than half of its length into the wall, its tail still trembling slightly until it finally returned to calm after a while. For a moment, the air was too silent, and Lyle's eyes were full of admiration. If he shot this arrow, it would probably end up like that small knife, without the same strength and precision as Brother Yu. It seemed that he still needed to practice arm strength when he went back. The second figure jumped out hurriedly, stood behind her companion, holding a large long sword. The sword looked heavy, having been used many times, even looking somewhat dulled. Upon closer inspection, they thought outsiders were zombies, but turned out to be similar humans. They seemed to have met before. Gao. The companion whispered lightly, waking up her companion. Gao wiped the blood gradually flowing down his face, without fear, only excitement upon encountering a strong individual. Brother Yu. Lyle caught the bow and arrows thrown back, calling out instinctively. It's fine, Yu Jingshu said. Among the two people, one was unfamiliar, while the other had just met not long ago, the one they saw at the reservoir. Meeting again. You gave me a big present as soon as we met. Yu Jingshu wasn't in such a good mood, but he wasn't so calculating either. That arrow could be considered revenge, matter settled. I'm sorry, I thought you were a zombie. Gao apologized amicably. Even if not in a good mood, one should remain friendly, this person clearly was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Be careful next time. My name is Gao, this is Ms. Li. Gao pointed at the petite girl beside her, the girl holding a big knife cautiously nodding slightly. Do you have any business here? Eugene Shu introduced, pointing at Li Lele. We just smelled something nice outside and came to check it out. When hearing Li Lele's name, Ms. Li briefly glanced at Li Lele, then found herself amused by Eugene Shu's latter comment. Was this incident simply because of the smell? Gao explained, we were making lunch earlier. Food was the most precious thing in this world after the apocalypse, so Gao deliberately avoided revealing where the food came from. Eugene's who wasn't in a rush either and casually unveiled it, if I'm not mistaken, you came here because you ran out of grain and had to come to City S for supplies. Was this chicken something you caught here? Eugene's who was accurate in his guesses. From their appearances at the reservoir, pale and thin, he could already guess these two weren't living well. Their clothes were dirty and disheveled, clearly because they had no other clothes to change into. Choosing City S over somewhere farther away meant their food storage must have run out, which is why they came to this city already judged as a zombie-infested city to find supplies. There might also be some other reason they stumbled upon this place exactly when those chickens were around. These chickens, after all, are domestic animals whose bodies improved slightly due to the apocalypse. Still, compared to humans, they were too easy prey, becoming effortless additions to meals. Eugene's whose guess was correct. If it wasn't dire straits, who would choose to enter a city full of zombies? Even though this city didn't seem as terrible as rumored, almost no zombies could be seen here. You avoided answering about a city's information before, Eugene's who continued to press them slowly. Let me guess, did you come from a city? As he organized his words, Eugene's who observed their expressions closely and made another deduction. As one of the top talents in the army, Eugene's who possessed the skill of piecing together facts from small clues. Let me guess, you left hastily, didn't you? A city isn't far from City S, and there are many bases nearby, yet you chose to come here instead of going further, huh? Eugene's who smiled while each sentence hit its mark. Did you offend someone? Were you driven out of a city? And refused by neighboring cities too, leaving you with no choice but to travel further? As Igao's expression worsened, Eugene's who knew that his deductions were largely correct. In this era, strength was everything. Being able to travel from the reservoir to City S and make it through a zombie-infested city to this place meant luck played a role, but one's own combat abilities couldn't be ignored either. Someone with high combat skills ending up in such a sorry state left Eugene's who with only one plausible reason: they offended someone and were being chased down. Who are you? What do you want? Igao asked word by word, his face grim as several knives silently fell from his sleeves onto his fingertips. He was ready to act if any move came from the other side. Eugene's who shrugged. Relax, those were just my guesses. I don't mean harm. It's just, all of your answers fit right into my speculations. After saying so much, what use did speaking more serve? Would Igao believe that all of it was truly guessed? And that he had no ulterior motive? It was just that, given the other party's strength, Eugene's who hadn't acted first. Once his power showed weakness, he believed Igao wouldn't hesitate to attack preemptively. Relax, Eugene's who said again. I'm not from a city, nor have I been there. I've always lived here. This time meeting you was just a coincidence. Don't get nervous. I just have one question. Where did you catch this chicken? Eugene's who lifted his chin slightly. The look on the other's face immediately grew incomprehensible, just for this matter. Yep, Eugene's who nodded. Originally it was just about eating meat. Not a big deal, right? Guessing their origins along the way was merely an add-on. Igao exhaled deeply. Just as he was about to respond, his ears perked up suddenly, sensing something moving fast. Quickly, he turned and pulled Li Jun a few steps aside. In their previous spot, a massively plump pig charged past, its whole body wobbling with layers of fat, heading straight towards them, obviously aiming for them. Eugene's whose eyes lit up. Look at that. That's pure meat. This large, well-fed pig had grown long tusks like a wild boar. It looked quite odd. But regardless of how bizarre it appeared, this was still edible meat. Eugene's who swapped to a large machete. Another one had been used to cut through zombies, and he wouldn't dare use it on food intended to be eaten. The big porker charged forward with undiminished momentum, heading straight toward Eugene's who. Right as it was about to reach him, it suddenly made a sharp turn and rushed back towards Igao, seemingly harboring some deep-seated grudge. Igao's weapons were the small knives, which happened to be surgical scalpels stolen from a hospital. These knives could pierce through a zombie's skull, but against this all-fat creature, they would probably just create a few bloody holes. Li Jun, who was standing nearby, looked petite but turned out to be quite strong as she swung a large machete toward the big porker. Wait! Eugene's whose sudden shout startled her, and she missed her target. The big porker's charge failed and it ran more than 10 meters before turning back, seemingly ready to charge again. Without hesitation, Eugene's who stood his ground, his blade directly clashing with the pig's hard tusks. Given its size and speed, incredibly, Eugene's who wasn't thrown back. Instead, he pushed the porker to a standstill. The tusks didn't break, so Eugene's who shook his hand, muttering under his breath, not bad, still pretty strong. Then once again he charged forward with the machete in hand. Domestic animals were still domestic animals. Even though this one had developed sharp tusks after being raised by humans for so long, they were no match for crafty people. Within minutes, a large knife was deeply embedded in the big porker's neck. Wounded, it screamed in pain, forgetting all about its original targets as it wildly crashed around until finally collapsing with a thunderous crash. Chapter 13. Igao's gaze fell on Eugene's who was kneading his shoulders. There was a mixture of awe and relief in his eyes, grateful that he hadn't acted rashly. Just thinking about it, this massive pig would have been hard for the two of them to handle, yet Eugene's who managed it all by himself. Noticing Igao's stare, Eugene's who brandished the large knife and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Oh," Eugene's who glanced regrettably at the pig blood streaming out. "This stuff actually tasted pretty good. I caught this pig by myself. But since you guys came along, I did most of the work, so you'll only get a small share." Eugene's who hadn't even finished speaking when the other party quickly replied, "It's all yours, we don't want any." "Really?" Eugene's who looked suspiciously at Igao. These two must be short on food by now. If it were anyone else, they'd definitely want a piece of the action. In the apocalypse, food was invaluable. "Yeah, it's all your effort," Igao nodded frantically, fearing that if he hesitated, the knife still dripping with pig blood might point at his own nose. The previously quiet Li Jun suddenly spoke up, "Why didn't you let me fight earlier? If she had joined, the battle might have ended sooner." Eugene Shu pondered how best to move the pig without wasting too much blood, but eventually realized there was no way to avoid some loss. Better to make it as convenient as possible, while responding, how many zombies has your blade cut? The edge is already dulled. What if zombie blood gets mixed in? Li Jun countered, zombie viruses cannot survive high temperatures. Cooking things thoroughly makes them safe to eat, no infection risk. That won't do. Eugene Shu hoisted the big hog onto his shoulder, instantly staining his clothes red with pig blood. Even if it's edible, it's dirty. I can't get over that mentally. Both of them were speechless. They couldn't afford food anyway, why was he still concerned about hygiene? By the way, you haven't answered my previous question yet. Eugene Shu still remembered the issue. If possible, he'd like to catch more livestock. The chicken was found on the street across from here, just separated by these rows of streets, Yi Gao replied. Thanks. Eugene Shu walked away with the pig, not caring about the complexity of emotions left behind with the other two. This was just a minor incident on the way. Earlier, Xueqiu had already been released into the flower and bird market to play. With no zombies around, as long as he stayed within the area, it wasn't a problem. Though small, Xueqiu ran incredibly fast, most zombies couldn't keep up. Placing the pig in the car, a plastic sheet beneath it prevented pig blood from ruining the interior. Having arranged everything, Eugene Shu decided to explore the street pointed out by the two others, hoping to catch a couple more chickens. Even if nothing else, grabbing two more could give them another meal to enjoy occasionally. Compared to the previous street, the vegetation here was denser, with more subtle sounds. Not long after entering, Eugene Shu spotted subtle movements hidden among the lush greenery. Brother Yu, I just saw a snake. Lei shrank back behind Eugene Shu, tightly gripping her bow and arrow. Don't worry, Eugene Shu calmed her down and continued advancing. All those tiny sounds vanished once the two stepped into the area, as if they never existed. Animals surviving during this time were at least a bit smarter than before the apocalypse. Without human care, their survival depended on the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. To stay alive here, caution was a necessity. Suddenly, a nearby unknown bush violently shook, as if something was struggling or moving inside. Eugene Shu tightened his grip on his weapon, focusing solely on the shaking bushes. Moments later, a shadow darted out abruptly, accompanied by a shrill cock-a-doodle-doo. And right behind it, not chasing after it but playing, was none other than Xueqiu, the little cotton ball-sized creature chasing a chicken larger than itself. The chicken fled desperately, but Xueqiu clearly enjoyed the game. His tiny legs moved swiftly, almost leaving afterimages as he gathered strength with his hind legs, leaping up and piercing through the chicken's feather-covered neck with sharp canine teeth. The prey struggled helplessly for a while before slowly losing vitality with the passing time. When the prey stopped struggling, Xueqiu carefully loosened his mouth, cautious not to let down his guard. What if it was feigning death? Only after fully confirming the prey wouldn't move did he notice Eugene Shu watching silently nearby. Xueqiu dragged the prey to Eugene Shu's feet by biting the chicken neck. Its short little tail wagged happily, pushing the prey towards Eugene Shu, making it clear that this was a proud offering. Eugene Shu patted the dog's head in reward, ignoring the bloodstains on the pristine white fur, since letting Xueqiu out meant being prepared for another bath. Eugene Shu pointed at the chicken by his feet. We'll bring this one home later to make some soup, or we could roast it. He lowered his speech pace, asking softly, can you find more similar prey? Xueqiu tilted its head cutely and gave a soft bark, stepping forward a few steps before turning around to glance at Eugene Shu and Lei as if urging them to follow. Let's go after him. Xueqiu has an acute sense of smell, Eugene Shu explained. Indeed, Xueqiu's olfactory ability was exceptional. It didn't take long before he found quite a number of preys. There were large white geese, ducks, snakes, quails, and various other animals, a rich diversity of species. In Eugene Shu's eyes, they were all meat, mobile food supplies capable of producing eggs and offspring for sustainable development. Xueqiu had already eagerly jumped out to chase after the preys. Feathers flew everywhere as he chased them about, while Eugene Shu and Lei took the opportunity during the chaos to grab a few livestock. However, the large white goose was naturally fearless and even dared to chase and bite humans, never loosening its grip once it bit down, literally able to tear off a chunk of flesh. Eugene Shu, who had learned this lesson as a child even before these creatures mutated, now engaged with the large white goose. The bout ended with one dead goose and two captured ones. Lei was disheveled from multiple pecks and might have lost a piece of flesh if not for Brother Yu's help. Moreover, they bound numerous preys together and shoved them into the trunk. However, Lei was evidently somewhat afraid of those large white geese. The day's harvest was bountiful. Satisfied, Eugene Shu nodded, then casually grabbed a handful of seeds and several flower pots. These days, there weren't enough flower pots at home, most having been repurposed to transplant various mutant crops. Since it was a flower and bird market, they also encountered zombie fish. Without legs to run, these fish detested the scent of mutant catnip naturally, causing their tanks to shatter and fall to the ground where they couldn't move without water. Even after zombification, although able to jump around, they could only remain within this area. Eugene Shu also met a zombie fish that leaped out of the shop, solving it swiftly with one slash. Having gathered so many good things, Eugene Shuan finally left contentedly, driving the van full of supplies back toward the villa district. Lei hesitated while sitting in the passenger seat. Brother you, it seems like those two are following us. Behind in the rearview mirror, a car followed not too close nor too far. Aside from those two they just met, there were no other living beings here. Naturally aware of this, Eugene Shu hummed and laughed lightly. If they want to follow, let them follow. It's not like they'll eat any of our meat, saying this indifferently. Since Brother Yu said so, Lei had no objections. She still depended on Brother Yu for her meals. The person providing the meals was the boss, and what the boss says goes. Duan Xiaocheng hopped around anxiously waiting at the door for the return of the two. Having nothing to do at home, he weeded the vegetable patch and dealt with fallen leaves to pass the time. Finally awaiting the return of the two outdoor companions, he asked excitedly, how did it go? Was there a harvest? Just as the words escaped his lips, various cries of poultry resounded continuously from the back of the vehicle. The kinds were plentiful. Xueqiu finally jumped out of the car, covered in dried blood, which looked somewhat horrifying. Ho! What did you do? How come you're covered in blood? Duan Xiaocheng muttered. After staying with Eugene Shu for a long time, self-awareness had set in. Brother Yu, shall I wash Xueqiu first? Do it. Eugene Shu slightly nodded, watching Xueqiu follow Duan Xiaocheng into the villa with a look of resignation. Initially, when encountering Duan Xiaocheng, he mentioned that Xueqiu had met its kindred spirit. He didn't expect them to get along so well. Just like bathing, aside from Eugene Shu, only Duan Xiaocheng wouldn't mishandle it. If Lei tried, she'd probably be splashed with water and end up complaining pitifully afterward as if suffering an enormous injustice. Let's tidy up the things. Okay. The poultry were temporarily placed in the chicken coop, as white geese, chickens, and ducks could be mixed in coexistence. That was all the live poultry, but the dead prey was abundant. These bodies needed prompt handling, otherwise, it would be wasteful when they rotted. The biggest catch, that big fat pig, was challenging to deal with. Pots of hot water were heated until very late at night to handle these prey one by one, preserving them in the freezer. Eugene Shu also had plans for the pork. With such a large pig, it would take a while to finish all the meat. He intended to cure some of the pork to save freezer space and preserve it longer. He cut out some pieces to make dried pork, which could be used as a convenient snack during their outings. The chicken was roasted, a result of Duan Xiaocheng's persistent begging. The large white goose, on the other hand, was stewed into soup. A couple of days later, another duck was slaughtered. Its belly was stuffed with glutinous rice and minced pork, then simmered into a rich broth alongside Eugene Shu's skillfully prepared Chinese cabbage, creating a taste so savory that one might want to swallow their tongue. Compared to Eugene Shu's frequent feasts with meat scents wafting around almost daily, the two neighbors endured unbearable hardship. Initially, they thought Eugene Shu knew the city better and following him would lead them to a safe resting place. Ideally, joining his group would ensure even more security. Sure enough, they found safety, but what they hadn't expected was the constant torment, how often smoke from cooking emerged and the intoxicating smell of roasting or stewing meat drifted over. They felt as though they were surrounded by a luxurious household where food was perpetually being cooked. At first, simply having enough to eat seemed like a blessing, but now they questioned the quality of their own lives. Of course, they weren't as capable as Eugene Shu. The best they managed was scavenging supplies from the nearby supermarket within the community, enough to fill their bellies, but nothing close to what Eugene Shu enjoyed. Nonetheless, the area truly was secure, much like that vegetation-covered street. Around Eugene Shu's villa, there was a wall encircling it. From outside, not much could be seen except 3 towering trees. Yi Gao, who hailed from the countryside, recognized these trees as fruit-bearing plants. In this post-apocalyptic world, very few people dared to cultivate fruit trees. It shocked Yi Gao even more than the heavily vegetated street. This revealed just how exceptional and resourceful their neighbor truly was. Chapter 14. He was from City A, where all the development research in various bases ranked at the top. With a military base present, safety issues were secured, so many chose to head to the City A base for a peaceful place to settle down. But a city can only be so large, and more survivors seeking refuge arrived. At first, City A could still freely distribute some food supplies, but as the number of survivors grew, the city's storage had its limits. It wasn't a food-rich area. The practice shifted from free distribution to exchanging work for food while simultaneously speeding up the construction of their walls. Even so, the food was consumed quickly, especially with the land pollution problem. The yield of the crops was scarce, the taste rough, and they would often mutate into toxic substances. With such a planting progress, it couldn't supply sufficient grain for an entire large city's population, which is why they had to organize adventurers to go on missions outside the city to look for food. Take here for example, City A had managed to cultivate only a dozen or so fruit trees, most of which looked rather scrawny. Only a few trees seemed decent enough. But the 3 fruit trees in front of them? No matter how you looked at them, they were better than any variety pre-catastrophe. Could the soil and water here be particularly suitable for growing crops? Yi Gao pondered carefully. Having helped with farming since he was young, he had some knowledge about cultivation. Maybe he should try. Eugene Shu didn't know that someone else was also considering farming. He didn't have much awareness of what was happening outside, the information he got from the radio was limited. He wasn't fully aware of how challenging agricultural production was now. If someone found out about this little villa of his, just how shocked would they be? After days of eating well, possibly due to the good nutrition, Duan Xiaochen's injuries healed rapidly. Once almost completely recovered, he began bouncing around in front of Eugene's who, indicating that he felt healthy again, no longer needed rest, and was ready to get back to work. Since you're requesting this so strongly, I shouldn't refuse, Eugene's who expressed, we'll just increase the training load then, consuming all your excess energy. In the past, when he trained those soldiers, this guy always bounced around everywhere, yet because of his previous injuries, Eugene's who hadn't been able to put him through proper training. Now that his wounds had healed, it was time for serious exercise. Eugene's whose training wasn't confined to the villa, the entire residential area was included in the training range. Cleaning zombies surrounding the area was also part of the daily drill. It was thanks to these daily efforts that the vicinity wasn't overrun by zombies. During training, they inevitably noticed a new household nearby. One of them Duan Xiaochen recognized. When he returned, he asked about it. Brother you, 2 people moved into the neighboring villa. They seem like the ones we saw last time by the reservoir. Eugene's who was busy rubbing salt onto a butchered pig leg, giving it a full-body massage. He replied offhandedly, it's not, it's them. So what? Duan Xiaochen felt a slight unease. Though generally simple-minded, he was not a child. He'd seen the unusual things happening around Brother Yu, things he no longer found odd after getting used to them. But if the situation here was discovered, their leisurely days would vanish. Brother Yu, aren't you worried? Worried about what? Brother Yu, have you ever been outside? Duan Xiaochen asked. No, Eugene's who continued his work without stopping, didn't you know I've stayed here all along since you met me? Brother Yu, the world out there might not be as good as here, Duan Xiaochen considered his choice of words carefully before cautiously speaking. Eugene's who laughed a bit. How about that? Just because I haven't been out doesn't mean I don't know what's going on outside. Kids, focus on exercising and eating properly. Why are you overthinking? Besides, Eugene's who laughed again and decided to hang the salt-rubbed meat somewhere, those two hardly have a place to go. Even if they wish to leave and live elsewhere, who knows if other bases will accept them. Eugene's who wasn't stupid. Everything he'd experienced told him about humanity's darker nature. The greed and desire present even in times of peace wouldn't lessen now, especially not in this era with limited resources and complete collapse of order. What do you mean? The meaning is, Eugene's who slowly washed the salt residue off his hands, turning around with a half-smile, are today's tasks done? Duan Xiaochen's expression tightened, and he went back to continue the training plan. Eugene's who laughed again, one little kid worrying about such things, better spend the time improving oneself instead. After dealing with the meat, Eugene's who picked some beans and planned to sprout bean shoots. This kind of thing was relatively simple and didn't require soil, the sprouting process was fast too. Still, given the time, he thought it best to warn the 2 new neighbors. He had plenty of things here, but he couldn't guarantee the 2 newcomers wouldn't help themselves to his home. A few days after they had been peacefully coexisting, Yi Gao and Li Jun encountered Eugene's who in the supermarket while searching for daily necessities. By coincidence or design, Eugene's who was there waiting to happened upon them. Eugene's who was alone, accompanied only by Snowball, a little cotton candy white dog snuggled tightly against his feet, radiating no harm but enough cuteness to make anyone want to pat its head. Li Jun's eyes lit up at the sight of Snowball but refrained from reaching out, knowing it belonged to someone else. Truly coincidental, Yi Gao broke the silence first. They had followed Eugene's who there. While expecting an eventual meeting, it still felt awkward when it happened, given their hidden motives, especially since this place was the best base they'd found so far, with a nearby medium-sized supermarket that still stocked relatively useful supplies. Some food items were expired, but it beat going hungry any day. No coincidence, Eugene's who responded casually. I came here intentionally to happen upon you. Yi Gao pursed his lips, becoming more alert. What did the other party intend? Were they trying to make them leave the area? But under current circumstances, this was the best spot they could find, and they wouldn't leave without a good reason. What do you want to do? No need to be so nervous, Eugene's who clarified, his intentions not adversarial this time. He just wanted to get to know his new neighbors better. If they proved untrustworthy, however, today might become about making enemies instead of friends. Just a friendly hello between neighbors, no need to be so on edge. As if sensing hostility, Snowball growled a warning in his throat. Li Jun tugged gently at Yi Gao's sleeve as a silent reminder not to act rashly. They owed their current refuge to Eugene's who, and offending him now would be ill-advised given their weaker fighting strength compared to his. Yi Gao took a deep breath before responding, we merely wish to survive here quietly. Of course, no problem. Eugene's who believed himself to be quite reasonable. This world is hard for everyone, I'm not here to drive you away. But I just want some information, Eugene's who knelt down and patted Snowball's head soothingly, letting the animal relax. Remember our conversation by the reservoir? Even though Eugene's who made it sound casual, Yi Gao wasn't about to recklessly divulge everything he knew. After a careful pause, he asked, what specifically do you wish to know? Eugene's who tapped his chin thoughtfully. I'd just like to know something simple, like how City A is doing, who's leading things, and, did you see those fruit trees? At these questions, Gao stiffened. The first two questions seemed harmless, but the final one carried deeper meaning. Did you genes who know they plan to start cultivating crops too? That was impossible, they hadn't discussed it with anyone yet. Eugenes who keenly observed Yi Gao's reaction. This slight unease hinted that growing crops might involve more complexities than anticipated. I'd like to understand City A's agricultural situation better. Anyone familiar with survival bases would know crop cultivation remains unresolved territory across all locations. Recently, some researchers claimed breakthroughs in this field, but their declarations ended up alienating many others. People questioned what exactly had the researchers discovered after years of study, how to improve crop survival rates and regulate mutation levels. The answer? It depended on luck. Simplified into 2 words, it depends on your face, fortune. Even farmers wouldn't dare claim farming relied entirely on chance. It used to be based on the grace of weather conditions, now, providing optimal growth environments, it still boiled down to randomness. How could such results be accepted? The researchers expressed their own grievances, but their conclusions rang true to Yi Gao. If not due to luck, why didn't their attempts succeed while Eugenes whose fruit trees thrived? After organizing his thoughts, Yi Gao shared parts of his knowledge carefully, avoiding anything overly personal. Since the apocalypse began, order disintegrated. City A, being a metropolis filled with powerful elites, any brick thrown could supposedly hit someone born privileged in the past, had quickly restored its own version of stability under decisive leadership. Military units were dispatched to rescue survivors. The power structure of City A had changed a lot. Many high-ranking officials had been wiped out after turning into zombies, and to make up for the lack of talent, it became necessary to select capable individuals from subordinates. This wasn't unusual in itself, however, in the past, picking talents was about choosing sides in politics. Now, the political scene had been thoroughly cleansed, and those who had newly risen to prominence hadn't aligned themselves with any factions. Behind them lay no power or influence. Ambitious ones had to independently gather their forces. In today's world, whoever had food and weaponry ruled as the boss, since food is essential to survival, and in this dangerous world, sheer strength spoke louder than words. City A's current situation regarding power was simple. Originally just merchants flush with wealth, the Duan family possessed abundant supplies and food resources. They reached an agreement with City A's upper levels by offering half of their stockpile in return for security and protection. Thus, they quickly ingratiated themselves with the city elites. And because businessmen were cunning, with the other half of their food, the Duan family also rose swiftly. Recruiting talented people and equipping them properly solidified the family's newfound power. To add to their fortune, the inheritor of the Duan family obtained significant abilities after the calamity. With ample food and military might at their disposal, the Duan family rapidly ascended in power and now stood alongside the old families of City A. Eugenes who mused silently. Could this Duan family be the parents of that young man, Duan Xiaochen? Still, this remained only speculation. Apart from the newly rising Duan family, changes within the rest of the clans weren't very drastic. Some established families fell because what they once relied on, background and legacy, became irrelevant in the apocalypse and thus led to their decline. Though Eugenes who only picked up bits of information, he didn't feel impatient enough to interrupt Yi Gao's recounting. From what Yi Gao had disclosed, his family seemed to be faring well. At least there had been no word of their downfall, right? Currently, City A lacked a definitive leader. Several large powers formed a coalition. For major decisions, assemblies were convened, most often devolving into debates over interest distribution, as no one wanted to lose even a fraction of their benefits. On the surface, the alliance head seemed authoritative, but in truth, it was merely a puppet figure. Ultimately, the significant matters were resolved through negotiations among the few dominant forces. As for crop production, Yi Gao hesitated slightly before probing deeper. Crop survival rates are low, productivity isn't great either. We're still lacking in food, and most bases share the same problem. There hasn't been much progress made on how to improve crop yields. Eugenes who revealed not a shred of emotion, ensuring Yi Gao couldn't tell if he was aware of external farming conditions or if he realized just how eye-catching those 3 fruit trees in his home actually were. Chapter 15. After learning the information he wanted to know, Eugene Shu didn't make things difficult for the two of them. He turned around and left crisply, leaving the two staring at each other blankly. Just from Yi Gao's probing, it was clear that life in the base probably wasn't as carefree as here. He wondered if his parents and elder brother were doing fine. Maybe he should go back to check on them in a while. He wasn't sure if they had lost weight or if his brother had taken good care of their parents. Eugene Shu was anxiously thinking about his family, and meanwhile, 2 caring parents far away in Base A were also thinking about their troublesome son. They only knew during the early days of the apocalypse through a phone call that both sides were okay, but they couldn't learn more specific details about their lives. Now the phones can't be used either, and there's no means of communication. If it weren't for the stubbornness of this little brat who insisted they shouldn't find him, they would have already mobilized various forces to bring that kid back. This little bastard, his wings have grown so hard now that even his old man can't control him anymore. It's been so long without any word. Yu Mingyu sat in the main seat grumbling, his square face filled with anger. He'll get a beating when he comes back. Tang Sungru saw nothing unusual in his complaints as she idly knitted a scarf, a hobby that had developed recently. You're always shouting like that, but once little book comes back, you'll be the first one unwilling to lay a hand on him. Am I? Yu Mingyu loudly protested, trying to maintain the authority of being the head of the household. This little bastard has grown up so much that he doesn't even come home anymore. Hearing Yu Mingyu nagging, Tang Sungru couldn't help but worry. We don't know if little book is eating well outside. How could he not send a message home? What if he doesn't eat well or wear warm clothes? How much suffering must he endure? This little brat needs to endure some hardships to understand how good it is at home, said Yu Mingyu. Then he added, but maybe we should issue a task. Just waiting like this isn't going to work. I have no objections, but if Xiao Shu gets mad when he comes back, don't expect me to save you. Tang Sungru calmly quenched Yu Mingyu's restless heart. The couple exchanged looks silently and could do nothing but wait for their son to come back himself. But as long as he's safe, everything is fine. Being worried by his parents, Yu Jinshu sneezed and wiped his nose, not paying much attention. Chengzi, when are you planning to go back? Duan Xiaocheng, who was being trained under close supervision, paused his movements, and his expression became miserable. Brother Yu, am I eating too much that I'm impoverishing your house? Is that why you're in such a hurry to drive me away? His tone carried a faint hint of teasing. That's right, replied Yu Jinshu bluntly, uncaring if his words hurt Duan Xiaocheng's feelings. Take a look at how much food you've eaten while staying here for so long. Yu Jinshu made a show of calculating costs, then sighed. Are you really not planning to go back? Are your family not worried? It was definitely impossible for them not to worry after being out for so long. But since he hadn't achieved anything, how could he return home like this, defeated? Seeing that Duan Xiaocheng avoided discussing the topic, Yu Jinshu didn't push further. After all, he didn't have the qualifications to criticize anyone. He was also an absentee child. On the other side, Yi Gao's planting plan had quietly started. As a rural person, the plants he chose were ones he was familiar with, such as bean sprouts, something that only required beans and water to grow. These were the fastest growing crops for experimentation. 3 days later, Yi Gao eagerly checked his results. Only a small portion of the bean sprouts in a pot grew normally, another part failed to sprout, and some parts directly mutated, similar to previous planting attempts. If even the easiest to grow bean sprouts turned out this way, how could he explain the vigorous growth of the 3 fruit trees next door? Could it really just be a matter of luck? Yi Gao fell into self-doubt. Li Jun, who had fewer ulterior motives, was straightforward as usual. When Yi Gao retreated into his own world, she directly paid him a visit, holding supplies and bending her thin frame into a crisp 90-degree bow, startling Yu Jinshu, who felt unable to bear such an elaborate gesture. What's the matter? Get up first. I want to know how you managed to grow these crops alive. The young girl shouted loudly, bowing very sincerely, carrying heavy items. Judging by the short time they had been there, these items must be most of their savings. Li Jun. Yi Gao didn't manage to stop Li Jun from saying those words. Hastily pulling her behind him, he smiled apologetically. Li Jun speaks her mind. Don't take her words seriously. We'll leave right away. How could such confidential questions be asked? They were merely acquaintances who had met a few times. How could information that even the base didn't know be revealed so clearly? Yi Gao hadn't figured out how to apologize when he heard the other side casually respond with 2 words, sure. The next words got stuck in Yi Gao's throat, and he somewhat unbelievably repeated blankly, huh? I said. Yu Jinshu raised an eyebrow, sure. It's not. Yi Gao instead became incoherent, even forgetting his previous efforts to stop Li Jun from saying something offensive. Struggling to organize his disordered language and thoughts, he added, are you really going to tell us your secret? Do you know how low the survival rate of crops outside is? If you sold the method to those bases, the benefits would far outweigh telling us. Not. Stop. Eugene looked both amused and exasperated. Didn't you come asking for it? Why are you blaming me now? But these things. Stop. Eugene Shu rubbed his head, unsure how to evaluate these 2 silly kids. Weren't you prying earlier about whether I knew the value of these crops? Now I'm telling you that before you came, I didn't know, but now I do. So you. Eugene Shu shrugged. I don't feel like I used any special methods anyway. Growing crops is just my simple hobby. To be honest, I've been growing these crops very normally. There might even be some mistake somewhere. But, those fruit trees. Those? Eugene Shu explained, I just happened to see them while I was out, so I brought them back and cultivated them. Really no special places at all? Absolutely none, Eugene Shu declared, but if you really want to research how they were grown, I still have some mustard green seeds here. Want them? At this point, Yi Gao snapped out of it and calmed down. Since the other party had said that, Yi Gao shamelessly asked, you probably have some successfully grown mustard greens here, right? Can I take one back to grow? Eugene Shu scrutinized the other person for a long time. If you're supposed to be sharp, then you're pretty sharp indeed. Fine, wait. The only door on the wall was shut, yet Yi Gao outside the gate wasn't annoyed at all but waited happily for the seeds. Since it was for research, Eugene Shu dug up 2 mustard greens that had been growing for a longer time and gave away a little as a gift for their first meeting. After receiving the items, Yi Gao's smile wouldn't fade, taking over the things Li Jun was holding and giving them to Eugene Shu. These aren't worth much, just as a token of gratitude. No need, Eugene Shu waved his hands indicating, they're trivial things to me. Instead, you, how many possessions do you have left? And you're giving them away. These things can be found again, but these crops are priceless treasures, Yi Gao solemnly stated. His childhood experience of farming had not made Yi Gao resent the work, but rather become deeply fascinated by the craft of planting. Perhaps because he had listened to so many stories about the preciousness of food during his childhood from his parents and grandparents, Yi Gao always took growing crops seriously. Especially in this era where food was most important, he valued food even more. Alright, go home quickly, Eugene Shu complained. He just yearned for a leisurely life of farming and self-sufficiency, but never expected to encounter someone who showed such great respect for cultivation. Duan Xiaocheng had been standing aside silently until Eugene Shu finished handing everything over and finally asked, Big brother you, is it okay to give away these things? Aren't we worried about those 2 people presenting them to big bases as tributes? These bases are not humane at all. Once they find this place or discover that Big brother you has extraordinary abilities, they won't let him off easily. Duan Xiaocheng expressed deep concern. Don't worry, Eugene Shu stretched lazily, didn't I say it already? These 2 probably won't be accepted by any base anyway, and furthermore. Eugene Shu dragged out the tone, I trust they aren't that kind of people. Duan Xiaocheng's face was full of doubts. On one hand, he thought he should believe brother Yu, on the other hand, something felt off. In the end, he decided to follow brother Yu. The good life now was all thanks to brother Yu, and those things were also planted by brother Yu. Without brother Yu, there wouldn't be this wonderful life now. So, he'd better follow brother Yu. Since that day, the relationship between the 2 neighboring households was no longer as strained. Yi Gao would greet anyone from next door he came across. In his mind, all of them were good people. However, Duan Xiaocheng always hesitated when responding to Yi Gao's greetings. Not responding felt a bit impolite, but responding made him feel strange and uncomfortable in every possible way. The peaceful days didn't last long. The city that should be feared by all humans once again welcomed a small group of people. They were well-equipped, highly skilled, and carefully searching the city inch by inch. Eugene Shu hid inside a roadside bookstore watching the passing group walk away. Though these people had different clothing and poor discipline, there was an unmistakable sense of within their team, a kind of teamwork only developed through life and death experiences. It wasn't likely they were from any military unit, perhaps it was just an adventure team. Once the group left, Eugene Shu lost interest in browsing the bookstore. He picked up 2 books related to planting and returned home. The direction of the team's movement was opposite to his. It seemed they were heading toward the city center, a place even Eugene Shu hadn't dared to explore. This zombie-infested city was no joke. The number of zombies at the city center was incomparable to what could be found on its outskirts. Chapter 16. Apparently, the team thought the same way. The member in charge of reconnaissance said, Captain, if we go further, it will be the downtown area where the number of zombies is beyond our capability to fight. Understood, Wei Shi put down the telescope. Within his line of sight, there were countless zombies. In comparison, all the zombie groups they had encountered before were nothing. We'll investigate up to here first, then search separately from this area. If we don't find them. Everyone understood what Wei Shi implied. If they didn't find them, there would be 2 possibilities, either the people weren't in this city or they had gone deeper into the downtown area, a place that even their well-equipped team dared not venture into, let alone just 2 people. There was a high probability that they had already run into trouble. Someone spat and said with a tone that was unclear whether it was sour or angry, rich kids are still rich kids. If it weren't for their good parents, who would waste these resources to look for someone? Like you said, if it weren't for this rich kid, we wouldn't have taken on this mission, another person interjected with a wink, obviously disliking how some looked down on those with family backgrounds. Their team also had quite a few members with such connections, saying things like this implied they all relied on family influence. Alright, talk less, the deputy captain spoke, and no one dared to challenge any further. This time they came out with a mission, to find 2 people and bring them back to Base A. They heard that these 2 people disappeared near City S, which was a notorious zombie metropolis. Many people who took the mission only dared to search around the outskirts, but their team ventured slightly deeper. If they really couldn't find the people, it was likely that no one would complete the mission. Rest here for half an hour, and after that, act separately. Be sure not to attract the attention of the zombies. Wei Shi ignored the underlying tensions within the team. As long as no lives were lost and no small actions occurred during battle time, he turned a blind eye to matters within the team. Base A's adventure squad, admired by everyone and desired by many, had lost its initial charm to Wei Shi. The constantly growing team meant increasingly complex relationships. Wei Shi sighed, unsure how much longer he could maintain this team. He had supported it for so long, but now he felt somewhat tired. When Yu Jingshu returned to the villa, he was slightly puzzled. Hadn't S City been rather quiet recently? During the first 2 months, he had only been accompanied by zombies, and now several groups of people had arrived, seemingly with a purpose. Even Yu Jingshu, who usually kept his ears closed to outside affairs and focused solely on farming, could obtain some news about the world through the radio. For instance, the team he had just encountered should be one of these so-called adventurer teams, right? What were these adventurer teams doing in S-City? To his knowledge, the bases outside hadn't reached the point where they needed to raid S-City for supplies yet. So, there could only be a few reasons, which he didn't need to explain too much. He had already contacted his family earlier, telling them not to come looking for him because he would return on his own. That left only the 2 people staying at his home and the 2 next door. The people in his house were probably being sought by family members, while the neighbors were more mysterious. They might have come for revenge, but why bother coming all the way to S-City? It was more likely that the relatives of the 2 children living at his home had come looking for them. But these were just speculations, and the specific situation still needed careful analysis. According to the meticulous pace of the group's search, it wouldn't take long before they found his location. He certainly didn't want his home to be surrounded by a bunch of strangers, so he had better find out the reason behind their visit before they got here. Chengzi, Yu Jingshu called out. Duan Xiaocheng, training in the backyard, appeared by Yu Jingshu's side within seconds. What's wrong? A group of people has come. Yu Jingshu played with the crops in his hand as he said, they seem to be an adventure squad, possibly your family searching for you. Duan Xiaocheng's expression froze momentarily upon hearing this. Frankly speaking, when he realized someone was looking for him, he was somewhat excited, but more so, disappointed. He was mostly disappointed at the thought that if it was his family, then wouldn't they have to leave here? Go out with me tomorrow, Yu Jingshu said, glancing back at Duan Xiaocheng, who clearly wasn't paying attention. Without hesitation, he gave him a knock on the head. What are you thinking about? So deep in thought. Duan Xiaocheng covered his injured head pitifully and asked, Yu Gu, if I and Lei Lei leave, will you miss us? Duan Xiaocheng had not even considered the possibility that Yu Gu would go with them. After all, there were so many crops here. They represented Yu Ji's hard work. If he were in the same situation, having worked tirelessly to turn this place into such a lush and prosperous area, it would have been heart-wrenching for him to leave everything behind just like that, especially knowing life in a city base might not be as comfortable as it was here. More importantly, he'd be reluctant to leave what he loved. Yu Jingshu was unaware of Duan Xiaocheng's unspoken thoughts and replied matter-of-factly, nope, because they were bound to meet again eventually. What was there to dwell on? Such sentimentalities seemed quite absurd for a full-grown man, did it not? Though mentally prepared, Duan Xiaocheng still felt somewhat let down by Yu Ji's outright refusal. Disheartened, he sulkily returned to the backyard for more training, his strikes on the punching bag seemingly laced with frustration. Regardless of Duan Xiaocheng's pouting, things carried on as usual the next day. Lei Lei, staying behind at home as usual, didn't express any dissatisfaction, rather, she was slightly gleeful. Although Yu Gu was strict most of the time, once he stepped out, things changed. While her training still needed to be completed, there was no looming fear of Yu Gu watching every move, ready to punish her if he appeared suddenly from an unexpected corner with a fierce scolding. Yu Jingshu glanced at Lei Lei's joyful expression but chose not to comment, considering himself generally amiable despite being a drill master whose subordinates often dared to joke and call him brother privately, though not without complaints about his rigor. Still, the group remained cohesive and harmonious. Let's go, Yu Jingshu called out. Following his command, Duan Xiaocheng joined him in the car, gazing wistfully at the diminishing silhouette of Lei Lei standing by the door, until she became a mere dot. What's wrong? Yu Jingshu asked glancing at Duan Xiaocheng seated beside him. Feeling down? You've been unusually quiet lately. Yu Gu, if those people are really here to take us back, wouldn't you miss me at all? Duan Xiaocheng asked with puppy eyes fixed on Yu Jingshu. Yu Jingshu chuckled and ruffled Duan Xiaocheng's short, bristly hair. What are you thinking about all day? Come on, will your parents really keep you locked up forever? Are you a little girl or some noblewoman who can't step outside? And we're not never seeing each other again, right? All these worries of yours seem baseless, Yu Jingshu added. If you spend your time on useless thoughts, I'll probably increase your tasks. Yes, they weren't separating permanently. Why had he started behaving like a neglected housewife? Duan Xiaocheng came to a realization, wondering how he'd let his mind wander into such corners. You go, but if I'm forced to go back, I might not come out for a while. Would you visit me? I might, Yu Jingshu teased, prolonging the suspense, but it's uncertain. They continued chatting intermittently. Soon enough, they reached the location where they had spotted the group yesterday. The surrounding tracks were still relatively fresh, and the tire marks clear. Today, Yu Jingshu intended to actively find them, making no effort to hide his approach. Not long after approaching the team's perimeter, several members guarding the outskirts noticed them. Hurry and report to the captain. I'll keep watch here. Got it. Another person wasted no time heading toward Wei Shi's position. Boss, there's a vehicle coming from the west. Vehicle? There are still people in this city. Wei Shi frowned, surprised someone else had ventured deeper into the city apart from them. How many are there? Just one vehicle. No more than 3 people inside. Not more than 3. Wei Shi was puzzled. Teams confident enough to enter and exit this dangerous city were rare. He could confidently say that even in a city base, there were fewer than 5 such squads. How could a small group of only a few dare to roam freely around here? Take me there, Wei Shi became curious. Either the newcomers had backup, or they were extraordinarily skilled and bold, or perhaps foolish. It was yet to be determined which category they fell under. The main group wasn't far from the detected vehicle's location. As Wei Shi's sight landed on the dilapidated minivan parked brazenly right before the team's warning perimeter, not moving a bit further forward, lest it provoke an instant warning, he couldn't tell whether its positioning was deliberate or coincidental. Not long after Wei Shi arrived, the minivan near the boundary began to stir. The driver's side door opened, and Wei Shi immediately focused on a pair of pale, distinct hands reaching out. Then came the clean-cut appearance of the figure, which was enough to make Wei Shi wary. People who managed to stay neat and tidy during the apocalypse were few and far between, most struggled just to survive, hardly giving a thought to their clothing. Hello, Wei Shi took the initiative, extending his hand as a gesture of friendliness while inconspicuously observing the other person. This individual exuded a gentle demeanor, lacking the brutal aura one might expect from someone who had fought amidst zombies, yet this did not mean he could be underestimated. Perhaps he held a strategist-like position. Could he have been sent out to investigate? Yu Jingshu was unaware that his appearance had once again been misinterpreted by others. He lightly touched fingertips briefly before letting go. Hello. Wei Shi. Yu Jingshu. What brings you here? Wei Shi asked straightforwardly. Nothing in particular. Yu Jingshu smiled and tapped on the car door nearby, the latter part of his sentence clearly not directed at Wei Shi. Are you still not getting out? Shall I invite you? I apologize, I mean no offense, but I was wondering if your purpose for coming here has anything to do with this young man. Upon seeing the passenger get out from the front seat, even Wei Shi was taken aback. The subject of their discussion last night stood before them in perfect condition, seemingly living quite comfortably. Just the night before, they were contemplating returning to base if they failed to locate their target, refraining from expending excessive resources and time. And now, here he was, delivered straight to them without much searching. Duan Xiaocheng got out of the car with a pursed lip, his mood and expression unreadable to Wei Shi, who then asked, "How did you know about our mission?" "We noticed you're from a team. It just so happens we picked up 2 people a month ago, so we decided to ask around." Yu Jingshu wasn't bothered by the probing, wanting nothing more than to quickly return these 2 back home because it reminded him of his own parents. 2. Wei Shi paused in thought, is Li Lele also among them? Yu Jingshu nodded. This was simply too convenient. Both targets appeared directly in front of them, sparing any need for prolonged searches, voluntarily presenting themselves. They indeed are the ones we are searching for this time, thank you very much. Wei Shi expressed his gratitude cautiously. May I inquire about the other? The other will only be shown once we confirm your identity. Yu Jingshu tilted his chin. What can you show us to prove you're here looking for people? Wei Shi chuckled at being counter-questioned. Task forces usually carry a voucher when accepting missions. This mission, being an open-type task, required finding the individuals and bringing them to the task center to claim a reward, making the voucher double as evidence of good intentions. This is our voucher for accepting the mission. The parents of both individuals posted this mission at the center. If not for the generous reward, we wouldn't bother going through such great lengths in this dangerous city. Wei Shi showed the voucher briefly to Duan Xiaocheng before carefully putting it away. Can you rest assured now? Does this mission have a time limit? Yu Jingshu's question was interrupted by apparent commotion at the main camp in the rear, suggesting chaos had erupted. What's happening? Wei Shi supported a teammate who was about to fall. Captain, a horde of zombies, a zombie horde. Just these 3 words were enough to set off alarms, shouts from the team mixed with heavy, disordered footsteps. The sounds of flesh being pierced along with gunshots alerted Wei Shi to the severity of the situation, yet despite this, he did not forget to warn them, you should leave. A horde of zombies is approaching, find a safe place to hide. Before Yu Jingshu could respond, the other party rushed hurriedly to the front lines of battle. When Wei Shi witnessed the scene before him, his blood seemed to chill instantly. The wounded guard outside groaned in agony, surrounded by an overwhelming horde of zombies that rivaled the largest group he had ever encountered. Back then, they barely escaped death. What would happen this time? Would they survive this time, right within the heart of the zombies' base? Wei Shi cut off his own wandering thoughts, reorganized his team. Amidst the confusion, the cohesive unit resumed operations after the pillar's return. Members responsible for long-distance attacks were encircled at the center, while those at the forefront braving charges were all seasoned elites who had gone through rigorous selections, some having joined the team from its inception. An array of weapons clashed with blood splattering, but how could the human body, with its pain nerves, compare with undead corpses? Wei Shi shouted hoarsely, maintain formation and retreat. Do not linger. Retreat immediately. In ordinary times, their large numbers proved advantageous during offensive strikes, but under surprise assaults by zombies, their size became a disadvantage. Some teammates disobeyed orders, being dragged into the zombie horde, leaving behind bone-chilling screams. Captain. Heart-wrenching cries failed to snap the other back to reality. Wei Shi's expression was absent-minded. The fierce battle scene made this team leader, who was already exhausted, begin to question himself, was accepting this mission really correct? Even if they found the target of the mission, could they safely return to base this time? The sharp claw was just a bit away from Wei Shi's face. A zombie with hardly any pupils left held its arm motionless 1 centimeter from his face. Wei Shi broke out in a cold sweat only after he realized what had almost happened. This zombie that broke through layer upon layer of defenses had its temple pierced by a black arrow and its ability to act completely destroyed. Captain. Are you alright, Captain? Various tense voices of inquiry brought Wei Shi's thoughts back to his body, focusing his vision through the layers of people on Yu Jingshu still in his archery position outside the crowd. I'm fine, have everyone retreat. Wei Shi said. But. The team member looked bitterly amused. In the city of zombies, where can we retreat to? That was true, in such a vast zombie city, where could they possibly retreat? Even if they retreated from this city, how many members would die in the process? Perhaps it was wrong for him to accept this mission and come to this city. Maybe he simply wasn't fit to manage such a large group of adventurers. Hey, Yu Jingshu, annoyed by seeing Wei Shi standing there dumbfounded, thought, what's with the days? In a situation like this, is there even room for spacing out? Right now, isn't the most important thing to retreat to safety? Coming to a strange city, especially a famous zombie city, when entering, shouldn't one find a safe point as a retreat route? A team manager, and couldn't even think of that. Letting these teammates accompany him to certain death. Yu Jingshu's tone grew brusque, if you don't want to die, order everyone to follow me. Seeing the sour look on Yu Jingshu's face, Wei Shi suddenly lost all his previous anxiety, as if he had found a mainstay. He stabilized his spirit and ordered everyone to retreat and follow Yu Jingshu. At such a critical moment, no one cared who they were following. As long as someone remained calm, they had a backbone and wouldn't fall into chaos. The disordered team gradually returned to their usual formation, the massive group slowly beginning to retreat. Duan Xiaocheng sat at the driver's seat, eyes sharp. The van drove fearlessly, running over any obstructing zombies. Yu Jingshu climbed onto the car roof through an open window, standing confidently without any devices to steady himself. His gaze was sharp, arrows from the quiver continuously shot out, each taking down a zombie with precision, mostly those about to climb onto the car. Yu Jingshu's silent actions gradually steadied the slightly shaking morale of the army. There were also plenty of ranged attackers within the team, attacking the zombie horde using available weapons. When the number of zombies became too overwhelming, accuracy became unnecessary because hitting anything random wouldn't miss. Yu Jingshu directed Duan Xiaocheng towards the floral bird market. It wasn't far from here. How could this group not scout out the surrounding terrain? A place as good as this should have been reserved as a fallback option. The caravan headed toward the floral bird market. Prolonged confrontation had already tired the members out, with continuously falling comrades making them numb. Watching this, Yu Jingshu sighed inwardly with regret. Didn't these losses buy time? Why did these people lose their will to survive so easily? Was this the so-called adventure team? Too disappointing. Yu Jingshu had initially expected more from this adventurer team. Now it seemed they were average enough given the short few months they'd trained together. One couldn't expect more. As they approached the floral bird market, the scent of catnip grew stronger. Among this dead atmosphere emerged a touch of green, followed by patches of varied plants. Teammates who hadn't seen so much green for a long time found themselves involuntarily attracted. Only the incessant sounds of gunfire reminded them it wasn't time to appreciate. The scent of catnip momentarily stupefied the zombie horde, but was quickly replenished by new zombies. After being stuck in this zombie city for so long, the smell of fresh human flesh had grown scarce. With so many fresh targets appearing now, how could they let go? Even disliked smells couldn't stop these hungry undead. The fleet gradually entered the floral bird market. Looking back, Yu Jingshu wondered why zombies detested the scent of catnip. For him, overly concentrated flower scents were somewhat pungent but bearable. However, he could see now why zombies were so repelled by catnip's aroma. Stepping into the street with the most intense aroma, the leading zombies had already stopped their steps in a daze. Their vacant eyes turned to their former companions as they mercilessly attacked them. The dense crowd of zombies immediately fell into civil war. While the zombies were busy fighting among themselves, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The continuous crises had made this group a bit jumpy. The scene ahead was more stunning than an earthquake. Fresh plant roots broke through the soil and violently burst out of the ground. With each flick and movement, they dragged down a number of howling zombies and buried them underground. So catnip could have such an effect. Were there really plants like these around here? Yu Jingshu contemplated. He had thought that catnip only served to repel, much like mosquito repellent spray. But didn't mosquito repellents also cause mosquitoes to die? Perhaps it was all based on the same principle. However, the appearance of the giant plant roots truly astonished him. Yu Jingshu shook his head and didn't continue thinking about it further. He glanced at the team members who had slumped on the ground after taking a deep breath, noticing that most of them bore expressions of relief at having survived. It seemed their adventure squad's reputation was too strong, some members hadn't encountered such a large-scale zombie horde before today, and thus their coordination wasn't up to standard. After undergoing this experience, they now realized that previous dangers didn't amount to anything. Yu Jingshu jumped off the car roof, walking around the team members who were sprawled across the ground. He slapped the side of a vehicle. Not restraining his strength, this slap caused the body of the car to shake uncontrollably, shaking its occupants back to reality. Hey, isn't your name Wei Shi? Get out quickly. This is not the time for rest. Rest when we're completely safe. Wei Shi had gone through several chases by zombie swarms after all. By now, he was fully composed. Yet he remained absorbed in the astonishing spectacle of the zombies abandoning their attacks for internal strife and those terrifying mutant plants, failing to snap back to reality. Not safe yet. This isn't nonsense, look at the circle of zombies around us, does any I tell you it's safe yet? Since they haven't followed up and there are mutant plants blocking outside, Wei Shi swallowed these thoughts, being quite reasonable. What do we need to do? He showed an emerging tendency to follow Yu Jingshu's instructions. Do you see the catnip flowers lining the street? Yu Jingshu pointed to the pale purple flowers surrounding them. Wei Shi nodded. Pick them, pile them up, then burn them. Although he didn't understand the point, Wei Shi quickly issued this command. But as the flames began to burn and the smell grew stronger, making the zombies retreat step by step, Wei Shi finally understood the other person's intent. He looked at the inconspicuous purple flowers on the street with fiery, almost sickening eyes. So these things have the function of driving away zombies? No wonder there weren't any zombies around here. With the strong floral scent lingering, the disoriented zombie swarm, interrupted by the sudden outbreak of plant roots, eventually dispersed slowly. The rich aroma outweighed the desire to feast on fresh flesh, added with an unknown plant nearby watching hungrily to drag them underground as fertilizer, leaving them no choice but to scatter. The crisis was thoroughly over. Only then did the team members find time to tidy up the aftermath. Since the adventuring team became famous, this was the first time the team suffered such severe losses. Many team members were dragged down by zombies during the retreat and never came back. Fortunately, most of the team members were new humans who survived the virus. Even if bitten by zombies, they wouldn't be infected. At worst, their bodies would feel weak for a period of time. Chapter 18. The heavy atmosphere continued to spread among the team. Wei Shi was moving through the ranks, distributing various medical supplies, then found Yu Jingshu with a grateful expression and thanked him earnestly. Thanks, otherwise we would have suffered even more severely on this mission. Yu Jingshu did not quite get along with the captain of this team. As the leader, the captain didn't even bother to secure a proper retreat. Each team member joining this group was effectively entrusting their lives to the captain's orders, which should always be well thought out. This is what Yu Jingshu thought, and he criticized the captain out loud as well. Wei Shi, the tall man over 6 feet 2, could not lift his head in front of Yu Jingshu's reprimand, and the more he listened, the more he felt it was reasonable. Yes, he wasn't truly capable enough to lead such a large team. He initially just wanted to form a small squad with some close friends to survive decently in this post-apocalypse world. In a blink of an eye, things had become much different from how they started. Seeing Wei Shi's good attitude toward admitting fault, Yu Jingshu's anger eased slightly. Alright, pay more attention next time. Leading a team requires deep contemplation, considering harmony and synergy within the group. You can't be so disorganized when danger approaches. Okay, go ahead and rest. Given the way events have developed, Yu Jingshu truly doubted handing Duan Xiaocheng and Li Lao over to a team like this. The dangers outside were unpredictable, and who knew if they might encounter something far more dangerous than today's incidents. This situation had already put this team in disarray. How could he possibly feel at ease? No matter how skilled Duan Xiaocheng and Li Lao became under his training, they could still fall victim to poor teamwork. Once the crisis subsided, internal conflicts previously overshadowed by the emergency began to surface, especially since this team had never been fully harmonious. One crisis was enough to reveal issues that had been ignored before. Captain, wasn't this damage due to your improper command and lack of consideration? The person speaking clearly had ill intentions, using a confrontational tone. Wei Shi recognized this individual as one of the newer recruits. Due to his remarkable abilities, Wei Shi had even given him some important roles initially, but soon, the person began harboring ulterior motives, even trying to drive a wedge between Wei Shi and the original members of the team. Chaotzen, it was indeed my lack of foresight that injured everyone and caused the loss of so many comrades. Wei Shi admitted his mistake without hesitation, but Chaotzen was not looking for such a resolution. Instead, he continued to taunt Wei Shi with sarcasm. Captain. Chaotzen deliberately elongated the pronunciation of the title, making his disdain obvious. Everyone in the team was aware of the tension between Chaotzen and Wei Shi, so no one found anything unusual about it. It's not just your lack of consideration, Captain. This was entirely an unnecessary loss. Before we took this mission, I warned you, it shouldn't have been accepted. But Captain here insisted on taking it just to ingratiate ourselves with the Duan family, Chaotzen said. I said, we took this mission purely because the team needed those rewards. Wei Shi emphasized his point, though while Yu Jingshu's sharp remarks earlier were hard to swallow, they somehow resonated better with him compared to this man's insincere accusations. Captain, don't you think there's a limit to lying? Our team is a well-known adventurer squad in City A, would we actually be short of some resources? And besides, we could have simply taken a less dangerous mission, couldn't we? Wei Shi fell silent. Indeed, one reason for accepting this mission was the insufficient supplies within the team. The squad grew too quickly, expanding personnel rapidly. The promises made during recruitment, like sharing fortune together, had only led to hidden problems within the team now. Another reason was gratitude toward the Duan family, which motivated him to take on the task. See. Can't find words to refute that. Chao Tsun's words planted a seed of doubt in everyone's minds. Could it really be that the captain accepted the mission merely to ingratiate himself with the Duan family? Were their brother's losses all due to the captain's selfish desires? Such suspicion hadn't always existed. Chao Tsun wasn't the kind to impulsively challenge authority. Initially, he simply joined to rise above others, but as time went on, his current position no longer satisfied him, especially after realizing that Wei Shi wasn't as strong as rumored. Though he believed himself to be more capable, he remained subordinate. He'd had enough of living in another's shadow. As desires grew larger, Chao Tsun had started to quietly rally support among the team. Wei Shi was less involved with the affairs of new members in the group, allowing Chao Tsun's manipulations to proceed more smoothly. Before Wei Shi realized the situation, many had already sided with Chao Xian. By the time Wei Shi attempted to reclaim Chao Tsun's authority, it naturally caused discontent among those who were aligned with Chao Xian. The fissures within the team had already appeared, and mending them wouldn't be easy. Captain, you can't sacrifice our lives just for your private gains, right? Everyone's life is precious. We all have families with dependents back home. Our lives are meant for our families. Chao Tsun's words clearly resonated emotionally with the team members. That was true, everyone ventured outside for a better future, both for themselves and their families. Why else would they risk their lives if not for better living? This disturbance caught Eugene Shu's attention, but though he criticized freely, he didn't jump in to meddle with this internal team matter. He wouldn't intervene unless it was truly resolved well or resolved poorly. It wouldn't gain him anything good either way, so this was something he preferred to avoid. The internal conflict ended without resolution, but the seed of doubt had been planted deep into each member's heart. It wouldn't take long for these doubts to sprout and grow. Chao Tsun slightly curled his lips upward, thinking, since the captain lacked the ability, why not step down to let someone capable take over? It's like occupying the toilet stall but not doing what needs to be done. Wei Shi's mood was heavy, and it was evident that his close comrades were dissatisfied. A few rallied around Wei Shi, encouraging him, just listen to Chao Tsun's nonsense. This man has ulterior motives. Ignore his words. Everyone sees clearly what you've done. Wei Shi waved his hand, forcing a smile on his face. I'm not worried about it, don't concern yourselves. Even as he said that, after countless shared life and death experiences, how could his comrades fail to notice Wei Shi's forced smile? Eventually, they gave him space to think, letting Wei Shi reflect by himself. Wei Shi kept reflecting on Chao Tsun's words and today's events. Was he really incapable of maintaining such a team? Should he relinquish his position to let someone more capable take over? Though Chao Tsun had dubious intentions, there was no denying his competence and methods. Without strategies, how could Chao Tsun manage to rally so many members? Since things had come to this point, Wei Shi ordered the team to stay and recuperate temporarily, returning only after the team recovered enough. Since the target had already been found, there wasn't a need to waste more time and resources. Besides, their supplies had dwindled significantly. They needed items for the journey back, which would be a problem for so many people to eat along the way. Supplies had to be gathered again to ensure a successful return. Eugene Shu used Wei Shi as a negative example to teach the two young men. People like Wei Shi lack sufficient ability and didn't establish clear rules from the start, and now they suffer the consequences. If you ever create a team, refer to today's incident carefully and consider whether you're capable of being a leader. Most importantly, rules must be established firmly. Take Chao Tsun for instance. Had he been under me, I'd have worn him out first to eliminate some of his arrogance. He probably thinks he's the boss. The two young men nodded, knowing that they would never form an adventurer squad anyway. After all, such squads typically consisted of people without backgrounds but with strength gathering together. As individuals with family connections, they'd usually be placed directly into official military formations for formal training instead. Nowadays, as long as one has good physical endurance and a bit of connections, most children would enter the formation teams for training, benefiting from the base's security measures. While the rewards weren't as high as adventurers, at least the arrangement offered stability, and one wouldn't starve. However, Eugene Shu tapped the table lightly. Wei Shi will likely head back soon after a few days of rest. You two should pack up your belongings and prepare to follow him home. Parting was near. Even though Li Lei usually feared Eugene Shu, she felt a twinge of reluctance at this moment. It was like bidding farewell to the strict military training officer during university. While harsh in practice, once parting came, emotions of reluctance arose. All right, Eugene Shu didn't allow the low spirits to linger long. Big boys, stop acting this way. Just giving you a heads up, I'll also be heading to City A, Orange. Do you remember anything I mentioned before? Duan Xiaocheng blinked blankly, unsure what Eugene Shu referred to. Suddenly, Duan Xiaocheng remembered something. Brother you, didn't you mention that your family is also in the A City base? Recall it now. Eugene Shu smiled ambiguously, wondering what the two youngsters might be thinking in their heads. He had hinted at this much earlier yet made them feel as if they might never see each other again. There will be more chances to meet in the future, don't fret as if you're big men. Eugene Shu's tone carried a hint of disdain, but deep down he felt quite gratified. This month hadn't been wasted, they hadn't turned into two ungrateful wretches. Then good, brother you must come, Duan Xiaocheng reiterated again. When we return to the A City base and meet your family, we'll definitely take care of them. Duan Xiaocheng said with earnestness. Alright, Eugene Shu smiled ambiguously, if you can take care, do so accordingly, I'll remember your words. With these words from Eugene Shu, the atmosphere of parting had diminished somewhat. Days later when the two left with Wei Shi's team, there were merely a few mutual instructions exchanged without any further ado. Wei Shi had even thought that this meeting was only due to a temporary team formation recently. Before leaving, he asked again, Eugene Shu, your skills are commendable. Why don't you come to develop in a city? I've already said it, there are still matters at hand I need to resolve. Once done, I'll go there, Eugene Shu explained once more. Wei Shi started but didn't continue. He originally wanted to say that if one day Eugene Shu arrived in a city base, he would ensure a better position for him. But upon reflection of his current situation, inviting him might just put the other party in jeopardy too. Well, if you ever reach a city, do remember to find me. I'll give you proper hospitality. Agreed, Eugene Shu nodded, watching the massive convoy gradually leave the flower and bird market behind. The place that had been bustling with activity just a few days ago now grew quiet. Returning to the villa afterward, Snowball, the dog, waited for him just like usual. Truly, after getting used to the hustle and bustle, returning to such stillness felt somewhat unfamiliar. Chapter 19. Wei Shi specially arranged for two people to sit in a car with him, playing with catnip flowers in his hands. Wei Shi would not ignore these things that could drive away zombies. He had collected quite a few of them. Such items, when offered up, were likely to earn a substantial amount of points and supplies. There were also those plants, though he was unable to find any edible ones. Most of them were mutated plants, and none of them could be eaten. Wei Shi only gathered a little sample to offer up. Duan Xiaochen and Li Lele had left. Eugene Shu began to seriously think about when he should set off to return home. It had been so long since he'd been home, even someone as carefree as himself started to miss home. He wondered what kind of expressions his parents would have when he returned home. His dad would probably beat him first, but it would just be all bark and no bite, unwilling to really lay a hand on him. Since he was preparing to head home, he definitely couldn't leave the stuff here. He'd need to come back anyway, so he would need to find someone to help watch over the place. Eugene Shu thought long and hard and decided to entrust his neighbor with the task. Since the other person showed an interest in farming, why not bring them over to work as labor? Wouldn't this be killing two birds with one stone? Yi Gao was still tinkering with the several sprouts of chickweed he had acquired. The growth time of chickweed depends entirely on how tender one wants their vegetables. The two older plants, he planned to wait for them to flower and produce seeds. Yi Gao already believed that farming was a matter of luck. Now he wanted to see if successful planting and land adaptation would increase the production of chickweed seeds. As for the bit of seeds given to him by Eugene Shu, they had been carefully planted by Yi Gao. So far, the results were fairly good, with a high germination rate, and most of them successfully sprouted. Success rates were incomparably higher than before. This was the fundamental reason why Yi Gao came to believe in the idea of farming being reliant on luck, otherwise, how could seeds from Eugene Shu's hands have such a high survival rate while his own had such a low one? Yi Gao, brother Yu is looking for you, Li Jun called out from the door of the backyard. Got it, Yi Gao patted the dirt off his hands, heading towards the door while pondering why Eugene Shu was coming to look for him. Brother Yu, Li Jun's eyes lit up as she followed behind Eugene Shu, affectionately calling out, Brother Yu. This wasn't because Li Jun had designs on Eugene Shu. They themselves were a couple, rumored to have been childhood sweethearts. Li Jun had always been strong and didn't like studying, whereas Yi Gao's academic performance was rather good. Li Jun usually enjoyed exercising, and after the apocalypse, Li Jun became the powerhouse of the group. In the last few days, whenever Eugene Shu encountered Li Jun, he would give her a few pointers. This was why Li Jun clung to Eugene Shu. Yi Gao understood Li Jun's personality and wasn't too bothered by it. Eugene Shu directly walked towards the backyard of the villa and said, I came to take a look at your results. Yi Gao scratched his head and helplessly indicated, it's only been a few days, but the germination rate this time is very high. Most of the chickweeds have successfully germinated, and some mutations have been dealt with. Eugene Shu didn't enter the backyard, just taking a glance from the entrance. The backyard was only so big, a quick scan made everything clear. Besides the chickweed he gave, Yi Gao clearly tried cultivating some other crops. The results, however, weren't impressive, only a few scattered green patches were visible in one area. But simply by looking at the maintenance, it was evident how serious Yi Gao was about growing crops. After contemplating for a moment, Eugene Shu asked, You've been here for so long, I still don't know your situation. Eugene Shu grinned and added, We've been neighbors for such a long time, wouldn't it be dishonorable to continue keeping secrets? Eugene Shu wasn't the kind of person to meddle in others' affairs. There had been many opportunities to probe into their backgrounds before, but he didn't act. How had today suddenly sparked this whim? However, Yi Gao was certain there was no ill intention. Over the past few days, Gao had thought about it. Instead of hiding out elsewhere, it might be better to settle down here. Although the population was small, they didn't go hungry or unclothed, and they could peacefully research crops. This was already the ideal life he dreamed of. After briefly pondering how to express himself, Yi Gao briefly outlined both their identities and explained how they ended up in their current predicament. Yi Gao and Li Jun were country folk. Having grown up together since childhood, it was only natural that they developed feelings for each other. The villagers had simple customs and viewed the relationship between the two favorably. Li Jun attended an ordinary university with dreams of becoming a Sonda coach, while Yi Gao entered an agricultural university to further his dedication to crops. Life had just settled into a routine when the apocalypse arrived. The first thing the two of them did was head back to their village. Located deep in the mountains, it was rather remote, inhabited mostly by middle-aged and elderly people. Since the start of the apocalypse, the village had faced a shortage of labor. Eventually, after waiting anxiously, several young people returned home to deal with the mutated zombies, disposing of some and burying others. However, before long, another issue arose: the yield of crops they relied on wasn't sufficient. Although every household in the village still had some grain reserves, how long would these supplies last? After all, the laborers needed to eat, and so did the elders. Simply living like this wouldn't solve anything. The young people in the village were either in university or fresh graduates. In a moment of fervent discussion among the youth, Li Jun and Yi Gao decided to go to a large base to seek out ways to improve crop yield so that at least the villagers could become self-sufficient. Once Li Jun and Yi Gao left the mountainous area, after much struggling, they realized the outside world wasn't as good as they had imagined, enduring hunger and cold conditions even worse than life in the village. Additionally, the bases they encountered along the way offered no solutions for improving crop yields. This journey eventually led them to Base A in City A. As one of the larger bases, Base A had relatively complete systems. Even one's identity from before the apocalypse needed to be registered. Yi Gao, with his background in agricultural university, caught the attention of the base and was sent to a planting base to study how to cultivate crops. Yi Gao had initially believed that a big city would have better solutions, but even here, there were none. However, it seemed there was a slight lead in higher-ups research. For this flicker of hope, Yi Gao and his colleagues stayed at the base for some time. Strangely, for unknown reasons, the yield of crops in Yi Gao's assigned planting area was significantly higher than others. Among the planting team, Yi Gao had an arch-nemesis, or rather, someone who regarded him as a thorn in their side, watching Yi Gao day and night for any mistakes. When word spread about Yi Gao's higher yields, it caused controversy. With no clear solution to increase yields yet discovered, someone suddenly producing far more crops naturally attracted suspicion. People began questioning Yi Gao about his methods of achieving higher crop yields. Yi Gao himself was perplexed about what step might have increased his yields. When others asked for his methods, he willingly shared his processes, hoping someone could uncover the cause behind the improved results. His process didn't seem different from anyone else's, coincidentally. Then his nemesis informed someone influential within the team, making them feel deceived by Yi Gao. They then began threatening and enticing Yi Gao into revealing the method for increasing crop yields. But Yi Gao truly didn't know why his own yield was higher. This made the other person believe Yi Gao looked down on them and refused to tell. The nemesis seized the opportunity, mentioning that Yi Gao often secretly glanced at a book. Perhaps it held the secret to increasing yields. The influential individual demanded Yi Gao turn over the book, promising enough benefits to satisfy Yi Gao, but how could Yi Gao produce something he didn't have? Yi Gao's steadfast refusal to divulge that secret angered the other party further. With malicious planning from his nemesis, Yi Gao ended up being accused of stealing a hard-earned secret formula for increasing crop yields and fleeing. In a time where food production was critical for all bases, losing such a crucial piece of knowledge was unacceptable. The end result was Yi Gao being wanted by Base A. Other bases soon heard of the news, and Yi Gao became a fugitive, pursued without mercy. Fortunately, Yi Gao timely retreated from Base A upon noticing the suspicious activity, dodging and escaping multiple attempts at capture until finally reaching near City S, managing to evade relentless pursuit. Eugene Shu mulled over this, pointing at the sparse green patches in the backyard. Is that considered high yield? Yi Gao shook his head. In Base A, the yield was twice that much, slightly less than the chickweed you've seen. Though the yield meant nothing much to Eugene Shu, for a base, it was already considered high. Eugene Shu shook his head, seemingly enjoying his current situation. It was also fortunate that they had chosen to stay in the zombie-infested City S, or their abnormality would have been discovered long ago, possibly ending up as experimental subjects. Since you've told me everything, Eugene Shu smirked mischievously, I'll stop hiding things too. This time, I've come because I want to cooperate with you. Cooperation. Yi Gao instinctively glanced at Li Jun, who always ignored such matters and sat curled up on the sofa lost in thought. Don't worry, it's not some kind of harmful cooperation, Eugene Shu assured him. You can probably guess that my planting yield is much higher than yours, many times over, right? Yi Gao nodded. Just from those 3 fruit trees peeking out, one could tell something was amiss. Last time I also mentioned, I have relatives in Base A and City A, so I will definitely need to visit there. The trip might last a long time, possibly just a few weeks, or maybe a month or 2. During this period, the crops in the villa can't be left untended, right? Eugene Shu's implication was almost directly stated, but Yi Gao still couldn't believe his own assumption and stammered, do you mean, you? Eugene Shu smiled encouragingly at him, prompting him to continue. You mean, you want me to help you manage these crops? Eugene Shu gave Yi Gao a look as if he were teachable. Exactly. But, we've only known each other for a few days, Yi Gao began to speak incoherently. From his experiences, he knew how valuable those crops were, but could the other person really trust him with all of this? Eugene Shu had only one response: I trust you. Because of jealousy and suspicion, Yi Gao, now reduced to this state, felt profound emotion stirred by these 4 simple words. He was nearly moved to tears, a grown man whose eyes turned red, startling Eugene Shu. Come on, do you really need to react this way? It's just asking you to watch the house and take care of the land, yet your eyes are already tearing up. Chapter 20. You don't understand. Yi Gao's tears eventually didn't fall, and he just said that. Fine, I don't get it. What do you mean? Eugene Shu didn't dwell on this point and went straight to the result he most desired. Since you said you trust me, Yi Gao's expression turned serious. How could I not help you with this? However, Yi Gao looked a bit hesitant. I'm afraid I might not take good care of these crops. What if something goes wrong? Don't worry, I certainly won't hand all these things over to you so easily. Eugene Shu made a joke. This is my entire fortune here. I need to test you first before making any decisions. Even if I go, I have to make sure everything is properly handled before leaving. After hearing this, Yi Gao became relieved and promised, I will definitely study hard. Alright, then come directly to my doorstep tomorrow morning. With one matter settled, Eugene Shu didn't linger anymore. It was getting late, and he still needed to go back and tend to those precious crops. These days, he had been mulling over potatoes and sweet potatoes. These were items found at a flower and bird market when encountering Wei Shi earlier. From that bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes, Eugene Shu picked some to plant and kept the rest to eat. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were good things, satisfying and delicious. Planting these 2 crops was simple too. Cut them into chunks, sprinkle wood ash, and bury them in the soil. After that, it's complete. Potato and sweet potato cultivation doesn't require much time. Eugene Shu climbed upstairs and plucked a few mutated plants for snacks. He harvested a batch of bean sprouts and decided not to grow more bean sprouts from some beans but instead planted them in PVC pipes. The okra he previously planted also began to bloom. Before long, fresh okra would be ready to eat. The next early morning, Eugene Shu was about to go out for his daily exercise as usual, but Yi Gao standing right at his door gave him a shock. Instinctively, he glanced at the sky. It was still slightly brightening. How long had Yi Gao waited at his doorstep? So early? Not too early. Yi Gao tried to be polite but soon realized the other person was going out to exercise, so quickly changed his words. It is a little early. I guess I got excited and came a bit too early. Don't mind me, go ahead and exercise. Even though he said this, letting Yi Gao wait outside while he went exercising seemed inappropriate. Thus, Eugene Shu opened the door expansively and indicated, since you've already come, why don't you come inside? Are you not going out? Yi Gao asked while walking in. I am going out, Eugene Shu said casually, as if there wasn't anything surprising about letting Yi Gao enter his deserted command center. Yi Gao hesitated, unsure whether to step in or not, awkwardly stopping mid-air and suggested, maybe I'll wait for you outside until you finish your exercise. No way, Eugene Shu interjected, later on, I'm planning to leave this base in your hands for quite some time. If I don't feel safe now, how can I possibly trust you later? Reasonable enough. Yi Gao spent half an hour trying to think of arguments against it but couldn't find any. In the end, he followed Eugene Shu into the villa. This was the first time Yi Gao entered Eugene Shu's house. Though he tried to control himself from gazing everywhere, frankly speaking, living alone in a villa, Eugene Shu managed his life fairly meticulously. Everything at home was arranged neatly and cleanly, completely not like how one would imagine a big man lived. Comparatively, even though Yi Gao was good at farming, household cleanliness was always taken care of by Li Jun. Thinking of himself, and then of Brother Yu, Yi Gao felt somewhat embarrassed. Both were men. How did Brother Yu keep everything spotless, while Yi Gao still relied on his girlfriend for housekeeping? After all, Li Jun dealt with external affairs while Yi Gao focused inward. Yi Gao didn't think doing the housework was problematic, because during fights in the past, Li Jun would protect him from the front lines, and naturally, household chores should fall to Yi Gao. After reflecting upon himself, Yi Gao cheerfully followed Eugene Shu to the backyard. The layout of these villas was basically similar, except Brother Yu's place had an extra wall surrounding it, and within the villa, there was also a livestock pen. Yi Gao couldn't help but look longer at it. They were worrying about crop planting, yet seeing Brother Yu's lifestyle, they realized he had started raising animals already. The livestock pen surprised Yi Gao. The flourishing view of the backyard almost made Yi Gao unable to suppress his excitement. A lush green patch extended across it, various crops growing luxuriantly in their designated areas. Around the fence bloomed a circle of pale purple flowers. A rough count revealed about 5 or 6 types of crops jammed closely together in the small garden. No wonder Brother Yu needed an outer wall around his place. The scene would cause quite a stir if seen by others. Just as Yi Gao finished thinking this, Eugene Shu stood by with a plate and leisurely spoke up, there are more on the balcony upstairs. Try this one. More upstairs. Yi Gao felt his brain wasn't working fast enough today. He had already thought the ones in the backyard were at their limit, but who would have guessed there were some on the balcony too? His gaze then landed on the green peppers in the plate. Is this a green pepper? Yi Gao hesitantly asked. This green pepper looked just like an ordinary one, not even a sweet variety, but since Brother Yu mentioned it, he was prepared to give it a try. Take another close look, Eugene said. Before touching it, Yi-Gao carefully inspected it again. It was indeed a green pepper. Yet, it was covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. Wait, ice crystals? Try it. Seeing that Yi-Gao realized these weren't ordinary green peppers, Eugene prompted him once more. When Yi-Gao touched the green pepper, it felt icy and cold, almost like something freshly taken out of the refrigerator, refreshingly cool in the sweltering summer air. He lightly broke it open, and a fragrant sweetness rushed out from the crack, making its way straight to his nose. The inside was a thick layer of white frost encased within the green flesh. Split down the middle, it divided neatly into two halves. Is this really a green pepper? Yi-Gao was shocked. He had been stationed at the A city base for quite a few months, and never had he seen such green peppers before. These are mutated green peppers. Eugene inserted a spoon while indicating the other not to stare only. As soon as the taste hit his mouth, it was cool and smooth with a milky sweetness. The green flesh, which acted as the container, was no less delicious than the contents, offering a crisp texture with every bite. Juices oozed along the bite marks. Mutated green peppers. Yi-Gao had seen many types of mutated plants, and edible mutated plants, though rare, he had also encountered a few times. However, those types of mutated plants, while higher yielding, fell several levels short in taste compared to the mutated green pepper now in his hand. It was as if it had transformed into an entirely different species. This could easily become a new kind of variety. How about it? Brother Yu, this thing hasn't even appeared in a city yet. Yi-Gao's mind started churning. Fortunately, Brother Yu was in S city, otherwise, being in such an isolated place, they wouldn't have known about it so soon. There are some other mutated plants, most of them I've transplanted into pots on the balcony. Meaning, there were more than just this kind of edible mutated plant. Do you see the flowers by the wall? Those are catnip flowers. They have the effect of repelling zombies. Sorry, I forgot to mention, the vegetables I grow seem to attract zombies too. Some of the Chinese cabbage I planted outside were destroyed by zombies, but fortunately because of that incident, I found out catnip has such a function. Right after Eugene said that, he saw Yi-Gao looking at him as if he were a prodigal son, expressing with deep pain, how can you not do a proper defense system? That's all food. Eugene touched his nose, remained silent, and let Yi-Gao mess around in the backyard. It wouldn't cause any major trouble anyway. He himself continued to go out for exercise, meeting Li Jun on the morning run and inviting her home on the spot. After trying the mutated green pepper, Li Jun's eyes sparkled. Although she was a strong girl, she still loved sweet pastries and cakes. Since the apocalypse, sweets had practically disappeared from her life, chocolates and candies became luxuries. Now encountering such ready-made sweets, she immediately succumbed. Eugene was extremely satisfied with the current situation. The okra had already started flowering and fruiting, and even the sweet potatoes had begun sprouting. Yi-Gao had grown used to the unreasonable events surrounding Eugene enthusiastically taking care of weeding daily. He kept a small notebook recording the growth status of the crops. After getting Eugene's approval, he left a couple of each crop to grow old for seed preservation. Meanwhile, the entire villa was gradually changing visibly. Wah wah wah, the pitiful whimpering failed to evoke any sympathy from Eugene as he had seen this scene too many times before. Snowball just didn't learn its lesson, always provoking the plants. At either end of the sole door in the wall, 2 money trees were planted. These 2 money trees were almost identical, like twins. To promote the growth of the money trees, Eugene had deliberately removed the pavement in front of the door so the roots could burrow properly into the soil. Snowball was precisely bound by the root system of the money trees. These 2 money trees were dug up by Eugene from the floriculture market. The enormous plant encountered earlier when they met Wei Shi was also a money tree dominating the floriculture market. That money tree had grown too massive, even if Eugene wanted to dig it up and take it back, it was impossible. He could only settle for digging up 2 smaller plants that had branched off from the large money tree. Although Eugene himself didn't know exactly how this money tree managed to branch out, money trees are usually grown from seeds, he paid no mind. As expected, these 2 money trees took root and sprouted successfully, becoming guardians at the gate. Snowball just couldn't resist teasing them by pawing their roots, which was why it ended up being bound. Moreover, the white wall wasn't just a plain, empty one anymore. A layer of light, Boston ivy, had climbed up it. This was another tool Eugene had found at the floriculture market. It was mutated Boston ivy, happily aware of its own growth boundaries, occasionally requiring pruning when its branches grew askew. However, once you needed to prune those branches, you'd invariably be given a taste of the Boston ivy's retaliation, in the form of a few scratches. Its emerald leaves were covered with dense little hairs, which were razor-sharp. The moment an enemy got close, these leaves would immediately bite onto them, while the branches entangled the enemy. Such enemies specifically referred to zombies and other careless, touchy-feely creatures. These mutated plants showed little interest in humans, only being attracted to zombies that could serve as nutrients. Unfortunately, there were those catnip flowers at the corners of the wall, so there weren't many zombies available as nutrients. Chapter 21. After adding those things, this small villa looked more like an uninhabited one, and it tended to look like the flower and bird market which had been occupied by mutated plants. At first glance, it didn't seem as though anyone lived here. After spending a few days with Eugene Chu, Gao's mind started to become active again. These 2 days, his small eyes were frequently looking at Eugene Chu. Once or twice was okay, but after so many times, even Eugene Chu couldn't tolerate being stared at secretly by a grown man, who still fidgeted around in a cover your ears and steal a bell manner when caught. Eugene Chu stopped what he was doing, raised an eyebrow, and despite not showing an angry expression, made Gao feel uneasy from behind, letting out a foolish laugh. Speak up, why have you been looking at me these past couple of days? Is there something? Gao flatteringly offered a plate of well-arranged mutated vegetables. These mutated vegetables tasted like fruits and could serve as a fruit platter too. I have a small favor to ask. Gao extended a little finger, twirling the tip of it slightly to indicate that his request was indeed small. What kind of favor is it? I want to take a 2-day leave and go home for a visit, Gao said. He left originally to seek ways for the villagers to survive. Nowadays, since farming depends solely on luck, there isn't much they can do. There are fewer villagers, and the appetites of the elderly are also small, so with the existing production conserved, they can live on. Even though the village is in the mountains, Gao fears that if he returns with Li Jun, they might be discovered and endanger the villagers. It's good to have a few opportunities to return home now. Where is your home? Eugene Chu thought for a moment and then asked. If we take a shortcut, it will take 3 days from S City, Gao conservatively estimated and gave a number. Eugene Chu pondered for a second, happily nodded in agreement. All right, I'll go with you. Gao never expected that going home would bring his boss along. That's right, Eugene Chu had already taken the top position as Gao's direct superior, similar to a boss-like role. Isn't this inappropriate? Gao attempted to persuade Boss Yu, there's still so many crops that need tending to here. No problem, at most 10 days' time. These crops won't be an issue for a while. Matured crops won't mutate anymore, and the newly planted crops are far enough away from other crops. Even if they do mutate, they won't have much effect. Eugene Chu also wanted to see what's outside. But a single glance from Eugene Chu stopped Gao from arguing further. No buts, it's decided. Gao thought that Boss Yu was a bit tyrannical, but then again, it wasn't bad having the boss come along. With such high combat strength, at least the trip back home could be smoother. Thinking this way, bringing the boss along doesn't seem like a big deal either. However, things should be clarified before leaving. Gao opened his mouth, boss. He realized his mistake immediately upon speaking. How did he slip up and let that term out loud? This title was something only privately called before, never intended to be actually vocalized. Boss. Eugene Chu surprisingly accepted this title well. Boss is fine, this title works. Boss, Gao went with the flow without changing the title. Our village is poor, there's no way it can compare to here. I know, just by looking at what you've planted, it's clear enough, Eugene Chu straightforwardly said. Since that's the case, then let's take the boss along, but before departing, a thorough search in the city needs to happen. Take some supplies back. Going back empty-handed and even bringing someone along would cause tension in the village. It's best to carry more things, daily necessities cannot be missed. They packed for 2 days, and the 3 people embarked on their journey back to the village. The small path Gao mentioned was indeed a narrow road. Bumpy all the way, the rough ride made eating impossible, especially for Li Jun. After a long half-day journey, her face turned pale. Gao himself didn't feel good, worried about his girlfriend. He wanted to get home sooner without complications, and thus tried to drive steadily on the road, ensuring Li Jun's comfort. Eugene Chu adjusted well. Although the bumps were noticeable, the remote road was less traveled, so there weren't many households nor many zombies, making their speed faster. By the 3rd night, they saw the village. In the dead of night, the villagers had gone to rest early. Everything was pitch black with absolutely no signs of life. Only after the sound of the car approached the village did sporadic fierce barking from dogs gradually emerge. How could Eugene Chu leave Xueqiu, a lone dog, at home when going out? Naturally, the little pup was also in the car. Xueqiu, a well-behaved small dog, wasn't much of a burden. Even its food issue was entirely handled by Eugene Chu. Xueqiu didn't like dog food and preferred human food. So when Eugene Chu cooked meals for the dog and himself, he would casually prepare some for the other 2 freeloading guests as well. So it seemed they had taken advantage of having a dog around. Xueqiu looked tender and soft but hadn't encountered any other dogs until now. Upon finally meeting another canine, it wouldn't just back down after a bit of provocation, so it started barking softly. Its cute, gentle voice carried no threat to human ears, but rather charm. However, in the ears of the other dogs, the bark gradually grew quieter with each howl. Its short tail wagged back and forth, emitting tiny whimpers that sounded like asking for a reward. And indeed, Eugene Chu did give one, a piece of homemade jerky. The ruckus had woken up everyone in the village, or rather, most people weren't sleeping that early anyway. Spots of light flickered on intermittently. The lead person held weapons, some even carrying farming shovels, striding out with an intimidating presence, only to lock eyes with Gao. Gao? The young man hesitantly called out. It's me, Gao replied. You're back. No, how could you choose such an odd time to return? The young man's voice relaxed completely, the firelight illuminating the faces of the two young men as they embraced briefly and then parted. How have things been after such a long time apart? Did you find anything useful outside? Ji Guangxuan asked earnestly, his question answered by Yi Gao's silence. There was no need to say more, it was clear this trip didn't yield good results. Forget it, forget it. Just coming back safe is enough. That was all Ji Guangxuan could say in the end. Then he noticed the tall figure behind the two. The dim light prevented him from clearly seeing Yu Jinshu's features, but he could tell a tall man stood behind them. Who's this? Yi Gao patted the other's shoulder, giving a simple introduction, this is my boss. Boss? It didn't make sense. When sent out, wasn't the purpose to look for ways to improve crop yields? Why had he returned not only with a boss but seemingly found work elsewhere? Ji Guangxuan eyed Yi Gao oddly. Yi Gao didn't feel like explaining after the exhausting journey, longing only to rest. Let's go back and rest first, we'll talk about other things tomorrow morning. Alright, then let's rest first. And, this person? He'll stay with us in the same room. Have you been taking good care of the house? Of course, it's been cleaned thoroughly while you were gone, Ji Guangxuan assured, though truthfully there wasn't much else to do besides cleaning when the fields produced only disheartening amounts of grain. Although located in the mountains, technological development had reached even this remote village where houses weren't built from traditional bricks but styled as villas, some 2-story, others 3. Li Jun's family turned into zombies at the start of the apocalypse, so their house required looking after. Yi Gao felt awkward bothering his parents again after their rest, deciding instead to spend the night at Li Jun's house. This night's sleep came deeply. By the time Yi Gao woke up, Yu Jinshu was already gone, and Li Jun too. He figured the two must have gone out for exercise. Unsurprised, Yi Gao tidied up and headed downstairs, energized to step outside. Contrary to the quiet atmosphere at night, daytime here was lively. Elders took advantage of the good weather to gather outside chatting idly. Living like this, if they didn't chat, they'd surely get bored. The arrival of the young visitor last night wasn't missed by the elderly who nonetheless chose not to intrude, respecting the young folks' privacy. Yu Jinshu was surrounded by a circle of middle-aged villagers, who were mostly still robust despite working endlessly in the fields. Only their malnutritioned bodies revealed slight gauntness over time. Since the younger generation of the village allowed this unfamiliar man in, it meant he posed no harm. The elders, having rarely met strangers recently, surrounded him, bombarding him with all sorts of questions. Where are you from, young man? You look energetic, young man. Do you have a girlfriend? Did Yi Gao cause any trouble on the way? Yu Jinshu didn't find the inquiries bothersome, knowing these old folks meant no harm. He selected responses appropriately for their various inquiries. The group of seniors cared less whether their questions were fully answered, what mattered was the liveliness of conversation. As soon as Yi Gao arrived, he saw Yu Jinshu surrounded by a circle of people. By Li Jun's side, there were also many villagers. The village's children had all grown up watching the kids, and since Li Jun's parents were gone, this made the villagers especially compassionate towards Li Jun. They asked about his warmth and well-being with care. When they noticed Yi Gao, part of the crowd split off to surround him too. However, their inquiries about Yi Gao differed from those for Yu Jinshu and Li Jun. They wanted to know if Yi Gao had bullied Li Jun, showing a distinct favoritism. Yi Gao glanced at the group surrounding Li Jun and then looked toward Yu Jinshu who stood out in the crowd. He also turned his gaze onto himself, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Despite Yi Gao's recent journey not bringing back any good news, the elderly villagers expressed no dissatisfaction toward him. With the world outside so chaotic, simply returning safe and sound was enough to satisfy them. If everyone in the village was alright, that sufficed. As for food, these elders nearing the end of their lives could make do with less. Though I didn't find a way to increase yields, I did bring back quite a lot of things, Yi Gao quickly added, driving the vehicle to level ground. Once there, he dumped the contents of the trunk onto the ground, creating a small mountain of supplies. Every inch of space in the car besides what was necessary for movement had been filled. Fortunately, it was a minivan, capable of holding plenty. At this. Some of the older villagers gazed at these items with tears forming in their eyes. Good child, good child. With these, the children might have enough to eat. These selfless elders thought only of how to ensure the young people and children of the village ate better. As for themselves, they believed tightening their belts would allow them to get through anything. What hardships or struggles hadn't they endured? Yu Jinshu watched from the sidelines, seeing the hope in the elders' eyes. It seemed that such a modest amount of supplies was already sufficient, already fulfilling. Chapter 22. With supplies, the elders could afford to be more generous with their guest, Yu Jinshu. Especially when they heard that this good-looking young man, who clearly was an intellectual, was called boss by Yi Gao, he received even warmer treatment. He was greeted wherever he went, and sometimes 2 warm roasted sweet potatoes were shoved into his hands. Yu Jinshu accepted them at the time, then later shared more of the things he had brought with the elder who gave him the sweet potatoes. There weren't many families in the village. Yi Gao just wanted to come back for a visit. He was afraid that staying too long in the village would cause trouble and bring misfortune. He only planned to stay for 2 or 3 days, and return every once in a while to bring everyone some supplies. This kind of life wasn't bad either. Eugene Shu stood on top of the mountain looking down at the terraced fields beneath his feet. The terraces, which should have been brimming with green, had only sparse patches of green here and there. He could see elders in the fields rolling up their trouser legs as they inspected the crops. They had worked in these fields their whole lives, lived their entire lives there. When they grew old, their affection for this land deepened. They valued this land that nourished them even more. Even if the grain yield wasn't great, they still visited it from time to time. Boss, Igao huffed and puffed as he climbed up the mountain. Lunch is almost ready. What are you doing here? Looking at the fields. Igao glanced at the neatly arranged fields below and felt a pang of sadness too. He thought about how he used to laugh and play on this land as a child. This land that should have brought people abundance now presented a desolate scene. It was impossible not to feel sad, it was so good here before. We were self-sufficient, and all the fields beneath us could harvest. But now. Forget it, forget it. Thinking about these things now is useless. Just being alive is good enough. Igao shook his head. Big brother you, let's go. It's time for lunch. Eugene Shu turned around and took a deep look at the few scattered elders in the fields. After much deliberation, a plan formed in his mind. Although serving in the army was something prescribed by his family, his years of military service had definitely left an impression on him. Why did soldiers work so hard? Wasn't it for their families, for millions of small households to live happier lives? If these elders had been greedier, perhaps Eugene Shu would have given up this thought, simply asking Igao to occasionally bring back some supplies. But now, he made up his mind. Igao, Eugene Shu stopped the other person, and slowly said under the bewildered expression on Igao's face, have you ever thought about changing the current situation of the village? There's no way that's easy, Igao subconsciously replied. How could he not want to change the village's situation? How could he not wish for everyone in the village to eat well and dress warmly? Life now is already good. I'll come back whenever I have free time in the future to deliver supplies. We'll manage. Haven't you thought about making them able to support themselves? Asked Eugene Shu. I've thought about it, but, Igao started to speak, then suddenly realized what Eugene Shu meant, boss. Do you have any suggestions? If Eugene Shu raised this topic, it certainly wasn't idle talk. Maybe there really was a way to make the villagers self-sufficient. Can the villagers cooperate with me like you can? Igao's eyes widened, and his speech became incoherent, boss. I'm your worker, but the villagers, he was taking care of Eugene Shu's house, but what about the villagers? How many people does one household need to watch over it? Talking about cooperation was just an excuse to help the villagers. Cooperation is not an excuse. Of course, I have my conditions too, Eugene Shu shook his head. Although he wanted to help these people, he didn't want to make them dependent parasites. The idea of cooperation had only recently occurred to him, but within a short moment, he already had a rough outline in his mind. How much could he alone grow? After learning that the stockpile situation in City A was not good, his original plan was to bring the plants he hoarded to the City A base for his family. Those old veterans under his father probably hadn't eaten well either. These supplies were merely a drop in the bucket. But with labor force and land, the planting area could be expanded, and high yields could be achieved. While giving these people jobs and food, there would also be surplus food produced to supply the soldiers under his family's command. This was a win-win situation. However, Eugene Shu didn't tell Igao all this. Let him think whatever he wanted, I will provide you with seeds, and I'll oversee the initial planting process. The condition is that I will take part of the harvest. The amount would depend on the results of the planting, but this was already enough to excite Igao. Facts spoke for themselves. Eugene Shu's selected seeds had a higher germination rate than anyone else's, and with his personal involvement in the planting, this batch of crops was expected to yield a lot. Igao's experiments over this period had also proven another point. Crops that successfully sprouted produced stable amounts of seeds with consistent germination rates. Even without Eugene Shu's selection and personal planting, these yields remained relatively stable. However, at present, all they had were a small quantity of bok choy seeds, far from sufficient for the entire village. But if Eugene Shu could just help them once using the seeds from the first crop, future yields would definitely stabilize. For some reason, Igao had an inexplicable confidence about this. Maybe it was because he'd seen too many unscientific things happen around Eugene Shu, leading his trust in him to grow rapidly. Whose crops could have the same high yield as Boss's? Who could produce edible, even tastier mutant crops like Boss's family? Most importantly, Boss's family crops grew faster than ordinary crops, estimated to be at least 1/3 shorter in time. What did 1/3 mean? Take potatoes, which yielded large amounts easily. Early maturing varieties probably took 2 months to mature, but with Eugene Shu's crops, it only took a little over a month. The time difference during this period would allow them to endure the wait for the crops to mature. Don't get so excited, Eugene Shu poured cold water on Igao. Just because the crops yield high in the villa doesn't mean the yield will be high here. Take Igao himself, for example. In a city base, the yield was unprecedentedly high, but elsewhere, it remained incredibly low. It doesn't matter, Igao wasn't discouraged and quickly countered Eugene Shu's statement. Though the yield in a city base was high, it was obviously of common varieties. The crops handled by the boss are generally twice better in taste and quality than the original variety. Experiments showed that these crop seeds' yields were relatively stable. Even if we can't grow them here, once the boss's crops mature and bear seeds, our situation will improve as well. Eugene Shu didn't know when Yi Gao had done these lab tests. Occasionally, he would indeed ask for a couple of crops and scribble something down in a small notebook, but he hadn't expected Yi Gao to record these details and quietly conduct his own experiments back home. Eugene Shu's expression became complex. Never mind, let's go back first. Yi Gao was completely confused, but soon discarded this doubt and thought about nothing but the cooperation proposed by Eugene Shu. Not long after finishing their meal, Yi Gao disappeared quickly. Eugene Shu wasn't worried, believing Yi Gao would put his heart and soul into resolving these issues related to their survival. Yi Gao gathered the labor force of the village and officially announced this matter. Initially, the villagers reacted indifferently. Seeds, right? Which rural household didn't have a few seeds lying around? But the problem was that even with seeds, not much could be grown, and that was the core issue. But soon, Yi Gao's subsequent explanation brightened the eyes of these laborers bit by bit. Had they heard correctly? These seeds' germination rate was higher than the current ones. Ji Guangshuan was thrilled but also had a question. Didn't you say earlier there was no way to find a solution? At that time, how could he have anticipated the boss being so generous, contributing his own seeds to help them? He verbally explained, those bases really couldn't find a way to increase the germination rate. This method belongs exclusively to the boss. After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Knowing how precious food was nowadays, yet the boss was still willing to give them seeds, it made him a great benefactor to their village. Eugene Shu had no idea that his image among the villagers had elevated significantly, transforming him into nothing less than a life-saving benefactor. As the three prepared to return, they took along a few laborers who were set to help with planting at the villa. Although Eugene Shu had many types of crops, the quantities were small, definitely not enough. Moreover, as a precaution in case the crops failed to thrive in the village, the plant seeds from this side could provide some relief. Among the few laborers, there were both young people and middle-aged adults. The younger group was smaller, while the middle-aged group dominated, having years of farming experience under their belts. Jobs like turning soil could all be left to them. All Eugene Shu had to do was plant the seeds. As for watering, fertilizing, and other chores, they were all good hands. Once they finished with those farming tasks, they weren't idle, they were sent to dig up some catnip at the pet market. To grow crops within the residential area, proper defenses needed to be established nearby. After all, there shouldn't be zombies in their main base, right? These people worked efficiently, and after tasting the crops planted by Eugene Shu himself, they worked even harder. It was all for the village, and if they could eat well and stay warm, they had to work hard. Eugene Shu had also been extremely busy over these few days. Although the dirty and tiring work was done by them, he only needed to sow the seeds, his presence somehow felt more like that of a mascot. But running back and forth between two places for some time, even Eugene Shu with his physical condition couldn't take it anymore. Originally, the Riverside Villa estate relied on its high-end reputation, but with everyone's relentless efforts, most people who could survive until now generally had good physical conditions, with strength and speed as their strengths. The appearance of the Rivershore Villa estate had completely changed. Eugene Shu designated an area inside the villa estate and then let this group of people start building a fence around the designated area, which would be their main base. The originally lush green grass areas were completely removed and turned into vegetable fields, making the entire villa look somewhat out of place. The livestock raised by Eugene Shu had produced many offspring, and there wasn't enough space in his villa to house them. He specifically found a place outside and fenced off a livestock pen. These animals, accustomed to being raised, obediently lived within the confines built by humans despite having much stronger claws and wings. Chapter 23. More than a month passed in this way. Eugene Shu's good luck charm aura still existed, but after changing places, it seemed to weaken a bit. The germination rate and growth rate in the village were good, but not as high as those in the villa. During this period when crops couldn't be eaten yet, they could only rely on scavenging supplies in S-City to survive. Even so, the atmosphere of the entire village had changed somewhat. According to what some elderly people said, life had something to look forward to. With something to look forward to, wouldn't one's spirit naturally rise? Wouldn't they appear more energetic? Besides, they had eaten well during this time, and their daily necessities were sufficient. Their appearance was completely different from over a month ago. As for the young people in the village, the change in their physical condition didn't necessarily mean a change in combat power. Eugene Shu really couldn't stand it, so she personally drilled these fiery youngsters, forcing them to face her devilish training every day in addition to working. They were truly exhausted, but their combat strength was genuinely increasing too. These young men could even form teams to explore around the edge areas of S-City without Eugene Shu present, as long as they avoided foolishly provoking zombie hordes. They would have little problem surviving. Eugene Shu's potatoes in her field were ready for harvest. She pulled hard, and a string of potatoes came out. The abundant yield impressed Yi Gao, who was already calm about everything. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Just such a small plot of planting yielded such rich results, and indeed, Brother Yu deserved it. It's all thanks to Brother Yu's face. Thinking about his own secretly planted vegetables made him wipe his face, sighing that there was no need to waste seeds now since second-generation seeds would become available eventually. There would surely be opportunities to plant later. The early ripening varieties in the village had started bearing fruit successively. Witnessing the long-awaited scene of a bountiful harvest, the elderly villagers felt their eyes moisten with emotion. Once again, they showered endless gratitude upon Eugene Shu, wishing they could place her on an altar. Those second-generation seeds were carefully planted by the villagers. So far, Gao's conclusions hadn't been wrong, these second-generation seeds were relatively stable. Although they weren't as effective as those handled by Eugene Shu, they were already much better. After doing all this, once everything had stabilized, Eugene Shu began tidying things up and prepared to set off. This time, Eugene Shu planned to bring a carload of supplies. First, due to insufficient manpower, not many people could escort food to Base A. Second, being overly conspicuous wasn't beneficial either. Entering Base A also wasn't free. Without a residence permit, submitting some food was required to gain permission to stay in Base A for a while. Excessive grain isn't always a good thing either. After all preparations were completed, Eugene Shu embarked on the journey to Base A. Leaving S City, the road was mostly desolate, and there were almost no signs of human habitation. Only when heading towards the mandatory route to Base A would one occasionally see a convoy here and there. Some were adventurers coming out of the base to undertake missions, while others were survivors heading to join Base A, regardless of which group they belonged to. At least there was more activity here compared to S City. Seeing Eugene Shu driving alone on the road, her expression slightly fatigued yet still clean overall, some adventurers approached her to start conversations. A muscular, honest-looking young man grinned and extended an invitation. "Brother, are you also heading to Base A? Want to team up?" For the past 2 days, Eugene Shu didn't sleep deeply at night. Though she carried catnip, she wasn't sure how effective dried catnip actually was. Therefore, she remained mentally tense and did not feel tired despite poor rest. She had endured similar situations on past missions without proper rest, making these last few days seem trivial. Moreover, an honest-looking person doesn't necessarily mean pure thoughts. How could someone surviving well in the apocalypse be simple-minded? She had so many things in her car. Even if she joined forces with them, she wondered whether they just wanted to take advantage of her being alone or would directly seize her goods under the guise of partnership. Eugene Shu didn't even get out of the car but lowered the window slightly. Her warm face revealed no trace of emotion, her icy gaze almost making the other person think he'd been seen through. "No, thank you." Eugene Shu only uttered 3 words without adding anything else. Such an attitude easily offended people. That honest-seeming man was intimidated by the previous glare and felt humiliated, especially given his ulterior motives. Now, how could he suppress his anger? The smile on his stupid-looking face gradually faded, replaced by a fierce expression. "Friend, you'd better step down now while we can part peacefully. Otherwise, my group of brothers isn't easy to mess with." The man took a step back to let Eugene Shu see the group of burly men, who were laughing and joking around as they got out of their cars nearby. Eugene Shu narrowed her eyes, she hadn't encountered such persistent and troublemaking people for quite a while. Eugene Shu gave a faint smile, and with that gentle smile, looked more like a scholarly type who wasn't adept at combat. But there was something about that smile that sent shivers down others' spines. Eugene Shu had been misunderstood as someone destined for academia since childhood due to her appearance. Although everyone knows not to judge a book by its cover, when seeing Eugene Shu, they would often marvel, this is a young master who should be holding a book quietly in a classroom. Her family hoped Eugene Shu could focus on studying, but Eugene Shu's academic performance wasn't great, so she particularly disliked being praised as a smart child. As a kid, when angry, her temper would flare, but because the family spoiled her, they only saw her sulking face. If it were her peers who said such words, they'd definitely earn a few curses. Young children shouldn't be provoked, especially boys. Just a bit of verbal jousting could lead to physical fighting. Eugene Shu's frequent brawls made her crafty, hitting places where no obvious marks would show but where pain was unbearable. Over the years, she earned a reputation in the courtyard as the child king, with boys willingly following her around even after being defeated. Now, Eugene Shu may have tempered her speech, but her nature remained unchanged. In the military, she trained the rookies so thoroughly that they didn't have energy to bother her. And now, in this situation, if action could resolve matters, she wouldn't utter another word. Did these strongmen really think that one would set off without some skills? He did know that single combat was never his forte, but instead relied on a band of like-minded individuals for this kind of windfall. Smooth robberies brought them comfortable lives. Relying on his followers behind him, he thought no matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't defeat an entire group. Today, though, he had met his match, ending up with broken toes. There lay a group of big men groaning in pain on the ground, leaving only Eugene Shu standing. Her clothing was slightly disheveled, but she looked like a group of people lying on the ground trying to cheat. Cracking her finger bones with a clicking sound, she smiled and asked, "Still want to join hands?" A group of men beaten mercilessly by someone looking frail, they weren't rigid ideologists, unable to bend when necessary. Knowing they had crossed swords with someone tough, they quickly reined in their arrogance. "No, no. You go first, you go first." Eugene Shu, finding it all uninteresting, thought she'd met a formidable opponent, but compared to the recruits, these men lacked spirit, it was truly boring. Eugene Shu settled down to prepare for the night, finding a place at random, leaning against the car door and watching the sky. A self-heating hotpot sat on top of the car, bubbling and emitting steam. She didn't fancy these sorts of things, but as they were nearing their expiry dates, there was no luxury to indulge during the journey. Anything edible would do. Apart from encountering a group of robbers along the road, she also came across many ragged survivors. Strangely, she ran into a pair of grandmother and grandson. The elder carried the younger, and as she ate her meal, out of nowhere came a loud cry, followed by the elderly woman dramatically falling in front of the car wheels, rolling on the ground theatrically. Eugene Shu found it amusing. Not just that, but the skill of appearing out of nowhere. Using this ability might make her an information broker, but why waste such a talent on scamming? Eugene Shu watched coldly as the old woman writhed on the ground, moaning and wailing that she had been hit, her body hurting horribly. "This won't pass unless I get a proper response," cried the woman, her voice filled with indignation. But inside, Eugene Shu felt nothing but amusement, slurping instant noodles that smelled delicious. "Stop wailing. Even if you keep yelling, I'll only treat it as entertainment." The movement of the old woman on the ground paused, and the pitch of her moaning suddenly rose. "Oh dear, how cruel these times are. Young people have such cold hearts nowadays. No regard at all after colliding with someone. It's simply impossible to go on." The young boy, tall and skinny, was absolutely not clean, his long hair covering his brows and eyes, making it hard to see his facial features. He stood aside, observing silently. Seeing that her dramatics didn't work, the old woman moved to the next phase. Her scrawny hand lunged out, aiming to grab onto Eugene Shu's pant leg, a move always effective before. This quick old woman would not let go easily until extracting something. But the young man's eyes were sharp. In a flash, she had stepped back several meters, leaving her hand suspended mid-air in surprise at this unexpected turn of events. Seeing the failure of her first trick, it didn't matter, as she had another one ready. The old woman spryly stood up, showing no signs of pain or inconvenience, and with a sudden lunge towards the car's hood, started wailing again. "This world has lost its reason. I bring my grandson, we're already starving and freezing, now I get hit by a car, and there's no place to seek justice." This series of moves had always been foolproof for the old woman in the past. Especially the trick of grabbing someone's pant leg. Once grabbed, she wouldn't let go until something was offered. She chose her targets carefully too. Those who looked ruthless enough not to care about the elderly and infirm were avoided at all costs, while those who appeared even slightly compassionate became her prey. With such a commotion, anyone with a conscience would rather give something than walk away empty-handed. If dodged, lying down on the car worked every time. If they didn't move aside, how could the driver start the engine? To get them off the vehicle, an offer was inevitable. Relying on this technique, the grandmother and grandson managed to scrape together a living here and there, never letting hunger take over their journey. Eugene Shu wasn't interested in such games. Her kindness was reserved for those who showed genuine goodwill, but for these sorts of people, she wouldn't hesitate to act harshly against them. They may be cunning, but you have to outsmart them completely. Eugene Shu finished slurping her last bite of noodles, drinking the broth without leaving a single drop. Even the plastic bowl remained untouched as she nonchalantly slid into the driver's seat. The car roared to life with a gentle hum. The old woman stared directly at Eugene Shu, who slowly revealed a chilling smile, sending a shiver down her spine before pressing hard on the gas pedal. In a flash, the old woman nimbly jumped aside just in time as the car narrowly missed brushing past her. Her heart pounded wildly. Out of all the times she'd staged accidents like this was the first encounter where the driver actually went forward with the act. Chapter 24. A heart had not yet calmed from its frantic beating when the kind-faced young man turned around with a kind smile and said, "You're pretty quick on your feet. If you were any later, things could have really gotten hurt." "That's something I'd agree with. Now that there's no injury or sickness, figure it out yourself." The old woman helplessly watched as the car drove away with exhaust fumes, leaving her grandson standing nearby asking nonchalantly, "Grandma, when can we get some food? I'm starving." Eugene Shu shook her head. Most of the people she encountered in these past few months were kind-hearted and principled. Coming across such incidents twice so unexpectedly left Eugene Shu somewhat disappointed, thus prompting her to hasten towards the A-City base. This road was the only straight path leading directly to the A-City base. Within a short span of just a few months, the A-City base erected a thick wall, and the sole entrance was located at the end of this Broadway. There weren't many survivors waiting in line outside the base for a place to live. Most were adventurers either coming out of or returning to the base, seeking to amass survival capital amidst the chaos. It took about half an hour in line before it was Eugene Shu's turn. At the gate, a woman was handling registrations. Having met nothing but dirty survivors or blood-stained adventurers all day, encountering a clean-looking and good-looking youth like Eugene Shu changed her attitude immediately. "Adventurers, please show your permit to leave the city. Newcomers need to register and hand over a portion of their supplies upon entering," the woman stated. Eugene Shu nodded. "What needs to be registered?" "Name, identity, and previous identity pre-apocalypse. We also need to check if there's any infection." Eugene Shu dutifully filled in these details. The prominent note of "retired veteran" in the information section garnered more than one additional glance. Technically, Eugene Shu wasn't officially retired, merely on extended leave due to injuries, having used up all accumulated leave time at once. This return was partly because his leave was nearing its end. The female attendant's attitude softened further upon learning of Eugene Shu's military background. One portion of entry supplies is required. However, without residency proof, you won't be able to stay long in the base. Thank you. Even vehicles entering were inspected, and the items in Eugene Shu's car naturally drew peculiar glances at this seemingly unassuming young man who carried quite a stash of goods. Yet, he should be cautious, these valuables could attract unwanted attention and potential theft. The moment Eugene Shu entered the compound, it felt as though the wall effectively isolated the lively bustle inside from the desolation outside. Many people gathered near the gates. As Eugene Shu observed a family enter ahead of her being instantly surrounded by a crowd, they buzzed enthusiastically, promising all sorts of valuable information at minimal cost. Naturally, Eugene Shu herself became a target, seen as an easy mark fresh off the streets. Despite looking somewhat disheveled, these people tried to appear presentable. Among them, there were surely those hoping to exploit newcomers who lacked knowledge of the base, using grandiose promises to swindle them. But a single cold look from Eugene Shu sent them retreating. Clearly, he wasn't someone to trifle with. With no one lingering around her anymore, Eugene Shu finally had the chance to explore the base freely. She first bought a map. Though this was her hometown, since transforming into a base, many places had undergone drastic changes. Buying a map allowed her to reacquaint herself with the A-City base. Divided into 3 zones, the outermost peripheral area, the middle zone, and the inner core area, each zone was guarded by checkpoints, and entrance came with fees. Skimming through the map quickly, she realized that her former courtyard was located downtown in a city, though whether it remained intact was uncertain. Nevertheless, the military complex would likely not have been requisitioned. And then she found it. Her yard was still exactly where it had always been, which lit up a gleam in Eugene Shu's eyes. Entering the inner zone cost her a significant amount of supplies. Had she not come prepared with plenty of goods, the expenditure might have been prohibitive, leaving very little left to take back home. In the distance, she saw the grand gates of the military compound. Even Eugene Shu couldn't suppress a slight sense of excitement. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, the guard at the entrance faithfully intercepted her. "Hello, please present your credentials." Eugene Shu fished out a certificate, one that hadn't been used in a long while. Previously, she had always been greeted by escorts whenever entering, so carrying this as a precaution turned out to be prescient after all. The guard gave a quick glance at the certificate. It was issued quite a long time ago. Eugene Shu. Despite its age, the certificate was still valid, so the guard dutifully returned it to Eugene Shu. "Proceed. However, your vehicle needs to be inspected." Eugene Shu found this perfectly acceptable. It took over half an hour for a thorough check of her car to ensure there were no dangerous items before she was given clearance. The military compound hadn't changed much in appearance. Compared to its previous bustling activity, it was quieter now. As she walked further inside, more familiar traces came into view. Inside the Yu household, upon receiving the guard's phone call, Tang Sungru put down the needlework in her hand and hurried upstairs to wake up Yumingyu, who was resting in bed. Partner, don't sleep anymore, our son is back." Yumingyu's vigilance had lowered considerably while at home. Tang Sungru had to shake him a few times before he woke up. "What? What's back? Son returns, so what?" Tang Sungru couldn't help but sigh with exasperation. "It's not like you didn't keep praying every day for this child to come home. Now that he's here, you're still sleeping." Upon hearing the word Xiaoshu, Yumingyu finally woke up completely. "Xiaoshu? Is Eugene Shu really back?" "Yes," Tang Sungru replied as she woke up Yumingyu, then gripped his hand and paced around the room a couple of times. "This kid comes home without even giving prior notice. We have nothing good enough prepared to replenish Xiaoshu's health. He must have lost weight on this trip outside." "Humph," Yumingyu grumbled unhappily. "What food does this brat need when his wings are now hard enough to return? Not only did he not bring anything nice back, but I'll beat him instead of cooking something good." Tang Sungru pretended not to hear, knowing full well that the person who would later be worried sick would be himself. Standing in front of the door of her long-lost home, Eugene Shu took a deep breath. Just as she was about to press the doorbell, the door was opened from the inside. "Xiaoshu." Eugene Shu fell into a warm embrace filled with a gentle scent, hearing a soft voice above her head. She smiled. "Mom, I'm back." Coming back is good, coming back is good." Tang Sungru loosened her grip, holding Eugene Shu's face close and inspecting left and right. Frowning, she said sympathetically, "You've become thin, too thin. You've suffered, haven't you? You should have notified us earlier. Mom hadn't had any time to prepare something tasty for you." Eugene Shu chuckled, unsure how to respond. Where exactly had she suffered out there? The increased training might have made her appear thinner, but surely not as bad as Mom described. "Mom, I didn't suffer." Good, though saying so, Tang Songro's pained expression showed she wasn't entirely listening. It had been over a year since they last saw each other during the new year, and to Tang Sungru, her son appeared frail indeed. "Come inside quickly, why stand outside?" Yumingyu's commanding voice echoed from behind Tang Sungru, showing a strict face that appeared difficult to talk to. If Yu Jinshu's fiery temperament inherited from anyone, it had to be Yu Mingyu. Although Yu Mingyu seemed stern now, he was much tougher in his youth. Dad, having grown used to her father's stiff look since childhood, Yu Jinshu was unafraid, smiling as she gave Yu Mingyu a warm hug. Dad, you're still healthy, aren't you? Humph, do you know who I am? Yu Mingyu maintained a stern expression, previously declaring he would give Yu Jinshu a beating upon return. Yet, when the moment came, his hands simply wouldn't move. After examining Yu Jinshu carefully and finding her spirit intact though slightly thinner, his gaze shifted to Yu Jinshu's legs. How are your injuries? I'll go stew some bone soup and nourish you. Tang Songro's loving eyes warmed Yu Jinshu's heart. Dad, Mom, I'm fine, my injuries healed a long time ago. Look, demonstrating by jumping lightly twice, Yu Jinshu showed her legs were fine and hadn't suffered much injury. Don't jump around recklessly, sit down and rest quickly. To Tang Sungru, the present-day Yu Jinshu was akin to a delicate porcelain doll, something she'd want to cradle tenderly in her arms. Mom, I'm really fine. There's stuff outside still. As Yu Jinshu was pushed toward the sofa, she protested. There are things in the car that haven't been brought inside yet. Let Dad handle it. Yu Jinshu innocently blinked at Yu Mingyu, indicating she was blameless. It was Mom asking him to do manual labor. Yu Mingyu snorted, then went outside and drove the car into the garage. Seeing Tang Sungru intending to enter the kitchen to prepare something, Yu Jinshu promptly pulled her back, feeling nauseous after all the bumps and shakes during the journey. Redirecting the conversation, she asked, where are big brother and second brother? Stuck to her side, Tang Sungru didn't want to get up to enter the kitchen. Your big brother is still working, and your second brother, that rascal, has wandered off somewhere else. Always absent, only knows running around outside, just like you. Both brothers have restless hearts. Mom, Yu Jinshu replied with a bright smile, paying no attention to Tang Songro's complaints. Aren't I back now? You see, I'm perfectly fine, there's nothing wrong with me. Xiao Shu, why do you have a dog with you? Yu Mingyu's voice came along with Snowball's whining, sounding adorably tough as its teary eyes seemed to accuse Yu Mingyu of being mean. Oh. Yu Jinshu patted her head, I almost forgot about Snowball. This is a dog I picked up, his name is Snowball. How could Tang Sungru resist Snowball's wet, gleaming gaze? She almost forgot about her own son, where did this little cutie come from? So adorable. Snowball was a clever dog. In Yu Mingyu's hands, it acted tough, but in Tang Songro's arms, it appeared pitiful, as if bullied by others. Tang Sungru didn't want to put Snowball down at all. Humph, just a dog, Yu Mingyu grumbled softly, sitting beside his wife. Seeing his wife completely focused on the dog, he suddenly felt upset and started venting his irritation on Yu Jinshu. You came back already, why bring a pet along? One more mouth to feed. Dad, are you jealous of what Snowball eats? Besides, Snowball is actually quite useful, Yu Jinshu went on to explain Snowball's strength in great detail. This little thing is so capable. Tang Sungru looked surprised at Snowball, continually scratching under its chin, causing Snowball to close its big, grape-like eyes in bliss, nearly spreading out flat like a dog pancake. Chapter 25. By the way, Dad, Yu Jinshu said as if he just remembered something, did you see the stuff in the car? What stuff? Yu Mingyu asked. He simply parked the car in the garage. If it weren't for Snowball's barking, he wouldn't have noticed there was a dog inside. Seriously, Yu Jinshu stood up, deciding to unload everything from the car himself. Some things had to be eaten quickly, otherwise they would spoil and taste bad. Hurry up and go help him. Your son has just returned home and you're letting Xiao Shu do all the heavy lifting. Tang Sungru pushed Yu Mingyu towards the car. Yu Mingyu, unable to protest, felt his family status was threatened. He begrudgingly got up and headed toward the garage. One by one, the items were moved from the car into the living room. In no time, they formed a small mountain. There were even a few potted plants. After everything was taken out, Yu Mingyu curiously asked, is this the catnip that can drive away zombies? You know about it? Why wouldn't I? Yu Mingyu proudly declared that he knew about it and had seen it before. However, the samples collected were too few and had been entirely taken away by the researchers for experiments. He thought these old men couldn't come up with anything useful and suggested putting the samples into practical use instead. This is the catnip that can repel zombies. Over the next few days, I'll try to separate the roots for more planting. And these are the vegetables like chicken feather greens, lettuce, etc., and these are the mutated crops. Yu Jinshu pointed at the items and explained to his parents. Xiao Shu, did you grow all these? Tang Sungru stopped petting the dog and squatted next to the pile to examine it. Although these vegetables had been picked for some time, they still looked fresh. As the head cook of the family, Tang Sungru instinctively pinched a leaf from one of the vegetables. The juice flowed out from the broken edge, and a faint, fresh smell of vegetables lingered around her nose. Not only did they look good, but they must also taste excellent. Tang Sungru hadn't tasted such high-quality vegetables in a long time. In their current position, most of the base's vegetables were supplied first to a select group of people before being passed down. Although Tang Sungru wasn't lacking in vegetables, they didn't taste as good as before, so she ate less. Now seeing vegetables of such good quality made her eyes sparkle. She mentally reviewed various ways to cook them. Yu Mingyu moved from beside the catnip to near Tang's Sungru and began looking at this heap of vegetables that seemed to have better than average quality. Compared to Tang's Sungru, Yu Mingyu obviously understood the value of these vegetables better. Xiao Shu, did you grow all these? Eugene Shu gave him a meaningful glance, indicating that these matters should be discussed later. Now wasn't the time to talk about it. Instead, he introduced the mutated crops to Tang's Sungru. These crops, comparable to fruits, effortlessly captured Tang Songro's appetite, especially the tomatoes. The tomatoes fit Tang Songro's taste better than the mutated peppers. When elder brother Yu Jinhuan came home, he smelled the aroma of a meal cooking. It was far more fragrant than what he usually smelled. Dad, Mom, what delicious thing are you making? It smells so good. The elder brother, whose personality was very similar to Yu Mingyu, had a rather stern exterior image and was generally feared by others. But when he got home, he took off his mask, being an older brother who was strict yet loving towards his younger sibling, Eugene Shu. Elder brother. The familiar voice startled Eugene Huan slightly. Xiao Shu. Elder brother. Eugene Shu gave his elder brother a hug. It's been so long. Xiao Shu. Eugene Huan scrutinized Eugene Shu from head to toe, ensuring it wasn't an illusion. His face, which rarely showed emotion, broke into a rare smile. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell your big brother? At least I could send someone to pick you up. Did you suffer on the road? Not at all. Look at my physique, isn't it stronger than before? It is stronger. Shall we spar a bit after a while? You too. Tang's Sungru came out of the kitchen and overheard the brothers planning to fight. She scolded, Xiao Han. Xiao Shu has just come back, and you want to fight already? Look how much weight your little brother has lost. Come eat quickly. Having been reprimanded by their mother, Eugene Huan innocently touched his nose. Eugene Shu's return made him happier than anyone else. The youngest child in the family always received the most affection. Fighting together was how the two brothers bonded. Understood, Eugene Huan muttered under his breath, find some time to give Xiao Yao a call. Xiao Shu is back now, don't let him wander outside anymore. Elder brother, come and eat quickly. It's been a long time since I've tasted Mom's cooking. Eugene Shu was already sitting at the dining table, just like every other family gathering in the past. The family happily and warmly shared a meal together. Mom's cooking has improved a lot, Eugene Huan said after eating quite a bit, especially these vegetables. I haven't had such delicious vegetables for a long time. Eugene Huan was a staunch carnivore. He consumed much more energy and usually ate more meat, but this time he broke the routine by eating a lot of vegetables. These vegetables were grown by Xiao Shu. Tang Sungru continued knitting something in her hands. If you want to thank someone, thank your younger brother. Xiao Shu. Eugene Huan was surprised. Xiao Shu, you grew them? Yes, Eugene Shu touched his nose, blushing slightly under all the praise from his family. However, Eugene Huan didn't say much. He glanced at Yu Mingyu, deciding to discuss this matter thoroughly after Mom went upstairs to sleep. Tang Sungru always went to bed early, and now with no entertainment options, she got a little drowsy after knitting for a while. She yawned, don't chat too late, the three of you. I'm going to sleep upstairs. I'll go back to my room soon, Yu Mingyu said. Alright, both brothers said in unison. After Tang Sungru went upstairs to sleep, Yu Mingyu finally asked, what's the story behind these vegetables? It's what I told you before, Eugene Shu shrugged, all these are mine. Xiao Shu did mention liking farming before, Eugene Huan said calmly, who taught you? And this catnip, rumor has it that it was found in S City. Yu Mingyu's eyes immediately became sharp because he didn't know the catnip came from S City. S City. Eugene Shu knew there was no avoiding this scolding, so he straightforwardly admitted, yes, I used to live in S City. Foolish. Yu Mingyu, considering Tang Sungru resting upstairs, suppressed his voice a bit, yet the anger in his tone was still clear. Do you know how dangerous S City is? Even if you had multiple lives, they wouldn't be enough to squander there. But as you see, I'm perfectly fine. Eugene Shu's voice grew softer until he fell silent, deciding not to fan the flames at this moment. Do you know how many people were there in S City before? A city filled with zombies, you actually dared to live there? Have you lost your mind? Yu Mingyu's deadly triple question left Eugene Shu knowing he'd acted impulsively, though he hesitated at the time. After living there for a while and finding life in S City manageable, and realizing his combat ability wasn't as weak as imagined, he settled down there smoothly. From Eugene Shu's expression, it was evident he hadn't really listened to this lecture. Yu Mingyu then made one last statement, since you've returned, don't leave again. Stay home properly. Dad. Eugene Shu called out, there's still a lot of my assets over there. Assets? What assets do you have? Is there anything I can't provide you? Will your father ever mistreat you? Yu Mingyu was almost angry enough to lash out, the boy's arrogance growing sharper. Could anyone just stay in S City for so long without risk? Didn't he realize how worried the family was about him? Dad. Eugene Shu attempted to reason, look at this catnip, which repels zombies. I've planted it all around our house, there absolutely won't be any zombies. Plus, we also have many crops, along with fruits and poultry, and this time I plan to set up some business for the family. I have a group of people working under me right now. In a few days, I believe there will be plenty of crops. Dad, don't you think about yourself for once, but also consider those under your command? This speech made Mingyu pause for a moment. Indeed, food was a major problem. Although meat could be hunted, food supplies like grain were indispensable. Vegetables were equally necessary, it was impossible to only eat meat. Seeing Mingyu hesitate, Eugene Shu stopped talking to avoid saying too much wrong. Eugene Huan cast a casual glance at Eugene Shu. Dad, it's getting late. Xiao Shu hasn't rested much since coming here. Let's rest tonight. Since Eugene Huan gave him an opportunity to back down, Mingyu took it, glaring fiercely at Eugene Shu. I'll deal with you later. Don't think this incident is resolved just like that. Watching Mingyu grumbling away, Eugene Shu winked at his elder brother, who retorted, I might rescue you once, but not a second time. You'd better come up with a good plan to convince Dad. In Eugene Shu's room, Tang's sun grew regularly cleaned, having aired out the bedding a few days ago. The layout inside remained unchanged, everything looking familiar. Taking a deep breath, surrounded by familiar surroundings, and with family close by, Eugene Shu enjoyed a sound and restful sleep. The next morning followed the routine of morning exercises. Downstairs, Mingyu and Eugene Huan were already up. Seeing Eugene Shu, Mingyu huffed. It was a rare occasion for the father and two sons to go out and exercise together. The military compound was much busier in the morning than it had been when they arrived yesterday. Everyone here had a military background, and even after retiring, they kept the habit of morning exercises. Seeing Eugene Shu, some familiar faces couldn't help but comment subtly, Old Yu, your son's back. Yes, this brat has been running wild outside for too long. Now he's finally come home. Haha, it's good that he's back. Who doesn't know how much you adore your youngest son? Stop frowning. Xiao Shu, have you forgotten all the skills you once had? Show us a couple of moves, someone invited. Eugene Shu certainly couldn't turn down the group's request. This, a couple of moves, was exactly what it sounded like. The boy's combat abilities and potential were among the best in the courtyard, so Eugene Shu used to frequently spar with these old rascals in order to hone this fine talent. Just a few strikes proved that Eugene Shu hadn't let his martial skills lapse, if anything, he had improved slightly. Mingyu didn't stop him, choosing instead to exercise on the side while watching, nodding his head occasionally, clearly proud. Good lad, you haven't neglected your training. Old Yu, you've raised a fine son here. Humph, he's just okay, Mingyu said, though his expression betrayed no such indifference, rather, he was beaming with pride. Chapter 26. After a morning exercise session, everyone around had learned that the youngest son of the Yu family, Eugene Shu, had returned. He was quite skilled and everyone couldn't help but praise him. Eugene Shu enjoyed the care from his mother at home. Thinking that he'd rested enough, he decided it was time to look for Duan Xiaochun and the others. At the Duan residence, ever since Duan Xiaochun's return, the family elders kept an even closer eye on him. His past runaway attempt was fresh in their minds. Originally, they wanted him to experience hardship outside so he might learn restraint. His fearlessness came from being overly indulged. How could someone like him be a hero in such a chaotic world? Their original plan seemed solid. The two families' children slipped away together hoping to create something significant. Both families sent people to secretly trail them for peace of mind. However, misfortune struck. After just a few days, they encountered a horde of zombies, causing the groups to scatter completely. The only certainty was that both young men seemed to have entered City S. This was a big problem. The elders at the Duan residence immediately panicked. City S. That was the zombie city, where humans disappeared without a trace. Once inside, there was no coming out alive. Sending their own squads wasn't feasible either as hardly anyone dared to take the mission posted at the Adventurer Center due to the risks involved. Eventually, one adventurer squad agreed to the job. After long and anxious waits, they finally brought back their precious child safe and sound. This time, there was no question, they were keeping a close watch. Duan Xiaochun was also frustrated, stuck at home with nothing but relentless training to burn off his restless energy. Following the workout regimen given by Brother Yu, he trained at home, often wondering when Brother Yu would come looking for him. When Brother Yu arrived, he resolved to go out no matter what, showing him around thoroughly. Brother Yu had taken care of him extensively while in City S. Now that they were on Duan Xiaochun's turf, it was his turn to repay the favor. But unfortunately, those sent out to gather information had turned up empty-handed. There seemed to be no record of a son named Eugene Shu from the Yu family. Searching from the outer districts to the middle districts yielded nothing. Duan Xiaochun didn't think about the inner district since his family was originally a merchant family with no ties there. In the past, due to swift actions in securing supplies, they managed to curry favor with the upper echelons of Base A by offering some of their resources unconditionally. Now they barely managed a place near the military district's periphery but had little influence beyond that. With no connections to the inner city, Duan Xiaochun had no way of knowing if Eugene Shu had returned nor any information about internal matters. He could only sit idly and wonder when Brother Yu would visit, feeling useless for not locating his family. Initially promising to care for Brother Yu's family, now he hadn't even seen a glimpse of them, let alone offer any help. While Duan Xiaochun sighed in despair, Eugene Shu was living comfortably, finally remembering it was time to find the boy. What first came to mind was Duan Xiaoqian's solemn promise to take care of his family. He wondered if he'd indeed found his way here. Dad, Mom, has anyone named Duan Xiaoqian asked about our family recently? Duan Xiaoqian. Tang Sungru looked blank, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Have you heard of this name, dear? Yu Mingyu was watching television. With only a few channels available, entertainment wasn't yet a priority as most people struggled to survive, making ends meet. News updates and some preserved 8 o'clock dramas cycled repeatedly. Duan Xiaoqian. Yu Mingyu paused to recall. Yes, I've heard the name, though no inquiries about our family. Isn't Duan Xiaoqian the youngest son of the Duan family? It seems he went missing recently, found later in City S. Yu Jingshu nodded. Right, I met him in City S. The young man is worth befriending. That boy may lack sophistication, but his potential isn't bad, Yu Mingyu concurred. It's just his family protects him too much, resorting to relations to ensure gentler treatment during training. Yu Mingyu sneered slightly at such parenting methods. This era doesn't tolerate spoiling. When true difficulties arise, they'll surely regret it. Yes, overprotection does exist. Yu Jingshu recalled the scene of initially meeting Duan Xiaoqian, which still brought him amusement. Thoughts of saving the world, those were merely childish fantasies, not realistic for someone Duan Xiaoqian's age. But his nature isn't bad. With a little persuasion, he comes around easily, concluded Yu Jingshu. What, do you have your eyes on him? Yu Mingyu interpreted this eyes on purely as Yu Jingshu's intention to cultivate the other party. That's not it. Before returning, that kid swore he'd take care of my family. Oh. Tang Sungru became interested. The young man seems to have a good nature. When you have time later, bring him home to meet us. Perhaps Dad will take a liking to his talent. Yu Mingyu snorted twice. I don't approve of just anyone. Really? Yu Jingshu slowly added, I think his potential is almost as good as mine. Yu Mingyu's expression noticeably softened but remained unspoken. So, are you going to look for this young man? Asked Tang Sungru. Yeah, I've rested enough since coming back. It's about time to start looking for people. Yu Jingshu nodded. By the way, Dad, how is our team doing now? They're fine, said Yu Mingyu. Each one in your team is troublemakers. If their skills weren't up to par, the base's higher-ups wouldn't let them stick around. But now they've been sent off to separate training teams. Yu Jingshu's team consisted of carefully selected top talents from various regions. These outstanding individuals were grouped into a sharp-edged unit. Now gathered here, they had become protectors for those upper-level leaders afraid to die. Even so, these higher-ups worried they wouldn't be loyal, so they deliberately scattered each person to assign them various positions, naming this arrangement as helping train the next generation. Dad, at my age, it's about time I retire, isn't it? Yu Jingshu touched his chin and suddenly said. Actually, according to the family's 5-year enlistment requirement, his service term was almost up, making retirement feasible. Humph, all you think about is retiring, Yu Mingyu muttered with some discontent but finally conceded, do as you wish. It was hard for Duan Xiaoqian to find Yu Jingshu, but for Yu Jingshu to find Duan Xiaoqian was relatively easy. Outside forces might not infiltrate inside, but insiders were quite clear about the dynamics on the periphery. With a bit of inquiry, one would know where the Duan family resided. What surprised Yu Jingshu was that despite originating from a merchant household, the Duans managed to reside on the fringes of the military compound within such a short period, which was commendable. Ding dong. I'm coming, came a voice. The small screen showed the upper body of Yu Jingshu. Du Jiaping hesitated slightly before speaking, hello. Hello, I'm Yu Jingshu. I've come to see Duan Xiaoqian, Yu Jingshu politely identified himself. Yu Jingshu. Du Jiaping felt familiar with this name, then recalled, isn't he Xiaoqian's friend? Xiaoqian mentioned something like that. Though Duan Xiaoqian did mention it, Du Jiaping didn't pay much attention to it, focusing more on keeping her beloved son within sight. Other matters she left to him to handle freely. Please wait a moment, Du Jiaping said, her distant voice shouting, Xiaoqian. There's a friend here looking for you. Someone named Yu Jingshu. In no time, hurried footsteps echoed through the small screen accompanied by an inquiry, is it really elder brother Yu? Yes, someone called Yu Jingshu. Du Jiaping hadn't finished speaking when Yu Jingshu already saw a face moving closer in the screen until it filled the frame. This month or two without seeing Duan Xiaoqian made Yu Jingshu notice that the boy seemed to have lost some weight. This was unusual, wasn't Duan Xiaoqian known for his hearty appetite? Brother Yu. Duan Xiaoqian's eyes lit up, quickly opening the door to give Yu Jingshu a big bear hug. Elder brother Yu. You finally came to see me. Yu Jingshu almost choked from being squeezed too tightly and rolled his eyes, saying sourly, won't you release me already? My insides might get damaged thanks to your hug. Duan Xiaoqian reluctantly released his hold, catching a whiff of the unique scent emitted during the embrace. Hee, it's because I missed elder brother Yu so much. Why did it take you over a month to visit me? I had to arrange everything properly before coming, didn't I? Don't stand outside anymore, elder brother Yu, please come in. Duan Xiaoqian obviously didn't care about any trivial complaints, dragging Yu Jingshu into the house. Sorry for disturbing, Yu Jingshu politely said to Du Jiaping. Oh, no disturbance at all. Xiaochen doesn't have many friends. I'm glad when he has visitors, Du Jieping replied cheerfully. Duan Xiaochen had been busy going up and down. He brought out a plate of fruit. At this time, fruit was not cheap. Brother Yu, although this is not as delicious as what you prepared, it's all I've got. Du Jieping looked curiously at her child. She knew him very well. Though he seemed easy to approach, because the family was wealthy, those who came close to him always had ulterior motives. In all these years, his only friend was from the Li family, and even Li Lei wasn't this attentive. It seems Xiaochen truly liked this friend. No worries. I didn't come here for food. I just wanted to see how you are doing. Speaking of which, brother Yu, Duan Xiaochen suddenly remembered something. How did you know I was here? You can't get in without credentials. My family also lives here, Yu Jingshu said indifferently. While he spoke casually, the other two people in the room each had their own thoughts. Duan Xiaochen was shocked that the Yu family also lived here. After all his inquiries, he still didn't discover that they were in the same compound. Du Jieping, on the other hand, noted that Xiaochen's friend came from a similarly distinguished background and realized he was someone worth getting acquainted with. Chapter 27. Eugene's whose purpose today was merely to visit Duan Xiaochen. After not staying for long, he intended to leave. Duan Xiaochen's eyes were filled with reluctance. Brother Yu, you've just arrived. Why are you leaving already? Won't you stay a little longer? I still have something to do outside, Eugene's who stated. Without hesitation, Duan Xiaochen replied, then I'll go with you. The house wasn't someplace where he couldn't leave at all. Letting him out might secretly involve sending people to follow him. Moreover, Du Jieping had her own thoughts, fostering a good relationship between Xiaochen and this Eugene's who could only be beneficial without harm. More friends mean more connections. So she let them go without hesitation. Next, Eugene's who planned to visit Wei Shi. Finding out the whereabouts of Wei Shi was incredibly easy since Wei Shi's team of adventurers was quite famous within the base. Just asking around would yield results. Moreover, when Eugene's who returned, his father had prepared a simple summary of the base's information for him. However, it seemed that Wei Shi was recently in a less than ideal situation. Even someone who had just come back like Eugene's who heard about the internal conflict among Wei Shi's adventure team, which stemmed from issues regarding power distribution. The trigger point was naturally the mistake made during the last trip to S City. Plus, Wei Shi himself had started questioning himself, creating an opening for others to exploit these issues. Currently, the adventure team was split into two factions, one led by Wei Shi, representing the old guard, and another led by Chaozen, representing the new faction. Their numbers were originally not far apart, but Chaozen subtly exaggerated Wei Shi's mistakes in S City, coupled with some honeyed words, convincing many young men. Why did everyone join such a team? For a better future. The bright future painted by Chaozen swayed quite a few fervent youths. But most people knew that there was a rift forming within the team. It was about taking sides, where standing right or wrong would determine future interests. When Eugene's who met Wei Shi, he appeared much more haggard than before. His eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles under them were impossible to hide. Greeting an old friend brought little joy. He briefly said, "You're in a city. But I can hardly manage myself now, unable to secure you a good job." Since the day they met, Eugene's who foresaw this moment, so it didn't come as a surprise. I didn't come seeking a job either. I came offering you an opportunity. Opportunity? Wei Shi found no interest at all. The internal turmoil within the team had drained all his energy. He was almost resigned to giving up, realizing his inadequacy in managing an increasingly large organization. However, giving up completely was unimaginable. There were still teammates who had followed him since the beginning. He couldn't abandon them. If he failed, those loyal old teammates would undoubtedly meet bad ends. He'd seen through Chaozen's true nature. Never mind, what opportunities do I have now? I'm sorry to my old teammates. Don't be so defeated yet. Why don't you hear me out first? Eugene's who leisurely took a sip of cool water. What you worry about most is the fate of your old followers, isn't it? Eugene's who asked. If you cooperate with me, I can offer them another way out. During his days at home, Eugene's who did more than rest. Upon understanding the situation in a city base, he formulated a clear strategy. What did a city base lack? Food. What did he have? Food too. After ensuring sufficient food supply for his village, there would inevitably be surplus. Where would this surplus find its best use? Naturally, in various bases. They lacked food, and he had plenty. It was a perfect fit. However, starting this business required considering every angle. His current combat capability was too low. One person couldn't fight against many. If he started doing business in food supplies, how could he guarantee that some bases wouldn't simply think of attacking his small territory instead? Even S City, known for being zombie-infested, based their strongholds on the fringes, but mobilizing part of their forces could easily swallow his territory whole. Thus, he needed to enhance his combat capability. Wei Shi's current awkward position revolved around worries about the future of his former followers, precisely aligning with the talented people he needed. Those who followed Wei Shi would also be a valuable asset. Making them work for him was surely a win-win scenario. Wei Shi sat stunned as Eugene's who spoke confidently, a glimmer of hope arising involuntarily in his heart. Really? Can you really support all of us? Of course, Eugene's who said confidently and composedly. Although it's just a rudimentary outline, still, I hope you can hold on longer in the faction fight. To gain something, there must be a cost. When leaving Wei Shi, Duan Xiaochen was completely stupefied. He had only intended to follow Brother Yu, but unexpectedly overheard so much. Uneasiness began to build inside him. "You go, isn't your awareness of danger too weak? How could you just randomly talk about these matters in front of third parties?" Eugene's who blinked with a mocking smile. "So would you betray me and tell Chaotzen all this?" "Certainly not," Duan Xiaochen instinctively rebutted. "How could I possibly betray Elder Brother Yu?" But then his face was full of confusion. "But Elder Brother Yu, even if it's me, you should guard against me somewhat." While Duan Xiaochen felt honored by Eugene Shu's trust, he also worried about his safety. Eugene Shu shook his head and didn't dwell on the issue too much. "Next, let me show you around. Want to come?" "Yes," Duan Xiaochen instinctively answered. What did Eugene Shu want to show Duan Xiaochen? Naturally, it was his old teammates from before. Having been back for so long, he at least had to greet them. His former teammates were scattered, making it impossible to find them all at once, but Eugene Shu had connections, plus with his identity, would they dare to prevent him from finding his old teammates? Preventing him was certainly out of the question. Including Eugene Shu himself, his team only had 5 people, each with different temperaments. The one similarity they shared was that when Eugene Shu became their captain, every single one of them had been beaten up by him. They had no choice. After all, everyone was chosen as the prideful geniuses of their time, and none of them took well to others' authority. Everyone believed they could fill the role of captain. Thus, Eugene Shu proved his right through strength, demonstrating why the position of captain suited him best. Eugene Shu led someone toward the main squad training grounds. Their group wasn't easily ordered around by anyone. In the past, they'd taken on the most dangerous missions, directly obeying tasks assigned by higher-ups. But a city base's top-tier power structure was chaotic, with its apparent leader being nothing more than a puppet. The real power rested within 3 families. The Yu family was strong in force, but served more like an effective blade, making them the envy of the factions. Winning over the Yu family would mean gaining a powerful assistant, yet the Yu family maintained neutrality towards all sides. This left others seething with frustration, unable to harm the Yu family. After all, a large portion of a city's defense forces lay under the control of the Yu family. Messing with them would surely shorten one's lifespan, wouldn't it? With such disorder and counterbalancing at the top levels, who had the capacity to manage them? As long as they were dispersed and not a threat, it sufficed. Afterwards, others would try enticing individuals away with various means in hopes of luring them into specific factions. Everyone knew joining the main team came with excellent benefits, though the training load was far beyond what normal people could endure. Especially those 4 training instructors, meeting any one of them meant misfortune. They were brutal in competition, often leading their teams to clash whenever paths crossed. Around 80% of the encounters between squads ended in some sort of showdown, while the remaining 20% might involve competitions between instructors themselves, where spectators watched idly. Though the words above were true, everyone still wanted to serve under one of the 4. Being selected under them signified talent, and inevitably attracted offers from other powers. Besides, who wouldn't wish to grow stronger? These 4 figures were virtually untouchable even by upper authorities, and earning their favor assured upward mobility in status. Today, however, the atmosphere among the elite teams was unusually tense because it was extremely rare for all 4 trainers to be gathered at one training ground. These respected elders may have seemed friendly enough but were highly competitive in nature. Even 2 teams meeting usually caused tension, imagine now, 4 teams encountering one another simultaneously. Any thought process, using only basic reasoning, foresaw certain conflict. Each squad occupied one corner of the area, while at the center stood the 4 trainers together, an unprecedented gathering during working hours. Qiu Jiasheng, what a coincidence. So today is when all our teams happen to be here. Yu Tian, it's obvious that we've been deliberately gathered here. Nya Yuanjia, anyway, we're all here already. Our 4 teams haven't trained together yet, have they? Now seems like a perfect opportunity to go big, don't you think? Jiao Zhe, afraid? Just say, what game do you fancy playing today? Hold on, Qiu Jiasheng, caught between laughter and tears, separated the 2 eager warriors, attempting to mediate as he tried to dampen their fiery tempers. Don't you want to know why we're all gathered here today? That's true. Usually, we can barely stand each other and now they've surprisingly brought us together. There might be something fishy going on. Yu Tian drawled slowly. I wasn't even supposed to be training here, this location was an abrupt change from higher-ups. Who cares? Are those people actually dumb enough to try anything against us? Don't you feel like playing a game? Every day training these young whelps, my bones are rusting. Nya Yuanjia, the shortest of the 4 standing at only 1.78 m, though clean-cut in appearance, was the most competitive one among them. He'd long grown used to speaking with his fists rather than engaging his brain after being underestimated due to his height too many times. Right, Jiao Zhe lifted an eyelid mockingly, stirring up trouble intentionally. I remember that last time our 2 detachments were ranked side by side. Let me think, who came in first that time? TCH, last time was last time. These kids ain't worth mentioning. If you've got guts, let's settle it personally. Nya challenged loudly. Like someone scared? Let's go if you dare, Jiao Zhe shot back. It was almost a guarantee that they'd start brawling right then and there. Qiu Jiaxing's head began to ache. When they had been in the team before, these two always stirred up trouble, focusing all their energy on the captain since he was around back then, which made things a bit easier. Now with no captain present, these powder kegs were colliding once more and sure to explode. Yu Tian, aren't you going to keep these two under control? Qiu Jiaxing sought outside help, but Yu Tian paid him no attention, his eyes fixed steadily on a single direction for so long that it left Qiu Jiaxing somewhat curious. Is someone coming? Who is worth your gaze for this long? Qiu Jiaxing joked, following Yu Tian's line of sight. For a while, his voice trailed off into silence. Chapter 28. As the focus of everyone's gaze, Eugene's who did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. In fact, upon seeing these familiar faces, he felt quite nostalgic. It had been over 5 months since they last met. These scoundrels hadn't changed a bit, which meant they were living well at the A City base. Big brother Yu, why have we come here? Duan Xiaochen wasn't unfamiliar with this place. Before running away from home, he had visited it. Back then, he was eager to carve out his own path in the world. Unfortunately, his overly doting parents heard that these 4 drill instructors were strict and impartial, so they feared their son would suffer too much. Without regard for Duan Xiaochen's opposition, they transferred him to another team and even bribed the drill instructors to treat their child more favorably. This preferential treatment caused the other team members to look down on Duan Xiaochen. Everyone came to the main team to improve themselves. Some aimed for a more stable life later on, but no one could avoid training. The ones who approached Duan Xiaochen did so only because of his family background. After staying for some time, Duan Xiaochen simply stopped coming altogether and eventually ran away from home. This time, as he returned to the place, he saw the 4 drill instructors known as devils, all gathered together and staring intently at them. He couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. If his mother hadn't intervened back then, he believed he would definitely be far better than those standing here now. This was Duan Xiaochen's confidence in himself. To broaden your horizons, Eugene's who explained. He had his own considerations. Excessive protection from Duan Xiaochen's family was one aspect. Eugene's who didn't like the idea of someone he acknowledged being spoiled into uselessness. Upon seeing familiar faces, Eugene's who felt deeply moved. As the distance between them grew shorter, the members of the main team quietly focused their gazes on the newcomers. Thoughts varied among them. Apart from the instructors and selected trainees, unauthorized personnel were forbidden to enter. Eugene's who walked straight in without any issue, even though he was an unfamiliar face. Duan Xiaochen's face, on the other hand, was somewhat familiar. After all, he was just the son of a merchant family whose parents had spoiled him beyond repair, leaving little future prospects for him. When they were about a meter apart, Eugene's who stopped walking. Before even greeting anyone, fierce attacks accompanied by wind from punches came, not from one person, but 4. They attacked simultaneously. This was the first time anyone had seen all 4 attack together. Previously, some main team members doubted that these people were actually part of the same squad because they seemed too incompatible. Only through their current teamwork could one glimpse the accumulated they had built up over time. Most astonishing was the synergy between Jiao Zhe and Nia Yuanjie. Despite always fighting each time they met, even extending their quarrels to the people they trained under them, they maintained an extraordinary level of familiarity due to years of sparring against one another. This level of rapport was rare. A familiar chaos erupted. Eugene's who raised an eyebrow, motioning for Duan Xiaochen to stay back and not get involved, while telling him not to intervene. After loosening his finger joints, he stepped forward to face the attacks head-on. It was the perfect opportunity to see if they had slacked off and if their skills had diminished. The sudden melee began, with 4 against 1, shocking all present when the lone fighter clearly started to take the upper hand. Within 10 minutes, the battle ended. Naturally, Eugene's who emerged victorious. Eugene's who rotated his shoulder, noting how much stronger they had become since the last encounter months ago. If not for his improved physique, he might have dislocated his shoulder. The scene became eerily quiet after the fight. For the first time, Duan Xiaochen witnessed this authoritative side of Eugene's who, while the main team members couldn't believe that these so-called devil trainers lost to a complete stranger. Feeling more energetic after the activity, Eugene's who helped each person stand back up and asked, "We finally meet again after such a long time, don't you have anything to say?" "Humph, it took you exactly 5 months to return," said Nia Yuanjie, the youngest among the 4 and also the one who most liked to taunt and challenge Eugene's who. His feelings for Eugene's who went deeper than others, and there was a slight undertone of complaint in his voice. "Alright, I'm not a kid anymore. Even if I disappeared for 5 months, you're still fine. My skills haven't deteriorated, otherwise, would have to seriously discuss things with all of you," smiled Eugene's who as he began to point out every flaw individually. They had been separated by the higher-ups, unable to go out and take on missions as they pleased. Only occasionally assigned missions allowed them to stretch their muscles a little, ensuring that their skills didn't decline. Their occasional sparring sessions only helped them refine their technique slightly, which was nowhere near the level of practice Eugene Shu had gained while living in the zombie city for so long. Obviously, the combat skills he honed there were on a different level. The main team was too far away to hear the conversation between these few individuals, but Duan Xiaochen could hear everything clearly from the side. These people were already extraordinary, those who could guide and even teach this group must hold an even higher status. Mr. You might be among such figures. Captain, Qiu Jiaxing glanced at the obedient Duan Xiaochen following closely behind Eugene Shu and asked proactively, who is? Oh, this is Duan Xiaochen, do you know him? Yu Tian added, he's the youngest son of the Duan family. He once wanted to train under me, but his parents thought I was too harsh, so they took him back. Duan Xiaochen listened quietly, with a slight blush on his face. He knew his parents overpampered him, especially his mother. Having it said so openly made Duan Xiaochen, even with his thick skin, feel somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to train properly, but couldn't persuade his parents. That's why he ran away from home and fled to City S. Alright, good to know, Eugene Shu patted Duan Xiaochen's shoulder, he has good potential, don't waste it. If he can withstand my training, you can spar with him a bit. At this, the others looked at Duan Xiaochen a little differently. Could this young man endure Captain Yu's training plan? That was impressive. Even those training tasks were hard for them, requiring days to recover before gradually adapting. And this was a rich young master. Fine, I just came to see how your skills are holding up. Now get back to training, said Eugene Shu. After hearing this, everyone understood who had orchestrated this reunion today. Most likely, it was their captain. After all, knowing Captain's background, they, who had mixed together for several years, were well aware of these tidbits. Captain, we rarely gather like this. Can't you stay a while longer? Nya Yuanjie asked instinctively. Are you still a baby? Still clinging to the captain? Jiao Zhe seized the opportunity to mock Nya Yuanjie, but his eyes kept glancing at Eugene Shu, evidently also hoping for Eugene Shu to stay. Sure, Eugene Shu agreed gladly, after several months apart, you guys can train people now. Let me see how you've improved. By the way, Xiao Cheng, Eugene Shu seemed to remember something, since you're here, there's no point idling around. Why not choose a team and try some training? Duan Xiaochen had no objection, but his gaze never left Eugene Shu. Today, witnessing Eugene Shu meeting these four made Duan Xiaochen realize that Mr. Yu had many more friends and comrades, perhaps even closer ones besides himself. Their relationship was only formed during those months, with most of it due to Duan Xiaochen's bold approach. Otherwise, how could Mr. Yu have someone like him around? Duan Xiaochen hadn't participated in Eugene Shu's past life. The familiar atmosphere between these people made him feel out of place, as if Mr. Yu was getting further away from him. This realization brought a pang of panic to Duan Xiaochen. Duan Xiaochen had only Lei as a childhood friend. He didn't know how to actively make friends since most who approached him did so with ulterior motives, often insincere. Eugene Shu was his first friend he truly wanted to befriend. He feared being excluded from Eugene Shu's circle, being driven farther and farther away. Duan Xiaochen didn't know whether this anxiety was common when making friends. All he knew was that he wanted one thing, to integrate into Eugene Shu's world. Duan Xiaochen obediently chose a main team to join. With Eugene Shu watching, the tension between the four instructors increased significantly. Everyone wanted to show off their capabilities. This made it tough for the members of the main teams. The content of the competition changed little, but the atmosphere among the four coaches became increasingly competitive. There were no grand speeches or threats of extra practice if they performed poorly, yet their mere gazes sent shivers down their spines, making them give their best efforts. The heated competition between the four teams unfolded passionately. Eugene Shu watched with a smile as this unseen war without smoke unfolded. After enjoying a thrilling match, he leisurely returned with Duan Xiaochen. Just as Eugene Shu returned home, the doorbell rang again. Tang Sungru was busy in the kitchen, having decided to make dumplings today, and was now preparing the filling. Not wanting to leave her work, she naturally instructed Eugene Shu to answer the door. Xiao Shu, go see who it is. Before Eugene Shu could reach the door, the handle turned and the sound of keys clinking rang out clear and crisp. Eugene Shu's first reaction was that his elder brother had come back. Seeing the smiling face at the doorway, he called out, Ergo. You're back. Eugene Wan had contacted their second brother, Eugene Yao, the night he returned. While their older brother had ambitions to succeed their father, Yu Mingyu, their second brother had dedicated himself to commerce after completing 5 years of military service. Even in these tough times, Eugene Yao hadn't lost his desire to make money, which was one of the reasons why the family enjoyed such wealth. A child who loved making money and had a talent for it ensured a prosperous household. Xiao Shu, Eugene Yao instinctively opened his arms for a brotherly hug. Long time no see. When did you return? Eugene Shu complained, I've been back for so long. Sorry, this trading team went further than expected. Eugene Yao admitted his mistake with ease. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Yu Mingyu, who was in the kitchen helping Tang Sungru with the dumpling stuffing, responded from afar with a humph. One or two of you, your wings have grown stiff, staying away for so long without coming home unless called. I'm back, aren't I? Eugene Yao laughed cheerfully. In this turbulent era, Eugeniao gathered a group of capable individuals to form a trading team. As its name suggests, the team traveled between bases, delivering items from one base that had surplus to another that lacked them. Though it might sound easy, the risks involved in traveling between bases were shouldered by the traders themselves. If it weren't for sufficient strength ensuring every departure would bring profit and secure goods, this business couldn't be carried on. "Mom, what are you doing?" Eugeniao approached the kitchen entrance but wisely chose not to enter, instead opting to look inside where there was bustling activity. Chapter 29. Xiao Yao is back. Good timing, I'm planning to make dumplings today. Tang Sungru smiled warmly with her eyes squinting in delight while continuously rolling out dumpling wrappers. In the time it took her to speak a few sentences, she had already finished rolling out a perfectly round wrapper. There was already a pile of wrappers waiting to be used. Dumplings? Eugeniao perked up. His mother was an expert at making dumplings, handling both the dough and the fillings skillfully by hand, creating an authentic flavor. The only downside was that the process was quite labor-intensive. Tang Sungru often preferred to avoid the effort, and Yu Mingyu, her husband, was always happy not to have to nag her into doing it, it saved so much energy. But this time was different. With some nicely flavored vegetables on hand, which they hadn't eaten for quite a while, Tang Sungru decided to get started herself. "Alright, don't just stand there blocking the doorway. If you're not busy, go ahead and start wrapping the dumplings." Eugeniao, after standing by the kitchen door for a bit, ended up with a stack of wrappers and a bowl of filling thrust upon him. Tang Sungru planned to make as many dumplings as possible this time around. These vegetables wouldn't stay fresh for long, so she wanted to use them all now. She would freeze extras so that when they craved dumplings later, they could simply defrost and cook them for convenience. Eugeniao wasn't normally allowed in the kitchen due to his infamous status as a kitchen killer, but tasks like making dumplings were within his reach. The two brothers sat separately, one on each side, chatting as they wrapped. Eugeniao mentioned his idea of setting up a business line. While struggling to pinch the edges of his dumpling closed, Eugeniao replied, "That's not a bad idea. Right now, what we lack most are vegetables and other grains. Meat isn't too hard to come by, but with the shortage of grains, it's likely that the number of poultry will decrease as well. Poultry eats crops, and before, those were abundant. But now, vegetables themselves are treasures, and feeding them to livestock would barely suffice even for personal consumption. With less food available, how could they possibly expect more animals?" Though Eugeniao worked fast and neatly, arranging row after row of fat dumplings, Eugeniao's attempts couldn't match his brother's craftsmanship, not by a long shot. Eugeniao knew the extent of his own skills, but that didn't stop him from enjoying himself. Who cares if they looked ugly? They're still dumplings. As the conversation progressed, Eugeniao remembered something important he hadn't yet mentioned. "You don't need to worry about that. The second-generation seeds produced from our planted crops yield stable harvests, though they may produce less compared to the first generation." "What do you mean?" Hearing this response, Eugeniao stopped making dumplings altogether, asking urgently. After a brief pause, Eugeniao realized why Eugeniao was so excited. Why was grain scarce? It wasn't due to insufficient manpower, it was because the yields were unstable and low. But if there were stable-yielding seeds, and the bases had plenty of workers, producing enough grain wouldn't be a problem. Patiently, Eugeniao repeated himself, receiving a fiery look from the other party, prompting Eugeniao to begin calculating the potential benefits their family might gain. "Xiao Shu, you said you wanted to establish a supply chain." Initially, Eugeniao hadn't given much thought to this proposal, but now he was truly paying attention. Of course Xiao Shu wanted to sell the vegetables they grew. However, for now, these resources needed to be reserved for internal consumption. Only after the next batch of crops came in could they think about selling them. This left at least a 2 to 3 month gap. Plus, hearing Xiao Shu mention the small population of villagers and the limited number of initial crops, the eventual output might just be sufficient for one base to consume. But seeds changed everything. Seeds were highly valuable in the current world, and if managed correctly, they could bring substantial profits. The benefits were secondary, though. Using the seeds as gifts for the various bases could earn significant goodwill, greatly promoting the development of the trading team. The bases now lacked abundant resources. Certain items were extremely rare and had to be exchanged for goods, while entering a base itself cost money. Proper management here would yield undeniable benefits, and furthermore. "Xiao Shu, I think you should give these seeds away as gifts," Eugeniao considered briefly, then discussed the matter with Eugeniao. What did Xiao Shu currently worry about? Not flaunting wealth and avoiding drawing attention due to owning too much. He feared greed from other bases. Given their limited people, they couldn't withstand attacks. However, using the seeds as gifts distributed among the major bases, even if there weren't many seeds, they could gift them exclusively to the A City base and request protection. Prioritizing seed distribution to them afterward would provide strong guarantees. If there were more seeds, a few major bases could each receive a little. Not too much though, an abundance would reduce their value. By proposing similar conditions to each base, they could create mutual constraints, ensuring no base would attack them. To maintain good relations, none of the bases would dare harm Eugeniao's territory and might even help Eugeniao fight off other bases. Once all the bases stabilized their yields and no longer needed seeds from him, by then they'd be well armed. Crops wouldn't be as scarce anymore, so they wouldn't become targets due to their agricultural output. The more Eugene thought about this plan, the more feasible it seemed. Giving the bases some face-saving gestures increased their goodwill. When the bases prospered, their people would also benefit financially, and he wouldn't have to worry about his goods not selling. Eugene excitedly shared his thoughts with Eugene Shu. Eugene Shu also found the idea worthwhile. He had initially considered approaching some of his teammates but dismissed the thought after arriving at the base. Their 4-person team was temporarily placed in the base, yet their fighting strength was still extremely valuable. Strength equaled power, and it definitely wouldn't be easy to let go of such strong individuals. He capitalized on advantageous timing and support structures, as retirement was near. The higher-ups allowed him rest time under the guise of recuperation and accumulated vacations, urging him to rethink staying. But now, with no news from Eugene Shu for so long, those close to him had suffered greatly in factional disputes. Some were demoted, and the power structure had shifted almost entirely. Unrestricted by anyone, upon returning unexpectedly, the higher-ups naturally sought to bring Eugene Shu back into service. Initially assuming Eugene Shu had died because of his prolonged absence, they loosened the restrictions around his retirement. With his father maneuvering slightly, Eugene Shu completely shed that burden. However, those others were still held down, likely facing heavier burdens once the internal disputes settled. The two chatted for half the day, mostly Eugene Shu listening while occasionally offering advice. Yet his hands remained busy, quickly completing a small plate of dumplings. Meanwhile, Eugene, lost in thought, only snapped out of it when his ear was pinched. His expression immediately changed from confident to pitiful as he pleaded for mercy. Mom. It hurts, it really hurts. My ear's going to fall off. This body of Eugene couldn't possibly injure anyone, he was just pretending to be weak. Tang Sungru raised these 3 boys, how could she not know her son's true nature? She gave a sarcastic laugh, pointing at the oddly shaped dumplings that resembled buns more than dumplings, and questioned, "You've been asked to make dumplings, and this is all you've managed? After all these years, you haven't improved one bit. Look at your brother, he's already finished a whole plate, whereas you, obsessed with your business even when you come home. Mom, isn't this me helping Xiao Shu solve problems?" Eugene cast a pleading glance toward Eugene Shu, who ignored him, focusing solely on making dumplings. Tang Sungru wasn't truly intent on punishing her son. After being placated for a while, she reluctantly released Eugene's ear, her mood considerably improved. With her son safely returned and the family gathered together to enjoy a fine meal, Tang Sungru felt the biggest weight lift off her chest. Free from worry, she naturally appeared radiant. Once the dumplings were cooked, Eugene devoured all the strangely shaped ones he had made himself. Upon tasting the first bite, his thoughts changed again. Swallowing the warm dumpling, he couldn't resist asking, "Did Xiao Shu grow these?" Eugene Shu nodded, while Tang Sungru shot a disapproving glance at Eugene, saying, "Xiao Shu isn't like you, always wandering around outside and coming back empty-handed. These are all crops Xiao Shu grew personally." Eugene hadn't expected the vegetables to taste so good. Initially, without considering this, he underestimated Eugene Shu's output, thinking a single base could cover it. But now, realizing the superior quality, how could they sell them at ordinary prices? Prices should indeed be redefined, packaged as premium goods. However, despite staring intently at his mother, Eugene mustered the courage to ask his younger brother, "Xiao Shu, do the crops grown from the second-generation seeds taste as good as these first-generation ones?" "It doesn't quite match." After pondering for a moment, Eugene Shu explained. The yield from the second-generation seeds hadn't emerged yet. What Eugene Shu had tasted was Yi Gao's previous experimental results. The flavor was slightly inferior compared to peacetime crops, although this difference wasn't easily noticeable unless paying close attention. Primarily, the taste wasn't quite as good as what Eugene Shu grew personally. Those must be similar to the vegetables before the apocalypse. Eugene's eyes were almost gleaming as he began contemplating a collaboration with his younger brother. His mind buzzed with ideas, but his mouth didn't stop either. He finished a bowl of dumplings and got up for another. He always had a big appetite, which only grew after his body mutated. Moreover, with such delicious food, how could one bowl be enough? He had to have at least one more. Once full, Tang Sungru continued rolling out the dumpling wrappers, adding to the batch once she made enough. She strictly forbade Eugene from helping. These dumplings were meant to be frozen for future meals, and they couldn't risk Eugene messing them up. Eugene paid no heed. Kitchen-related activities were something he rarely took part in anyway. His reputation as a kitchen killer was well known, so there was nothing he could do about it. When Eugene Han returned, Tang Sungru was busy cooking him a pot of dumplings too. Upon tasting them, Eugene Han also praised their flavor, causing Tang Sungru to smile even wider. What could bring her more joy than having her skills recognized by family? Chapter 30. Eugene who had not enjoyed his leisure at home for long when the base suddenly issued a mission. This matter should not have been closely related to Eugene Shu, but the higher-ups found the Yu family and hoped that Eugene Shu would take action to go on the mission. Eugene Shu quickly skimmed through a thin sheet of paper. Yu Mingyu had already dismissed the messenger who brought the message. The father and son were sitting on the sofa, contemplating this matter. The mission issued by the base was a rescue mission. Although it was called a rescue, it was not entirely accurate, because after such a long time with almost zombies everywhere, there would be very few chances for anyone to survive, unless someone was an exception like Eugene Chu. Besides, those people were researchers whose bodies were not very strong, so the probability of them surviving was very low. The main mission was still to obtain the research materials of those researchers. This was the true purpose of this mission. But no one said what exactly those researchers were studying or what research materials they were looking for. From beginning to end, there was something strange about this mission. The location of the research institute was relatively remote, and the time spent might be quite long. But why did this mission require Eugene Chu's participation? Would it not have been the same if they just sent Jiao Zhe and the others? When Eugene Chu went to visit the 4 people the next day, they all looked at each other in bewilderment and expressed that they had all been fully assigned to this mission. In other words, if he joined, 5 people would go out together. 5 people going out together. It was already rare for 4 people to go out together before. This time, with 5 people, everyone could feel that there was something wrong with this mission. Was there some hidden circumstance behind this mission? Eugene Chu did not know, but Yumingyu vaguely knew that these research materials were extremely important. However, he did not know what exactly these research materials were about. Since he was also included to execute the mission, it must be quite difficult. After hesitating for a moment, Eugene Chu ultimately agreed. It was not for the base, but mainly for his several teammates. If he joined, the level of danger would decrease, and he could also ensure the safety of the 4 teammates. The elders of the Yu family generally placed little meaning on the decisions made by Eugene Chu. Even Tang Sungru, though worried about her son participating in this mission and leaving home again just after returning, let Eugene Chu go despite complaining verbally. Tang Sungru and Yu Mingyu always refrained from interfering with their child's own decisions except for the hard rule within the Yu family, mandatory enlistment for 5 years. They were fully supportive of all other decisions. Still, Tang Sungru couldn't help but worry. No matter how capable Eugene Chuan was, he was still her son first, and whose son shouldn't she worry about? Seeing his mother pack a large bag full of supplies, Eugene Chu felt amused but helpless as she kept wanting to add more items. Mom, enough is enough. Eugene Chu stopped his mom from continuing to cram things into the bag. I'm going on a mission, not to have fun or relax. Carrying so much luggage will only hinder my progress. How could Tang Sungru not know this? Of course, she knew, but she just couldn't stop worrying. You've only been back for such a short while, Tang Sungru complained slightly. After being away for so long, you come home briefly and then leave again. This is unavoidable. Eugene Chu hurriedly tried to calm his mother down. Don't worry, this time we're just recovering some data. There won't be much danger. Really? Really? Eugene Chu nodded seriously, hiding the package behind him. It's not even time to leave yet since the mission is days away. Why are we packing so early? Isn't it better to prepare early? You too, both you and your dad, tend to realize things missing just when it's time to go. Tang Songro's attention was redirected, muttering about how much she cared. Fortunately, Tang Songro's worries were addressed by Yu Mingyu while Eugene Chu slipped out quietly to catch his breath and planned to visit the training base to see how Duan Xiaocheng was doing with his training. Duan Xiaocheng finally convinced his parents, especially his mother, to let him participate in the training here. He used the argument of leaving home before, saying he would be safer if he was stronger. Moreover, with Duan Su, Duan Xiaocheng's father, Du Jiaqing, mother, was the most indulgent parent in the Duan family. The first child of the Duan family was raised mostly by Duan Su. Back then, Du Jiaqing was obsessed with her career and didn't spend much time taking care of her child. By the time she had free time, her eldest son had already been trained to be more independent by Duan Su and didn't need much care from Du Jiaqing. After the birth of her second child, Du Jiaqing's unreleased maternal love was fully poured onto her second son. She spoiled him to an extent that it became a spectacle. Duan Su originally wanted to step in and discipline him, but seeing his wife's pitiful face, he thought that since this youngest son had the eldest son and himself looking after him, there wouldn't be any major problems. Thus, he let things go their way until the current situation formed. Duan Su bore half the responsibility for the runaway incident. He saw Duan Xiaocheng running away from home with his own eyes. Initially, his intent was to let the younger son bump into walls and endure hardship outside. However, it ended up causing disgrace, and after finding the younger son, he didn't dare to compete with his wife for custody, allowing Du Jiaqing to overprotect him for some time. It was only under Duan Xiaocheng's strong protests that Duan Su stood up, enabling Duan Xiaocheng to achieve his goal of entering the regular team training. The weather in October was still warm, and the scorching sun shone on every member diligently training in the regular team. Everyone said the regular team training was very tough, but Duan Xiaocheng adapted within a day. After all, Brother Yu's previous training was even more inhumane. With a solid physique and self-training that never slacked off, Duan Xiaocheng rapidly climbed the ranks shortly after joining the team. He hadn't lost any one-on-one spars with teammates, and though he used to lose badly in spars with the coaches, after practicing repeatedly, now they were evenly matched, although he still hadn't won. When Eugene Chu arrived, Duan Xiaocheng was being individually challenged by team members, one by one. Yes, it was just Duan Xiaocheng single-handedly taking on the entire regular team, fighting continuously without rest. They wouldn't call themselves worthy of Coach Jiao Zhe's reputation as a devil trainer if they didn't push Duan Xiaocheng to the limit. That's quite a show. Eugene Shu squinted his eyes and waved at Jiao Zhe. How about a match? Jiao Zhe was thrilled at the chance to have a private session. Getting beaten up wasn't enjoyable, but recognizing one's inadequacies through multiple knockdowns was invaluable. Eugene Shu always advocated practical combat. How could one identify one's flaws without going through actual battles? Jiao Zhe was engaged fiercely in the battle, and even a spectator sparring with Duan Xiaocheng glanced towards Jiao Zhe absent-mindedly. Although none of them knew who this unfamiliar face was, knowing that this person could enter the restricted training base it will indicated that they likely had some connections. Alright, Eugene Shu stopped the fight voluntarily, let's take a break. Jiao Zhe wiped the sweat off his forehead, declaring a short rest period. Even during the break, he pulled out a crumpled paper, catching Eugene Shu's attention from the corner of his eye. Yes, this was the task document sent directly home initially. Jiao Zhe remained just as unconcerned with details. Eugene Shu shook his head and sat down next to Duan Xiaocheng on the ground. There's something I need to tell you. Jiao Zhe caught his breath and continued, the base has issued a rescue mission that requires a large number of people. Those who want to participate can sign up with me. Let it be known that just signing up doesn't mean you'll be participating, you still have to pass an audit. Specific details about the mission are available for you to read later. Missions rarely came directly to the regular team, especially those who were still in training. Saying this was just a formality because only the top few among the trainees would actually register for such missions. The tasks directly dispatched by the base usually contained both danger and opportunities, involving a lot of skilled participants ensuring the completion of the mission. To a certain extent, it also assured safety, providing a very good exercise opportunity. Seeing Duan Xiaocheng's thoughtful gaze, Eugene Shu asked, what? Do you want to go? Will brother you be going? Of course, the task has already been delivered directly to my home, so not going isn't an option, Eugene Shu shrugged. Initially, Duan Xiaocheng just wanted to give it a try, but now that brother Yu was going, how could he stay behind? A glance from Eugene Shu immediately revealed what this young man was thinking. You want to go? Based on your abilities, you can. But will your mother oppose it? Naturally, opposition would certainly come, but would opposition stop him? A cunning gleam flashed across Duan Xiaocheng's usually silly face, whispering lightly, can opposition really hold me back? Previously, his inability to leave home was mainly due to his father quietly supporting his mother, but now things might be different. Going out to train is a good thing, Eugene Shu patted Duan Xiaocheng on the shoulder, squinting as he watched Jiao Zhe whistling, didn't you say you wanted to save the world? Is that still your ambition? Duan Xiaocheng stood up, joining the queue, with a hint of red coloring his ear tips when reminded of his once firm promise. It was somewhat embarrassing now, but did he have any intention of retreating? No. This was Duan Xiaocheng, once he set his mind on something, there was no turning back. The brashness of youth might later make him realize how unimaginable, and nearly impossible, the idea of saving the world really was. But who said his original goal was to save the world? He simply wanted to become a legendary great swordsman. What had sparked this thought in the first place? The legendary great swordsmen of wuxia stories lived carefree and unrestrained lives, pointing their swords toward the horizon. They were surrounded by countless true friends, coming together and parting ways but never lonely, overcoming great challenges yet always managing to cross every hurdle. Did he want to save the world? Not necessarily. What he truly envied was the life of these great swordsmen, with loyal friends, never alone on the road, with heroic and free-spirited actions celebrated and praised by all. All of this was what made Duan Xiaocheng look up to the concept of the great swordsman. Saving the world was merely a path to becoming one. But now, it seemed like he had glimpsed a faint outline of what his ideal, great swordsman, would look like. Perhaps, for that reason, he needed to become a little more rebellious. Eugene Shu had no idea what kind of thoughts were swirling in Duan Xiaocheng's mind, nor did he know that this guy had decided to latch onto him. After watching some training, Eugene Shu wandered around a few other training spots for a while before slowly preparing to head home. Of course, Eugene Shu wasn't just aimlessly wandering around out of boredom. Though his second brother had said that using the second-generation seeds could secure a small piece of territory and perhaps even eliminate the initial concerns about threats if things went smoothly, Eugene Shu didn't rely on others. He only trusted himself. Defensive capabilities were still necessary. This was why he was casually wandering around, to see if there was anyone talented enough to be lured back with him. Chapter 31. There were plenty of talented individuals, but not many that could be lured away. Those in the main squad basically had their sights set on staying at the A City base, ideally becoming a part of the patrol team, safe and high-paying. It was the top choice for loafers looking to coast through life. Some did look down on this position, instead aiming for something higher. Their ambitions were not small, and within the group there were quite a few members with connections. Those who had roots in a city couldn't be easily swayed. Eugene Shu sighed wistfully. These days, talents were aplenty, as were uncertainties. Many people, once they had gained power, developed backbone and would not easily rely on others. It was indeed hard to acquire good talent. He wondered how Duan Xiaocheng managed to pull it off. When all teams were prepared to leave, Duan Xiaocheng was already mixed in, carrying a small backpack, his eyes lighting up when he saw Eugene Shu, quietly giving him a meaningful glance. This trip involved a large number of teams. Yu Jinsu, along with a few others like Chaoza, reformed into a squad serving as backup support. Aside from their team, there were 3 other squads, each with dozens of people. Altogether, there were about 40 or 50 people, all with proven capabilities. This was no exaggeration to call such a team massive. Yu Jinsu's group was not subordinate to the captains of these 3 teams, they held an equal status. Before departure, they were solemnly instructed not to easily quarrel with Yu Jinsu. If the latter insisted, they should prioritize his will. To reach such a position, everyone was well aware of their limitations. Yu Jinsu, with the surname Yu, which was striking enough, combined with some hearsay about previous events, it wasn't difficult to infer the relationship between Yu Jinsu and the Yu family. As a result, everyone treated Yu Jinsu with great politeness, even showing a tendency to see him as a leading figure. But Yu Jinsu certainly didn't want any such trend. After greeting the 3 captains, he withdrew into his own car, intending not to get involved. He tidied up and checked his belongings before preparing to leave. Just before departure, another person squeezed into Yu Jinsu's vehicle. One of the 3 captains smiled and offered an amicable explanation. "We're short on seats, do you mind if we add one more?" Right beside him stood Duan Xiaocheng, whose bright demeanor belied a pitiful expression as he looked at them. Yu Jinsu indifferently let him in. He had never hidden the extent of his dealings with Duan Xiaocheng. Sending over someone to gain favor was just a small matter, after all, wasn't it merely swapping positions? How much of this was due to Duan Xiaocheng using his own means remained unclear. 5 people in a car, a 7-seat off-road vehicle accommodating 1 extra person posed absolutely no problem. Apart from appearing somewhat at a loss when facing Yu Jinsu, Duan Xiaocheng found it easy to fit into the group. Moreover, the members already had positive impressions of Duan Xiaocheng, having familiarized with him during training sessions. Therefore, no one voiced objections upon his boarding. "Good job, kid. How'd you manage to join?" Xiao Jiasheng, adept at handling situations smoothly, was usually the peacemaker among the 4, also initiating a friendly conversation with Duan Xiaocheng. Duan Xiaocheng wasn't shy and boldly expressed, "It's easier under the shadow of a big tree. Why wouldn't I use my dad?" "Huh, you sure are relaxed." Being so openly clear-sighted about leveraging privileges wasn't offensive to them. In mere minutes, the atmosphere among the few became lively. Yu Jinsu hadn't slept well last night, all because of the dog at home. Snowball was practically a canine genius, understanding most of what they said. Knowing Yu Jinsu had a mission, Snowball stubbornly tried to follow along. Blame Yu Jinsu, too, he had mostly left Snowball in the care of his mother since returning home, neglecting Snowball to some degree. Now that he was leaving again for several days, Snowball clearly wanted to stretch its legs and go out. But could this mission just allow anyone to come along? Besides, bringing a dog on a task made little sense, so Yu Jinsu naturally refused. Snowball pestered him for half the night, whimpering and cooing around the foot of the bed, making a racket for most of the night. After chatting for a while, the group tactfully quieted down, providing Yu Jinsu a peaceful resting environment. Yu Jinsu was awakened by Duan Xiaocheng. Though slightly grumpy upon waking, he refrained from losing his temper. Instead, he experienced a low-pressure phase after regaining consciousness and avoided speaking. His teammates also dared not provoke him during this time, fearing some unfortunate incidents. "What is it?" Rubbing his temples, Yu Jinsu asked softly. "There's someone outside looking for you. Seems to be discussing camping arrangements." Duan Xiaocheng replied in hushed tones. Sitting on the chair, Yu Jinsu cleared his drowsy head slightly before getting out of the car without expression. As the sky grew darker, a patch of crimson clouds hung far away in the heavens. The 3 captains, who on the surface appeared courteous, turned around with a smile toward Yu Jinsu after sensing some movement. "Captain Yu." Yu Jinsu nodded slightly, accepting the title. The newly reassembled team deserved its own captain too. "It's getting late. There's an abandoned village nearby. We were thinking of resting there, what do you think?" "Fine by me." Yu Jinsu half closed his eyes, not wanting to get involved in these trivialities. These individuals were considerate enough to notice that Yu Jinsu wasn't in the best mood and stopped asking further questions. They gathered some team members and went ahead to check out the village, clearing any potentially remaining zombies before bringing everyone along. Yu Jinsu's group naturally occupied one of the houses, the 6 of them living together. This group was already well acquainted with handling missions, the night watch schedule distributed perfectly smoothly. Yu Jinsu also stationed several members outside for nighttime vigilance. Yu Jinsu preferred having everything under his control. Among their 6-member team, they paired up for the night watch, splitting into 3-time segments. Before taking the night shift, Yu Jinsu handed each person a small sachet. It was just tiny but looked rather elegant. Nya Yuanjie curiously sniffed at the scent, an understated floral fragrance, subtle, not overwhelming. It was neither very pleasant nor unpleasant, even somewhat familiar. "What is this?" Nya Yuanjie asked. "Catnip powder," Yu Jinsu replied after distributing the sachets, attaching his own to his waistband. "The smell repels zombies." "Zombie repellent?" Xiao Jiasheng carefully smelled it, indeed similar to the zombie repellent distributed by the higher-ups in the base, yet subtly different. Yu Jinsu showed interest. "What is it?" That's the latest repellent developed by the base recently, rumored to have the function of driving away zombies. Qiu Jiaxing pinched the sachet while answering. Apparently, it's based on raw materials contributed by an adventure squad some time ago. Qiu Jiaxing hesitated as he glanced at Yu Jinsu. Captain, what about? Humph. Yu Jinsu arched his eyebrows. You should have guessed. If I'm not mistaken, this is the raw material for the repellent. Each of them, to varying degrees, had power and connections that allowed them to know where those raw materials originated from. With a little imagination, it became clear how rare and hard to obtain this stuff truly was. Nya Yuanjie couldn't resist asking first, Captain, were you in S City before? You can ask Qingzi specifically. After distributing all the sachets, Yu Jinsu yawned. His night watch was during the later hours, so the bumpy ride left him unsettled, now a bit sleepy again. Qingzi knows quite a lot from that period, you can go ask him. I'm tired. If the captain said he was tired, they certainly wouldn't disturb him. But while Yu Jinswan remained undisturbed, Duan Xiaocheng might not be so lucky. Within this team, his current status relied entirely on being close to Yu Jinsu, practically the younger brother among younger brothers. Facing the four hungry wolves, though secretly pleased, he sensed something ominous. The four took Duan Xiaocheng out to bond thoroughly. Yu Jinsu was glad to let them get to know each other. This Duan family member possessed good thoughts, nurture him properly, and his future achievements would not fall short of the other four teammates. Everything passed peacefully overnight. On the day they set out, the same captain who initially brought Duan Xiaocheng back called him away again, only returning him much later, laughing as he chatted with Yu Jinsu. Your charisma really pulls our people away, Captain Yu. Yu Jinsu raised his eyebrows, confused about the hidden meaning behind these words. Was this implying he stole Duan Xiaocheng? He didn't deny it since his plan originally included keeping Duan Xiaocheng near him. However, the one who proactively sent Duan Xiaocheng to him was this very person. How could he blame him now? Yu Jinsu had no intention of restraining his temper, his face immediately turned cold. Are you blaming me then? The man's smile froze momentarily, clearly not expecting Yu Jinsu to so directly expose his hidden implication. Yu Jinsu didn't care what others thought in their minds. His arrogant and explosive temperament had its foundation, after all, in a city base. Who dared offend the Yu family? At least until the three major powers established dominance over each other, nobody dared touch the Yu family. No matter how aggressive his attitude was, they could only endure. I remember it was you who sent him over last time. Yu Jinsu narrowed his eyes, giving the man a thorough once-over, completely unreserved in his sarcasm. So, now you're regretting sending someone here? The man's complexion stiffened slightly as he laughed awkwardly in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. How could we? I see that you're very bold, Yu Jinshu scoffed. No matter what little schemes you have in your mind, I'm here just to accomplish the mission. If any matters outside the task bother me, don't blame me for not recognizing anyone's face. Yu Jinshu's scolding made the person leave. They looked rather displeased as they departed. But Yu Jinshu didn't care at all. Who cared about such trivial people? To be honest, apart from their group of a few, each of the three teams had their own supporting factions behind them. The undercurrents between the teams were nothing unknown to him, and he certainly wasn't stupid enough to be played around with. That person sending Duan Xiaocheng over was clearly aiming to curry favor. Now, turning back to blame him. Where did they get the nerve? That man hit a wall with Yu Jinshu, so for the following days, the other captains kept quiet and behaved themselves in front of Yu Jinshu. Even if there was friction among themselves, none dared to make trouble in front of him anymore. They heard that Yu Jinshu had a bad temper and didn't sell favors to anyone, but they didn't expect him to be so irritable, leaving no room for compromise, ruthlessly exposing everything hidden beneath. The rest of the days within the team passed rather quietly. No one foolish enough came to cross swords with Yu Jinshu. The remaining two teams, perhaps seeing someone had already run into trouble, also refrained from trying to establish relations. Peaceful journey lasted barely 2 days. As the destination approached, the chances of encountering small zombie clusters increased significantly. In just one day, they encountered several groups of zombies gathered together in 2s and 3s. Yu Jinshu's group was conspicuous due to their size, noise, number of members, and strong human scent. To avoid unnecessary conflicts and losses, they generally dodged the zombie groups whenever possible. Consequently, they took many detours and spent extra time to finally turn onto the correct route. However, today's zombie cluster appeared unavoidable. If they wanted to reach their destination, they had to pass through the highway right before them. Going down an alternative route would waste time and might lead them astray. Typically, highways were packed with vehicles, and in the past, they often bypassed highways due to the numerous abandoned cars obstructing the roads. To clear the way, they'd have to move those vehicles stuck in the middle, which sometimes meant facing zombie clusters. Encountering zombies on highways left no option but to fight since dodging was impossible. This is why they tried to avoid highways whenever possible. But this spot was relatively remote, there weren't too many vehicles on the highway. At first glance, only a couple of zombies were visible, posing no significant threat. After reaching a consensus, they decided to cross the highway horizontally, also seeking Yu Jinshu's opinion. Yu Jinshu gave these people a look as if they were a bunch of fools. You've already decided, so why ask me? Am I expected to oppose just because I'm asked? A certain captain got a cold shoulder from Eugene Shu, though far more shameless than the previous one. They showed no discomfort even when faced with Eugene Shu's ridicule, and even managed to joke along with it. This joke faded quickly under Eugene Shu's death glare, leaving behind forced laughter. The captain awkwardly found a way out and returned to his territory, pretending not to see another captain full of sarcasm. The other's barbs felt like farting to him, ignorable. With nothing gained from this interaction, the man rolled his eyes and didn't say much, just called out to his teammates to prepare for departure. Jiao Zhe, sitting with one leg crossed over the other, sneered at these people and criticized, "I don't understand, knowing captain has a bad temper, why keep running into his gun sights?" Eugene Shu smacked him on the head. "So, you know my temper is bad. And yet you dare provoke me?" Jiao Zhe blinked, touching the still sore area. "Not really, captain's temper is definitely the best in the world." Such flattery didn't feel wrong at all. Mutated felt embarrassed on behalf of Jiao Zhe. "Not a child anymore, yet you're still kissing ass. So what? Jealous?" Jiao Zhe slowly retorted. It was familiar taste and dialogue, practically happening every day, once or twice. For Duan Xiaocheng, who initially felt out of place but now was used to ignoring them, these two bickered daily with great camaraderie, never causing concern. "Brother you," Duan Xiaocheng squinted at the scenery outside. The first wave of zombies ahead. The entire convoy moved very slowly. The temporary road-clearing team formed by the three squads was carefully eliminating the zombies drawn by the smell, not too many in number. Once they reached their physical limits, the next shift took over. Eugene Shu and his crew maintained a position neither too close nor too far, untroubled by the task of clearing the path. Listening to the zombies' growls ahead, they even had the leisure to comment on the road-clearing team's performance. After a period of slow moving, the convoy needed some time for repairs and rest. Even with rotation among crew members, no one's physical condition could hold up indefinitely. Seeing this, Mutated and Jiao Zhe became restless with eagerness, so they rushed straight to the front line. Like children at heart, these two even started competing on who could take down more zombies. With their aggressive presence, the convoy's progress sped up noticeably. Perhaps sensing that clearing zombies one by one along the way was too sluggish, the three captains conferred and decided to lure zombies into clustering together. They kept the number within their handling capacity, greatly improving efficiency. Some isolated zombies were simply run over. Before nightfall, they exited the highway. Beyond the highway stretched vast wastelands, hardly any signs of habitation were visible, scarcely any cover, only dry yellow earth and windblown sand, vegetation was almost non-existent. Captain Mutated re-entered the vehicle, drenched in the stench of zombie fluids. Noticing Eugene Shu's look of distaste, he silently squeezed himself further into a corner. It wasn't his fault. As long as a zombie had the ability to move, it would never cease attacking. Moreover, without healing abilities, injured zombies still flailed blood around while lunging at humans, making it inevitable for one to be splattered with foul-smelling blood. "The zombies are becoming much more agile," Mutated added slowly. "They also seem stronger. More difficult than those outside the base," Jiao Zhe supplemented, recalling a particularly strong zombie during cleanup whose attack nearly destabilized them. Eugene Shu reflected. He already knew that zombies' agility was gradually increasing. After all, if their physical constitutions improved significantly, there was no reason for zombies not to evolve. This was something he had suspected when they were in S-City. Still, it had only been 4 or 5 days since leaving the base. Surely such short a span of time wouldn't allow much evolution unless closer to their destination led to greater levels of zombie evolution. Eugene Shu felt an ominous sense growing inside him. "Brother you." Duan Xiaocheng softly drew back Eugene Shu's attention. His frown conveyed his concern. The further west we go, the more agile and stronger the zombies get. Could something here be affecting the zombies? Eugene Shu agreed with the thought. It's possible. The existence of zombies comes from the pathogens brought by the meteor shower. Word has it that several meteorites fell across various regions during that shower. Could one be nearby? Months ago, researchers identified the virus responsible for turning humans into zombies, a previously undiscovered strain, or perhaps discovered but ignored. Over a decade ago, an immense meteor shower left numerous small meteorites scattered across Earth, causing significant losses. These extraterrestrial objects naturally underwent research. Besides discovering unknown cells, nothing unusual was found about them. This single discovery seemed incredibly fragile, showing no practical use after experimentation and failing to adapt well to Earth's environment, eventually dying out after a short period. After some time passed and nothing fruitful came from research, the project was abandoned, and fragments of scattered meteorites weren't fully recovered. Perhaps there were leftovers nearby. This cell believed incapable of surviving on Earth had lain dormant for years before exploding into action, becoming the primary cause of human-to-zombie transformations, now known as the pathogen. However, this pathogen doesn't transform every human into a zombie. After entering the body, it begins to invade. Those who cannot resist become zombies, whereas those who can withstand it transform into new humans with significantly enhanced constitutions, strength, speed, vision, and other attributes improve differently depending on the individual. In many apocalypse tales, injuries caused by zombies lead to infection, which is indeed true. However, it isn't automatic transformation upon being bitten. Once the pathogen invades the human body, it can survive in both the brain and saliva. If the brain is destroyed, the pathogen dies immediately, unable to transfer to another host. Yet, if bitten by a zombie, the saliva's pathogen quickly transfers targets. Only through bites is conversion possible. More importantly, new humans who have already undergone the pathogen's effects don't need to worry, they won't turn into zombies even if bitten. Bites will merely make wounds harder to heal and might cause fever alongside other associated symptoms, but if one survives, the worst is over. Failing that means death. Eugene sat there with his eyes closed, going over all the information he had in his mind. When meteor fragments first fell across various regions, a dedicated research team was formed amidst much fanfare. Everyone expected breakthroughs, hoping for new substances, significant discoveries, but in the end, apart from finding an unknown cell incapable of surviving on Earth, no other significant findings emerged. Eventually, this project faded into obscurity and appeared to have been shut down. The current mission was to retrieve research data, but they hadn't disclosed what specific data needed to be retrieved. Judging by the current situation, it might just be related to the pathogen. Yet, the original research didn't yield anything of value, and the research group dissolved after a short while. So why travel such a long distance here just to retrieve some files? Instinct told Eugene that the data they were supposed to collect was likely related to the pathogen. In this day and age, what could be more important than pathogen-related information? Important enough for 3 factions to cooperate just to get their hands on it. Still, these were all guesses, and without concrete evidence, Eugene wasn't about to act rashly. Clearly, not everyone in the team was as confused about the task objective as Eugene Chiu Jiasheng seemed to have noticed something too. The only ones who weren't putting much thought into things were Jiao Zhe and Nia Yuanjia. When they caught wind of anything strange, they simply passed it along for others to think about. No worries, Eugene tossed a dead twig into the roaring fire. Let's go with the flow. Once we reach our destination, we'll see exactly what makes this research data so special. In this barren wasteland, the convoy couldn't conceal its presence at all. This night would inevitably be spent on high alert to prevent surprise attacks from any hidden foes. However, the dangers lurking in the wilds weren't just zombies, there were also the creatures hiding underground, like ants. People living above ground never knew how vast the population of ants could be beneath the soil. A sight of densely packed ants covering a barren area struck sheer terror in anyone who saw it. Fortunately, the crew consisted of carefully selected talents, and upon detecting danger immediately, they abandoned their temporary rest site. There had been instances where careless individuals resting outdoors were attacked and bitten to death during the night by ants capable of inflicting fatal harm. Only when they'd put enough distance between themselves and the ant-infested area did they look back, only then realizing how narrowly they'd escaped, a cold sweat breaking out across their skin. If they hadn't reacted quickly enough, casualties could have easily been inevitable. These wild ants posed a double threat. They might carry unknown viruses that caused itching, fevers, or swelling in wounds, but the real risk lay in possible infection. Once far enough away, the group stopped to look back, each member shuddering inwardly as they realized how perilous the situation could have turned. Chapter 33. They had just found a new place to rest, and before they could settle down again, a faint smell of blood and decay drifted into the camp with the wind and sand. This slight stench was not unusual. In the post-apocalypse world, the smell of decaying zombies that had lost their mobility was far more unbearable. Outside the bases, there was almost always a faint whiff of it everywhere. Perhaps the relentless sandstorm on their journey had carried away the usual scent of zombies. Here, mingled with the wind and sand, it became particularly noticeable. The team members with sharp noses had already swiftly informed their superiors. This also directly concerned their own lives. The group was equipped with some night vision goggles. The look on the faces of those with good eyesight suddenly changed as they gazed toward the distance. Apparently, the news wasn't good. Go quickly and inform the captain. A large zombie is approaching the camp, and it's moving fast. Soon after, the previously quiet camp lit up brightly once again. The highly trained soldiers were ready in an instant, but their preparation speed still couldn't match the pace of the incoming zombie. Its speed was incredible, and the accompanying odor grew increasingly intense. Just as the forward guard was about to engage, they faced this starved creature head-on. There was only one enemy, but its size was massive, its speed astonishing. Its clothes hung tattered on its body, with only a few scraps of fabric left clinging to it. Despite the mismatch between its bulk and agility, the zombie moved with surprising speed. Eugene stood high above, squinting as he watched the initial confrontation. A skirmish had already started. The vanguard team was clearly at a disadvantage, barely putting up any resistance. They were merely delaying time. Clearly, this lopsided fight wasn't what the captains wanted to see. Before reaching their destination, they hoped to maintain their combat strength intact. Without much time for deliberation, people were dispatched toward this side. Eugene flashed a slightly mocking smile, interlacing his fingers with an audible pop. Let's go. If we don't hurry, these guys will be completely annihilated. That day's physical activity could only be called a warm-up. Moreover, there were still those who hadn't warmed up yet. Facing such a powerful-looking zombie, excitement overrode fear. There were 4 team members, each having evolved in different physical directions: endurance, strength, and speed, all improved differently. Yuanjie specialized in strength, Jiao Zhe in speed, Chou Jiaxing in endurance, and Yu Tian in observation. Each individual had their own strengths, and when working together, the synergy of a well-coordinated team was greater than mere addition. Being the fastest, Jiao Zhe seemed like a gust of wind rushing past the messenger, blinding him momentarily with flying sand. When the man came back to his senses, the 6 individuals who had been standing nearby had vanished. Even Duan Xiaocheng, who struggled to keep up with the group, managed to stay close to the tail of the team. Jiao Zhe didn't intend to clash directly with the hulking brute. It suited him perfectly that the opponent was known for its speed. He decided to compare whose speed was superior. The barren terrain wasn't suitable for sprinting. However, while continuously engaging, Jiao Zhe adjusted his stance and pace, ensuring that his lean build didn't affect his velocity much. On the other hand, the zombie's larger frame made its movement slower and less agile. Jiao Zhe always narrowly avoided contact right before the zombie could touch him. Seems like your skills have regressed quite a bit, Jiao Zhe. Yuanjie arrived a moment later, taunting him as he passed by. Right before colliding with the zombie, Nia shifted his footing, clenching his right fist for an attack. The large punch from Nia collided with the smaller one of the zombie, yet their forces appeared equal. Though the zombie was nearly twice Nia's size, the two were locked in a standoff. Unable to swallow being mocked by Nia Yuanjie, Jiao Zhe took advantage of the zombie's brief struggle against Nia, closing in within a few breaths to aim a heavy blow at the zombie's temple. The huge zombie twisted its oversized pupil-filled eyes, unnaturally tilting its head in a manner inconsistent with human anatomy, evading the strike. The other teammates immediately followed up and positioned themselves accordingly. Duan Xiaocheng also focused on strength. With his long legs, he delivered a powerful kick straight to the soft abdomen, causing even the sensation-less zombie to step backward. It wasn't out of pain, but rather due to the force exerted by Duan Xiaocheng, which forced the creature to retreat a few steps. "You're doing great," Eugene Shu didn't withhold his praise as he swung the long staff directly towards the throat. A dent formed in the flesh where the hit landed, but Eugene Shu furrowed his brow slightly. The sensation under his strikes felt off. He had thrown all his might into the blow, but it only managed to create a shallow indentation. Beneath the stick, the sensation was akin to touching metal, abnormally solid. "Something's off with this zombie," Eugene Shu warned. "Be careful." Yu Tian shook the long sword in his hand, which was stained with blood, showing no sign of panic despite the zombie's furious roar. "Captain, this zombie's skin all over its body seems abnormally tough, especially around the neck and head. The weak point of a zombie is its brain. Once the brain dies, the pathogens attached to it will also perish immediately. Without the control of these pathogens, the zombie loses its ability to act and can no longer cause harm." Yu Tian tried attacking several times. The targeted neck area only showed shallow scratches, mere surface damage. Meanwhile, attacks on other parts of the zombie were somewhat harder to break through but far from as solid as the neck and head sections. The zombie's movements were swift, so Yu Tian could only seize opportunities to deliver ineffective slashes that couldn't even make the creature feel pain. This left him extremely frustrated. "Yu Tian, I didn't expect you'd have a day like this," Nia Yuanjie mocked gleefully on the sidelines. Though Nia Yuanjie and Jiao Zhe were arch-rivals, that didn't mean he was any gentler toward others. Yu Tian seemed harmless at first glance, but he was devious and had tricked Nia Yuanjie more than a couple of times. Somewhere along the line, there were still some other team members helping out. However, after Eugene Shu and his group joined in, the field was left with just 6 people engaging the zombie. "Brother Yu," Duan Xiaocheng edged closer to Eugene Shu. The zombie's flailing arm swung towards Eugene Shu, prompting Duan Xiaocheng to instinctively speed up and block the blow in front of him. The enormous impact made Duan Xiaocheng stagger back a few steps before managing to steady himself close to Eugene Shu. "They've stopped." Who they referred to was clear to everyone. "It's fine," Eugene Shu paid no heed to whatever ulterior motives they might harbor. He rose to face the zombie's attack head-on. After the staff fractured under the massive impact, his expression remained calm as he switched from wielding the stick to throwing punches. "What are you trying to prove?" Suddenly, the zombie was violently shoved back a few steps. The arm it used to fight against Eugene Shu had lost all mobility, it was shattered in one brutal strike. "How am I supposed to handle a small situation like this?" Eugene Shu casually shook his hand, glancing at Duan Xiaocheng. Behind him, the limp, broken arm of the zombie served as undeniable proof. This was the most direct demonstration of Eugene Shu's strength. Beneath the soft yet hard skin, the internal flesh and bones were completely pulverized. This was the reason why the zombie couldn't move that arm anymore. From a distance, the 3 captains who were hiding to observe the situation felt a chill down their spines. Eugene Shu's casual glance seemed to penetrate their actions entirely. It wasn't that they couldn't deal with this zombie, it was an opportunity for them to assess Eugene Shu's abilities. They had been repeatedly reminded that Eugene Shu was not someone to mess with. But ever since the apocalypse began, their superior physical constitution enabled them to smoothly advance to their current positions without much hindrance. To them, their admiration for Eugene Shu stemmed from his surname, not necessarily his person. There was an underlying intention to test him subtly. With a desire to see exactly what made this guy special and to probe his limits, they handed the battlefield over to Eugene Shu and his group. Should we jump in? One of them suggested cautiously, fearing that Eugene Shu might use this incident against them and file a complaint later. What to jump into? Another captain displayed a sense of self-awareness. He'd already seen what he wanted to. Taking a deep breath, he said, even if we join now, it would be too late and may end up creating chaos. Currently, the situation was firmly controlled by the 6 of them. Charging in rashly might disrupt the rhythm. Before acquiring what they needed, he still hoped Eugene Shu would remain alive. Despite the differences between this large zombie and those they'd encountered previously, Eugene Shu could easily triumph with his capabilities. After casting a warning glance at the surrounding figures, he handed the battleground back to his teammates, especially Duan Xiaocheng, who required more training. The zombie let out a final, anguished roar, its massive body collapsing helplessly onto the ground. A single, precise blow to the temple sealed its fate, dark blood quickly staining a small patch of barren land. The putrid smell of blood became even more intense. Team members who had disappeared during the battle voluntarily reappeared, everything returning to order systematically. Duan Xiaocheng still lingered by Eugene Shu, his hands trembling from exertion, his body exuding a heavy mix of sweat and foul odor. Eugene Shu decisively moved a considerable distance away. You stink. Change your clothes before coming near me again. Duan Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment and quickly changed clothes under the mocking gaze of others. A bath was out of the question, but a quick rinse was manageable, which barely removed the smell from his body. Only then did Eugene Shu allow him to sit closer. The seat beside Eugene Shu was usually unoccupied, even Nia Yuanjie rarely clung to Eugene Shu like this. Duan Xiaocheng was an exception. They were all accustomed to seeing Duan Xiaocheng's presence by Eugene Shu's side. After all the commotion, dawn was approaching. With the lingering exhaustion from the sleepless night, the convoy set off again. As they drew nearer to their destination, the frequency of encountering mutated zombies increased. The fast-moving ones weren't too much of an issue, these zombies resembled more of an aberrant species than typical zombies. There were some that moved on all fours like spiders. Eventually, they even encountered zombies stitched together from half-human, half-animal bodies. This clearly deviated from the expected extent of zombie mutation. How could human infections resulting in zombies lead to growing limbs of other animals? This was obviously artificial. Chapter 34. Imagining the worst-case scenario, the laboratory they were searching for might just be the origin of these half-human, half-demonic creatures. But all of this was speculation. Eugene's who didn't feel like beating around the bush and guessing about these matters himself. So, he directly questioned the 3 team leaders. After all, they were the ones who communicated directly with their superiors and had the deepest understanding of this mission. Clearly, even these 3 individuals weren't very knowledgeable about what was happening here. When Eugene Shu came over, the 3 of them were gathered together in a meeting. The content of the meeting was precisely about the zombie-like beings they had encountered during this period. Eugene Shu burst in abruptly. The guards outside didn't have time to report before Eugene Shu entered. Captain Yu is quite a rare visitor. What brings you to us? Captain Feng Zhe, the one who initially sent Duan Xiaocheng to accompany Eugene Shu, said. Eugene Shu scanned everyone present, his face cool and detached. By coincidence, I've come to ask you guys something. It seems that what I want to know is exactly what you're discussing. Mind if I join in? Since Eugene Shu had already spoken so clearly, they couldn't do much but greet him warmly. Luckily, they weren't discussing anything inappropriate anyway. Captain Yu has arrived at a good time. We are currently talking about those zombies we've recently encountered, Feng Zhe said. Eugene Shu remained silent, playing the role of just being a backdrop. No one replied, and Feng Zhe wasn't awkward at all. He went on to detail everything he discovered recently. These zombies have obvious traces of human-made sutures, but it's from quite some time ago. The human parts and the transplanted parts have already grown together. In other words, these zombies weren't created recently. Moreover, once infected and turned into zombies, they lose the ability to heal. Wounds remain as wounds. Either these zombies were first altered into this state and then became infected, or if they became zombies before the transformation and still mutated into these variant zombies, then the problem becomes much bigger. This would mean that zombies can also heal themselves, a troubling piece of news indeed. The conclusion that there's been human experimentation and that zombies can heal, they're not good, Eugene Shu sneered lightly. Except for the first encounter where only the 6 of them fought against the mutant zombies, all other zombie encounters were supported by other team members. Initially, combating the zombies was relatively easy. Now, most members, including Jiao Zhe, have sustained injuries, large or small. With regard to Eugene Shu's conclusion, none of the 3 captains responded. They bypassed the topic entirely and kept going back and forth without divulging any useful information that Eugene Shu wanted. After waiting long enough, Eugene Shu didn't intend to waste any more time. Seeing Eugene Shu stand up, his expression subtly showing impatience, he asked, I'll keep it simple. First, did the task mention the existence of these mutant zombies? Feng Zhe firmly replied, no, the objective of this task only involves retrieving research materials. The higher-ups had merely mentioned that this mission would be dangerous. Second, what is the focus of this research material? Fomze looked reluctant. Captain, you, we're merely underlings following orders from our superiors. Meaning he couldn't say more. After lingering for quite a while and gaining no useful information, Eugene Shu left without hesitation, heading out of the makeshift meeting tent. Captain, Cho Jiaxing noticed their captain returning from afar. As soon as he called out, he saw Duan Xiaocheng already sidling up next to Eugene Shu, prompting an exasperated shake of his head. Brother Yu, you're back. Eugene Shu contemplated the information he had heard. These tidbits barely made any difference whether he'd heard them or not. His main goal was to gauge the stance of the organizations behind these people. Just because they said there weren't any mutant zombies. Fomze obviously withheld some details. These three teams were carefully trained by their respective factions, rarely venturing out except for missions and usually handling private tasks for their factions. Since these three factions had united for this joint effort, the importance of those research materials must not be trivial. What critical study related to pathogens remains the vaccine. Not all humans have become the new type of human, many uninfected individuals still exist. Besides, getting bitten by a zombie offers only a slim chance of survival. Those who aren't resilient enough will become infected. Even after becoming the new human type, they're not completely immune to pathogens. Although the pathogens would not infect the new humans into zombies, wounds from bites were hard to heal, leading to a series of side effects such as fever, wound deterioration and failure to recover, which might even affect organ failure. If a vaccine could be developed, one that just solves these side effects alone would be enough to make everyone excited. This research material was probably about this topic, but it wasn't certain. Everything was speculation. Answers would only be revealed upon reaching their destination. After spending a long time traveling, they arrived at their destination, where the research base was half underground and half above ground. This made the whole research base look somewhat short and squat. The most important thing was that the research base looked quite dilapidated. After all, how long had it been since its abandonment? No matter how desolate it was, it shouldn't have decayed into this condition. It seemed like this institute had been abandoned for several years at least. Eugene Shu cast a suspicious glance toward the few captains. Fomze paid no attention to Eugene Shu's gaze and began getting slightly excited facing the goal that was within reach. The research institute buried under the sandstorm exuded nothing but signs of decay. A lone research institute stood in the windblown sand, the howling wind sounding almost like zombie screams. Even though it wasn't evening yet, this institute gave off an eerie desolation. It seemed there was some monstrous creature hiding within the institute, too frightening for anyone to get close. Before entering the institute, they still needed to discuss the vanguard team. Despite everyone knowing well that they wanted Eugene Shu's group of 6 to go inside first and probe the situation, it was evident Eugene Shu wouldn't agree. None of them brought up the suggestion either, lest something happened to Eugene Shu and the Yu family cause trouble. They would be the first ones discarded by their respective factions. The vanguard team goes in first to investigate any dangers. Contact us with the walkie-talkies if any danger is found. Half an hour later, if we haven't heard from them, we will go in directly, Fomze said. The vanguard team members came from all three groups. It sounded grand calling them the vanguard team, but in reality, they were a suicide squad. These were the members who hadn't fully submitted to the teams or those whose abilities weren't so good. The group of 6 led by Eugene Shu appeared indifferent, but in reality, everyone's nerves were taut, quietly waiting for feedback from the vanguard team. A continuous static noise came through the walkie-talkie, fortunately suggesting everything had gone smoothly thus far. Report, we've now entered the 3rd floor, and there's no danger. The message conveyed that within the half hour, careful exploration confirmed that the top 3 floors held no peril. Several dozen people remained outside to keep watch while the rest entered this smallish institute. The part of the institute exposed on the surface consisted only of 3 floors. The first floor was for reception and office clerks' workspaces, and further back, print rooms could be seen. However, these rooms merely retained old printer models on their nameplates, not much paper was left. The rooms upstairs were simpler still, some research rooms, offices, documentation rooms, and storage areas for specimens. There wasn't much indication of what this place used to specialize in. The storage area mostly contained empty jars with very few specimens, while the document room's materials had been moved out thoroughly, leaving hardly anything behind. By the time they reached the 3rd floor, this floor was almost entirely resting quarters where the researchers used to relax. Each room was opened individually by the vanguard team, and they hadn't yet carefully examined whether any useful information had been left behind. Eugene Shu casually entered a nearby room. Inside was a bed, a bookshelf, and a writing desk, all the standard furnishings in these rooms, making everything visible at a glance. There was also a small bathroom, standard equipment for single-occupancy rooms. Eugene Shu pulled open the drawers of the writing desk, expecting there to be nothing inside. Likely because he used too much force, the items inside spilled out all at once, a few sheets of A4 paper, resembling waste discarded by the owner. Eugene Shu quickly scanned through them. At the top of the first page was a bold black title that caught his attention. The Meteorite Fragment Research Plan. This was the initial plan of a research group formed when the meteorite fragments were discovered years ago, indicating that this institute had once studied meteorite fragments. But aside from this introductory content related to the meteorite, most of the research was focused on plants and animals in the wastelands, subjects unrelated to the initial study. Captain, did you find anything? Yu Tian saw that Eugene Shu had taken a long time and decided to come in himself, immediately noticing the papers in Eugene Shu's hand. Just as the excitement was about to build, it was dispelled by the next few lines of text. This was merely a standard piece of material, submitted by the book without any fanfare, utterly unremarkable. The subsequent research materials weren't much different in format either. Captain, let's go, they're about to head to the underground levels, Qiu Jiaxing reminded the two people still lingering in the room. Got it. Eugene Shu responded with a curt nod. Let's go. This institute had been abandoned for so long that without power, the lower floors were dark and even more disorganized. It's like this place went through some kind of mass evacuation, Niayu Enjie muttered as he trailed behind Eugene Shu. Indeed, there's plenty of stuff left behind, Qiu Jiaxing added. But all the traces are quite old. Up ahead, the main group was lively in their actions despite the above-ground and underground portions of the institute presenting distinct appearances. This did not stop them from feeling as if they had discovered treasure trove. After all, at this point, any document could be useful. Their time spent on the first floor was unnecessarily prolonged, the overexcitement even causing a chunk of plaster to fall from the dilapidated structure, scaring everyone into thinking zombies were attacking. But beneath this celebratory atmosphere, Eugene Shu felt an unsettling discordance, unable to pin down exactly what it was. Chapter 35. To avoid wasting time, Feng Zhe ordered to take the important materials and proceed with the exploration directly. He was not as easily excited as these team members, knowing more information. The command from above was to be careful, there was no need to remind them to be cautious about the zombies they had encountered before, right? Feng Zhe always had a lump in his throat until they reached the second underground level, when the atmosphere suddenly changed. The air on the second level was damp and sticky. Everyone present was a new human who had survived the pathogen, so their senses were naturally sharper, always feeling somewhat uncomfortable all over. The chilling gaze was as if stuck to the skin, making people tremble without a fight. Drip. The sound of a water droplet falling was particularly noticeable in the quiet atmosphere. But this dripping sound was like turning on a switch, intermittent water sounds coming closer and farther away, creating an atmosphere akin to a horror movie. Unbeknownst to them, the stench gradually spread, the dripping sounds becoming continuous and sticky. In the darkness, they did not know how many pairs of eyes greedily stared at these intruding preys. The atmosphere became quiet and eerie. Perhaps it was the opposing side, or perhaps it was the allied side that could not withstand this silent struggle. Accompanied by a subtle noise, the airflow changed. Eugene Shu slightly turned his head, unconsciously thrusting forward, clearly feeling the touch of cutting through flesh transmitted to the palm of his hand. The quiet atmosphere was broken in an instant. Darkness became the best disguise for these unwelcome guests, lurking in the shadows around them, ready to pounce. Feng Zhe's voice was still relatively calm, directing the teammates to form a well-rehearsed formation to ensure maximum combat capability while killing enemies. Eugene Shu stepped back, touching another warm body behind him. His body stiffened momentarily but gradually relaxed after hearing the other's voice. Big brother Yu, it was Duan Xiaochen. He took a deep breath and kicked the enemy rushing toward him away, somewhat overwhelmed. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, it's tricky. Indeed, although they could see dimly in the dark, their vision was ultimately restricted, only seeing shadowy figures without discerning what the enemy looked like. Unable to see the enemy's movements clearly, they were at a disadvantage. Eugene Shu grabbed the attacking object, sweeping his foot and stepping down, the sound of bones breaking clear. The soft touch beneath his feet quickly disappeared, too fast for him to react. Moreover, with the narrow corridor, Eugene Shu had little room to maneuver, barely managing one end while neglecting the other. Rarely had he felt so disheveled. Duan Xiaochen approached Eugene Shu again, silently becoming his support. Though they hadn't trained together much, their inaction was astonishing as they trusted each other entirely. After a few minutes of probing, Eugene Shu finally roughly figured out the characteristics of the enemy. After thinking for a moment, he raised his voice and said, they have frog-like features, with membranes on their fingertips and high jumping ability. Beware of their tongues, that's their weapon. Mentioning the tongues, Eugene Shu seemed to still feel the sticky and wet sensation on his skin, which was extremely disgusting. With Eugene Shu's reminder, they found the weakness of the enemy, making the subsequent battle much easier. Initially, they were at a disadvantage due to the terrain and unfamiliarity with the opponent, but now it became their counterattack. The last sneak attacker was subdued, and Feng Zhe instructed the team members to turn on the lights. Under the illumination, the corpses on the ground were piled up closely. Eugene Shu nudged the nearby corpse with his toe and observed carefully. These uninvited guests were not very different from what Eugene Shu described, indeed having frog-like characteristics. Their skin showed faint patterns, and their palms were fully adapted into frog-like shapes. They were short-statured, with knee joints facing outward, almost indistinguishable from frogs in appearance and ability. After taking a short break, the team set off again. Even such a short path made them feel as jittery as startled birds after the recent experience. Any sound would immediately raise their alertness. Eugene Shu stared at a point in the darkness, his hand reaching for the compound bow on his back. The bowstring was drawn tightly into a full moon shape, and upon releasing his fingers, the black arrow whizzed past several astonished teammates, followed by a muffled thud as it pierced through flesh. Someone went forward to check. This single shot from Eugene was extraordinarily precise, hitting the enemy right between the eyes. The tail of the arrow was still trembling slightly while its tip had completely penetrated the forehead. Threads of black blood trickled down along the wound. It's a bat-like mutated zombie, hanging upside down on the ceiling, with wings and red pupils. The teammates' report made everyone's heart sink even further. If previously they faced frogs, now they faced bats. How many more mutated zombies awaited them? "Captain, do we still need to move forward?" someone asked. "Continue," Feng Zhe's voice was very firm. "Our mission is to get the research materials. We cannot back down until we obtain them." Feng Zhe's resolute voice oddly calmed some restless hearts. They were ready to stake their lives on each dangerous task. "Move forward." The team silently continued without a word. After Eugene's warning, they heightened their alertness and eliminated bird-like zombies, gecko-like zombies, and nauseating insectoid zombies. Each of these zombies without exception were human-animal hybrids, their awkwardly mismatched limbs having long since fused together, with no sign of any abnormality. There was nothing discovered on the second underground floor, but it had drained a lot of their energy. After weighing the situation, they decided to first go out and rest for a while before proceeding with the next level's exploration. Though descending hadn't taken long, upon emerging, it felt as though days had passed. The sky outside had already darkened, night had fallen. The temperature gradually dropped, and campfires began to light up, illuminating weary faces. Their nerves had been strung so tightly that as they slightly relaxed, the fatigue they had not felt earlier now swept over them. There was none of the usual bustle during camp setup. This night was unusually quiet. Eugene and 5 others slept in the vehicle. The strangeness of the research institute made it hard for him to sleep. His mind kept pondering about those mutant zombies. How exactly were these zombies produced? He felt instinctively that the truth behind this might not be something he wanted to see. Were these mutations spontaneous, or were they artificially combined? And if they were artificial, was it before or after the outbreak of the apocalypse? Eugene thought the latter option was likely true. "Brother Yu," Duan Shaochen scooted closer to Eugene. Their sleeping bags were snugly close together. To avoid disturbing others' sleep, Duan Shaochen whispered, "Can't sleep?" Eugene didn't respond. "Is it because of those zombies?" Duan Shaochen continued asking, unfazed. After a long pause, Eugene responded softly, "Orange, what do you think they really want?" Eugene wasn't sure who he referred to, the researchers who created the mutant zombies, or the 3 groups backing their teams, or perhaps both. The existence of mutant zombies instinctively seemed to Eugene as a result of human experimentation, an experiment strictly prohibited, whether in the present or the past. Could those people be after data related to such experiments? What did they actually seek? It left Eugene bewildered. At first, he assumed it had to do with pathogen research, but now it seemed more complex than that. "Thinking too much doesn't help," Duan Shaochen said. "We can't stop these mutant zombies from appearing, but we can uncover the cause. Whether it's why the mutant zombies exist or what those people are after." Eugene slightly turned his head. Somewhere along the line, the young man who once knew no bounds and sparred with him had grown into someone more mature, both mentally and physically. Eugene lightly chuckled, making Duan Shaochen involuntarily halt his speech, looking confused. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he smiled. "Just that you, have grown up." Eugene carefully chose his words, only to be contradicted by a blushing Duan Shaochen. "Don't talk like I'm your elder, and besides, I am already an adult." "Alright," Eugene lightly laughed again. "You're already an adult. Well, it's getting late, so let's rest quickly. We have another tough battle tomorrow." After a night's rest, most of yesterday's exhaustion was restored. After re-equipping themselves, just like last time, part of the group stayed outside to watch for reinforcements at any moment, while the remaining members continued deeper into the underground research institute. According to intelligence, the research institute was divided into 3 upper levels and 3 lower levels. Now, there was only 1 level left to explore. Those research documents must be stored there. Feng Zhe took a deep breath, his expression resolute. "Let's go." The zombies defeated yesterday still lay on the ground. A night's fermentation made the stench even stronger. Eugene subtly frowned, and soon, the pungent smell was replaced by a faint lemon fragrance from a handkerchief under his nose. "Quickly take it," the provider urged, obviously showing that apart from the one before him, no one else got such treatment. Zhou Jiasheng and Yu Tian shot a meaningful glance at Duan Shaochen, saying, "Orange sure is attentive. Remember that the captain can't stand bad smells." It wasn't just about remembering that Eugene couldn't stand bad smells, but ensuring he wouldn't feel even the slightest discomfort. Duan Shaochen confidently replied, "What's wrong? Since brother Yu treats me so well, isn't it only fair that I return the favor?" Fair enough," Yu Tian grinned mischievously. "Then do I have the privilege to get one as well?" He received a cold rebuttal, "Sorry, I only have that one piece." "Alright then," Yu Tian shrugged, not at all bothered by the small handkerchief, and followed the team straight to the 3rd underground level. Chapter 36. Unlike the upper floors, the space on the third underground level was obviously much larger. There were not too many narrow corridors, but rather wide open spaces. And here, everything was also covered with a thick layer of dust. Paper documents were scattered everywhere, spreadsheets and hastily written notes. These materials were placed very chaotically, as if they were piled up randomly, or more like someone had discarded them carelessly. After initially confirming that there was no danger in this area, the three team leaders ordered their teams to start gathering these documents. The paper pages were yellowed and old, yet none of the content related to pathogens or studies about meteorite fragments. Instead, it was mostly research on reptilian creatures, such as the most common reptiles in this desolate wasteland, and other types of animal research information. Eugene Shu tapped lightly on the computer in front of him. Its model was already quite outdated, at least 3 years by time estimates. The machinery could no longer function properly, so there was no way to power it up and check the data. Apparently, those few people on the other side had found nothing of value either. Gathering together again, they decided to explore deeper inside. The research equipment and vessels here showed significant differences from the institute above the surface. For example, the cleanliness of the higher floors compared to the lower levels where equipment remained unremoved. It seemed as though they existed in two separate worlds. Captain. A startled cry drew Eugene Shu's attention, as well as everyone else's. There are several broken laboratories over here. Eugene Shu's pupils contracted slightly. He took a few steps forward to inspect what they called the laboratories. These were small, individual rooms, with an area not too large, all enclosed by glass on all four sides. In the center stood a surgery table, with scattered pieces of equipment nearby. Clearly, these were not used for containing people. Because on the data card next to them, Eugene Shu saw the name of a bird species. After a brief inspection, it became clear that no useful information was retrieved, so they continued further ahead. If there was no information here about the pathogen, then how did those mutant zombies appear? As they ventured deeper inside, the atmosphere grew heavier. As they progressed further, a faint fishy stench once again surfaced in the air. But upon detailed examination of this floor, they found no evidence of any connection to zombies or pathogens. The stench grew increasingly intense, almost as if danger was close but hidden somewhere in the shadows, impossible to find. Crack. A sound, subtle yet unmistakable, a sound akin to breaking glass, was almost imperceptible, but Eugene Shu remained vigilant and glanced toward a particular corner. His flashlight illuminated the dark corner when he turned, revealing just a plain wall corner covered in layers of dust, seemingly nothing out of the ordinary. Captain, did you find something? An experienced teammate who'd collaborated with Eugene Shu for years didn't relax his guard, similarly shining the light on that seemingly normal wall corner. The pristine white corner accumulated thick layers of dust, so thick they appeared almost black. Eugene Shu said nothing. His instincts told him something was off, but he couldn't exactly put his finger on it, so he opted to stay still and wait. The color, Duan Shaochen broke the silence, the color isn't right. This single statement acted like flipping a switch. Suddenly, everything odd began linking together. The years of dust accumulation shouldn't have reached such a dark shade, it was more like something else had mixed in. Unwilling to risk it alone, Eugene Shu called Feng Zhe over from the other side. Something is off here. Feng Zhe eyed Eugene Shu skeptically before approaching the wall corner. What's wrong? There should be another space below or adjacent to this. After a moment of thought, Eugene Shu responded slowly. That faint cracking sound earlier must have come through the wall, hence why it was barely audible unless listened to closely. The expression on Feng Zhe's face stiffened. At this point, it didn't matter whether Eugene Shu was right or not. After searching for so long without finding anything, now there finally seemed to be a lead, so they couldn't afford to miss it. Someone, check if there's a mechanism here. 6 members of Eugene Shu's group maintained an alert posture while someone investigated the wall. The dust wiped away revealed yellowing white walls. The frown on the investigating soldier's forehead loosened slightly as he murmured to himself, I found it. Click. Pressing the hidden button, fine dust filled the air, releasing an overwhelming stench hundreds of times stronger, as if it had been fermenting for a long while before being rediscovered today. Form ranks. Feng Zhe's pupils shrank instinctively as he shouted. The triggered mechanism slowly revealed a dark, gaping entrance. Though it was completely silent, Feng Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of terror, as if there was some monstrous creature lurking in the darkness that none of them could resist. Once the door fully opened, an intense fishy stench filled the air, yet Eugene Shu didn't flinch even slightly, his eyes remained fixated on the dark doorway. Slightly twitching his ears, he softly ordered, step back. The 5 others instinctively moved away from their original positions at the sound of Eugene Shu's command. Dust from the explosion created a visual obstruction, and amidst the haze arose a slimy noise akin to pulling something out of flesh, making everyone's blood run cold. As the smoke finally dissipated, the enemy revealed in front of everyone looked no different than before. It had an ordinary appearance resembling regular zombies, yet none of those present dared to underestimate this seemingly normal zombie. This zombie stood with its back toward them, hunched over, chewing on something while crimson blood slowly trickled down. There was no question, this zombie was eating one of their teammates who hadn't managed to escape quickly enough. This was the first time casualties appeared within the squad. The atmosphere grew so heavy that no one dared make the first move. Perhaps the taste of blood lost its appeal, or perhaps this zombie saw them as fresh, lively prey. Its body stayed still, but its head twisted unnaturally 180 degrees to look behind. With pale skin and corroded, pitted flesh, the zombie's black pupil entirely occupied its eyeballs. Thin threads of meat hung between jagged teeth, its lips curved into an unnatural, wide grin. It was the first zombie capable of controlling facial nerves. Whiz. The body snapped back in sync with the twisted neck. The zombie showed no restraint. Before them lay many delicious, fresh-smelling targets it simply couldn't resist. Its arms stretched out like elastic rubber, and its sharp teeth were fully exposed. Eugene quickly pulled a stunned person standing nearby away from danger just as the skin was about to be torn apart. A little blood oozed out where their skin was slashed, and the sound of metal against sharp teeth echoed with a grinding noise. This blow made the group react once again, whether driven by fear or excitement. They all knew this foe must be killed at any cost. The zombie's speed was astonishingly fast, but the limited space prevented the team from moving freely. Afraid of hurting each other during combat, this gave the zombie a chance to weave through the gaps, taking occasional bites of their fresh, bloody flesh. From patient pursuit at first, Eugene gradually became more impatient. Whenever someone blocked his way, he would push them aside harshly, shouting in frustration, "If you can't help, don't get in the way." This unconscious shout immediately made the surrounding people clear out a larger space for him. With the extra room, Eugene stopped momentarily, drew his compound bow and fired an arrow. The black-tipped arrow cut off the zombie's predetermined route. Twisting its body into an unimaginable angle, the zombie turned back abruptly. It was close enough that Eugene could see the wounds left by corrosion on the zombie's face. Bang! Just as the zombie's sharp fangs were about to touch Eugene its teeth deflected to one side. Duan Xiaochen had not yet retracted his punch and worried only about Eugene "Yugo, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Retracting his drawn longsword with his right hand, he pulled the bowstring taut and shot another arrow. Though the bow's power wasn't significant enough to severely wound the zombie, it proved sufficient for blocking its advance. After all, he wasn't alone. Behind him stood veteran teammates he'd served with for years. 4 members coordinated perfectly. Eugene was responsible for intercepting and cutting off retreat routes, and despite having received no formal training, Duan Xiaochen still managed to occasionally assist in dealing 2 hits, helping temporarily restrain this seemingly average yet incredibly powerful zombie. Inspired by their example, the rest gradually fell into step. Being elites among elites, after the initial surprise wore off, they eventually stabilized their defensive line. The confined space inconvenienced them somewhat, but it also restricted the zombie's movements. With the use of tactical positioning to control the action routes, the zombie found itself surrounded on all sides, with team members waiting at every corner. This confinement frustrated the zombie deeply. Such anger surged within it, impacting its veins, the stagnant blood flow, and the brain hosting pathogens. Its arms began swelling, veins protruding and spiraling around the surface, further ripping its already tattered clothing until it bulged outward, leaving the nameplate on the chest clearly visible. Combined with the dirt-covered long robe, almost unrecognizable in its original color, this might have been one of the original researchers working here. It was clear that not only had Eugene realized this, but the other team leaders had also caught on. Their tense nerves were invigorated, and their voices as they gave orders grew more spirited and intense. After its transformation, the zombie's combat capability ascended to another level. It moved slightly slower, yet its strength and skin hardness increased. This wasn't just an increase, it was a drastic shift compared to before. The team member who stood up front to withstand the attacks while taking damage could only cry in despair internally. This strength was incomparable to before. It was like fighting an entirely different species. Its skin still appeared soft, but no amount of attack managed to deal real damage. With vastly enhanced strength, the zombie became even more irascible. The piles of debris around the area were conveniently turned into makeshift projectiles, making dodging through all kinds of flying objects exhausting. With the space being cramped, it felt like they were struggling for survival in a narrow crack. Seeing these people struggling to hold their ground, Yu Tian and his group, who'd taken a moment to rest and regain some stamina, stepped back into action. Chapter 37. The surrounding debris had been cleared away, and with a furious roar, the zombie slammed its fist into the ground. Cracks spread across the marble, its pointed fists aimed at Niayuenjia, who was the most annoying target. Though the attacks were harmless, they continuously harassed and drew much of the zombie's aggression. Seeing an opening, Eugene skillfully shot 1 or 2 arrows, firing with precision as almost none missed their mark. Aware that arrows should not be excessively wasted, he pulled out the large machete from his waist, his expression becoming stern as he finally joined the fray. With Eugene's entry, the situation transformed in an instant. The man unleashed his full force, his usually gentle face now filled with killing intent. His movements were so fast that it was hard for anyone to discern exactly how he struck. His simple slashes and swings were powerful enough to injure the zombie with every stroke. Without needing instructions, the others centered their tactics around him, fully supporting his attacking style by employing distraction strategies against the zombie. This grinding tactic continued for a while, leaving the zombie's body almost unrecognizable, especially its head, which was utterly devastated. Unable to deliver a fatal blow outright, the group had to pile on damage near existing wounds, making the already grotesque appearance of the zombie even more horrifying visually. Eugene himself wasn't in good shape either. This was the first time he had been so seriously injured. He felt lingering pain from being hit in the abdomen, and his arm had a gash that kept reopening due to intense movement, worsening the injury. The long knife still wasn't ideal for use. As Eugene's who attacked, he contemplated, zombies are ultimately human bodies, and their original weaknesses are enhanced, but compared to other parts, those areas remain vulnerable. He simply discarded the long knife, picked up an unknown weapon left by some unfortunate teammate, and this suited him perfectly, a spear. Its sharp tip gleamed with metallic luster, and its length fit just right, avoiding any hindrance in the limited space. This time, he aimed not for the zombie's head, but directly for the temple. Hold it back and try to expose its weak point on the head, he commanded simply. To achieve a single fatal strike required waiting for the right moment. This opportunity came quickly. It seemed the pathogen lacked strategic thinking, focusing solely on enhancing the container's durability, making it relatively easy to expose the vulnerability in the zombie's head. Tightening his grip on the spear, Eugene's who surged with power. Veins bulged on his arms, the thin layer of skin seemingly about to burst open as the spearhead stabbed toward the temple, only to encounter a strong opposing force. Increasing the force in his arms further, the excessive strain made the clothes over his muscles tighten unbearably. The sharp spearhead gradually penetrated the temple, causing the wounded zombie to begin violently struggling, its massive hands sweeping towards the spear in attack. Having found such a weak spot, would Eugene's who give up? Of course not. Repeatedly pushing beyond his limits, he could clearly feel the blood flowing through his veins and his constantly increasing strength breaking past boundaries. The spear abruptly pierced deep into the skull, forcibly driving through one temple to exit through the other. Black blood trickled down, and this lethal wound threw the zombie into a berserk state before its brain began rapidly shrinking due to the loss of the pathogen, eventually calming down. After thoroughly resolving the zombie threat, Eugene's whose hands still trembled slightly. Even he had overexerted himself to the extent that his arms temporarily lost their ability to act. This battle was undoubtedly brutal, costing the lives of several teammates, with most others sustaining injuries. Luckily, no one among their 6 members suffered fatal wounds, a blessing amid misfortune. Logistics team members with remaining mobility rushed forward to provide medical care. Those lightly wounded and capable began searching the new spaces that appeared along with the restored normal-sized zombie. Not much to speak of on the zombie's body, only the chest plate retained some residual information. Seated nearby recovering his strength, Foam stood not far from Eugene's who without moving, hearing every detail of the reported information without missing a word. But it didn't matter. These people dared use him as a tool, yet they absolutely wouldn't dare let him die here, not with his surname you alone giving them pause. They could only engage in secret petty actions. There are still unshed scale patterns on the zombie's skin, it appears to have integrated genes from other animals, informed the team member collecting intelligence. According to investigation, the only information on the plaque is a name and employee number. We found messages regarding this researcher in the space we uncovered. The following information was evidently printed on paper, as Eugene's who hung his gaze watching his arms slowly getting bandaged. Abruptly, the soft sound of flipping pages stopped as Foam impatiently handed the paper to him, saying, "Here you go." Eugene's who raised an eyebrow in surprise and didn't refuse the information, casually perusing it with one hand. The name of the researcher had become somewhat blurred, but the employee number was still legible. The equipment in the adjacent research lab was a bit more rudimentary than what was here, though there were many shattered vessels as well as some animal remains, these corresponded to the zombies they encountered on the lower floor. In the research room, there were also several complete skeletal remains of zombies. Based on the scene, these seem to have been consumed as rations by this particular zombie, with the remaining ones likely escaping through another passage. Eugene's who silently turned through the pages, which included an old notebook clearly belonging to the researcher who had turned into a zombie, filled with sporadic diary entries chronicling numerous events. This researcher had been one of the initial members researching meteorite fragments, but soon after, the research group was disbanded, and other projects took over in this institute, leaving no ripple from their brief meteorite study. However, this researcher believed that the cells brought by the meteorite must have other uses. After receiving an investment from an unknown source, he re-established himself in the abandoned research institute not long after, persistently continuing his pathogen research. Indeed, through painstaking research, he discovered that these fragile cells could survive within living organisms, not exactly surviving, but having a 50-50 chance of either taking over or being absorbed by the host organism itself. When the cells were absorbed, they enhanced the host cells, significantly improving its various capabilities across the board. In the midst of his studies, he realized if these cells could strengthen the biological cells of animals, why couldn't they enhance humans? Surely, he thought, he could create a product that enhanced human abilities with 100% certainty without being swallowed up by cellular processes. If such a creation were achieved, then all his years of hard work would be worthwhile. However, while working with animals like creatures found in desolate areas that serve as guinea pigs was possible, how could he conduct human experiments? Human experimentation is strictly forbidden, but once the investor understood the progress, somehow they managed to procure so-called volunteers. Tempted by fame and applause awaiting him at the end of his studies, he continued with them regardless. Unfortunately, these cells were very unpredictable. In response, he dug out a more secret lab space nearby for better control over the failed test subjects. From then on, his diaries became fragmented, scribbled hastily amidst chaos, the handwriting chaotic. Madness, everyone has gone mad. The world has gone haywire. On one of the last pages, written seemingly under great distress. And finally, in the last entry, though neater compared to previous pages, it still conveyed intense madness in every word. All have gone mad. I've gone mad too. The experimental drug isn't stable yet, but what's to fear? They're all monsters, all of them monsters, ha ha ha. It's the final day, the last day. It wasn't difficult to deduce that someone immersed in the laboratory day and night likely lacked physical robustness. Outside was perilous, inside were his self-engineered monstrosities. With no way forward or back, he resorted to using the experimental drug, not yet stabilized. Sadly, things didn't turn out as he expected. Those capable of resisting the invasion of pathogens in the apocalypse generally possessed sound physical constitutions. Moreover, the performance of the experimental drug fluctuated wildly, meant originally for stabilizing enhancement. It transformed the researcher, turning him not only into a zombie but an especially powerful version of one. Eugene Su skimmed through the diary in a few words, showing complex emotions. As Feng added, in the laboratory, we found plenty of skeletal remains of zombies, along with numerous bite marks, tools used for stitching, and experimental vials. Residual flesh was found inside the zombies. There was no doubt that those grotesque hybrid creatures were accidental products of this researcher's experiments. After using the drug, its effects had altered his form drastically, turning him into a peculiar kind of zombie able to grow stronger by consuming his comrades. The unforeseen hybrid monsters, however, had somehow escaped and settled in the second basement level, some even making their way outside. Still, this explained why the upper floors looked out of place. This institute was simply discarded by its original operators, serving merely as a cover-up for further covert operations. Eugene Su closed his eyes and asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" Feng's expression grew intricate. These facts weren't secrets anyway, and if Eugene Su cared to know, the influence of the Yu family would surely uncover these details. Besides, consider it payment for saving us, Feng bluntly said. Oh. Eugene Su lightly chuckled, opening his eyes. The gloomy atmosphere of the outside world had no effect on this man who was resting aside. His face was still somewhat pale, yet when he gave a faint smile, it was as if this shadowy corner was suddenly dragged into the sunlight. Then could you tell me how they knew about the existence of this lab? Feng turned away his gaze and bluntly said, "It's a secret, I don't know either." Eugene Su instantly turned cold, his smile fleeting like a night-blooming flower, as he lay back without any expression to continue resting. Feng glanced at him helplessly before turning to see the man he had sent off earlier staring coldly at him from an arm's length away. Although it was clear this was the rookie's first mission, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over. He dared not offend Eugene Su, but he didn't fear the son of this small merchant family. Feng patted the young man's shoulder and whispered softly near his ear as a reminder, "You're being too ingratiating, and you haven't even checked whether the other side is willing to let you in." Previously, he had arranged a meeting with Duan Xiaochen in order to have him provide some information about Eugene Su and this group of people, dropping hints both openly and subtly. Moreover, by sending him along and providing opportunities for their family to rise in status, he employed a combination of threats and inducements. This fellow had been quite agreeable while following him out, nodding and smiling, but later, whenever Feng wanted to inquire about the outcome, the guy was nowhere to be found, clearly showing his unwillingness to cooperate. Doesn't he realize that a merchant family like the Yu family, with no substantial background, has no chance of blending into their circle? Chapter 38. Their brief exchange seemed uneventful on the surface, but it was impossible for either of them not to have other thoughts. Duan Xiaochen knew that, while his family's background meant they didn't have to worry about food and drink in this post-apocalyptic world, they were still looked down upon by the upper echelons of power. In the past, they had used half of their supplies as a stepping stone to gain access to the upper levels, only managing to wedge themselves into the fringes. The majority of the benefits, however, went to those with more resources, who had used their contributions for personal gain. Even now, their residence within the compound was maintained solely through their father's relentless efforts at rebuilding connections and cultivating support with what remained of their original supplies. These people saw them as upstarts who had managed to claw their way into high society thanks to the apocalypse, no different from nouveau riche in their eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Eugene Su, noticing Duan Xiaochen silently crouching without greeting him as he usually would, became curious. "Nothing." Pushing aside all thoughts cluttering his mind, Duan Xiaochen resolved that none of what he faced now truly mattered. After all, wasn't this an era where strength reigned supreme? "Yugo, how's your arm?" Duan Xiaochen carefully placed the arm that had recently pierced a zombie's temple onto his own thigh, gently massaging it. "I'm fine," replied Eugene Su, showing no resistance to Duan Xiaochen's ministrations and even finding it comfortable. His injuries, though appearing to bleed profusely, would heal within days due to their physical condition. It was the overuse of force during the mission that temporarily drained his arm of strength, causing him to lose control over it. Naturally sensing this, Duan Xiaochen continued the massage, disapprovingly remarking, "You shouldn't have forced it earlier. If you pushed harder, you might have ruined the hand." "It's not that serious," Eugene Su responded nonchalantly, a level of relaxation that never showed when Fengza was around. "Boy, you're getting bolder, telling me what to do." "Even Xiaoxing would react the same way if he saw your arm," Duan Xiaochen remarked, continuing his massage without pause, working on the sore muscles and relieving blood congestion. The research lab contained a great deal of documents, some of which were even stained with blood, yet they carried everything back for the base researchers to examine. It remained unclear whether the focus was enhancing human physique or combating pathogen invasion, but the takeaway was certain: they needed to keep a close eye on their intentions. The return trip was faster than the outward journey. Devoid of captains testing Eugene Shu, they focused fully on delivering the data, speeding up their pace significantly. A week later, the reconnaissance team, having lost some members, finally returned to the safe base. The materials were swiftly delivered to the upper management. How these three factions would divide them was another matter. One certainty was that no single faction could claim full ownership of the data just yet. They wouldn't allow anyone else to surpass them in gaining new knowledge or advancements. Upon returning home, Tang Sungru immediately noticed her son's arm hanging limply by his side. With sharp maternal concern, she exclaimed, "How much weight have you lost? This mission is absolutely inhumane. And what's wrong with your arm? Be more careful, huh? I'll ask your dad to get us an old hen, and tomorrow I'll make you some nourishing soup, not chicken, it should be bone soup." Her endless chatter warmed Eugene Shu's heart. Exhaustion washed over him once he stepped inside the door. Being away for over half a month wasn't as effortless as it appeared. Only in the completely secure confines of home could he let the weariness take over. Of course, Eugene Shu hadn't forgotten his warning for his father to tread carefully with those three factions. He was informed, "Your dad already knows about your return and has left, supposedly to negotiate well with them." Evidently, regardless of the nature of their required data, Yumingyu was sure to stay closely involved after the squad returned. When will dad come back? Probably won't be until late today. With that, Eugene Shu felt his strength slipping away. Briefly explaining, "Call me when dad comes back. I'm going upstairs to rest." Okay, Tang Sungru lovingly agreed with anything he said, "Go rest quickly. You smell terrible." Eugene Shu slept for half the day, and when he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The light downstairs was still on. At this time, Tang Sungru would usually have gone back to her room to rest. This time, because Eugene Shu had slept for too long, she simply let their eldest son, Eugene Huan, get some large bones, which stewed for a good half day so that once Eugene Shu woke up, he could drink the bone soup that was cooked to soft perfection. "Mom. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" Eugene Shu frowned in disapproval. "Don't I need to watch over the pot?" Tang Sungru didn't mind Eugene Shu's reproach and went to check the soup simmering gently in the study. "The timing is just right. Come quickly and have a sip. It's been stewing for a whole half day, and the flavor has thoroughly infused into the broth." Knowing his mom would be stubborn and wouldn't listen once she set her mind, Eugene Shu helplessly smiled. "Mom, go to rest, I'll handle the soup myself." Don't think he hadn't noticed the several yawns she'd been sneakily covering up while she fought to stay awake. She was trying too hard. Eugene Shu directly shooed her out of the kitchen and took it upon himself to ladle out a bowl of the bone soup. The long stewing had made the bones soft, with the tender meat barely hanging on to the bones, easily falling off with just a gentle touch. With a determined stance, Eugene Shu firmly sent his mother out, taking charge himself. Tang Sungru, seeing there was no more point in arguing, reluctantly reminded him as she turned toward bed, "Drink more, this bone soup is very nutritious, I've stewed it for a long time." I know, Eugene Shu watched as Tang Sungru ascended upstairs step by reluctant step, only turning his attention back to savoring the bone soup after her silhouette disappeared from sight. The freshly ladled bone soup was slightly warm. Eugene Shu blew lightly on the edges to cool it down before sipping it carefully. His first sensation was the freshness, with a warm feeling running all the way down his esophagus to his stomach, making him feel extremely comfortable. Having eaten some meat and drunk some soup, Eugene Shu managed to finish more than half the serving alone. Feeling full, he slumped onto the couch to rest, occasionally noticing his right hand was still slightly weak, but it didn't affect eating. Though given ample time to rest, now that it was actually the appropriate bedtime, Eugene Shu couldn't fall asleep. He spent some time idly sitting on the couch, doing nothing but letting his thoughts drift aimlessly. He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought until the sound of keys turning in the lock broke through his reverie. Twisting his head, Eugene Shu focused his gaze at the doorway where Yumingyu's figure entered his line of vision. Yumingyu was startled by Eugene Shu's peculiar posture, glaring at him accusingly. "What are you still doing here, not resting at this late hour?" "Scaring whom?" Grinning cheekily, Eugene Shu retorted, "I'm scaring you. How come you're back so late?" "It's those people. I've been negotiating endlessly with them." Yumingyu spoke with an evident hint of annoyance. "This is the end times. People aren't getting enough food, yet these guys still squabble over scraps of speaking rights after they've filled their bellies." Yumingyu, though complaining vocally, also understood deep down, regardless of what era it was, once someone secured basic survival needs, their ambitions and desires would naturally grow stronger. The end times may be tough, but only for most people. For their tiny faction on top, the collapse was instead an opportune time for power struggles. Risks always came paired with opportunities, especially concerning research on pathogens. It was worth fighting over. Upon hearing this from his father, something clicked in Eugene Shu's mind, reminding him of something he wanted to tell his dad. "Do you even know what the mission data was about this time?" Looking at his son, Yumingyu paused a moment before replying, "Do you think your old man isn't capable of knowing such things?" They were more excited after learning the actual research content wasn't exactly what they expected. Eugene Shu smirked with a humph. Well, it's something capable of enhancing armed forces anyway. Who knows, maybe one day when it's successfully researched, our family will become the first target for experimentation. Yu, of course, understood the implication completely. The Yu family's influence had reached unparalleled heights, and the other three families seemed to act according to the yes cues, though secretly, they undoubtedly viewed the Yu family as a thorn in their side. Once there was a force to oppose, their family would be among the first victims. Not discussing this anymore. Why don't you go to sleep? Slept too much in the afternoon. I'm not tired now, Eugene Shu replied. By the way, there's still more than half a pot of mom's bone soup left in the pot. Want to try some? Before he finished talking, Yu had already stood up to serve himself some soup. Of course, anything made by his wife warranted tasting. After drinking the soup, Yu urged his son to retreat to his own room to brood alone while he washed up and prepared for bed. Late at night, wide awake and alert, his thoughts drifted toward the network he maintained in S-City. He wondered whether Yi Gao and others had properly taken care of everything on his behalf. Furthermore, as mentioned to his second brother, perhaps he should make another trip back, leaving behind some seeds for trade purposes. There weren't enough talents found, yet he had incurred quite some injuries during this journey. Speaking of talents, I wonder if Wei Shi has managed to sort out his own affairs. I should go and feel him out sometime. As for the official team, don't even think about it. It's unlikely we'll be able to find any talents there. What a pity for Yu Tian and the others. If only we could bring them all back, wouldn't that be amazing? The more Eugene Shu thought about what he needed to do next, the more things came to mind. At some point, he fell into a dream without realizing when the full moon outside was covered by a cloud, dimming the light considerably. After being forced to rest at home by his mother for several days, his hands were just about well enough for daily activities. However, he had been fattened up by her care, gaining a couple of pounds. Only then did Tang Sungru finally let him out to get some fresh air and visit his friends. First stop was Duan Xiaocheng. Although he initially planned to go find Wei Shi to see if the latter had resolved his matters, it didn't make sense that Duan Xiaocheng had returned a few days ago but hadn't sent any news. So, he decided to go see him first. Chapter 39. When Du Juqing saw Eugene Shu, her face darkened immediately. Apparently, she didn't want to see him, but considering Eugene Shu's background, she unwillingly opened the door. What is it? Eugene Shu keenly sensed a wave of hostility from Duan Xiaocheng's mother toward him. Everything was fine during his last visit. However, he came here to find her son, not her. I'm looking for Duan Xiaocheng. Du Juqing was about to say her son wasn't home when Duan Xiaocheng, as if equipped with a Eugene Shu detector, interrupted hastily and opened the door without hesitation, excitedly calling out, "Brother Yu." Eugene Shu smiled but did not enter directly. He asked, "Why haven't I heard from you these past 2 days?" Duan Xiaocheng selectively ignored this question and invited Eugene Shu inside. Unable to decline, Eugene Shu was dragged into the house by Duan Xiaocheng. Besides Du Juqing, Duan Xiaocheng's father Duan Su was also there. Though Duan Su was a businessman, he did not exhibit the shrewdness typically associated with merchants. Instead, he looked rather trustworthy, like a good citizen. "Hello, I've heard much about you." Compared to Du Juqing's inexplicable hostility, Duan Su was much calmer. "Hello," Eugene Shu nodded slightly but didn't engage further since he was friends with Duan Xiaocheng, not his parents. Nevertheless, it seemed that Duan Su still had a lot he wanted to say. "My son benefited greatly from your help recently. He has been mischievous since he was little. I'm sure it caused you a lot of trouble." "It didn't take much effort. On the contrary, Duan Xiaocheng helped me quite a bit." This exchange of polite conversation was rudely interrupted by Duan Xiaocheng who, acting at home like someone spoiled since childhood, showing more stability outside but complete disregard for decorum at home, annoyedly said, "Dad, I'll take him upstairs first. You can go if you have anything else." With that, Duan Xiaocheng turned and pulled Eugene Shu up the stairs. Duan Xiaocheng led Eugene Shu straight back to his room. Since Duan Xiaocheng hadn't lived here long, the items in the room were sparse, a small number of books on the bookshelf, a basketball hoop behind the door, a basketball placed next to it, some changed clothes piled on the chair back, and a few fitness equipment scattered around. Considering the general state, it was already good that there were no discarded garbage or dirty socks left unwashed for days. Duan Xiaocheng felt somewhat embarrassed about the disarray of his bedroom and hurriedly picked up the clothes from the chair back, stuffing them randomly into an empty wardrobe before becoming flustered, saying, "Sit down, brother Yu. What are you so nervous about?" Eugene Shu raised an eyebrow and took a slight interest in teasing Duan Xiaocheng. "Am I that terrifying? Enough to scare you like this?" "No." Duan Xiaocheng denied quickly. "It's just that my room is a bit messy." "Is it?" Eugene Shu sat down on the chair, raising his eyebrows again. "Are you hiding socks and underwear that haven't been washed for days?" "Of course not." Duan Xiaocheng raised his voice. Only upon seeing the other person's mocking look did he realize he was being teased. But he didn't show any annoyance. Instead, he muttered softly, "Stop teasing me." "All right," Eugene Shu straightened his expression. "I just came to check on you since I haven't heard from you in a few days. Since you're fine, I've got some things to do, so I should leave now." "Don't." Duan Xiaocheng directly grabbed the edge of Yu Jinshu's clothes and wouldn't let go. You hardly ever come. Can you stay a little longer? After a pause, he added, actually, the reason I haven't contacted you these past few days is because Mom wouldn't let me leave the house and confiscated my communicator. The communicator can only be used in the A City base. Without the communicator and unable to leave, it was basically no different from being out of touch. Your mom won't let you leave. Yu Jinshu understood instantly. After pondering for a moment, everything became clear. Du Jiaqing, the overprotective mother, could not accept her son leaving home quietly for a task for over half a month, especially since it was a joint deception by the two of them. She had always controlled all aspects of Duan Xiaocheng's movements since childhood. As soon as Duan Xiaocheng returned, he was grounded. His father could offer little help, having already upset their wife by helping their son escape to take the mission. If they continued opposing each other, it might indeed lead to an argument. For all these reasons, even after coming home for a few days, Duan Xiaocheng couldn't send out any messages to the outside world and could only stay in the room exercising to vent his frustration. Duan Xiaocheng was also feeling dejected. I'm already an adult. Why can't I go out? Didn't I return from this mission just fine? It's just that your mom is too extreme. Yu Jinshu thought that Du Jiaqing's protectiveness was a bit excessive. In this era, if you don't learn self-preservation, what will happen when your family can no longer protect you? Are you planning to live on air? Duan Xiaocheng opened his mouth but didn't speak, obviously thinking along the same lines. Running away from home was initially about making more friends and having more excitement around him, but now it had crossed his mother's means bottom line/red line, leading to this backlash. Now, he couldn't even leave the house. What Duan Xiaocheng didn't know was that just behind a door, Du Jiaqing was holding a bowl of fruit, a rare sight in this post-apocalyptic era, and was planning to come up to check if Yu Jinshu was going to coax her child into another adventure outside. However, she overheard their conversation instead. What does not speaking mean? Was it an acknowledgement? Or did he think she interfered too much? From Du Jiaqing's initial surge of anger, she slowly calmed down with one thought, Segment. Segment had already been trailing behind Du Jiaqing when she became restless and wanted to come upstairs, wearing an expression as though expecting exactly this situation. He then quietly pulled her back downstairs. Inside the room, Yu Jinshu nonchalantly shifted his gaze from the door when Duan Xiaocheng spoke and noticed a photograph on the desk, asking curiously, is this you as a kid? Yu Jinshu easily changed the topic. Upon hearing Du Jiaqing's flushed face, Segment questioned aloud, so, what do you mean, Du Jiaqing? Is my son accusing me of being unwilling to let go or for meddling too much? Without my supervision, would my son be able to live comfortably like this? Ha! I've raised him for so many years, am I at fault now? Deep down, Segment agreed entirely with those words. Isn't that right? A passionate young man was forced to sit at home idly due to excessive protection. Even though he gained valuable experience and knowledge during the last mission, allowing him to better survive without them later, they confined him once again. Doesn't that infuriate you? Despite his inner thoughts, Segment wouldn't say such things aloud. Instead, he allowed Du Jiaqing to vent all her emotions. After releasing some tension, Du Jiaqing gradually calmed down. She then felt relieved that Segment had pulled her back and prevented her from directly arguing with her son. Otherwise, the atmosphere wouldn't be as calm and peaceful as it currently was. Watching Duan Xiaocheng grow up, she was well aware of her son's stubborn temperament. If they argued this time, reconciliation would become harder in the future. With a somber look, Du Jiaqing asked, Segment, tell me honestly, have I done something wrong? Segment replied, do you really want to hear the truth? Yes. Du Jiaqing vaguely anticipated Segment's answer, yet insisted on having him voice it. Yes, Segment nodded without hesitation. You have indeed interfered too much. Xiao Chen is already 22 years old. By the standards before, after graduating from university, he could start looking for a job. Du Jiaqing's expression turned grim, but Segment continued unfazed. In the past, I didn't comment on your spoiling him since we were in peacetime. You poured all your maternal love into Xiao Chen, which I didn't object to, intending to nurture him slowly after graduation so he could take care of himself independently even without us. One good trait of Du Jiaqing is that after venting her emotions, she remains extremely rational. For anyone else, they might have started quarreling after listening to Segment's speech, but Du Jiaqing remained composed, asking, how about Xiao Ju? Don't we still have Xiao Ju? Can't he watch out for Xiao Chen for life? Even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. If you raise Xiao Chen to become a burden, a liability, Xiao Ju will also get tired, Segment said. Besides, what era are we living in? The post-apocalyptic era. Even if we got advance information and exchanged most available funds into supplies, handing those supplies over still made us only low-level figures in their eyes, mere nouveau riche. In this era, the only constant is power, it rules everything. Xiao Chen has excellent potential, but you don't let him exercise it and allow him to stay at home behaving like a tyrant indoors. This isn't like before, crises can emerge anytime, and there's no guarantee we can always protect Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is relatively obedient now despite being pampered for many years. He hasn't become a playboy nor caused trouble for us. His temper flares occasionally, and at worst, he runs away from home himself. Many families in the base have far more influence than ours. What if we run into problems beyond our capability to resolve? Segment maintained a calm expression while watching Du Juqing closely with intense eyes. Once signs of emotional instability appeared, he would stop immediately. Thankfully, Du Juqing's tolerance held up fairly well, and she managed to endure. Duan Su's well-reasoned words took advantage of the time when Du Juqing had vented her emotions and was calm and clear-headed. This was an opportunity he had long awaited to have a conversation with Du Juqing, but normally she lacked the patience to listen to his lengthy discourse. Today, however, presented a good chance for him. After a long while, Du Juqing rubbed her forehead and said complexly, "Let me think about it." When Eugene Shu went downstairs, he didn't see Du Juqing but only Duan Su. Duan Su even gave him a friendly smile, which surprised him greatly because he had clearly known that there were two people outside earlier, definitely these two. Hearing those words, how could Du Juqing, who so indulged Orange, Cheng, not wanting him to face dangers or train himself, resist entering? Perhaps Duan Su had stopped her from going in, and it seemed like some words were exchanged. Otherwise, they wouldn't be as calm now. Chapter 40. In the blink of an eye, Eugene Su had already figured out what had happened. He responded with a slight nod to Duan Su's overture. After all, he wasn't the type to unnecessarily complicate his relationships and make himself miserable. "Dad, where is Mom?" Duan Xiaochen asked in surprise. "Your mom isn't feeling well, she went back to rest," Duan Su said. Duan Xiaochen's eyes lit up. With Mom not around, could he leave home now? Duan Xiaochen's bright eyes clearly revealed his thoughts, but at this moment Duan Su was instead relieved that his son wasn't misbehaving. His small schemes were so easy to guess, and they were all harmless anyway. "If you want to go out, just go," Duan Su added, "I will explain it to your mother." With his father's reassurance, Duan Xiaochen's eyes lit up. "You go, wait for me, I'll go with you." Eugene Shu gave an indifferent nod, though he was somewhat curious how Du Juqing managed to restrain herself and what Duan Su had told her. Everything seemed calm on the surface. Eugene Shu was about to go look for Wei Shi. Duan Xiaochen was already cheerful just being able to leave home with Eugene Shu, not minding where he was going at all. However, speaking of Wei Shi, despite being confined at home, he had heard quite a bit of gossip over these few days. It was all from his mom who couldn't resist talking. What kind of gossip could there be at the base? Everyone was busy trying to get enough food, where would they find the energy to meddle in others' affairs? As for the elite circles, even if there was any gossip, they wouldn't publicize it just to provide entertainment. Anyway, within the base, there wasn't much else to talk about except the affairs of Wei Shi's adventure squad, which had already been spread everywhere. After hearing everything from Duan Xiaochen, seeing that Eugene Shu was going to see Wei Shi, he blurted out all he had heard. When Eugene Shu and the group set out on their mission, things were not peaceful at the base either. After all, Wei Shi's adventure squad was ranked third among adventurers, with countless people watching their every move. This naturally affected their recruitment of new members. If the team itself can hardly hold on, could they still guarantee stable wages? They came here to earn a full meal, not for charity, and thus naturally wanted to observe before making decisions. Chao Zhen, with impure intentions, took advantage of Wei Shi's disarray to stir up trouble. Backed by some powerful patrons, he naturally hoped for more chaos. First, he sowed discord, then led his few trusted followers to undertake several tasks, returning victorious every time, gaining plenty of good stuff. Moreover, the supplies Chao Zhen promised were enticing. Look at those who first followed Chao Zhen, they are now living luxuriously, very impressive. Compared to Wei Shi, who lately wanted to think deeply and did not take on many missions, one was the rising star surpassing the former, while the other was the wave pushed aside by the new force. The contrast made the choice obvious. But after receiving Eugene Shu's assurance, Wei Shi's spirit suddenly returned. Even old comrades in arms thought of doing big things again. Before, they saw that Wei Shi didn't care anymore, so they thought, as loners turned into a family, whether Wei Shi cared or not, they could survive well on their own, so why worry about this mess? Now that Wei Shi is not depressed, naturally, they must take back what originally belonged to them. Wei Shi stopped them, having heart-to-heart talks with a few brothers. Only then did they realize, he was staying in this team for their future prospects. As for the Brotherhood, they had long lost feelings for the adventure squad they helped build. What they cherished was the bond among the brothers. Now, with this adventure squad becoming increasingly chaotic, deviating from its original intention, if Wei Shi weren't still there bringing them together, they would have left long ago. The moment they agreed unanimously, since they decided to leave, naturally they would take the brothers with them. Chao Zhen wanted to stir up trouble, they wanted to make a bigger fuss too. Initially, both sides coexisted peacefully, but when Wei Shi decided to create trouble, the old and new factions began to conflict. Naked and unafraid, Wei Shi directly confronted Chao Zhen, who returned from completing a task successfully with an ever-growing team. Instantly, an intense confrontation arose right at the entrance, with cold mockery and sarcasm flying. Wei Shi mocked Chao Zhen's betrayal and abandonment of honor, while Chao Zhen criticized Wei Shi's failure as captain, blaming and self-pitying. How could a large group follow him drinking northwest wind? Both sides faced off, ending unpleasantly. What used to be a tacit understanding was now openly displayed, tearing apart all pretenses and exposing everything publicly. Now it was all-out chaos, the new and old factions completely split. But everyone had seen Wei Shi's previous inaction. Compared to Chao Zhen's recent achievements, Wei Shi's past accomplishments seemed a bit insufficient. Most people still preferred following an ambitious, young leader, only this way could they have enough food to eat. In this current age, no matter what, having a full stomach was top priority. The best leader would be one who could ensure their survival. Holding such thoughts were the majority of newly arrived members. Even the elder members needed to make a living, with so many mouths to feed at home, right? Hence, quite a few old members who used to follow Wei Shi now joined Chao Zhen. Chao Zhen often gloated before Wei Shi about the names of those departed veteran generals, trying deliberately to provoke Wei Shi. But did Wei Shi care? After letting go, he instead became more open-minded. Everyone needs to eat, he understood that, and privately discussed with these old comrades extensively, hinting that better living conditions were possible under his leadership. Could Wei Shi's words be trusted? Half and half. Those who believed him did so out of sentiment from their shared history, those who didn't doubted him because of his previous disheartened period. You once faltered, how can we guarantee this won't happen again if we follow you next time? It might be better to align with young and promising individuals like Chao Zhen, striving for a better life, storing up more grain while following Chao Zhen, gaining greater security. That's more important than anything else. Wei Shi, seeing he couldn't persuade them, accepted the situation. He had said everything that needed to be said, made all the promises he could make. Although his guarantees weren't very reliable, he vowed a comeback. Hadn't Chao Zhen gathered over half the team? Those remaining by Wei Shi's side were few and far between. Mentioning backing from others behind the scenes. Was Chao Zhen without his own support? The people here were not blind. Chao Zhen's moves grew increasingly brazen, frequent interactions were not unnoticed. Recently, who had Chao Zhen been closest with? Gu Lan, daughter of the senior line of the Gu family. Though merely a collateral relation, as the eldest sister's daughter in charge of the present generation of the Gu family, her proximity to Chao Zhen implied something. It meant the Gu family had become Chao Zhen's stronghold. Back when Chao Zhen first entered the adventure squad, he was just a nobody. Not too long after that, he had connected with one of a city's 3 top powerhouses. Wouldn't he soon live lavishly and enjoy luxuries? What about Wei Shi? When asked about who supported him or how he planned to rise again, he only replied with vague excuses and wouldn't give any concrete details. Without clear evidence, who was willing to blindly follow him? In the end, those who sincerely remained loyal to Wei Shi were mostly of the one meal satisfies the whole type, those without dependence, self-sustaining individuals. Wei Shi had said all he could say. Talking more would bring no benefit. Best wishes to them that they reach their goals. Wei Shi sifted through the entire squad's roster, narrowing it down to just 10 to 20 individuals. Compared to the massive base number of the adventure squad, this was just a small group. At this moment, Eugene Shu coming to find people was excellent timing. Personnel filtering was nearing completion. Chao Zhen likely couldn't hold back anymore these next few days, he must come to force Wei Shi off his post. After all, Wei Shi still officially held the title of captain. No matter what, Chao Zhen had to seize this title back, he wanted to legitimize his role. Wei Shi had already moved out of his original house within the base. Regardless of what others called him for running away, that place brought him no passion or motivation, only gradually mounting burdens. As the captain, the more team members there were, the heavier the responsibility on his shoulders. For Wei Shi, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. The greater the responsibility, the more he became cautious and restrained. There were so many people relying on him to make a living, every decision needing triple consideration. Wei Shi's new residence was a small apartment where he lived together with his brothers, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. At the time Eugene Shu visited, Wei Shi was boasting around with his buddies when suddenly he looked surprised upon spotting Eugene Shu. Why are you here? Having not seen each other for so long, why am I suddenly addressed respectfully? Eugene Shu chuckled in response. Wei Shi patted his head and laughed heartily. I slipped up in speech. How did you find me here? Given that I'm capable of offering you a promising way out, don't you think I'd have connections? That makes sense, Wei Shi responded. Older brother Wei, who is here? A male baritone asked forcefully from inside the house. It's nothing. An old acquaintance. Wei Shi turned around shouting, smiling, do you want to come in for a drink? You guys seem quite relaxed. Eugene Shu raised an eyebrow but didn't reject Wei Shi's invitation, entering along with Duan Xiaochen. This isn't. Seeing Eugene Shu and Duan Xiaochen, the man holding a beer can in his hand patted his head and couldn't recall where he had met them. Back in S City, someone reminded him. That's right. The man suddenly remembered, brother, are you here in a city to find opportunities too? Although I think there's nothing good about this base to develop in. It's so chaotic, not as good as before when we went wherever we wanted and fought wherever we wanted, that was far more comfortable. I don't think that's a good idea. Eugene Shu pulled Duan Xiaochen and sat aside, ignoring the beer Wei Shi offered. As your future boss, I've already planned out your path for you. After hearing Eugene Shu's words, the previously lively hall turned quiet, and the man who had spoken appeared confused. Excuse me, big brother, what did you just say? Eugene Shu raised an eyebrow, indicating Wei Shi to speak up. Chapter 41. It was a big deal for Eugene Shu to prepare for the return trip. Although Tang Sun grew knew in her heart that little Yu lacked nothing, she still chattered on endlessly as she prepared quite a few things for Eugene Shu to use and wear, more than what was packed for the previous mission. With more than 10 people returning together, the convoy was quite noticeable. It wasn't just a simple move, with all of Wei Shi's brothers tagging along, it caused quite a stir. While they were packing up their belongings, neighbors couldn't help but notice. Could Chao Cun miss this opportunity to sneer? Of course not. Early in the morning, the timing was perfect, just on the day they were preparing to leave. Having not been seen for several days, he appeared more ostentatious than ever, dressed impeccably, with a few old teammates from his former team following behind, arriving thus. Perhaps knowing that what they were doing was somewhat improper, the elders who followed looked somewhat embarrassed to face Wei Shi, having spent half a year together as old teammates, it didn't feel right now to mock him openly. Chao Cun, however, found no issue with this, it suited him perfectly, making him even more exhilarated. Seeing a group of people loading items onto carts, he smirked, speaking familiarly, as if their relationship had always been so amicable. Isn't this Captain Wei? What's the matter? Not doing well enough to switch bases? As he spoke, many family members staying at home came out to gawk. Exciting moments in the base weren't common, every household was too busy making ends meet to create unnecessary disturbances. Wei Shi saw Chao Cun and remained calm, regaining his composure after letting go of worries. You, instead of managing your own team, what brings you here? Chao Cun, we're not that close, so spit it out if you have something to say, I don't have time to waste on you. Unbothered, Chao Cun interpreted Wei Shi's rebuff as irritation before departure. After all, being the victor meant showing some grace, right? Captain Wei, look at the large number of brothers you've got behind you. After leaving, the living conditions won't be as good as before, said Chao Cun, grinning. Of course, there's no problem for you to leave alone, but this large group of brothers will need to feed themselves and survive somehow. Upon hearing this, it was evident that Chao Cun harbored ulterior motives. If he was merely mocking them, his demeanor wouldn't be like this. He must be up to something else. Before Wei Shi could fully mull over these thoughts, Chao Cun opened his mouth. Captain Wei, let me put it straight, I don't want to make things hard for you. My folks here are the most forgiving. Even though we had minor disputes and some unpleasantness in the past, those are long gone. When it comes to survival, such matters should take a back seat, shouldn't they? Just say what you want clearly, don't beat around the bush. We've got no time to waste. Wei Shi's tone was anything but tactful. Strangely, Chao Cun wasn't irritated. Truly remarkable patience. That explained how he endured silently within the team for so long and seized his chance to rise. All I'm saying is, I'm giving you a clear path, Chao Cun finally revealed his intent. We've been through thick and thin for half a year, and I'll be honest, we're inviting you all back to the team. Familiar surroundings, food on the table, why leave? Wei Shi snorted coldly and shot back sharply, Chao Cun, how high do you think you are? Ignoring you before was my mistake. Now you're standing in front of me trying to poach people. Dream on, you. Chao Cun completely ignored Wei Shi's sarcasm, sweeping his gaze over the group of tough guys behind him, veterans of the original team, all with impressive skills. These were the ones who'd helped expand the team from its initial form. The message was clear, they were expected to decide for themselves. If they agreed with Chao Cun, they'd be disgraced. They firmly turned down Chao Cun. Do you think highly of yourself? Are you food or wealth? Don't think everyone would eagerly follow you for petty benefits. One man eating well means the whole family eats well. I don't aspire much higher, serving under our captain suits me fine. Save your efforts. Had they been lured by small profits, they wouldn't be standing here today. Wei Shi cast a grateful look toward his brothers behind him. Chao Cun frowned. In truth, he hoped to win back some useful talents today. The Gu family was currently short-staffed. Each person who could be swayed back would become an excellent helper. At least in terms of physical power, they were invaluable. Therefore, not discouraged at all, Chao Cun started promising a better future, which made the straightforward men furrow their brows. Before he could finish his sentence, someone drove him away. The still unperturbed Chao Cun lost face now for real as he looked at the group and threw a line back at them. You will regret this, refusing kindness and opting for punishment instead. Making threats, anyone could do that, especially when they weren't scared anymore. After all, standing behind them was none other than Eugene Shu's younger son, Eugene Shu, a clear sign of strong backing. A bunch of acquaintances who had followed Chao Cun didn't speak either. Coming along was already an indirect way of losing face. If they chimed in with supportive words to Chao Cun, it would weigh on their conscience. So the large group silently came and silently left. With the annoying person gone, the air seemed fresher. Not long after, a black car was seen approaching from afar. As Eugene Shu got out of the car, his eyes scanned over the sturdy men with high combat capabilities approvingly, and his expression softened. Everyone's here. Are you all packed? Almost done, just waiting to depart. Wei Shi's demeanor was no longer as gloomy as before. With hope for the future, he became much more spirited. All right then, shall we go? Let's do it. Wei Shi's departure was like a ripple in the A City base. At most, it gave people something to discuss for a while. They remarked on how those who once achieved great things just left, with no further thoughts beyond that. Would anyone have guessed Wei Shi might rise again? Few had such an idea. Nowadays, only a few bases qualify as big ones, and a city base is among the best of the middling sort. Leaving here, what good prospects could there be? Eugene Chu's car was almost full in the trunk, loaded with enough supplies to last half a month, mostly because Tang Sungru thought her son wouldn't take care of himself well and stuffed numerous daily necessities into the trunk. With such a large team of capable fighters around, there wasn't any need to worry about safety on the road. Snowball, however, hadn't been let loose for days. Once out, he acted like a madman, covering himself head to toe in dirt, an absolutely unbearable sight. Fortunately, this madness only lasted for a few days. If it went on much longer, Eugene Chu might have chucked Snowball out. Of course, washing Snowball wasn't Eugene Chu's responsibility. There was always a diligent worker available, namely Duan Ziaken. No one knew how Duan Su managed to persuade his mother, but right when Eugene Chu was preparing to return to S City, Duan Ziaken came knocking at Yu's door asking to be adopted, claiming he'd been expelled from the Duan family. Would Duan Ziaken's mom really drive him out of the house? Eugene Chu didn't believe it. But that's how things turned out. Duan Ziaken showed up seeking refuge, carrying a package. Fortunately, Duan Su was quite reliable, entrusting Duan Ziaken to him carefully for training, hoping this young man could eventually become self-reliant. Judging from the skills Duan Ziaken displayed in front of Eugene Chu, his parents underestimated their son's cockroach-like resilience and practical abilities. Other than cooking, Duan Ziaken handled household chores fairly adeptly. After nearly 2 months away, returning to the main base felt surreal. Eugene Chu almost didn't recognize the lush, verdant landscape that resembled more of a jungle than the Linjiang villa. The group of men trailing behind him were similarly stunned. They had visited S City before, but never ventured close to this area. While Eugene Chu was surprised by the dramatic change, these others were shocked for a different reason. It was where they'd be living from now on. Forget a city, nationwide, no base possessed so much luxuriant greenery. Captain Yu, you've truly been hiding your light, Wei Shi commented after being shocked for a while. Don't talk nonsense, it wasn't like this before we left either. Eugene Chu was also perplexed. Apart from the edible crops he had planted, most plants that could grow tenaciously during the apocalypse usually had very strong territorial instincts. How did they invade his base camp without permission? Surrounded by verdant vegetation on the fence, everyone had a general idea where the gate was but couldn't spot an entrance. Before Eugene Chu figured out how to enter, heads popped out from the lush wall, soon followed by more heads. The leader appeared to be a young lad, blushing red perhaps due to excitement or nervousness. Who are you? What brings you here? Wei Shi couldn't help but laugh, wondering what kind of situation it was where they returned to their own base only to be questioned. Had this place really been occupied by others in just 2 months? Eugene Chu, however, didn't have such a thought, because amidst this group of people, he noticed a few familiar faces. It was likely still his main base with just a few new unfamiliar members added. The young man who spoke was glared at by a slightly older middle-aged man beside him. What are you saying? These are the saviors of our village. Quickly inform everyone that Mr. E is back. With that said, those who were staring blankly at them up above suddenly realized and scattered chaotically, some busy spreading the news while others hurried to open the gate. The door hidden under the lush vegetation was cracked open just wide enough for one car to barely fit through. The person in charge sheepishly laughed twice. The plants have grown too wildly, it's hard to open the gate wider. Eugene Chu silently stared at the magnificent green wall, speechless. After a long pause, he let the cars enter one by one. After the entire fleet entered, the gates were closed again, and an old acquaintance appeared, none other than Yi Gao, the very person Eugene Chu entrusted the place to before leaving. Chapter 42. After 2 months, Yi Gao looked much more spirited. He wore a white coat from who knows where, and he actually looked quite the part. Back. Yi Gao patted Eugene's shoulder upon seeing him. He had wanted to hug his old friend to celebrate their reunion but decided against it under Duan Xiaochen's watchful gaze, opting instead for a pat on the shoulder. Yes, I'm back, Eugene Chu nodded and then pointed to the greenery around them. What's going on here? This? There's a long story behind this, Yi Gao grinned. Oh, so many people have come. Not bad, not bad. We're exactly in need of help. Why don't you first arrange these folks? Okay. Eugene Chu agreed, but within 2 months, things must have changed a lot here, and he was unsure about the current layout of the housing complex. Which villas in the complex are still vacant? Arrange them accordingly. All right. Yi Gao turned and called out, Xiao Chen. Where's Xiao Chen? Here, here. A petite girl squeezed through the crowd. She wore round glasses, had short hair, and looked tiny with an air of being somewhat bookish. This is Xiao Chen, our manager responsible for recording which families live where. Not bad, Eugene Chu raised an eyebrow, so you've already established a system. Where could we be that organized? It's just that as there are more people, more labor force is needed, so we're utilizing everyone's strengths for better efficiency. Yi Gao chuckled as Xiao Chen had already led some people away to register accommodations. So has anything noteworthy happened recently? Eugene Chu asked. Not really. Yi Gao thought for a moment. Most of the plants we planted earlier have matured already. Besides distributing parts of it among the villagers, your share has been stored in the warehouse. You said you want some seeds, so we kept quite a bit for that purpose. Yi Gao recounted the events after Eugene's who left. Nothing major occurred. After the villagers settled in, 2 or 3 groups of homeless refugees arrived, all desperate and without a home. Seeing that none of them harbored ill intentions, Yi Gao decided to keep them. Like the man who once questioned what Eugene's who came here for, he was one of those who arrived later and never met Eugene's who in person. As for the vegetative walls surrounding the complex, that was just an unexpected outcome. Rural folk excel at cultivating plants, but initially, due to poor conditions, growing crops had proven impossible. Now that the food problem was resolved, with nothing else to do, they started researching the vegetation capable of growing here or even transplanting some. Before long, the entire perimeter wall was covered in lush greenery. Surprisingly, such coverage concealed a lot of details. The vegetation was strong and fire-resistant, shielding much of the community's appearance. At a glance from outside, one might not even realize it was a residential area. Eugene's whose villa seemed both unchanged yet slightly different. The trees by the entrance were now tall, while the walls were full of dense creeping ivy, hinting at the spires of the villa beyond. 2 of the 3 fruit trees along the wall bore heavy, ripe fruits, which would fully ripen in a few more days. Some branches of crops in the yard were barren, others flourishing. Similarly, the livestock pen seemed fuller than before. The crops in the courtyard haven't been touched. Some aren't doing too well, probably because you weren't there to maintain them, but overall, there have been results. Oh, and in your livestock pens, a few new offspring were born recently. I kept some and sent others off to help other people start raising animals. There's also a large animal farm set up in the complex. And I didn't touch the crops on the balcony, though some are out of season and starting to wilt. Yi Gao went over every detail of what transpired during Eugene's whose absence. Eugene's who glanced at the small garden. Without personal care, these delicate crops now appeared somewhat droopy and pitiful. Still, fortunately, most were mature before he left, otherwise, he would have returned to find nothing but desolation. Clearly, Yi Gao had tended to these crops with great care. Eugene's who nodded appreciatively, acknowledging in his mind how much effort had been put in. Thanks for your hard work in this time. Not at all, not at all. Yi Gao waved his hands repeatedly, looking far more vibrant compared to when Eugene's who left. Taking care of the crops was no hardship, it brought joy watching them grow and bear fruit that filled their bellies. What kinds of seeds have been saved? Yi Gao paused for a moment, then said, Chinese cabbage and leafy greens are easy to plant, so we're still growing them. We've saved some wheat seeds, kept sweet potatoes and potatoes for planting, oh yeah, and the watermelons you planted before we left have borne fruit, most of it is already stored in the basement. This piqued Eugene's whose interest somewhat, and he immediately headed down to the basement. The watermelon seedlings he had planted before his departure were just starting to sprout back then. His original thought was that they'd be able to enjoy cooling watermelon even in the hottest weather. He hadn't expected it would be 2 months by the time he returned, with the melons fully ripe. However, this batch of watermelons may not have turned out too well, Yi Gao commented. Looking at the small watermelons piled up in the basement, Eugene's who fell silent. He remembered clearly that what was originally planted should have been large watermelons. How could all these fruits be only the size of 2 or 3 fists? This was quite a difference. There's nothing we can do about it, Yi Gao, as if reading Eugene's whose expression, sighed helplessly. Planting really depends on luck. They were growing fine before you left but became finicky afterward. Even though we used the same methods, they just wouldn't grow big. At least there was some fruit to show for your effort, it wasn't a total waste. Though Yi Gao's words weren't much comfort, they did remind Eugene's who of one thing, it was already November, yet the temperature remained high like midsummer. This weather must have been influenced by the post-apocalyptic conditions, whether it was good or bad remained unclear. Well, as long as they're edible, Eugene's who consoled himself. After such an extended conversation without rest, Yi Gao tactfully left first, leaving the villa to Eugene's who and Duan Xiaochen. Duan Xiaochen seemed perfectly at ease, moving their things back into the room they had stayed in previously. Now without Li Lei or the old team members around, Duan Xiaochen felt closest to Eugene's who among everyone in the complex. This awareness filled Duan Xiaochen with uncontrollable joy. Still, this wasn't enough. Duan Xiaochen desired more than just proximity to Eugene's who, he craved a position far more unique. But what exactly defined this uniqueness was something Duan Xiaochen, lost in confusion, had yet to clarify. After a day's rest, Eugene's who pulled Duan Xiaochen into giving the entire villa a thorough cleaning. Snowball, a pet, also received a thorough wash. Unbelievably, during the 2 months when they were absent, this neighborhood had become more like a mini-base. Talent must have been brought in from somewhere since the issue of water supply had been resolved. Even though drinkable water was only available during fixed periods, it was still commendable. With the master's return, the villa once again regained its sense of life. With fresh vegetables now at hand, Eugene's who prepared a sumptuous feast, slaughtering a chicken for stew. Adding his own homegrown crops, which were far superior in taste to ordinary vegetables, the meal was immensely satisfying. Unable to resist, Duan Xiaochen ate until he was stuffed. Truly, heaven bear witness that the Duan family didn't neglect their beloved youngest son. However, a city's base simply didn't have many vegetables to begin with, and their taste couldn't match up to what Eugene's who grew. His refined palate having been spoiled, Duan Xiaochen found it hard to eat otherwise. When he finally got a taste of something good, naturally he couldn't hold back. Clearing the weeds from the small garden, new selected crops were replanted, and the balcony plants were also cleaned up. The mutated peppers had already withered, so it seemed that for the time being, eating mutant peppers was off the table. After tidying up what could be, both the small garden and the balcony instantly felt significantly less cluttered. Of the 3 fruit trees Eugene's who had planted in the garden, there were pears, apples, and mulberries. Generally, pear trees take 3 to 5 years to bear fruit, with fruiting periods usually occurring between July and October. Yet, given that planting happened in August or September, whether due to mutation or not, there were already quite a few pears hanging heavily on the branches. Eugene's who couldn't resist picking one to taste. Though small, this single pear held a considerable amount of juice, sweet and quenching. If it tasted this good before fully ripening, how delicious would it be once ripe? As for the mulberry tree, Eugene's who didn't recognize it initially, with its fruit-bearing period in May and June. It neither bore fruit nor flowered now, but it grew luxuriantly, suggesting it might produce mulberries next season. Then he could make mulberry wine, something he looked forward to eagerly. The remaining apple tree generally requires 2 to 5 years of growth before bearing fruit. In Eugene's whose yard, this tree, despite being planted for only 5 months, was already loaded with mature apples, their skins thin and slightly red. Had it not been known whose villa this was, surely someone would have succumbed to temptation and picked one to try. These days, everyone was busy just trying to fill their bellies, so they were overjoyed to have managed to grow some grain. Yet, here at Eugene's whose place, they were already eating fruit. Indeed, comparing people like this could really drive one mad. Eugene's who had already picked most of the ripe apples and set them aside. Apples don't spoil quickly when stored properly, allowing them to last for a significant amount of time. He intended to save the seeds to see if he could plant another row of apple trees for the villagers to enjoy more variety. After all, one tree couldn't produce infinite amounts of fruit. He gave some to Gao and instructed him to reward the hard-working villagers with these apples. After that, the remaining apples left for personal use were not many. Between giving and packing, it took him 3 whole days before he finally got a break. Although others might not know, as soon as Eugene's who had some free time, he started pondering what else he could do for food. His second brother still needed some time to arrive from City A to bring supplies and collect seeds. Before Eugene's who could think up anything new, the second heavy rainstorm since the apocalypse arrived belatedly but fiercely. This storm was much more intense than the previous one. It felt as if the sky suddenly turned black without warning. Some experienced farmers in the village had foreseen the incoming rainstorm and announced that it would likely last for several days. They hastily prepared to cover the crops still in their seedling stages, but halfway through the preparation, the downpour began torrentially, soaking everyone caught in it to the bone. Eugene's who watched the thunderous rain falling outside. The oppressive gray sky weighed heavily on his mind, as if it would crush the ground beneath it at any moment. The amount of rain was unprecedented in his memory. It seemed determined to pour out all its accumulated water in one go. Worried that the pears outside would fall due to the storm, Eugene's who planned to head out and pick them all. However, before he could even fully put on his raincoat, Duan Xiaochen stopped him. "What are you doing?" Eugene's who frowned. "If we don't harvest the fruits soon, they'll all be knocked off by the rain." Duan Xiaochen pressed his lips together tightly before speaking. "You stay here. I'll go." And with that, he snatched the raincoat from Eugene's whose hands and rushed into the rain curtain. Eugene's who chuckled softly, shaking his head. This kid always acted on impulse, but having someone help gather the apples saved him from having to do it himself. Chapter 43. With this heavy rain, apart from worrying whether the crops in the fields could survive, Eugene's began to contemplate other matters. City S has a mountain nearby. Unfortunately, the side of the mountain is close to the riverside villa area, where vegetation covers the villa's surroundings. However, there are limited places in the community for planting, so some villagers had their eyes on the farmland by the mountain. Terraced fields may not be possible at the moment, but cultivating a few plots of land is feasible. Thus, they intentionally left the road on the side of the mountain open, treating this side as a natural defensive line. It's easy to defend but hard to attack. After the heavy rain, many wild delicacies come out of the mountains, such as mushrooms. Mushrooms are good for making soup or stir-fried dishes. They enhance the flavor and taste great themselves. After it rains, it's the most prosperous time for mushrooms. He thought about bringing a few people to the back mountain to see if they could pick some up, or he could find some rotten wood to bring back and plant himself. That way, he can eat them whenever he wants. Eugene's thought his idea was practical and planned to go up the mountain to take a look after the rain stopped. Duan Xiaocheng was quick-handed. In no time, he had collected all the fruits. Those apples were given away as rewards before, while these pears could be kept privately for self-consumption. For instance, rock sugar pear, or jam. Jam is easy to store and not difficult to make, it just wastes some sugar. Seeing that this heavy rain would continue for some time, while having nothing to do now, Duan decided to process these pears properly. Pears were peeled, cut into small pieces, sprinkled with white sugar, and left for one night. Since Eugene's doesn't like sweets very much, there was plenty of white sugar at home, though the number of pears was large. It took 2 strong men the better part of the day to successfully cut up most of the pears into small chunks and fragments. A small portion of the pears was kept aside for daily consumption, and also for making things like rock sugar pear. The next day when cooking pear jam, the sweet aroma spread 10 miles. The entire villa was filled with a sticky sweet scent. Because of the large quantity, this sticky fragrance lingered for 2 days before gradually dissipating. Li Jun is a little girl who loves sweets. She'd been pestering Yi Gao to check out what Yu Jingshu was up to at the neighboring villa since the previous 2 days. When she saw those crystal-clear jars of pear jam, her eyes lit up. How could Yu Jingshu fail to understand the little girl's intentions? Yi Gao has only one wife, so naturally, he indulges her. He shamelessly traded for a bottle of jam from Yu Jingshu to take home. By the time the sweet smell in the villa finally dissipated, the sky, which had been gloomy for 5 whole days, cleared up. But accompanying the sunny weather was a noticeable drop in temperature. Yu Jingshu was very sensitive to temperature changes. The sudden nighttime temperature drop woke him up. The bedding set on the bed was still summer grade, and the indoor thermometer had dropped to the teens. In just half a night, the temperature had plummeted 16 degrees, with a continued downward trend. Winter quilts hadn't been aired yet, so Yu Jingshu shakily placed the slightly thicker quilt on the bed. However, an unwashed quilt carried a damp chill and failed to warm up. Perhaps due to the severe temperature drop, Duan Xiaocheng sleeping downstairs heard noises upstairs and rushed up bare-chested. Yu Jingshu just watched, feeling even colder. Huddled under the blanket, he asked, "Why aren't you wearing anything? Aren't you cold? The temperature has dropped by more than 10 degrees, and it will probably keep falling later tonight." Duan Xiaocheng scratched his head, honestly saying that he wasn't really feeling the cold. Perhaps his fiery nature meant that during summer, he generally slept in only underwear, and even in winter, he didn't need thick blankets. His body remained warm like a little furnace. "I'm not cold," said Duan Xiaocheng. Seeing Yu Jingshu shivering in the covers, he looked around intending to pull another thick quilt from the wardrobe to add another layer for Yu Jingshu. As soon as this additional quilt was draped over, it felt like a huge mountain was pressing down. Yet with the abrupt temperature change, Yu Jingshu reacted strongly, "No, don't. If you cover me with another layer, I'll get suffocated." Duan Xiaocheng stood there holding a quilt, unsure whether to cover or not, looking quite troubled. "What should we do? You look freezing." Indeed, Yu Jingshu was quite cold. But adding another quilt seemed unacceptable to him. After pondering briefly, he beckoned Duan closer to the bedside. Duan obediently approached the bed, and Yu Jingshu's icy hand reached out directly towards Duan Xiaocheng's arm. The moment their skins touched, the warmth transmitted from Duan's skin to Yu Jingshu's hand made him sigh in comfort almost immediately. This temperature, simply incredible, he was just like a mini-human radiator. Yu Jingshu was a bit reluctant to let go. Was he the type of person who would willingly endure hardship? Clearly not, so he decided to make Duan Xiaocheng endure some discomfort and hard work. "Since you're warm and I'm cold, why don't we share one blanket?" Yu Jingshu suggested. "What?" Duan Xiaocheng's voice even sounded a little distorted, his tone filled with disbelief and shock. Yu Jingshu took this as a refusal from the other side. After all, 2 grown men sharing one quilt didn't look good, so his initially excited tone dampened. "If you don't want to, it's fine. Just stay here for a while and I'll warm up." No, Duan Xiaocheng rubbed his hands, feeling the heat radiating more noticeably throughout his body. Instinctively, he licked his slightly dry lips, his throat parched. "I didn't refuse." "Then hurry up and get in." Yu Jingshu slightly lifted the quilt in a welcoming gesture. Duan Xiaocheng didn't rush into it. He regretted impulsively agreeing to this. It wasn't that he regretted warming the bed for Yu Jingshu, rather, he regretted not having showered properly before sleeping. He had only done a quick rinse. Was he dirty now? Did he smell bad? Would Brother Yu be repulsed by him? The amount of time Duan maintained this stance was quite long, and the cold air kept creeping into his barely warmed-up bed. It chilled him to the bone, making him shiver and causing goosebumps to form. He urged, "Hurry up. What are you stalling for? This weather is freezing." By the time Duan Xiaocheng came back to his senses, he was already inside Yu Jingshu's quilt. The cold bed did not give him any unpleasant feelings at all. Instead, the moment Yu Jingshu moved and unintentionally touched him, it instantly brought Duan Xiaocheng back to his senses. Subconsciously, he clasped Yu Jingshu's hand within his own, warming it with his body heat. Yu Jingshu thought this gesture was a bit strange, but couldn't articulate exactly where. Besides, the warmth coming from the body beside him felt like a small furnace radiating constant heat. His covered hand also exuded a fiery warmth, just like having a self-heating mini-heater right next to him. Compared to that incomprehensible oddity, warmth was far more important at the moment. Yu Jingshu almost instantly made his choice. That sense of dignity had been worn away long ago during his time in the military, so he shamelessly pushed his ice-cold feet towards Duan Xiaocheng to test how close they could get. Duan Xiaocheng instinctively tucked his feet between his calves, a slightly awkward movement but undoubtedly warmer. Yu Jingshu closed his eyes contentedly and let out a deep breath. Being woken up by the cold in the middle of the night was already infuriating, and now sleepiness slowly returned as the warmth beside him swept over his entire body. Yu Jingshu half closed his eyes and mumbled lazily, "It's late, let's go to sleep quickly." And the next second, his breathing became light and steady, clearly indicating he had fallen sound asleep. Compared to Yu Jingshu's deep slumber, Duan Xiaocheng dared not move an inch. He couldn't describe the sensation of their skin touching, but one thing was certain, he didn't dislike it at all, and he even thought it should happen more often. Brother Yu was sleeping right next to him, that towering figure he usually had to look up to was now peacefully asleep beside him, as if pulled down to the same level and returned to this human world brimming with life and warmth. Yu Jingshu slept well in the latter half of the night, satisfied with Duan Xiaocheng as his personal small heater, while Duan Xiaocheng was too tense to sleep, maintaining a single posture to provide heat until signs of Yu Jingshu waking up began to show, at which point he hastily pretended to have just woken up himself. Yu Jingshu slept comfortably in the latter part of the night, satisfied with Duan Xiaocheng's small body heater. He noticed through the unfixed curtain gap that outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the heavy rain that had lasted 5 days was finally over. He pulled his limbs back from Duan Xiaocheng's grip, and as soon as his skin met the cold air outside the covers, involuntary goosebumps appeared all over his body. He immediately reinserted his limbs under the quilt. He was still wearing summer pajamas, a thin layer of fabric unable to withstand the sudden influx of cold air. Yu Jingshu's action succeeded in waking Duan Xiaocheng from pretending to be asleep. Has it stopped raining? Yu Jingshu was even considering whether to stick his face inside the quilt. The temperature outside has dropped completely. It's probably only a few degrees now. Duan Xiaocheng needed only a glance to know that Yu Jingshu chose to retreat back into the quilt due to the outside temperature. As for clothing, winter clothes were naturally stored away at the bottom of his suitcase, but thanks to Ms. Tang Songro's generous luggage packing, part of it consisted of winter wear. At least he wouldn't freeze to death outdoors. Duan Xiaocheng had come last night bare-chested and was preparing to get out of bed in the same state. But even he couldn't resist shivering at this temperature. He hastily threw on a piece of clothing, planning to first go back to his room to dress properly before coming up again to fetch clothes for Yu Jingshu. Yu Jingshu was delighted not to have to get out of bed himself to rummage through things. He lay in bed like a lord, directing Duan Xiaocheng here and there, yet Duan Xiaocheng didn't utter a single word of complaint. Duan Xiaocheng didn't have winter clothes with him, so Yu Jingshu gave him a set of his own. Interestingly, when they had first met half a year ago, the boy seemed much shorter. Now, he seemed to have grown taller. Come over here and stand still, Yu Jingshu commanded. Duan Xiaocheng stood there confused, being told what to do without any protest. Yu Jingshu used his own height as a reference and made some gestures. Sure enough, it wasn't wrong, Duan Xiaocheng had experienced a second growth spurt. He was already about Yu Jingshu's height and now had grown half a head taller, which explained why the slightly oversized down jacket that fit Yu Jingshu perfectly on himself now just fitted Duan Xiaocheng well. Chapter 44. Yu Jingshu obviously couldn't grow any taller, and as he looked at Duan Xiaocheng with a somewhat envious gaze, he said, "It's really good that you're still growing." "Yugo, your height is already quite tall," Duan Xiaocheng replied, secretly pleased inside because, in the past, whether it was in terms of height, martial arts ability, or other aspects, he had always been looking up to catch up with Yu Jingshu's figure. Now, at least in terms of height, he didn't need to chase anymore. Duan Xiaocheng pulled out all of Yu Jingshu's clothes. After much deliberation, Yu Jingshu finally managed to climb out of his warm bed. As soon as he poked out half of his body, he was frozen by the cold air outside, breaking out in goosebumps. He quickly put on all his clothes, which at least helped block some of the cold air. After changing into clothes and doing some exercises to warm his body, Yu Jingshu felt heated all over and then opened the door to check the plants in the small garden. Due to the sudden drop in temperature and the heavy rain, there were no effective measures taken to protect the plants from freezing. Some frost-intolerant plants in the small garden had already died. It was believed that most of the winter-grown crops planted outside would also be dead. Yu Jingshu took a hoe and began dealing with the frozen crops first. After spending a whole morning, when the sun rose higher and the temperature slightly recovered, he just barely finished handling them. "Orange." Yu Jingshu called out. "Bring out some bags and baskets, we'll head to the back mountain later for a look." "Okay." When they opened the door, they just happened to meet Yi Gao dressed in thick clothing, preparing to knock on the door, looking like a bear. "Yi Gao." "You go." Yi Gao's eyes lit up, "I was just about to knock on the door. Those farmers went to their fields early this morning. 2/3 of the newly planted crops have been frozen to death. The remaining ones won't survive much longer if not dealt with promptly." Yu Jingshu nodded, the loss was as expected. "Are there any greenhouse building materials available?" "We managed to get a little bit from the city before, but not much," Yi Gao replied. "You go, see. With the temperature dropping, why don't we plant some winter crops instead? For example, winter wheat, potatoes, rape seeds and such crops, mainly the first two types, which could provide sufficient food. Other vegetables could also be planted alongside." Yu Jingshu pinched the bridge of his nose, "All right, gather some seeds first. After yesterday's rain, I estimate there will be plenty of mushrooms on the mountain. Call anyone who has time to go pick some, but remember not to bring back poisonous ones." Yi Gao hadn't thought about this. He had only been worried about the crops in the field being ruined, understood. Yu Jingshu waved him off and started walking towards the mountain. The mountains near Linjiang Villa were still at a bit of a distance, it would take 10 minutes by car. Glancing around, the bare mountains showed no greenery, full of rough and barren branches. The land beneath the trees was completely covered by fallen leaves. Eugene who wasn't sure if he could find any mushrooms, so he randomly chose a spot and started moving the covering debris. Before he dug down too deep, he saw mushroom caps shyly peeking out from the yellowed foliage, with a few smaller ones nearby. Eugene who relaxed a little, at least the trip wasn't in vain, but some mushrooms were edible while others were toxic. He only recognized a few common non-poisonous mushrooms, and wasn't familiar with the rest. Orange, Eugene who called out, "Look at these two. These types of mushrooms are edible. Look around nearby to see if you can find more." Fortunately, this mountain mainly had common mushrooms. After searching for an hour or two, both of their bags and baskets were nearly filled. On the way, they met several people from the neighborhood going up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Everyone greeted Eugene who, considering the mushrooms collected should be enough. On the way back, they picked 2 decayed logs intending to experiment with growing mushrooms in the basement. There were still things to deal with at home when Igao rushed over asking if they could start planting the crops first. Considering everyone's current emphasis on grain supplies, Eugene who handed the mushroom handling task over to Duan Xiaochen and went ahead to plant those crops. These crops were extremely precious, and except for initial plowing and fertilizing, which could be done by others, the step of planting the seeds had to be done personally by Eugene who, this was the only method that allowed him to conserve some effort after many experiments. But with so many seeds needing to be planted, even with his fast pace, it still took several days to finish. Even though his physical constitution had been improved through enhancement, it couldn't withstand such intense work, resulting in persistent lower back pain for a period of time. The drop in temperature caused some elderly people to be unable to work in the fields, reducing the workforce by about a third. The arrival of winter also meant that animals were beginning to hibernate. Fortunately, they had captured quite a number of livestock earlier, so there was no immediate concern for meat supplies. Greenhouses were set up one after another. Jianglin Villa, though small, functioned with an efficiency akin to a miniature base. Labor force, still a lack of labor force. Eugene who sat by the floor-to-ceiling window with a bowl of steaming soup, looking out at the people walking around outside from time to time, pondering how to develop further. Not far away, Wei Shi, who had been brought back, had already taken charge of the neighborhood's defense issues smoothly. Training the youth would be left to him. The community, as large as it was still just a residential area. The land behind the mountain could only be used for hunting or occasionally finding some wild edible vegetables. Both labor and land were problems. But soon, someone solved this pressing issue for him. "You go." Igao wiped the sweat off his forehead, a serious expression on his face. "You go, there's a large group of people coming from outside, they seem to be heading our way." Why was Igao so sure? That was because this residential area looked like any other wild forest to those seeing it for the first time, yet the route of these strangers clearly pointed directly here. Clearly, they were coming for them. Eugene whose spirit lifted, he knew the people he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Vegetation that maintained its dark green even in the low temperatures concealed every blade of grass and tree within the community. After having trained for some time, the young people anxiously hid behind the walls, making good use of the surrounding vegetation to cover their forms, observing the enemies outside. "Captain, there are more people out there than us," a young man who had briefly met Eugene who nervously swallowed saliva. Wei Shi crouched beside him. To be honest, life over the past half-month had been more comfortable than ever before without any stress or burden. He only needed to train this group of young men well, with no assigned tasks and no need to worry about their clothing and food. After training these enthusiastic young men, he would have a drink and enjoy some appetizers with his brothers, leading a life that couldn't be happier. Wei Shi made a gesture for quietness, observing through the telescope the crowd gradually approaching. On such cold winter days, everyone was wrapped tightly, making it hard to discern their identities through the few gaps visible. However, he always felt that the visitors were familiar figures. His intuition didn't let him down. The person who came all the way from afar to this dangerous zombie city was none other than Eugene Chu's second elder brother, Eugenio. They had previously agreed to fetch a batch of goods, but due to a mission to run with a trade caravan, the matter had been postponed temporarily. Luckily, he managed to sell a batch of goods and even brought back a team of laborers, believing that his younger brother would thank him for it. As the convoy approached what appeared to still be springtime in this residential area, the experienced members of the caravan were aware that mutated plants were indeed not easily influenced by external temperature changes. Only mutant plants could retain vitality under such conditions. Eugenio rubbed his hands together. Though knowledgeable, he couldn't help but admire the scene before him. It wasn't until you saw it in person that you truly understood how magnificent this sight was. "Captain, is this where we're headed?" Eugenio's deputy was a woman who continued to doubt facing this green fortress. Regardless of how perilous S city might be, could the crop seeds capable of maintaining yield mentioned by the captain really exist in such a desolate place? Even a city, with its most advanced laboratories, had yet to produce seeds that yielded stable crops. "Since we've arrived, why not see for ourselves?" Eugenio chuckled, slightly pulling down the scarf covering his chin. Wei Shi managed to glimpse a familiar emblem through this movement, sighing in relief. "No problem, it's an acquaintance." "Has anyone gone to inform you, Captain?" "They should return shortly." Yes, Igao went to notify them, they should be returning soon." "You Captain has arrived." Eugene Shu quickly climbed onto the wall, closely followed by Duan Xiaochen. Yi Gao, who had spent a long time in his homemade lab researching those crops, suffered a significant decline in physical strength. Eugene Shu glanced at the gradually approaching group, revealing a smile on his face. An acquaintance, my second elder brother has come. Duan Xiaochen showed no excitement at all. The arrival of Yu Ji's acquaintance meant that someone would take up Eugene Shu's time, which naturally displeased him. However, as a member of the Yu family, he could endure it. Go down first and prepare to open the gate. Eugene Shu ordered. The gate here was becoming increasingly difficult to open due to the ever-denser vegetation. They'd need to find time to clear it out, otherwise this hassle would keep happening. In the future, there would definitely be more commercial exchanges like this, and they should prepare in advance. Xiao Shu. Eugene Yao waved his arms from below, his warm breath turning into puffs of white smoke in the cold air. Second brother. Eugene Shu jumped down directly from the wall. It had only been half a month since their last parting, stepping from summer into winter, and Eugene Yao, after such a long journey, looked visibly exhausted. You haven't lost weight. Seems like you can take care of yourself just fine. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Are you treating me like a pig? Eugene Shu tapped Eugene Yao's shoulder, exasperated. Alright, you must be tired from the trip. Come inside to warm up, but everyone behind you will have to go through inspection. Chapter 45. After the routine inspection, it was the same young girl responsible for arranging this caravan of merchants in the vacant villa cluster. Once they were settled, there truly weren't any other empty villas available in the residential area. After all, the initial positioning of the Riverside Villa district was as high-end villas. Though the area was large, the distance between each villa was significant, and the greenery zones even more so, which meant there really weren't that many villas to begin with. The original developers never expected so many people would move in. The young girl held a notebook, a record of who lived in each house in every villa, and nudged up to Eugene Shu, squad leader Yu. The villas are basically all occupied, but there's still a group of people without a place to stay. I know, Eugene Shu nodded, apparently it was already urgent to expand the land. It seems like I arrived just at the right time. Eugene Shu smiled cheerfully as he hooked his arm around Eugene Shu's shoulder. Huh? Do you know what I've brought you this time? Combining their previous conversation, Eugene Shu almost immediately understood the implications of what the other was saying. Manpower? Exactly, Eugene Shu grinned. In this era, manpower was both the most valuable and yet the least valued. The base needed development required manpower, but most bases didn't have enough food to hire these workers. And those large bases had already taken shape and no longer needed more manpower. Therefore, these people suffered from hunger and cold, barely able to secure their own subsistence. Eugene Shu's latest trip to a base encountered similar issues. Outside the walls of the base stood tent after tent, where those without proper accommodation huddled together for warmth. Eugene Shu was fully aware of Eugene Shu's intention of returning to the base with some talented recruits, and seeing such a crowd outside couldn't help but think of an idea. And the higher-ups at the base couldn't be happier if this crowd would leave. More people also meant a stronger scent, and since zombies have sharp senses like dogs, there was always the worry one day they'd come running here. So when Eugene Shu asked whether he could take these people away, the answer was given without hesitation, even allowing him numerous conveniences, which greatly improved the business of the merchants within his caravan. However, Eugene Shu did not force them to go along. Instead, he adopted a voluntary approach. For those struggling on the brink of survival, catching sight of hope naturally made them eager to follow along. Though the number of people Eugene Shu brought over was not much, the stockpiled grain they currently had was sufficient to keep these people alive, while also securing labor for expanding their territories. In light of my resolving your pressing issue, you should give me a slight advantage in our transactions. That doesn't fall under my jurisdiction, Eugene Shu laughed, someone else will handle negotiations with you in that regard. Alright, Eugene Shu tapped his brother's shoulder, your system here is pretty complete. The two brothers, after being apart for half a month, reconnected again. With important matters concerning crop seeds on the agenda, they promptly agreed to discuss further that evening. Naturally, the two brothers stayed in the same room, making Duan Xiaochen behind them feel slightly dissatisfied in his heart, but there was nothing he could do since they were brothers. To expand their territory, the first step was defining its scope. Eugene Shu pondered for a moment and decided to stretch the boundaries a little larger to save trouble in the future. Of course, the old flower and bird market was also included in the demarcation. That place was a feng shui treasure land and housed many mutated plants waiting for study. Eugene Shu watched his younger brother contemplate how to expand the territory and joked half-heartedly, since that's the case, might as well annex the whole of S-City. Eugene Shu looked at him like he was saying something foolish. The exact number of zombies in S-City remains unknown. What can we accomplish with the number of people we currently have? Throw ourselves into a massacre. It wasn't wrong. Eugene Shu was merely jesting. But upon reflecting on the vastness of S-City being occupied by zombies, it seemed somewhat regrettable. He probed with determination, do zombies not abhor catnip? Could we use it to herd them together and exterminate them using wide-area weapons? It was a good thought, but how to implement it, who to execute it, and where to procure the weapons were all issues. Eugene Shu shook his head indicating, I just want to cultivate fields, I don't want to run a base. We don't need too much land or people, as long as it's enough, it'll do. Nevertheless, the zombies in S-City are indeed a problem. If catnip fails to work, this place will be the first to face annihilation. The reason for acquiring more land was due to insufficient farmland and housing. Near this riverside villa area, there was another mid to high-end neighborhood, with luxury decorated apartment buildings, though still under construction. Most were only model units and thus uninhabitable. We'll need to fetch supplies from S-City, muttered Eugene Shu to himself. After concluding the farming matters, the rest of the affairs would be tended to by others. Having stayed for a number of days, Eugene Shu felt a bit itchy and restless. The next day, he gathered a team and set off toward S-City. S-City hadn't changed much since Eugene Shu's last departure. In fact, due to the numerous searches conducted during his absence, along the way, they could spot some traces. As they ventured deeper into the city, human traces gradually diminished until only thick layers of dust and the occasional growls of zombies remained. The quieter the city became, the more alert Eugene Shu grew. Duan Xiaochen stayed close to him nearly every step, guarding his back faithfully. On the desolate streets, darkened and dried bloodstains still lingered. Though not a massive group, nor a tiny one either, the presence of this team was certainly tempting to the zombies within the city. With stiff bodies following the scent, zombies began gathering from all directions, slowly surrounding the unsuspecting team. Though unable to see what was happening around them, Eugene Shu's well-honed intuition told him something wasn't right. He gestured for the team to halt momentarily. Duan Xiaochen didn't even need instructions from Eugene Shu, he quickly coordinated with the team members to scout nearby buildings for temporary defensive positions. Within Eugene Shu's field of vision, a zombie had already appeared, moving unsteadily. Its joints showed signs of stiffness, but its completely black eyes were fixed on Eugene Shu's position. Clearly, it had detected prey. Everyone prepare. Eugene Shu ordered in a low voice. All these people were seasoned veterans under Wei Shi's command, possessing stronger danger senses than ordinary individuals. Each member swiftly performed their duties. As the first zombie appeared, more zombies arrived, drawn by the scent. Eugene Shu's face turned grim. We're surrounded. A mere statement, yet it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Nobody present wanted to experience what it meant to be surrounded in this zombie-infested city. Wei Shi stood at another window, watching the zombies approach from afar, then glanced at Eugene Shu. Oddly, the unease in his heart began to fade. What do we do? Do we have enough catnip? Enough. Catnip had long been developed as a zombie repellent in Base A. Every adventurer typically carried a few vials of it, and its raw form possessed an even stronger repelling effect. They each carried a few packets of ground-up catnip powder. Alright, too many zombies to fight head-on, Eugene Shu said. Their objective was to gather supplies, not slaughter zombies, so preserving as much combat strength as possible was key. Catnip, when dried and ground into powder then ignited, has even greater repelling properties, though it becomes a single-use item. Even with this powerful weapon, breaking out of the zombie encirclement took significant effort. Eugene Shu inadvertently suffered a shallow cut on his arm. It wasn't severe but looked alarming. Duan Xiaochen sat nearby, pursing his lips while bandaging someone else's wound, while Eugene Shu reorganized the team members. They stood out too much as a large group, and after staying at the main camp for a period, their vigilance seemed to have dropped considerably. After redistributing roles, the team split into 3 sub-teams, each heading toward one of their original destinations. Their immediate task was reconnaissance, not reckless advancement. I'll take a sub-team with Wei Shi and Duan Xiaochen. Eugene Shu hadn't finished speaking before being interrupted. Duan Xiaochen neatly completed his bandage job, unusually serious-faced. I want to be in your sub-team. Eugene Shu frowned. Don't joke around, your skills are good enough to lead a sub-team on your own. Brother you, Duan Xiaochen interrupted again, you're injured. It's just a minor injury. Minor injuries are still injuries. The wound might affect your performance. Besides, you're heading closer to the center of S-City where it's more dangerous. The other 2 locations are relatively safer. You're our captain, there can't be any risk involved. Rarely saying such serious words, Duan Xiaohen left Eugene Shu slightly stunned upon hearing his argument. Wei Shi stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Alright, Duan Xiaochen is worried about you, and what he says makes sense. Your destination is more perilous, and the blood sent from your wound is more likely to attract zombies. Let Duan Xiaochen come along. As for the other team, Xian Onghua can take it, he knows the members better and has helped watch over these kids quite often. Seeing Duan Xiaochen's serious face, Eugene Shu eventually gave in. This was the first time Duan Xiaochen had so strongly countered his words. It was both heartening and unsettling for Eugene Shu. The boy who used to try to drag him into his own team had now grown taller than him. After dividing the squads, the 3 sub-teams set off separately. Eugene Shu found that he seemed to have been taken special care of. Along the way, Duan Xiaochen displayed fighting ability and leadership qualities that proved he could be a good guide, no longer just a little follower tagging behind him. This trip outside lasted a full 5 days. They needed supplies, food, daily necessities, and construction materials, currently their most urgent requirement. It took 3 trips to move everything back. Here was where the labor force brought by Eugene Yao came in handy. During these 5 days they were out, Egao arranged for people to register each individual's identity information and previous occupation, selecting several team captains. Each squad had different tasks and locations to manage. They never thought they'd have enough food to eat one day. Though later there wouldn't be free supplies anymore, all food would require labor to obtain, this was not bad at all. At least they wouldn't starve. Of course, there were those who wanted to take advantage and slack off. Every person's workload was recorded, taking shortcuts led to bad outcomes. Everyone remembered this well and worked hard because completing the designated workload earned them food, and finishing extra work got them even more food. They didn't need to leave and face horrifying zombies, as long as they contributed labor power, which made such a life quite decent. Chapter 46. The workers had already begun their labor, and Eugene's who led Eugene to take a look at the fields they were currently cultivating. The greenhouses were mostly built, and inside were crops that could not grow in low temperatures. Tiny green seedlings broke through the soil, and although there was no harvest yet, just seeing these young plants was enough to make one feel joyful. After all, these were grains of food that could be eaten. Eugene was satisfied. What about the seeds for the last batch of crops? Already prepared long ago. The location where the seeds were stored was in another villa, which was now used as a warehouse. All the seeds were distributed from here. The seeds were stored in packages according to type, and Eugene Yao's gaze on this collection of seeds was much hotter than his gaze on the young seedlings. The seedlings would take time to mature, while these seeds were the keys to opening the gates of large bases. No base would likely refuse such a special gift. Eugene Yao couldn't wait to reorganize the caravan, but after considering that everyone had been overworking non-stop recently, he finally calmed down. Captain Yu. While Eugene Yao had leisure time to enjoy life contentedly, Eugene Shu wasn't so relaxed yet. The crops in the villa still needed tending to. With more people came more work, even though some talents had been promoted to help with tasks, Eugene Shu was still very busy. What's the matter? Captain Yu, we've spotted some rather strange zombies in the southeast direction. Strange? According to witnesses, those zombies appear somewhat human but also distinctly not human, possessing features humans do not have. The person reporting recalled, and they seem to also have some characteristics of animals. Upon hearing this, Eugene Shu's pupils slightly contracted, then quickly became calm again without anyone noticing anything amiss. He said, bring that witness here so they can tell me personally. Yes. Duan Xiaochen was helping manage tasks alongside Eugene Shu, replacing cold tea water with hot ones for him. He asked casually, are you worried these might be the mutated zombies we encountered before? Eugene Shu nodded. They had never seen this type of zombie before, and the previous mission indicated that these zombies were created through artificial experiments. But how could these experimental products show up here? Did the experimental specimens escape here? Or are there people nearby conducting human experimentation? If it's the latter, then we'd dig out the laboratory even if we have to search every inch of earth around here. Report. Just then, the witness stood by the door, appearing firm and resolute. Come in. Eugene Shu stopped what he was doing and asked, tell me what you saw. When performing material checks in the southeast part of the neighborhood, I discovered some abnormal zombies. The witness was a member of the search team. With an increasing number of people, the supplies they initially stockpiled obviously weren't enough anymore, and unlike in the past when they could afford to pick and choose, their current objective is to carry back everything usable. The main body of the zombie appears human, except it has a tail on its back and is larger in size compared to regular zombies, the young man added, concluding with, the distance between the position where the zombie was found and the neighborhood is only about 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Eugene Shu's pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't a good number. Only 3 kilometers away meant the threat was nearby, ready to attack this place full of prey any moment. Orange, go call Wei Shi, Eugene Shu said with a serious expression. Okay. 10 minutes later, Wei Shi rushed into the meeting room anxiously. What's wrong? Why did you call me in such a hurry? There might be a cluster near the neighborhood, Eugene Shu replied and repeated the young man's words from earlier. 3 kilometers. Wei Shi's voice suddenly rose sharply. No way, we must first organize a team to eliminate this cluster. For now, there's no need to rush. We've planted catnip around the area, and I've come across this kind of mutated zombie once before. I have some experience with them. Although the effect of catnip on them is weaker, they won't attack here in a short period. I called you here for another reason. These mutated zombies aren't naturally occurring, they're artificially created experimental subjects encountered during a previous task assigned by the base in City A. Eugene Shu's expression was solemn. There are 2 possible reasons for why this zombie appeared here, either the experimental specimens from before escaped here or someone nearby is researching this subject. Wei Shi's face changed drastically. If it's the latter. If it's the latter, the consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, how many capable people do you have left under your command? Most of them are still in training and not yet battle-ready. Excluding those needed to stay here for guarding, the only ones that can be used are the dozen or so subordinates I brought and a part of the people here, totaling around 30. Just 30-odd people, what can such a small number accomplish? Eugene's who was quite troubled. In that case, you take a team first to deal with that mutated zombie, and have the rest report their names to form a vanguard team to check out the situation. Wei Shi agreed, and Eugene Shu's temple began to throb painfully. they had just returned and now there was already this issue concerning mutated zombies and the previous laboratory that made him uneasy. Big brother you, let me lead this mission. Duan Xiaochen suddenly spoke up. You want to go? Eugene Shu looked at him in surprise, since Duan Xiaochen's clinginess was well known, it was the first time he proactively offered to go on a mission. Yes, Duan Xiaochen smiled, after all, I need some exercise too. I can't let your training go to waste, can I? Eugene Shu stroked his chin and nodded, this was true. He had initially noticed Duan Xiaochen's potential and decided to keep him around for training, now Duan Xiaochen's martial arts skills were no less than his own, it would indeed be a good opportunity to let someone train further. I'll pass on leading this mission, Wei Shi will take the lead this time, you can go along for training. Eugene Shu considered that previously Duan Xiaochen had basically been glued to him, accompanying him on every mission almost without going out alone once, so jokingly added, this is your first time leaving me alone for a mission, don't mess up. Duan Xiaochen smiled slightly, don't underestimate me. I'm not underestimating you. Eugene Shu waved his hand, if you want to go, tell Wei Shi when he comes later. Remember, safety is most important. Yes. Wei Shi had no objection to Duan Xiaochen joining, in fact, he seemed somewhat excited, patting Duan Xiaochen on the shoulder, that's the right attitude. Men should explore the world. Staying holed up in the neighborhood all day, how is that living? With these skills of yours, not using them is practically a waste of talent. Duan Xiaochen subtly distanced himself from Wei Shi, agreeing, I am preparing to go out for some practice. Alright. Wei Shi laughed heartily twice, don't worry, I'll bring you back in one piece. Eugene Shu interjected, remember, if Orange comes back with even a single wound, I won't forgive you. Understood. I promised to bring him back safely, Wei Shi knew Eugene Shu was joking and went along with it. Though that was said, uncontrollable accidents could happen during missions. Even with Eugene Shu leading, he couldn't guarantee bringing everyone back safe and sound without any injuries. Since it was an urgent mission, after gathering the members, Wei Shi departed directly, and the absence stretched into 3 days, making Eugene Shu worry. In contrast, Eugene Yao had been passing the time leisurely and comfortably lately. In fact, everyone on the caravan who came here for the first time was having a pretty good time. After all, could the A-City base allow them vegetables at every meal? And occasionally, the excellent vegetables that slipped over from Eugene Shu's side had become simply divine, whether stir-fried or stewed in soup, the fresh aroma of the vegetables permeated the soup. Just drinking a sip of hot soup in this cold weather warmed the whole body. Still worried about them, little book. As Eugene Yao ate the mutated vegetables, these were recently obtained mutant potatoes by Eugene Shu, no cooking required, inside was soft and sandy, incredibly delicious, alas there were only 1 or 2 plants that had mutated, the remainder wasn't much, but Eugene Shu didn't seem very enthusiastic, giving all the rest to Eugene Yao. It has been 3 days already, by rights that distance shouldn't take so long, right? Eugene Shu frowned, unable to stop worrying. Now that Duan Xiaochen was away, Eugene Shu realized how familiar they had grown in daily life. Recalling how Duan Xiaochen was originally a young master who hadn't handled any manual labor when he first came to him, now he was becoming more adept at housework, while Eugene Shu had unconsciously entrusted all his housework to Duan Xiaochen. When Duan Xiaochen left, Eugene Shu would call for something and only then realize that the person had gone on the mission. It could be said that Eugene Shu had been well taken care of by Duan Xiaochen. Once he left, life felt like it was missing something. What are you worrying about? Eugene Yao quickly ate the last little piece of mutated potato, his eyes showing great complexity, with a bit of disappointment mixed in, were your previous teammates as concerned about each other as you are? To put it harshly, even chicks raised by yourself eventually need to fly away. Little book, isn't your focus on Xiaochen a bit excessive? Eugene Shu carefully thought about it for a moment, indeed, his level of attention towards Duan Xiaochen was unprecedentedly high, and he was the first person in over 20 years to receive such concern from him. However, Eugene Shu carefully considered again, feeling that his excessive focus on Duan Xiaochen was justified, after all, look how Duan Xiaochen had always been by his side. In the past, he wouldn't lift a finger, now he was taking care of all his housework. Besides, this was someone Eugene Shu started training from scratch, being partial wasn't wrong. But Eugene Shu didn't dare to say these thoughts to Eugene Yao, and only vaguely glossed over this issue, I am just worried if they've encountered any problems or dangers. Eugene Yao gave him a sidelong glance, unyielding, you two men are always so sweet together, without considering other things, don't you need to think about Duan Xiaochen? Is it really what he wants, following you around like a housewife doing chores everywhere? Eugene Shu paused, as this was something he hadn't considered before. But he never forced Duan Xiaochen to do anything, right? He should have done everything voluntarily. Before Eugene Shu could come up with an answer, someone came in to report, you captain. Wei Shi and the team are back. Eugene Shu's spirits immediately lifted, forgetting to argue further with Eugene Yao, and hurried out to greet them. Chapter 47. Brother Yu. Before Eugene Shu could clearly see the figure, he suddenly found himself in a hug full of various strange smells. It took him 2 seconds to realize who was holding him. Perhaps Eugene Yao's words from before had slightly penetrated Eugene Shu's mind, and he instinctively pushed away, increasing the distance between himself and Duan Xiaochen. You're back. How did it go? Are you hurt? Duan Xiaocheng stared deeply at Eugene Shu, his gaze making the latter somewhat uncomfortable. Frowning uncomfortably, he asked, "What's wrong?" After a while, Duan Xiaocheng replied, "Nothing. Are you injured? What happened with that mutated zombie?" Wei Shi, who arrived shortly after, hearing this sentence, looked rather serious. "Let's go inside and talk." Duan Xiaocheng and Wei Shi had been outside for 3 days. Originally, they had expected this trip wouldn't take long, but it turned out they were gone for 3 whole days. They hadn't brought enough food. Fortunately, S City still had quite a lot of preserved supplies, so by conserving a little, 3 days passed relatively fine. Just their appearances weren't so good, both of them were covered in dirt, although Duan Xiaocheng fared better. His handsome face was still fairly clean, just that his body emitted a bit of a strong smell. After closing the door, Wei Shi got straight to the point. The original mission was to eliminate that mutated zombie. Fortunately, this young man, Duan Xiaocheng, was vigilant enough, otherwise we might not have made it back. That zombie actually knew how to ambush us. There was some weight in Wei Shi's voice. Since the apocalypse began, besides zombies being able to infect others and feeling no pain, they were generally manageable. After all, a zombie's brain is already dead, they don't think or communicate. However, now, zombies showing signs of intelligence mean they are even more dangerous to the human camp. Even a bit of intelligence that allows these zombies to know how to ambush and group together isn't good news for humans. And the zombie they encountered seemed to have a decent level of intelligence. When Wei Shi followed the clues to the location where the mutated zombie was supposed to be, he didn't find the zombie but discovered traces leading in a direction. Following these traces naturally, Wei Shi ended up at a bubble tea shop. Once confirmed that there were no zombies in the small space, he was about to leave when Duan Xiaocheng barely saved his life. It turns out that the mutated zombie had set an ambush at the door. Those traces were left deliberately to lure people over. The bubble tea shop was located inside, housing not only a mutated zombie but also a group of zombies gathered by it. A single zombie would be easy to deal with, but a group led by a mutated zombie capable of strategic attacks posed much greater difficulties. Their combat prowess aside, they managed to use the bubble tea shop's terrain for counterattacks after the initial surprise attack. Unfortunately, the mutated zombie sensed something amiss and escaped in the end. Maybe the level of intelligence of the mutated zombie wasn't as high as they had thought. Its escape route was toward the outskirts, but on the way, they unexpectedly found traces of humans. Humans. Eugene Shu pondered on these 2 words. By the time he left, S City was already an empty city, so how could there still be signs of human presence? That's right, Wei Shi continued, we originally thought it was a survivor sneaking here, intending to bring them out. Luckily, Duan Xiaocheng noticed something off and stopped me, otherwise, we wouldn't have spotted their activities. Eugene Shu shifted his gaze to Duan Xiaocheng, whose youthful features appeared somewhat embarrassed due to repeated praise. Upon noticing his gaze, his eyes lit up brightly, filled with the hope of receiving commendation. Eugene Shu was generous with verbal rewards. In past training, whether threatening or enticing those little brats, every trick was used. Great job, managing to bring back important clues on your first mission. I'll reward you further later. He then signaled Wei Shi to continue. The mutated zombie escaped to the outskirts, but during the journey, we lost track of it for a period. Wei Shi spoke seriously. Later, we found it heading towards the underground garage of an abandoned mall. And around that underground garage, we found at least 5 differently mutated zombies. Wei Shi's speech left Eugene Shu silent. Surrounding the underground garage, with different types of mutated zombies nearby, linking these clues with previous experiences, one would almost immediately think of a laboratory. Because we uncovered this clue, we delayed returning for a few days. So what happened? Indeed, there was a laboratory, and we almost got discovered, but luckily, we returned safely. Wei Shi smiled humbly. On the way back, we incidentally eliminated 2 mutated zombies. They were only slightly stronger than regular zombies in terms of force, aside from having intelligence to adapt, no big issues. Oh, by the way, Wei Shi added, full of regret on his face, Xiaocheng Duan really did a great job this time. How come we didn't find such talent earlier? If only we had found you sooner, we could have made use of your talents earlier. It's not too late now. You've been tired for several days. Go back and rest well first. As for this laboratory. Eugene Shu looked down deep in thought, his voice light and indifferent, it must not be left behind. Wei Shi went back to rest, and Eugene Yao, seeing the situation, shook his head and went back to the room. Without others around, Duan Xiaocheng could no longer suppress his longing for Eugene Shu after 3 days of separation, and he approached Eugene Shu calling him brother you. Eugene Shu, preoccupied with thoughts about the laboratory, absent-mindedly acknowledged him with an aha. Duan Xiaocheng didn't get discouraged and pulled Eugene Shu out of his thoughts. Brother you, what reward were you talking about just now? Eugene Shu came back to reality and looking at Duan Xiaocheng with bright shining eyes felt both annoyed and amused. Who trained your skills? And you're asking me for a reward? Duan Xiaocheng's puppy-like eyes visibly dimmed, dejectedly muttering, all right then. All right, it's just a reward, isn't it? Eugene Shu couldn't bear to see anyone so dejected. What do you want? I'll give it to you if it's within my ability. Duan Xiaocheng's eyes lit up immediately, then he smiled, brother you, can I save this reward for later? For what? It neither feeds nor hydrates you. Because there isn't anything I particularly want right now, so I'd like to save it for future use. You, without anything particular to want, still insisted on getting a reward. Rewards, who doesn't like them? Duan Xiaocheng's matter-of-fact tone was laughable yet touching. Alright, I promise you the reward. Go clean up, your body smells. Aren't you usually particular about cleanliness? Don't tell me you don't care. Reminded by Eugene Shu, Duan Xiaocheng's initial joy turned gradually into annoyance. Initially, Duan Xiaocheng wasn't as fastidious, but at some point, he started to hope that when he was in front of Eugene Shu, he would always present his best self, thus demanding more from his appearance. It needed to be neat and tidy. Now that he had stayed before Eugene Shu smelling all over, he became somewhat restless. Following Eugene Shu's words, he nodded, indeed, it stinks. Let me go wash up. During Duan Xiaocheng's quick shower, by the time he came down, Eugene Shu was already gone, leaving a note indicating he had gone to find someone. The matter of the laboratory could not wait. Wei Shi also understood the gravity of the situation. After re-preparing the necessary supplies, he let those injured rest and organized a team to thoroughly investigate this laboratory. However, skilled fighters were scarce. Although Eugene Yao's caravan crew possessed a certain level of alertness to danger, since their task was to sell these supplies among various bases, they didn't need very high combat skills to protect these items. Of course, Eugene Yao was willing to lend the people out, but whether the people in the caravan would be willing to undertake such dangerous work was another matter entirely. Clearly, not many were willing to do this work. Intelligent mutated zombies that ambushed and grouped together, all located in the city infested with zombies, was akin to lambs walking into the mouths of wolves, playing with their lives. Eugene Yao patted Eugene Shu on the shoulder, second brother, I can't help you here. Although I lead this caravan, it's not something I manage. Eugene Shu showed understanding. Excluding those severely wounded, the newly regrouped team shrank significantly. This time, Eugene Shu joined the team as well. Before starting the mission, he gave a serious speech, this mission is very dangerous. I promise, if anyone should unfortunately perish during this mission, I will certainly take care of your families. If we succeed in return, you will not be lacking in rewards. The goal of this mission is to figure out the location of that laboratory and how many mutated zombies are there. Do not act rashly or alert the enemy prematurely. Eugene Shu knew well that with their current combat strength, they couldn't possibly overpower the laboratory. So, this round was merely reconnaissance, obtain information and return. He was someone backed by the powerful Yu family. Why risk lives unnecessarily when safer options exist? There was not a single person present who objected. Those who were part of this mission all regarded this place as their home. Most of them were wandering survivors from outside, rejected by the various bases. They had been taken in here where their lives improved from merely struggling to survive to living comfortably, all thanks to Eugene Shu. Protecting this place was a shared thought among them. This time, the objective was clear. Wei Shi vividly remembered the location of the abandoned mall. The team split into several convoys and quickly made their way to the destination. What should have been less than an hour's journey was prolonged to 2 hours due to the need to detour around locations with large clusters of zombies. The group quietly approached the abandoned mall, using a nearby store as a temporary base. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing unusual about this mall. It was originally intended to be rebuilt into a large shopping center, but construction was never completed because of the apocalypse. Now it stood as a derelict building, its exterior still unfinished, looking like nothing more than a model building. Chapter 48. After waiting for a while, as Wei Shi explained in a low voice, they could see the occasional zombie shadows around the mall. It was normal to see zombies here, but there were just too many of them loitering around an unfinished and unused mall, this alone was suspicious. Moreover, among these zombies were a couple of peculiar figures. They were mutated zombies. These mutated zombies often had limbs or appearances resembling other animals, looking especially grotesque. The mall was tightly surrounded by zombies, making it impossible for them to break through with just a few people. Besides, their purpose wasn't to escape. Let's do this, Eugene Shu gestured for everyone to gather closer, then quietly explained his plan. There are too many zombies here, rushing forward recklessly will only alert them. Our goal is reconnaissance, not slaughter. Here's what we'll do, we'll split into several groups and break out from different directions. One group will be responsible for luring the zombies away, creating an opening for others to enter the mall. Is there anyone willing? Soon, a few hands shot up. They might not have been particularly strong, but their speed was decent enough to snatch a life back from the mouths of the zombies. Duan Xiaochen predictably ended up on the same team as Eugene Shu. Initially, Eugene Shu wanted someone else to lead a breakout team, but Duan Xiaochen, rarely stubborn, refused to separate. Reluctantly, Eugene Shu let him stay close, much to his annoyance. Eugene Shu's team was the vanguard, meaning they'd be the first ones to scout inside the mall. The lab was supposed to be in the underground garage, so Eugene Shu headed straight for it. Most of the zombies were lured away by another group, leaving only a couple behind, which they quickly dealt with before sneaking into the underground garage. The smooth operation even made Eugene Shu feel somewhat incredulous. Why hadn't the lab set up a more thorough defense? The incomplete underground garage was filled with discarded building materials strewn carelessly about. With no electricity, it was eerily dark, and one misstep could easily trip over something left on the ground. It was too quiet down there, save for the sound of footsteps echoing within the space. After just a few minutes of exploration, the eerie atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone. They all held their breath cautiously, fearing any loud movement would trigger something terrible. The sound of heavy breathing approached from afar, accompanied by scratching claw noises that chilled the spine. Something was drawing near, and it definitely wasn't one of the regular zombies. It might very well be either a mutated zombie or an animal zombie. Be on high alert. Duan Xiaoqin reminded the three other members softly, forming a circle back-to-back. This posture best prepared them for potential threats emerging from all sides. The deep breathing sounds grew closer, along with low growling noises. Eugene's who could almost smell the faint stench of blood approaching them, a zombie animal. One member of the trio couldn't bear the tense silence anymore and switched on their portable flashlight, illuminating a circular area ahead with its sharp light beam. This light simultaneously exposed the monstrous shapes hidden in the darkness. Strong limbs, sharp claws tearing at the ground restlessly, the bright light not only illuminated the area ahead but also provoked a pack of undead dogs, whose only sense was the scent of flesh. With the first attack launched by one of the zombie dogs, the rest instinctively attacked the prey emitting such a delicious aroma. At least they were selected teammates, none screamed under the pressure. They remained calm and resisted the zombie dogs skillfully. Sharp blades slashed through thick skin, splattering foul black blood everywhere. Injured zombie dogs emitted piercing howls of pain, and the vacancies created in the fight were quickly filled by an endless number of zombie dogs coming from behind. Duan Xiaoqian's face was stoic, flecked with drops of blood, giving him the look of a ruthless god of war. His expression hardened as he swung his blade forward, felling a zombie dog sneaking up behind Eugene's Hu. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Xiaoqian plugged the gap behind Eugene's Hu. But this brief lapse allowed some zombie dogs to gain ground, splitting the five-person team into two smaller groups. Duan Xiaoqian immediately turned and fiercely slashed at a zombie dog leaping at them. The mournful cries of the injured beasts seemed to excite the others even more. This isn't going to work. Eugene's Hu wiped his face clean. There were simply too many zombie dogs. He wondered what was going on in the mall, why were there so many dogs? Before Eugene's Hu could finish pondering, a few sharp meows were added to the chaotic sounds. Zombie cats moved faster than zombie dogs, and their sharp claws would cause significant pain to anyone they scratched. Moreover, due to their smaller size, zombie cats had an advantage in this disordered scene. The tiny gap that originally existed between them was now widened by these zombie cats and dogs. Eugene's Hu responded to his teammates' inquiry of, "What do we do?" with, "Divide directly into two teams. We'll lure these zombie dogs away and then find a place to hide." The other three nodded. Although the cat-dog group made them somewhat flustered, it wasn't unsolvable. The problem lay in the current scene, their feet were full of obstacles, making one misstep enough to hinder their abilities. They needed to go further to find an open area. The five-person squad split into two smaller squads moving separately. Eugene's Hu fished out a small recorder from his pocket, the coarse and cacophonous music causing Duan Xiaoqian to stumble, prompting him to ask somewhat exasperatedly, "Is this way she's singing?" "Exactly," Eugene's Hu nodded, a sly smile on his face. Zombies only reacted to smell and sound. Wei Shi's voice might not be pleasant, but there was definitely one advantage, it was loud. Using it as bait to lure the zombie cats and dogs was perfect. Zombie cats and dogs have a better sense of smell compared to regular zombies. The combination of the cacophonous sound and a touch of human scent lured most of the zombie cats and dogs, giving the remaining three team members some breathing time. Eugene's Hu and his partner endured the annoying sound in their ears while running around pillars as much as possible. The unfinished underground parking lot only had towering columns, leaving no room for hiding spaces. Fortunately, after running for a while, a simple bare room appeared in front of them. Eugene's Hu's eyes lit up, pulling Duan Xiaoqian to hide inside immediately, then throwing the recorder far away. Half of the zombie cats and dogs followed the sound, while the remaining part continued to stay put because of the lingering human scent. Soon, the human scent disappeared, as the blood and filth covering the bodies of the zombie cats and dogs covered up the human scent. Without a target, they wandered aimlessly around the area. Seeing that the commotion outside had decreased, Eugene's Hu cautiously took a peek, sighing in relief. His clothing had been torn apart by these zombie cats and dogs in many places. There was no way to change clothes at the moment, but fortunately, winter clothing offered extra layers so the slight damage still looked acceptable. "Brother you, look," Duan Xiaoqian suddenly pointed towards the ground after staying silent for a while. "What is it?" Eugene's Hu leaned in carefully examining what Duan Xiaoqian pointed out. In contrast to the chaos outside, the floor inside this small room was relatively tidy, showing half of a footprint where Duan Xiaoqian was pointing. Eugene's Hu squinted, following the footprints forward. However, the footprints mysteriously vanished at one point, without any beginning or end. Duan Xiaoqian wiped off the dust on the ground, feeling the cement beneath carefully, discovering an unusual rise at one spot. Though subtle, Duan Xiaoqian detected it. "Brother you, there seems to be a mechanism here. Shall I press it down?" Eugene's Hu was on alert, prepared for anything to jump out once the mechanism was pressed. With some effort, Duan Xiaoqian pushed the button down. In front of them, a small crack appeared in the ground, gradually widening until it revealed a man-sized opening, beside which was a set of steps leading downwards. "Shall we go down?" asked Duan Xiaoqin. "Yes," replied Eugene Hu. Given the size of the underground parking lot, if someone wanted to establish a laboratory here, it certainly wouldn't be done openly. This passage must lead to a secretly built lab. The passage leading downwards was long. Eugene Hu didn't know how long he crawled downward until he reached the bottom. Once they jumped down the long passage, a metal door stood before them, accompanied by a password lock. Duan Xiaoqin was stumped. How could such a password lock be opened? Just as he turned back to seek advice from Eugene Hu, he saw him fiddling with a few tools taken from his bag, dismantling the outer shell of the password lock and connecting something somewhere. After a few minutes, the display fell to the side, showing, "Password correct." It just occurred to Duan Xiaoqin then, Eugene Hu's previous career, Special Forces, probably meant he possessed certain skills. The metal door slowly opened. Overhead daylight lamps still worked dutifully, and the corridor was quite clean, clearly indicating activity there recently. But the faintly pungent and foul odor floating in the air concealed not what had happened here. After carefully opening a door at the end of the short corridor, Eugene Hu's eyes fell upon a series of partitioned laboratories. Perhaps due to limited space, each lab room was rather small. There were no experimental subjects left inside, but the chaotic setups and traces of blood hinted at the gruesome events that had unfolded here. Eugene Hu exhaled deeply. The existence of the laboratory had been confirmed, and there was little point in staying longer, especially since they might not be able to escape if any zombies remained here. Turning around, Eugene Hu said, "Let's go. We'll deal with it after we get out." Duan Xiaoqin nodded and stepped out, only for his pupils to suddenly constrict. Reacting quickly, he pushed Eugene Hu back into the room just as a strong smell of blood filled the air. A blackened human hand snaked through the crack of the barely opened door. Without hesitation, Eugene Hu drew out his long blade and severed the hand trapped in the doorway before forcefully slamming the door shut. Chapter 49. After confirming that the zombies waiting outside like a rabbit could not get in, Eugene Hu helped Duan Xiaoqin sit down. Just from this brief encounter, Duan Xiaoqin had 3 bloody wounds on his chest, with fresh red blood flowing out from the wounds. Fortunately, Duan Xiaoqin was alert, so these wounds were not too deep. There were only the simplest hemostatic medicine and bandages in the backpack. After washing the wound casually, they dressed it. However, such wounds should be treated as soon as possible. Eugene Hu anxiously dressed the wounds, while the injured person appeared nonchalant and even consoled Eugene Hu, "It's okay, brother you, just a minor wound, which only looks scary. Even a minor wound will become a severe one if not properly handled," said Eugene Hu as he deftly tied the bandage into a bow. The door behind him vibrated, indicating that the zombie they had encountered before was still outside. Now there were only the 2 of them, and Duan Xiaoqin was injured. The number of zombies outside was unknown, so Eugene Hu couldn't act rashly. After pondering for a moment, Eugene Hu pulled out a walkie-talkie from his bag. Walkie-talkies could communicate within short distances, but their loud sound made them unsuitable in the previous situation to avoid alarming the enemies. He wasn't sure if the other teams were nearby. Apparently, Eugene Hu lucked out, as a reply quickly came through the walkie-talkie. "It was Wei Shi, where are you now? What's going on? We found the lab, underground in the parking garage basement. We're currently trapped inside the laboratory." "What happened?" Wei Shi became instantly tense. "Are there people in the lab? Are you trapped?" "Not exactly," Eugene Hu hurried to reassure, explaining their current situation. The lab personnel were already gone. Eugene Hu was certain about this. He had realized this when he first cracked the password of the large doors. His methods of breaking in weren't subtle, simple and brutal, directly destroying the gate system which would undoubtedly trigger an alarm connected to the gates. Yet, after being inside for some time, not a single soul showed up. This place looked rushed, as if someone received news and left hastily, and they hadn't been gone for long. "That's good. Where are you right now?" Wei Shi breathed a sigh of relief. "We'll come over immediately. There's a small room in the parking lot with a switch on the ground, that's how you enter. There might still be escaped zombies in the lab, be careful." "Understood," Wei Shi responded. Since they had already found their mission target, splitting actions would be futile. They all originally entered the underground garage from different directions and searched respectively. Once having a clear objective, they regrouped quickly. Eugene Hu sighed in relief inside the laboratory, knowing the presence of teammates would ease their situation significantly. Now, they only need to hold their ground here without being broken through. Duan Xiaoqin lay half on the floor. His chest injuries were far more serious than he had let on. This involuntary cry of pain caught Eugene Hu's attention. "What's wrong?" "It's fine." Though Duan Xiaoqin claimed otherwise, his complexion was even worse than before. This seemed to be serious. Eugene Hu decisively reopened the previously dressed wounds, noticing that what had initially been merely bleeding profusely, though terrifying to look at, now began turning black. The ominous blackness spread inward from the edges of the wounds, appearing quite dreadful. What happened? Eugene Hu felt somewhat powerless. As newcomers, they experienced remarkable physical transformations after enduring the attacks of the zombie virus, including immunity to infections by bites, at most developing inflammation. But Duan Xiaochen's injury was merely a scratch, yet its appearance resembled those of infected individuals. It's nothing, despite the pain akin to ants gnawing at his wound, Duan Xiaochen didn't want Eugene Su to look so troubled. It's just a small wound, rest a bit, and I'll be fine. How is that a small wound, said Eugene Su, pursing his lips, this looks like an infection. That's odd, aren't newcomers immune to infection? What exactly did those guys experiment on? Brother you, Duan Xiaochen boldly grasped the hand pulling his clothes and blinked mischievously despite his injury. Don't worry, back when I first met you, I wasn't nearly dead either, and you saved me then. Last time, brother you saved my life, this time you're by my side, I won't die. Despite Eugene Su's worries, they were of no use. After all, he was not a professional, and now except for worrying, there was no means of treatment, so he had to calm down and comfort Duan Xiaochen instead. It's fine, Wei Shi will be here soon. Once we get back to the neighborhood, everything will be fine. Duan Xiaochen's face was pale, and now there was an unnatural flush on his face. Eugene Su put a hand on his forehead and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Sure enough, he had a fever. Eugene Su himself felt dazed and confused. This sensation was somewhat familiar, like the time he was infected by the zombie virus for the first time. This time, with some effort, he managed to maintain his consciousness and said half-jokingly, Brother you, can I make a request? Whatever request you have, right now it is most important to rest well. Wei Shi and the others will arrive with resources soon, Eugene Su replied. Only the person himself knows their condition best. Duan Xiaochen's mind felt muddled, thoughts tangled up like an incomprehensible ball of yarn. Perhaps because he realized that his chances of survival this time were slim, those hidden, unworthy thoughts deep inside began to grow stronger. The zombie outside could very likely be one of the experiment subjects here. Who knows what these experimental staff had turned these subjects into? What if the virus from this zombie is more potent than the ones outside? What if he doesn't survive this time and turns into a zombie? Then what about Brother Yu, what about him? He still has so many unfulfilled ideas. He wants to get closer to Eugene Shu, to become the unique person by Eugene Shu's side. As Duan Xiaochen's flushed face became redder, his expression appeared dazed. Eugene Shu knew this man must be delirious due to fever. With a cool hand holding onto his burning one, Eugene Shu patiently coaxed him, Don't worry, rest well, everything will be alright. Eugene Shu. Somehow, the feelings buried deep within Duan Xiaochen's heart that even he couldn't fully understand were suddenly triggered at this moment. If he survives this time, then those suppressed feelings might never be known by Eugene Shu again. Eugene Shu didn't take offense at Duan Xiaochen addressing him directly by name and responded softly, What's wrong? Eugene Shu, don't hit me after what I'm about to say, Duan Xiaochen said breathlessly. His breath was so hot it could almost form white mist, showing just how high his fever was. Alright, Eugene Shu readily agreed, nothing was more important than staying alive now. Eugene Shu. Duan Xiaochen lightly bit each character of these 3 words as if filled with endless attachment, I may like you. Eugene Shu frowned. What does may mean? Can liking someone be possible? At this critical juncture, the first thought that came to his mind was not about Duan Xiaochen possibly liking him. Just as Eugene Shu opened his mouth to respond, Duan Xiaochen cut in intermittently, Brother you, don't be angry, I don't know why I like you, I don't know if it's love, maybe it's love. Good grief, listen to this nonsense, perhaps his brain got fried. I want to occupy a unique place by your side, I want to participate in your whole world, I dislike you being alone with others. Duan Xiaochen's head was all muddled, I know this is not right, but I want your gaze to linger only on me. Originally, Eugene Shu thought Duan Xiaochen's words were just illusions brought on by a high fever. However, these words made him realize that every word spoken by Duan Xiaochen now might be genuine inner thoughts. Eugene Shu pursed his lips and placed his warm palm on Duan Xiaochen's forehead. In this weather, hands left out quickly get cold, which was good for cooling Duan Xiaochen down while he slowly replied, We'll talk about it later. Eugene Shu's 4 words fell on deaf ears to the semi-recumbent patient who continued murmuring his repressed thoughts, Eugene Shu. Brother you, team leader you. Can I have a unique position by your side? Eugene Shu did not answer. In fact, this question, he seemed to have given Duan Xiaochen a reply unconsciously. Wasn't it his acceptance? Wouldn't he have taken Duan Xiaochen back? Wouldn't he let Duan Xiaochen openly own a place in his home? Wouldn't he contemplate deeply rather than feel disgusted after hearing those words? Eugene Shu sighed. That usually serious face now looked much gentler, worthy of the title of a noble gentleman, but the only audience had fallen into unconsciousness. We'll talk about it when you wake up. When Duan Xiaochen woke up, it was already 3 days later. Eugene Shu's twin sister, Eugene Xiao, who was originally staying at Eugene Shu's house, had already set off for base A. Also departed were part of the seeds from the neighborhood and some of the high-grade vegetables planted by Duan Xiaochen. These were all capital for the cooperation deals negotiated by Eugene Xiao for him. Among the labor force that Eugene Xiao brought, there was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. It was he who had been treating Duan Xiaochen these past few days. Without instruments or medication, and despite taking some fever reducers, the fever just wouldn't go down. They could only see if Duan Xiaochen would pull through on his own. But evidently, he did. Duan Xiaochen half opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a while before recalling what he had said back then in the underground lab. His cheeks slowly turned red. How could he have said those things at such a critical moment? If regret was to be spoken of, Duan Xiaochen didn't regret it. He just felt somewhat embarrassed that all the dark thoughts buried deep within his heart had come spilling out all at once. Would brother you hate him because of this? At the thought of this possibility, Duan Xiaochen became completely deflated, looking truly pitiful. Chapter 50. The news of Duan Xiaocheng's awakening soon reached Eugene Chu's ears. At that moment, Eugene Chu was reading a message sent by Eugene Yao. S City wasn't far from the A City base. Upon returning, Eugene Yao, leaning on the good family background of the Yu clan, negotiated hard for Eugene Chu. After all, the matter of crop seeds was extremely significant, and this group ultimately granted Eugene Chu considerable benefits with the support of the Yu family. Eugene Yao's message was a report claiming that recently, a convoy from the A City base would come to S City. They would send labor and supplies, intending to give Eugene Chu face. Upon hearing the news that Duan Xiaocheng had woken up, Eugene Chu turned back toward the villa. He didn't like others invading his territory. After the doctor indicated that Duan Xiaocheng's injuries could only be endured through self-recovery, he was unkindly sent away. Only those invited to care for Duan Xiaocheng occasionally came to check on the wound. Awake? Eugene Chu quickly walked to the bedside and held down the person attempting to sit up. Your wound hasn't fully healed, you've just stopped having a fever. Rest well. Duan Xiaocheng pitifully looked at him and after a while asked, Big brother you, what I said before. Eugene Chu paused and tucking the blankets around him as if it were no big deal. You had a high fever then. Knowing what Eugene Chu's next sentence would be, Duan Xiaocheng quickly interrupted. He didn't regret saying those words back then, he just wanted to know whether Eugene Chu now despised him or not. Everything I said before was heartfelt. Duan Xiaocheng held on to Eugene Chu's hand back, his gaze sincere. Big brother you, I don't regret saying those things. Will you hate me? Eugene Chu opened his mouth but before finishing, Duan Xiaocheng anxiously cut him off again. Big brother you, just tell me if you hate me or not. If you do. Duan Xiaocheng bit his lips slightly, originally bright eyes dimmed somewhat. If you hate me, I will keep my distance later. If you don't hate me. Alright, Eugene Chu looked exasperated, I haven't finished yet. Why rush me? Are you afraid to hear an answer you don't want? Duan Xiaocheng didn't reply, even though that was exactly what he feared. All these feelings poured out by him, confessing all at once without knowing Eugene Chu's reaction. The more Eugene Chu spoke, the more Duan Xiaocheng wanted to interrupt, prolonging the time merely. You need to rest properly first. This fever consumed a lot of energy, but your wound is fine. With your constitution, it'll heal in a few days. Eugene Chu, observing Duan Xiaocheng's nervous eyes, released the corner of the blanket he'd been gripping and gently patted the dark head in front of him. Do you think, if you're still lying here, what my answer would be? Duan Xiaocheng was momentarily confused, and then his heart raced wildly. Being in his own room now, did Big Brother you mean he wasn't disliked? Eugene Chu coughed lightly and didn't intend for Duan Xiaocheng to state it plainly. He also had dignity, after all, his feelings for Duan Xiaocheng were complex. In short, he didn't dislike him. Rest well, understood? Understood, understood. Having received an answer, Duan Xiaocheng was easily appeased, repeatedly nodding and obediently lying down on the bed. He'd lain for several days already, and after waking up, he actually didn't want to rest much. Plus, due to Eugene Chu's response, he was exceptionally invigorated, only remaining in bed because Eugene Chu asked him to. After calming Duan Xiaocheng, Eugene Chu carefully read through Eugene Yao's letter again. The A City base had already arranged everything, and they expected the convoy to arrive within a few days. Meanwhile, Eugene Yao was heading to another battlefield, trying to secure better terms for Eugene Chu while benefiting his own trading caravan. Perhaps spared from calamity brought good fortune. After lying in bed for a few days, Duan Xiaocheng's wound healed. Besides avoiding strenuous exercise which might reopen the wound, simple walks outside were permitted. It was busy in the neighborhood, and Eugene Chu was even busier. Duan Xiaocheng, unwilling to see Eugene Chu suffer hardships, voluntarily helped handle some documents. However, the more Duan Xiaocheng stuck close to Eugene Chu, the more apparent it became. Anyone could see that wherever there was Eugene Chu, a docile Duan Xiaocheng would surely follow. A few days later, people from the A City base arrived. As the three powerful families balanced each other, none were willing to yield. Additionally, the Yu family couldn't bear their precious son enduring hardship. Thus, a large convoy reached S City. This huge convoy couldn't fit into the residential area. However, these people were not overly worried. They set up a tent-based resting camp on the spot and swiftly met with Eugene Chu before taking over the ongoing construction plan. Truly, professionals live up to their name. Yu Mingyu brought quite a few experts for Eugene Chu, and with them taking over, Eugene Chu returned to being a laissez-faire manager. All he needed to do was loosen the soil at home and grow vegetables. In the following days, besides the first arrived A City base, other survivor bases also gradually arrived one by one. Everyone agreed that a city base had taken the lion's share of the seeds. What could they do but accept it? Who would be as capable in combat as the A City base? With this labor force, the construction progressed rapidly. A wall rose visibly day by day, successfully keeping zombies outside. Besides the wall, some living buildings were remodeled from existing structures, transforming what was once a ruin into something brand new. 2 months passed like that. The crops Eugene Shu had planted sprouted anew, and the garden added several mutated crops. Yi Gao didn't research ordinary crops anymore now, instead focusing his vision entirely on the mutated crops Eugene Shu grew, confidently declaring his determination to uncover the reasons behind their mutations. As for Duan Xiaocheng, this person became more clingy every day. Even though Eugene Shu hadn't provided an explicit response, Duan Xiaocheng's ability to follow the hints was exceptional, starting off by sticking close to Eugene Shu and behaving affectionately, then extending his reach little by little, until now the transformation in their relationship seemed to have occurred naturally, without any hitches. It was exactly as Eugene Shu expected. Mr. Yu, several high-ranking members from the A City base bid farewell to Eugene Shu. We've bothered you for quite a while. There are issues at the A City base we need to return to. Eugene Shu waved a hand, completely unconcerned. You've been here long enough. After all, the A City base is your foundation. So, what about those people who came with you at the beginning? Apart from our team members, the others will definitely stay, the representative said. The people from a city base weren't foolish either. Among those they brought, some were talents, but the majority were unskilled laborers consuming resources. Depleting that part of the workforce allowed them to save some resources for the A City base. Now, the only ones leaving were the talents. The labor force was undoubtedly not going back. Eugene Shu didn't care. Did he really spend this period of time merely growing vegetables at home? To tell the truth, he had great confidence in poaching skilled workers. May your journey be smooth sailing, Eugene Shu said. The representative gave a slight bow and left this villa, also departing from this base where they'd survived for 2 months. That's right, after several months of change, this place could no longer be called a residential area. For convenience, they simply named it as a base. They weren't survivors' base, but a cultivation base located along the river. As for why they called it Linjiang, Riverside, it was simply because Eugene Shu was too lazy to think of another name and decided to stick with the old neighborhood name. They're finally gone. Duan Xiaocheng rested his head on Eugene Shu's shoulder, his arms circling around Eugene Shu's waist, muttering complaints. Why do you hold such grievances? Did they offend or provoke you? Eugene Shu found it amusing. Since they officially determined their relationship, Duan Xiaocheng didn't even attempt to hide his clinger nature. This guy was nothing less than dogskin plasters stuck on his body. He suspected Duan Xiaocheng might be suffering from some sort of skin-craving syndrome, constantly clinging to him and impossible to tear away. Isn't it because they took up your time? Besides being a clinger, Duan Xiaocheng also earned himself the reputation of being an excellent coquette. The injury he sustained before seemed to elevate his constitution further. The most obvious change was that he grew taller, and this tall young man sticking closely to Eugene Shu, behaving affectionately, would make anyone feel weird if they weren't used to it. Wasn't this discussing public matters? Are you jealous even of that? Also, have you completed today's exercise? Eugene Shu asked. The body hanging onto him stiffened slightly, unwillingly standing up. I'll go do it right away. Eugene Shu continued crouching there pulling weeds. After a while, he helplessly shook his head, not sure whether he'd started a relationship or adopted a kid. Mr. Yu, there's news from the Yu family. Yi Gao knocked at the door, indicating there were new messages from a city base. Bring it over. Eugene Shu washed his hands clean and quickly scanned through the thin sheets of paper. In these brief 2 months, many events occurred, such as discovering laboratories in S-City, and finding laboratories in other regions or near the bases, even within some bases. Thanks to the top executives of those small bases who directly cooperated with the other bases, otherwise they would not have been able to obtain so much information. The laboratory beside S-City has been dealt with. Incredibly, there are many laboratories scattered around in various places. It's just that some are big and some are small. From piecing together all kinds of information, they have finally obtained a little useful news. Although there are many of these laboratories, most are manned by minor characters. Tracing back to the origin, it turns out to be just one experimental researcher. This researcher, who established multiple laboratories for conducting zombie-human experiments, was originally a member of a regular research institute. He was studying those alien meteorites. However, at that time, the research project yielded nothing significant and the research team disbanded shortly after. Soon after that, this researcher also got expelled from the research institute due to certain offenses. But that person did not give up. When others believed that the zombie virus was useless, he had already discovered that the virus could invade living organisms. After leaving the research institute, he spent a great deal of money and energy on researching it, dedicating several years of his life. After the apocalypse, having researched it for several years ahead of everyone else, naturally his achievements in studying the virus surpassed those researchers who were just starting their study. The laboratory reached during the previous mission was merely one of the labs that he abandoned. They only know that this researcher is studying the zombie virus, but no one knows what his true intentions are behind the study. Zombie mutations constantly appear like patchwork dolls, with strength several times stronger than normal zombies. Based on current guesses, this man is simply creating zombies. Chapter 51. After finishing reading the letter with new information, Eugene Shu felt a shiver at what it conveyed. When this researcher was first discovered, the Yu family naturally put all their efforts into capturing him. But the man was slippery, with countless hiding places, and up until now, their attempts had amounted to nothing more than wasted effort. However, in the laboratory they had uncovered recently, there were significant breakthroughs in the research materials. These no longer contained only information about stitching zombies but also featured data on enhancing the human body. It was commonly known that surviving the zombie virus led to changes in the body and the creation of a new kind of human, but this individual seemed to be researching how to use the zombie virus to maximize the potential of the human body. This wasn't just a simple experiment anymore. If he managed to develop such a thing, he could directly create an army. The conclusion of the letter assured Eugene Shu not to worry as he would handle everything well. Even if Eugene Shu wanted to interfere, his base was just a farming base, not a military one. There was little he could do to help, except perhaps provide sufficient food reserves. Eugene Shu continued with his peaceful life of farming while things in Base A city weren't as tranquil as described in Yu Mingyu's letter. The three major powers within Base A were already an unstable powder keg, and now, another powerful emerging force had entered the scene, the Duan family. Once considered by the other three families as merely lucky enough to obtain a lot of supplies and just a nouveau riche family, the Duan family after a period of hibernation, allied with the second largest family, the Feng family, and caught the other two families off guard. The Gu family, which ranked lowest among the forces, was the first to be affected. Despite their best efforts to recruit Wei Shi's third-largest adventurer team, they clearly lacked management talent in their clan. Moreover, the Gu family's nature was selfish. They excelled only in external competition, yet internally they often fought amongst themselves. When problems arose, they didn't focus on solutions. Instead, they blamed those who originally gave Duan family leverage. The fall of the Gu family sounded the alarm for the Liang family, but it was of no use. The Feng family and the Liang family's strength was comparable to begin with. Add the collaboration and absorption of the Gu family's power by the Duan family, and this was enough to shake the Liang family's foundation. Seeking alliance aid from the Yu family proved ineffective as well since Yu Mingyu was preoccupied with the laboratory matters. He wouldn't bother himself with their trifling affairs as long as the Base A remained intact. Moreover, after seeing Duan Su personally, he admitted that compared to those three families, Duan families had actually possessed more leadership qualities. Perhaps under Duan Su's leadership, this base, outwardly glamorous yet internally rotting like a distorted melon, could possibly experience a renaissance. And with all the current busyness, who had time to care about their internal squabbles? Yu family's laissez-faire attitude only made the Duan family even more agile. Duan Xiaochen had no clue what his old man had been up to when he enjoyed himself at Linjiang base attempting to get closer to Eugene Shu. Eugene's business operation became increasingly prosperous, and during these 2 months of waiting, apart from these underlying movements, the seeds planted by Eugene Shu also germinated, yielding more than the previous batch left over from earlier crops. If it hadn't been for the cold weather, and some initial crop insulation issues that slowed down plant growth, the output might have been even higher. As for the crops grown personally in Eugene Shu's villa, Eugene removed them and packaged them as luxury items. Seeing this, Eugene Shu couldn't help but marvel at how he'd never noticed this talent in his second brother. This leisurely lifestyle lasted for not too long when Eugene Shu received a piece of news. With every glance over the messages placed before him, his frown deepened so much it could probably kill a mosquito outright. There were still hidden dangers to having a base near S City. After all, S City, known as the Zombie City, had a large flow of people. They had used guerrilla warfare tactics to eliminate many zombies in various areas but could hardly gauge the exact number of zombies remaining inside the city. Yet the message laid out before him plainly indicated that within S City, all the zombies had vanished without a trace. How had such a vast number disappeared so suddenly? And how did they vanish right under their noses? What purpose was behind the disappearance of these zombies? Moreover, the zombies inside the city were not completely gone, a portion remained. This group had gathered at a place not far from the base, neither approaching this side nor dispersing. It was as if someone was commanding them to gather there and do something. Eugene Shu quickly issued an order. Is every member of the patrol team carrying catnip powder? Everyone has it. Send down the notice that more teams will be sent over to reinforce the forces by the city wall. Remember, we cannot slack off recently. Any abnormality must be reported immediately. Yes. He rubbed his eyebrows, always having an ominous premonition, hoping all the preparations he made would turn out to be useless. Thinking about those passionate youths guarding the safety around the base couldn't help but remind him of Duan Xiaochen. For Duan Xiaochen, the previous crisis turned out to be his blessing. His physical strength improved another level, and now he often went with Wei Shi to S City to clear some zombies. He had already accumulated a part of strength and combat experience. There weren't enough talents in the base, so Eugene Shu himself acted as a coach. Naturally, Duan Xiaochen couldn't escape either. Now, he was training those young ones at the training base. Thinking of Duan Xiaochen, Eugene Shu decided to go to the training base to see if those kids were slacking off. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to see someone in particular. Inside the training base, even though it was cold outside, the young people trained enthusiastically wearing only long-sleeved shirts and jackets. Despite wearing so little, they were sweating profusely. Eugene Shu's arrival didn't cause any ripples. They trained earnestly, knowing they would have more chances to survive on the battlefield later. Duan Xiaochen seemed to have a radar for Eugene Shu. The moment Yu Jinshu came, his peripheral vision drifted toward him. He still focused on training the young people, but his peripheral vision kept being drawn toward this direction. After suppressing the urge until one group's training finished, he finally allowed them to rest for a short while and then sidled up to Yu Jinshu. "Why did you come?" Duan Xiaochen asked with evident joy in his tone. "To check on your training," said Yu Jinshu. "Things might not be peaceful recently, don't relax too much during their training." "Okay." Duan Xiaochen never contradicted Yu Jinshu. "Did second brother leave?" "You're calling me second brother quite fluently." There was teasing in Duan Xiaochen's tone. With Yu Jinshu's astuteness, after visiting so many times, he would have surely discovered the changed relationship between the two. In response, Yu Jinshu showed disdain towards Duan Xiaochen's facial features, yet despite this, Duan Xiaochen continued to charm Yu Jinshu. Even if Yu Jinshu didn't approve of the relationship between the two, it wasn't due to disapproval of same-sex relationships. In the post-apocalyptic world, who cared about those things? The main problem was that one of his own was lured away, naturally making Duan Xiaochen seem undesirable no matter what. "You are, after all, my family," Duan Xiaochen whispered tenderly near Yu Jinshu's ear, his laughter reaching his eyes. "Well, I just came to check. Since everything is going smoothly, I'll take my leave first." Duan Xiaochen didn't detain him. Yu Jinshu being there would distract him, and it was better if he focused entirely on training the young ones. Yu Jinshu's bad feeling proved accurate this day. A part of the zombies originally staying in S City started moving toward the base. As expected, the number was neither too many nor too few. Altogether, given the base's military reserves, it would be a tough battle. The preparations arranged by Yu Jinshu beforehand turned out to be useful. The army of zombies arrived near the base within half a day after being discovered. If it weren't for the quick construction of the city walls with the help from other bases earlier, the situation would have been perilous by now. Outside the city wall were some mutated plants transplanted by Yu Jinshu. These plant varieties were diverse, with one commonality: they were tough, perfect for blocking enemies. Some of these mutated plants even thrived on zombies as nutrients. When the zombies arrived, they waved their roots or vines above the soil, dragging the zombies to their roots to absorb them as nourishment. But with such a large number of zombies, these first barriers could only block part of them. Yu Jinshu stood on the city wall, looking as a part of the zombies had breached through the mutated plant barrier. Narrowing his eyes, calculating the distance, he gave the signal for the first wave of ranged attacks to begin. The groans of the zombies came with the sound of weapons tearing through the air. At this moment, they had no modern high-end weapons, and could only use cold weapons. The arrowheads wrapped in flames were shot into the crowd of zombies, igniting a sea of flames. The pungent smell mixed with the odor of the zombies was like an exploded septic tank. The first wave of zombies rushing forward were gradually wiped out, but that was just the first wave. There were still an unknown number of zombies behind them. These zombies knew no pain, they only knew to rush forward. One climbed over another, making it impossible to kill them fast enough. Yu Jinshu was tightly resisting the zombie siege here, while other bases were not faring much better at this time. It was as if these zombies were being commanded by someone. The entire army split into several parts to attack bases of various sizes. Small bases did not have enough firepower to resist. After a period of resistance, most opened the back door, fleeing from the base where they had survived for some time, heading towards other large bases to seek a glimmer of hope for survival. Inside Base A dark shadow quickly scaled the wall and entered the base, following the street step by step, seeking its target location according to scent. Chapter 52. The sudden zombie wave that surrounded the entire base lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. Linjiang planting base fared relatively well, but the smaller bases suffered the most severe losses. Countless small bases collapsed during this zombie wave, leaving a large number of survivors homeless. In order to survive, they could only seek refuge in larger bases. However, the large bases already couldn't accommodate so many survivors. These survivors set up simple grass huts near the city walls. Eugene's who finally let out a sigh of relief after tallying up the damage from this zombie wave. Just then, a city base sent another message. After such a long time had passed, a city base and Linjiang base had established a cooperative relationship, and communication equipment was still available. Xiao Shu, I might need to trouble you with another mission. Yu Mingyu's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, as the overwork of these few days made even this man feel weary. What happened? The situation at the base. Yu Mingyu faltered after saying a few words. You'd better come to the base, it's clearer to discuss this face-to-face. Eugene's who pondered for a moment. Now that the base wasn't running entirely smoothly, it could still operate normally without him for a few days. Alright, I understand. Eugene's who would go to a city base, and Duan Xiaocheng naturally would also follow. The two packed their luggage and quickly headed to a city base. Compared to the previous times they visited, the current environment around the base could be described as desolate, though at least it remained orderly. Eugene's who frowned while looking at the survivors outside the city wall. Those people had already lost hope in life. Apart from not infecting others, they were no different from zombies. Yu Mingyu sent out personnel to bring them into the base and head straight for the destination. You've arrived. Yu Mingyu hadn't seen his younger son in a long time, but there wasn't much time for father-son reunions under these circumstances. This zombie wave, it was man-made. Eugenes who had always been skeptical about this zombie wave. Zombies originally lacked thought, moving purely on their craving to eat humans. This zombie wave attacked all bases simultaneously. Unless the zombies had evolved ones capable of controlling other zombies into higher-level zombies, even the higher-level ones wouldn't have been able to control so many zombies at once. Moreover, based on the gathered information, the experimental body zombies were all manipulated by someone behind the scenes. It wasn't hard to suspect that this zombie wave was man-made. This zombie wave breached several small bases and infiltrated several large bases. Infiltrated? Yes. Mingyu took out a document. This is the profile of the individuals who invaded the A-City base. Eugenes who handed one copy to Duan Xiaocheng. He skimmed through it rapidly, becoming more and more shocked. The profile showed that the people selected for the operation against the bases looked like normal civilians before being caught by Mingyu's subordinates. However, not long after being apprehended, these individuals suddenly turned into zombies, catching everyone off guard. These individuals who suddenly zombified without any warning scared Mingyu cold sweat. They appeared no different from ordinary people but could penetrate zombie groups and quietly cross high walls to enter the base. If Mingyu hadn't felt suspicious and prepared, these individuals might have turned into zombies unknowingly, and imagine how many people in the base would have been infected. This isn't about human experimentation anymore. Someone wants to turn everyone into zombies, to exterminate humanity. Then, is there really no way to prevent it? No way. Mingyu shook his head. There were no wounds inflicted by zombies or signs of zombification on their bodies. They just instantly transformed into zombies, impossible to prevent. This researcher, what exactly does he intend to do? Does he really want to destroy all of humanity? Eugenes who was baffled. What benefit did destroying all of humanity give to him? He too was human, and after humanity went extinct, could he alone stop the zombies? This person had become an outright lunatic. Could this massive zombie wave possibly be just to send these few people inside? No matter what, the task now is to find this person as soon as possible. As long as he exists, he is a threat to all of humanity. But, this person is extremely difficult to capture, slippery like an eel. Weren't the labs we previously raided already evacuated? Yes, but this time, these people entering has provided some clues. At the very least, the exact locations of several surrounding labs have been discovered. The reason I called you back this time is because the zombie wave has caused significant damage to the base, leaving us with insufficient manpower to clear out these labs. Mingyu's implication was already clear, this time calling Eugenes who back was to seek help in clearing out these people. Naturally, Eugenes who did not decline. The sooner they could capture that slippery eel, the sooner they could take a deep breath of relief. However, when Eugenes who received the addresses of those laboratories, he still got quite a shock. After all, these addresses were surprisingly not far from the A-City base. Despite patrolling so many times, they hadn't discovered them. With the addition of Eugenes Hu and Duan Xiaocheng as formidable assets, the operation to clear out the remaining forces went very smoothly, unexpectedly capturing some laboratory personnel. In previous actions, either the place had been vacated, leaving only some experimental body zombies, or it had simply been abandoned. This was the first time they had captured live humans. Encountering these individuals was purely accidental. They had split into two teams initially intending to investigate thoroughly, but they unexpectedly ran into these fleeing lab personnel immediately upon descent. Without much effort, they were able to apprehend them. These laboratory personnel who had long been experimenting underground looked pale with faces indicating extreme weakness, like they might be blown away by a gentle breeze. Once caught, they wept and laughed uncontrollably, their expressions frenzied. For a moment, Eugenes who thought they were insane. After bringing these people back, it didn't take long before they confessed everything. As one of the main interrogators, Eugenes whose expression was complicated toward them. Originally, he had assumed such difficult-to-capture people would either loyally follow their puppet master or die without revealing any information about him. On the contrary, after being captured, these individuals, possibly due to their despair, answered all of Eugenes whose questions candidly. He wasn't without doubts about whether their answers were fabricated, but based on their conduct and subsequent verifications of their statements, everything seemed to indicate they were telling the truth. This left Eugenes who confused, but if all these testimonies were true, then it didn't matter how. It took nearly 2 days for Eugenes who to sort through all the testimonies given by them. While he was shocked by what was revealed, he was also exhausted from prolonged labor and immediately rested on the sofa upon returning home. May I take a look? Duan Xiaocheng had returned to the Duan family for the past 2 days. He was astonished by the sudden upgrade in their situation and quickly came back after his astonishment. He had no idea what news Eugenes who brought back. Sure, there's nothing secret about these things, Eugenes whose voice carried a trace of weariness. According to what these people had said, the person they had feared and hated deeply, the one pulling strings behind the scenes, was doing it all for himself. All because of a selfish notion, he controlled so many zombies and captured countless humans for experiments. This mastermind was named Changshi, once a member of the research institute assigned to the meteorite research project. However, not long after, the meteorite project was cancelled, and Changshi was transferred to other posts. By that point, Changshe had already found that the virus could exist within animal bodies and might cause unknown changes to animals. At that time, the virus had not yet adapted to Earth's factors and thus remained dormant within the animals' bodies. But the research institute didn't believe what Changshe said. Not long after, Changshe was expelled under charges of theft and disappeared from public view. Apparently, this was the version provided by the research institute. The correct version was that Changshe secretly researched viruses at the institute. After discovering the virus significantly altered biological constitutions, he originally intended to report it upward, but afterward, he was diagnosed with stage 2 cancer. Upon learning of his illness, along with being exposed for stealing meteorites for private study, he lost his job at the research institute. Under the double blow of losing his job and the realization of his limited life expectancy, Changshe came up with a crazy idea. The virus improved biological constitutions in organisms and could consume certain diseased cells, so Changshe speculated, could these viruses destroy cancer cells? With this in mind, he began conducting clandestine research. But soon, due to insufficient funding, the research could not proceed. Although some temporarily effective drugs against cancer cells were developed, over time, the efficacy of these drugs weakened, and his cancer remained incurable. Maybe he got lucky, lacking funds, he once tried seeking investment and eventually succeeded in securing it. This research continued in secret until the end of the world arrived. The coming of the apocalypse was nothing but an opportunity for Changshe, this lunatic. With years of prior research, his findings were far more advanced than those just starting out. It was around that time that Changshe began to entertain thoughts of using human bodies for experimentation. After all, animals were just animals, their structures differed greatly from humans. If he wanted to cure cancer, wouldn't experimenting on humans be better? The apocalypse gave Changshe an ideal environment. He no longer needed investments from others, simply raid and take what he lacked. Controlling part of the zombie population ensured Changshe could always get what he wanted. Lately, the constant strange mutations happening were simply because the medication Changshe had been using to temporarily suppress his cancer had completely lost its efficacy. Once freed from restraint after so many years, the disease spread extremely fast. In just a month, Changshe's health was hanging by a thread. In this desperate situation, Changshe was still unable to develop a cure, yet his research on mutant zombies was progressing smoothly. Recently, Changshe concocted a drug that truly improved the human body when injected. It even seemed capable of eradicating diseased cells. Changshe believed he had succeeded, but this was only the beginning. After eradicating the diseased cells, they instantly transformed into zombie cells, and the conversion into a zombie happened in the blink of an eye. This was the drug used by the people who invaded the base. Chapter 53. They were sent in, and it was truly just Changshe's madness to infect everyone. Humanity, in his eyes, wasn't even worth mentioning. He only wanted to survive himself, his narrow mind could only accommodate himself. All these researchers were forcibly taken to serve Changshe, participating in such human experiments. If they were caught, their fate was predictable. They wanted to live but couldn't escape Changshe's grasp. This time, when captured by Eugene's Who, they adopted a reckless attitude. Their uneasy feelings disappeared, and all they desired was an early death for a swift end. Rather than living in constant fear and suspense, they preferred being captured and executed. So, this Changshe doesn't have much longer to live. Duan Xiaochen looked for a long time before coming to such a conclusion. That's correct, Eugene Shu covered his eyes with his arm, feeling weary inside, merely because of himself, causing so much disaster. He didn't know what else to say. Then where is Changshe's research institute? Did these people tell you? No, they're just pawns for someone else. Changshe is the one who contacts them, they don't contact him voluntarily. So, the trail is broken again, concluded Duan Xiaochen. Yes, sighed Eugene Shu, people are bound to die eventually. Why bother? Duan Xiaochen moved closer to Eugene Shu, wrapped his arms around his waist, gave a gentle pull, and Eugene Shu lightly fell into his embrace. What's done is done. Even if Changshe dies, he'll have it easy. Eugene Shu adjusted himself to a comfortable position. The continuous work over these days made him mentally tired. These people exist to ensure humanity survives, yet they are the root cause of these anomalies. But they only think about themselves. Don't think about it anymore, Duan Xiaochen played with the fingers of the person, since Changshe doesn't have much time left, he probably can't hide for too long. Sooner or later, he will expose his true colors. Duan Xiaochen's words proved prescient. Those few specimens brought in solely for infection indicated that Changshe was already unable to hold back. He clearly knew that his remaining time was limited. This realization made him both irritable and panicked. Since he had always been self-centered, when he realized his days were numbered, everything he had done up until now was just to extend his life. He wouldn't submit to fate, thinking that this was just how things were meant to be for him. Instead, he thought, since his days were numbered, why should others continue living happily and healthily? While there were no movements from Eugene Shu's side, Changshe had already acted first. With the massive influx of survivors flooding various bases, those weak-looking individuals who seemed to have not seen sunlight for a long time stood out even more. Especially these people, who crazily claimed they had intelligence on Changshe to report. Whether true or false, at the moment, every piece of information was precious, and Mingyu received each of them individually to inquire. All of these people displayed varying degrees of insanity. Some were downright insane, babbling while lying on the ground, claiming they had finally came out. Only a small part of them remained somewhat rational. Under Yu Jinshu's interrogation, they disclosed everything fully. During these days, Changshe had developed a new drug. This drug hadn't entered clinical trials yet, but its success rate was higher than any of the previous experimental samples. However, Changshe's body couldn't endure the lengthy experimentation. Already driven mad, Changshe made a crazy decision to try the drug on himself. Trying might give him a glimmer of hope, though he risked becoming a zombie. Not trying meant facing certain death. Either way, Changshe would choose to attempt it, and he did indeed personally trial this new drug. For a period after the injection, Changshe showed no abnormalities. There were signs of cancer cells gradually retreating within him. Changshe initially thought he succeeded, but that was only the initial reaction. After rejoicing for only a few days, the drastic changes within him came swiftly. They devoured human cells, altering his internal environment. Watching himself turn from a human into a zombie right before his eyes, Changshe still retained some control. Realizing there was no turning back, the first thing Changshe did while still clear-headed was to try to infect everyone. This new drug turned Changshe not only into a zombie but into a mutated one capable of commanding other zombies. Each piece of information clearly indicated that things were not optimistic. Changshe was an unstable factor. Now he has become a dangerous element. The only consistent statement among those who escaped was that Changshe would attack the various bases. The bases that had survived had already expended a great deal of force and manpower during the last zombie wave. If another were to come, they would likely be unable to withstand it. From the information provided by those who escaped, it was clear that Changshe, already zombified, had fled towards the direction of base A. This news caused Mingyu to immediately issue an order for full base alert. The base that hadn't fallen in the previous shadow once again found itself under another shadow. The day after welcoming the researchers, patrol members reported their observations one level at a time from the outside. In the due south direction, they could see a group of zombies advancing towards them. Mingyu was not surprised. Nodding, he instructed the liaison officer to contact the other surviving bases. Around base A, several smaller bases experienced sporadic zombie attacks but without significant issues. The earlier zombie wave had already depleted the surrounding zombie numbers, so there weren't as many zombies available for Changshe to command. Most, however, were heading straight for base A. The zombies' speed was rapid, and it took less than half a day from when Yu Jinshu received the report until the zombies were already at the gates, growling and clawing at the battered walls. There wasn't an excessive number of zombies, but the damage to Yu Jinshu's forces was significant. There were only a few left to resist this group of zombies. Moreover, among the zombies Changshe had brought along were a few that were scarce in quantity but devastatingly powerful, bizarre creatures all cobbled together with experimental bodies. Yu Jinshu and Duan Shaochen stood shoulder to shoulder on the wall. Behind them were the main fighters tasked with eliminating the zombies, a cluster of zombies crammed together, all sorts of animals' limbs stitched together in grotesque combinations, even some capable of hovering slightly in the air. However, their stitched wings were too small to support their body weight, leaving them flapping futilely in the air, unable to climb over the high walls but still unsettling to watch. Duan Shaochen squinted his eyes and scanned the crowd of zombies. With the best vision among their group, he quickly locked onto one within the throng of zombies, seemingly more human-like than the others. This particular zombie still wore a spotlessly white long robe. Even though it had been zombified, its frail frame and unmistakably aged face betrayed its former identity. Compared to the monstrous experimental undead around it, it radiated an eerie terror. Even without prior knowledge of Changshe's appearance, one glance made it clear that this zombie enveloped by its kin was none other than Changshe himself, now zombified. Zombification seemed influenced by previous physical condition. Younger, stronger individuals were tougher opponents, while older or weaker ones were easier targets. Given Changshe's poor health from years spent underground conducting experiments, it went without saying that his combat ability would be low. Adding to this, the new drug only appeared to have given him the power to command zombies, while his own physical capabilities remained highly vulnerable. Still, surrounded by a pack of mutated zombies protecting him, he was difficult to approach and attack. Without needing further instructions from Yu Jinshu, several people behind him rushed forward and began engaging the zombies in combat. Some handled ranged attacks, while others tackled them head-on. Yu Jinshu swung a long cleaver, every sharp blade cutting through blood and flesh with efficiency. Behind him, a zombie stitched with what looked like avian wings was unerringly quick, darting through the air unpredictably and proving impossible to grab or hit accurately. A slimy tongue whipped out from somewhere, attacking toward Yu Jinshu's back before being blocked by Duan Shaochen, who managed to sever a piece of the tongue and immediately redirected his strike to fend off another sneaking zombie nearby. Frankly speaking, these dozen or so humans fighting against so many zombies meant immense pressure on everyone involved. Not only did these zombies seem to coordinate their attacks, but they also proved slippery and hard to wound critically. Zombies, unlike humans, do not tire, do not falter, while humans, even the enhanced ones, have a limit to their stamina. Stalling indefinitely held no benefits for them. With a shift in strategy, Eugene, now drenched in sweat from the prolonged battle, moved backward following the zombies' charge and took cover behind Duan Xiaochen, whispering, "Draw away the zombies near Changsha." Duan Xiaochen nodded. He too had noticed the coordination among the zombies. In the past, zombies rarely exhibited such tactics. Even sneak attacks would mark the zenith of zombie intelligence. Now, seeing such cooperation between the dead confirmed how much things had evolved. The others had also more or less realized this. Seeing Eugene attempting to attack in the direction of Changsha, they spontaneously helped to draw away those zombies. However, half a dozen or so people was still limited. Even after becoming a zombie, Changsha cherished his own life dearly. A few zombies surrounding him were practically inseparable, making it impossible to approach. If that was the case, then a direct assault was necessary. Eugene didn't become disheartened and focused on hacking at one particular zombie with a mighty swing of his large cleaver, only to be blocked by a zombie armed with 2 tiger claws. This tiger-clawed zombie possessed immense strength, almost knocking him aside. He gritted his teeth and resisted, briefly separating after the clash before charging again. At its core, this tiger-clawed zombie was still just a zombie with an insatiable desire for human flesh. Despite being under Changsha's control, it couldn't resist the lure of prey right in front of it, pawing the ground before rushing forward. Duan Xiaochen took over fighting the tiger-clawed zombie while Eugene left with a quick order, attack their joints. Duan Xiaochen nodded. After losing the tiger-clawed zombie, Changsha quickly directed another zombie to fill the gap. It was that avian wing zombie. Eugene's long blade found its moment, directly slicing toward the pair of wings on the zombie's back. The sharp blade cut through cleanly, splitting the wings and the zombie into 2. Though zombies don't feel pain, losing its wings greatly diminished the combat power of this otherwise swift zombie, cutting it down to at least half of its former capabilities. Chapter 54. Having lost one fighting force, Changsha wasted no time in commanding another zombie to fill the position. However, his gaze toward Eugene was far from friendly, truly terrifying. Eugene wasn't at all afraid of Changsha's little threatening glare. The blood of the wing-cut zombie couldn't help but spatter a bit onto him, so now he was covered with specks of blood, looking more like a zombie than an actual zombie. For Eugene it had been a long time since he last stretched his limbs this much. Staying in the base all day just tending to crops didn't exactly count as exercise for him, those daily workouts were merely warm-ups. Occasionally, he would spar with the younger ones in the base, which also didn't take too much effort. Every nerve in Eugene's body was thrilled. Baring his teeth in a grin, he swung his blade and charged forward. Changsha's innate fear of death showed absolutely no defensive weakness in his stance. Eugene narrowed his eyes. This way, Changsha's mutated zombies wouldn't be easily killed. It seemed that only trying ranged attacks could work. Compared to close combat, ranged attacks provided a few more opportunities. After all, the only flying zombie had already lost its ability to fly, meaning attacking from atop the high wall could seize chances. Only these moments would flash by in an instant. One hit must be fatal, or it would only alarm Changsha, making it harder to ambush him. Eugene sheathed his blade and directly rushed towards the city wall. On the wall were originally personnel responsible for ranged attacks, so Eugene rudely grabbed a spare bow and arrows. The bow was specially made by the base, although powerful, it required much practice to draw and aim accurately. Weighing it briefly, Eugene practiced on the nearby zombies, narrowing his eyes while slowly pulling the bowstring to full tension. Without Eugene's presence, Duan Xiaochen no longer had to worry about protecting him. His own style tended towards sacrificing himself to hurt the enemy, a brute approach, fierce towards himself and even fiercer towards others. Eugene paid no attention to Duan Xiaochen's aggressive style of fighting. His entire focus was on Changsha, who was surrounded layer upon layer. Keeping the bowstring pulled taut wasn't easy either, requiring strength, otherwise, the string might slip off prematurely. On Duan Xiaochen's side, his brutal fighting continued with a skinship not recognized style, determined to tear out a piece of meat or skin from any passing zombie. Perhaps intimidated by Duan Xiaochen's aura, the actions of the others gradually became reckless as well. If they blocked, they'd live, if not, they'd die. And without such desperate efforts, their loved ones protected behind them would die as well. The zombified Changsha still seemed to retain some human characteristics, such as fearing death and having a small courage. When he saw how recklessly the group was fighting, he started to become hesitant, hastily commanding the besieged army of zombies to regroup around him for protection. Apparently, these zombies had been utterly distracted by the scent of human blood. They ignored Changsha's commands entirely, focused solely on the prey in front of them. This lack of cooperation caused chaos within their ranks. Changsha grew increasingly irritated and fearful due to their noncompliance. Once coordination between the zombies collapsed, regaining control proved challenging. Changsha grew anxious, surrounded closely by zombies becoming restless because of the ever-intensifying smell of blood. When one zombie couldn't resist the allure of blood anymore, it roared and rushed furiously into the fight. Breaking the stalemate with this first move prompted other zombies, unable to contain themselves, to break free and join the battle one after another. From his vantage point on the high wall, Eugene knew this was a golden opportunity not to be missed. Half closing his eyes, he watched the thin, weakened zombie shouting angrily in the midst of other zombies, apparently scolding the unruly zombies. But to him, this presented an excellent chance. His fingertip loosened the bowstring, releasing the arrow through the air. Amidst the clamor of the battlefield, this sound went completely unnoticed by the weak-looking zombie. But when it finally noticed, it was too late. The arrow was less than several meters away from its brain. The arrow pierced cleanly through the temple, black blood flowing down from the wound. With the brain damaged, the active zombie virus occupying it quickly lost activity, collapsing heavily to the ground. Without Chang Shi's control, the group of zombies went utterly berserk, indiscriminately targeting anything in their way. The tasty and enticing prey before them drew them all to rush in blindly. Paradoxically, this rendered them easier to manage. Eugene Su twisted his wrist, intending to descend and join the fray when a familiar voice sounded behind him, "Captain Yu." Eugene Su's eyes quivered slightly as he looked back in surprise at the group of injured soldiers, their casts and bandages still clearly visible. "How did you all get here?" Yu Tian had a bandage on his arm and was smiling lazily. "Team leader Yu is fighting hard at the front line, so why can't we come to help?" "Stop fooling around. Your wounds haven't healed yet, don't cause trouble." "Captain," Qiu Jiaxing retorted, "even though we're injured, our combat effectiveness still shouldn't be underestimated." These teammates had fought desperately during the first wave of zombie attacks. Despite not dying, getting injured was unavoidable. Especially since they were all people willing to give their all, their injuries turned out much more severe. But since they've spoken up this way, how could Eugene Su pour cold water on them? "If you cause trouble or slow us down, just wait for me to deal with you." "Yes, Captain." All of them replied in unison. They weren't stubborn sorts either. If they couldn't join the battle directly, they could still participate from the high wall by engaging in long-range combat. Without Chang Shi, even though these mutated zombies had astonishing destructive power, after hours of concerted effort from everyone, they were eventually killed on the ground. Although the battle was won, the cost was significant. Eugene Su's entire body was riddled with minor wounds. And he wouldn't back down either. Both men, now resembling mummy-like bundles, would have to return home and endure the heartbreak and prolonged care from their respective mothers. This war ended somewhat comically, but Yu Mingyu and Duan Su, the two parents, still couldn't rest. Even though the war was over, and Chang Shi had been defeated, there were still countless zombies lurking in unseen places. Alongside post-war reconstruction and base repairs, everything needed gradual healing to restore its former prosperity. Nevertheless, all things would welcome rebirth. Just as the sun always rises, human society will eventually return to its original state. Hope might arrive late, but it will never disappear. After the reshuffling of human society, there will be more young individuals with ambition and ability who will stand up to guide them towards a new era. The end.